After this incident is over, the remaining disciples of the swordsman sect will also need to conduct a thorough cleaning. I don't want to see such a traitor appear again. Bailey Fenghua looked at Morong Song, who was surrounded by 3 guardian dolls, with a determined look on his face. Within the sect, no one can challenge the majesty of the sect master. All traitors will be executed without mercy. Boom. Whoa. However, at this moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded under the Yujianzong mountain gate. If you look around, you can see the smoke and dust that cover the sky and the sun are raised. And in the smoke and dust that suddenly rose, countless beasts were roaring, rushing towards the gate of Yujianzong. Well, what's going on here? Bailey Fenghua was devouring the Qi Hui Dan to recover his fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, his heart was suddenly shocked. It's a monster. Why are there so many monsters? Lu Jingyao also saw the situation under the smoke and dust in the sky. Such a huge movement naturally also alarmed Jiuyo and others who were besieged, and Gu Pingchuan and others who were on the edge of the battle. Even the movements of guarding the dolls were stagnant. This is a group of monsters. Could it be that it is coming? And Jiuyo looked at the surging and roaring monsters, and after a slight stun, a surprised look appeared on his face. Is it really it? The panic on He Ming's face also turned into a surprise. If it was really the reinforcement they thought, then they would be saved. There should be no one else who dares to attack with a group of monsters in the presence of so many hero-level powerhouses. Morong Song's originally panicked face also became calm. A trace of excitement that could not be hidden also appeared on his face. There is a very powerful aura hidden in the group of monsters. Gu Pingchuan's perception was the strongest among the people present. Immediately, I sensed the faint scent. Can you judge the strength or weakness? Ren Gongxiu frowned slightly and asked aloud. Roughly estimated, its strength is not under mine. Gu Pingchuan frowned slightly and said solemnly. President Gu, are you sure there is no misunderstanding? Hearing this, Ling Ao asked suspiciously. You know, Gu Pingchuan is a real half-step powerhouse. Really speaking, its realm should be considered beyond the hero level. If the aura of the incoming person is not under Gu Pingchuan, wouldn't it be another half-step powerhouse level almighty? I'm not old and confused. Although that breath is deliberately hidden, the power level of the breath cannot be faked. Gu Pingchuan answered with great certainty. For a strong magician class, perception is definitely one level more important than his own strength. Only the change of magic power and the condensation of magic can be clearly perceived. To be able to better control their own power. This is bad. Ling Ao's face also became a little ugly. Just when a few people were discussing. Among the rushing monsters, a huge demon wolf came out. This devil wolf was covered in scarlet fur, as if stained with blood, looking fierce and violent. The huge wolf body is 3 meters high, just at the shoulder height. Standing there like a high wall. The sharp wolf teeth flashed with cold light, like daggers, which made people horrified. And the most ferocious is the pair of beast pupils of this devil wolf. It was red as blood, but the bloodlines in the pupils were vaguely visible, which looked fierce and strange. Sure enough, it's you, the Red Moon Wolf King. And Jiuyo stared at the demon wolf who came out of the beast group, and there was a relaxed look on his face. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King was a genuine half-step powerhouse-level monster. Your movements are too slow, so this king came to take a look. The voice of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King was low and chilling. Stepping into the sky, he passed directly through the siege of the 3 guardian dolls, and came to Jiuyo. It's not that our movements are too slow, it's just too many accidents. The strength of Yujianzong is much stronger than we imagined. And Jiuyo refuted a few words. At the end, he sighed and gritted his teeth and said, this is my negligence and lack of strength. After I go back, I will ask the hall master to apologize. This kind of thing is not under the control of this king. The Red Moon Wolf King said lightly. The cooperation between the Scarlet Moon Wolf King and the Shadow Palace is entirely for the sake of the general outline of the animal control technique. This is why Shuiziki's status can be so high that he sits in the same hall with Enjoyo and the others. In the general outline of the beast controlling technique, there are several methods of controlling the beasts. The effect of the human race is far inferior to that of the beasts, because among the monsters there is a natural level suppression and blood pressure. This method is also recorded in the general outline of animal control techniques. However, it is to strengthen and use the natural level suppression and bloodline suppression between the monsters to control the monsters to fight for themselves. After all, it is pure level suppression and bloodline suppression. It will only make the weak monsters feel fear, but cannot let the monsters fight. It must be controlled by special means. Back then, the beast tamer sect wanted to use this method to control a huge number of beasts. Only then will the idea hit the heroic monster. But unfortunately it didn't work. However, after this incident was known to the Red Moon Wolf King, he obtained this method of strengthening his own bloodline suppression by cooperating with the Shadow Palace. The purpose is to control all beasts for their own use. However, the goal this time is Swordsman sect. Since this king is here, then this task must be completed. The Red Moon Wolf King spoke slowly in a low voice. Don't talk big, your opponent is not as weak as you think. And Joyo looked at the Red Moon Wolf King and gave a kind warning. Even if the Red Moon Wolf King is a genuine half-step powerhouse level monster, he will not be able to obtain much benefit when facing the top 3 hero-level powerhouses at the same time. Then keep your eyes open and take a good look. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King sneered contemptuously, then turned around and looked at the 3 guardian dolls surrounded by them. Who, Your Excellency, wants to help the Shadow Palace and help Zhou Tobis? Bailey Fanghuan knew that he needed to stand up and speak at this time. Warcraft and human race have always been at odds. Even the heroic beasts have already opened their intelligence and have their own ideas. For the human race, it is also difficult to get close. But for some unknown reason, this Scarlet Moon Wolf King wanted to help the Shadow Palace at this critical moment. Not at all reasonable. Aiding Zhou to abuse? Shadow Palace and I are just a cooperative relationship, and there is nothing to say about helping Zhou to abuse. The Red Moon Wolf King grinned, revealing his white fangs. What's more, the more chaotic your human race is, the happier I am. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King bared his teeth, and the sharp white teeth seemed a bit penetrating. Regarding this point, the Red Moon Wolf King is definitely not telling lies. The human race is in chaos, and the happiest one is the beast. And secondly, there are other races. Otherwise, why would the Red Moon Wolf King want to control all beasts for his own use? Not just to increase your strength. The human race is the biggest obstacle to Warcraft. Do you know that you are facing 3 heroes? Do you really want to intervene in this matter? Bailey Fanghua saw that the negotiation would not work, so he could only warn. Humph, it's just that none of the 3 powers are fully heroic. The Red Moon Wolf King sneered. Immediately afterwards, the big mouth of the blood basin suddenly opened, revealing sharp teeth that flickered with cold light. Wolf King, Xiaoya. A sharp wolf howl erupted from the mouth of the Red Moon Wolf King, like a huge storm, sweeping everyone present in an instant. Bailey Fanghua immediately recovered a little, and the few fighting qi condensed into body-protecting fighting qi. Lu Jingyao also lifted up his fighting spirit and protected it outside his body. The 3 guardian dolls were shocked by this sudden burst of energy, and they retreated again and again. But at this moment, the Red Moon Wolf King moved. A blood-colored phantom came in an instant, and slapped a paw on the headaphone of the guardian dolls. Bam! The guardian doll was shot and flew out. The violent power caused obvious cracks to appear where the head of the guardian doll was hit. After repelling a guardian puppet, the Scarlet Moon Wolf King did not stop, and the blood-colored phantom was still rushing wildly. But after a few breaths, the remaining 2 guardian dolls were all shot and flew out. But the Red Moon Wolf King returned to Enjoyo again. "Your strength is not enough." The Scarlet Moon Wolf King stared at Bailey Fenghua, and the Crimson Beast pupils flashed a playful look. This kind of power is by no means an ordinary hero-level powerhouse. Could it be that? No, it should be a half-step powerhouse. Bailey Fenghua's body protection aura suddenly collapsed. The pale complexion became particularly ugly. How come it turned out to be a half-step powerhouse-level monster? Lu Xingyao's face also changed again and again. At the very beginning, Lu Xingyao's fighting spirit and physical strength were still at their peak, and she could indeed fight against the Red Moon Wolf King. But at this moment, it was helpless. And Gu Pingchuan and the others, who were on the edge of the battlefield, didn't look good either. They never thought that at this last moment, there would even be a half-stepper house-level monster. And look at the mighty group of monsters. Gu Pingchuan and others had to think twice if they wanted to help. Unlike most races of the human race, the promotion of Warcraft to the realm does not require any trial crystals. Gu Pingchuan is of course a half-step powerhouse. But if there is no powerhouse-level trial crystal, then Gu Pingchuan can onlibe a half-step powerhouse level in his entire life, and can't make an inch. However, the monsters of the half-step powerhouse level are different. This kind of magical beast that has already stepped into the threshold of the powerhouse level with 1 foot, may be promoted to the powerhouse level at any time. At that time, it will not be comparable to the hero level at all. Moreover, even if it is a powerhouse level that has not been promoted, it's just a half-step powerhouse level monster. Being able to lead such a large group of demon beasts is not so easy to provoke. Whether it is the Yuanyuan Empire, the Brilliant Academy, or the Peak Academy, none of them want to provoke such a huge group of monsters. If these monsters turn their heads, under the leadership of the Scarlet Moonwolf King, they will attack the Huanyuan Empire, the Brilliant Academy, or Peak Academy. That's simply impossible to stop. When it comes to monsters of this level, it's no longer a matter of friendship or friendship. What's more, with 3 guardian dolls, it is impossible to stop a half-stepper house-level monster. The first point is that although the level and realm of the guardian doll can keep up, however, in martial arts and magic, it is an absolute shortcoming. Evenly matched, it can indeed enhance a lot of combat effectiveness. But in the face of monsters that are known for their basic attributes, it can even be said that in terms of single basic attributes, when it comes to beasts that can completely crush the human race, guardian dolls have no advantage at all. And this second point is combat skills. It is self-evident what kind of terrifying fighting instinct a half-stepper house-level monster possesses. But the guardian puppet, even if it is controlled by the cohesive, is not very clever in combat skills. Because the person who can use guardian doll magic must be a magician class. And the guardian dolls are indeed close combat. Let a magician class control a guardian doll in close combat, how strong can you expect his combat skills to be? Do you really think everyone is a freak like Qi Lu? Moreover, this Scarlet Moon Wolf King, strictly speaking, even if Ren Gongxiu and Ling Ao went into battle in person, they might not bite opponents. Even Gu Pingchuan, who is also a half-step powerhouse, has to weigh it. After all, the magician class has no advantage in the face of such agile monsters. So when seeing the appearance of the Red Moon Wolf King, Gu Pingchuan and others would be so troubled. Damn, why does it appear at such a time? Ling Ao gritted his teeth and roared angrily. This is really troublesome. I never imagined that it would turn out to be a half-step powerhouse-level monster. Gu Pingchuan had sensed this breath before, but didn't think about it. Because of the cooperation between Warcraft and human race, it is unlikely to appear. What should we do now? Even if we go into battle in person, even if we can repel the Red Moon Wolf King, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep it. Ren Gongxiu's face was also a little sad. If it is said, this time the reinforcements came from a human race with a half-step powerhouse level. Then Gu Pingchuan and others joined the battle and could definitely keep people behind. But in the face of a half-step powerhouse level monster, it's easy to knock back, hard to stay. No matter how powerful the human race is, at the same level, it is basically impossible for the basic attributes to be stronger than Warcraft. Therefore, even if he was defeated, the Red Moon Wolf King was still able to escape, despite being injured. After escaping, Gu Pingchuan and the others had to be careful. Warcraft's revenge, unless you can kill the Red Moon Wolf King. Otherwise, it's endless. The impact of the wave of Warcraft is definitely not a joke. This is also where Gu Pingchuan and others really got into trouble. And the people who are worried about this matter are not just the heroes present. There are also a few people in the Chila store. Master. Fei Xue clenched her fist tightly, her fingernails pierced the palm of her hand with blood, and she didn't even notice it. The appearance of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King made Fei Xue feel like a huge boulder had been crushed in her heart. Fei Xue's fist clenched tightly. Even if the fingernails pierced the palm of the hand to bleed, he didn't notice it. The appearance of the Scarlet Moon Wolf King made Fei Xue's heart feel like she was being crushed by a huge boulder, unable to breathe. The soft conversation of the live broadcaster Ling Ao and the others let Fei Xue know that this is a half-step strong monster. If it is not resolved, today will be the day when Swordsman sect disappears. This, how come a half-step powerhouse level monster suddenly appeared? Banjing also stared at the live broadcast screen in astonishment. On weekdays, aren't these heroic beasts staying in their own territory and not going out? Why are you walking around now? You are a monster of this level. Huh? What's going on? Why did such a thing suddenly appear? Qi Lu, who was watching the live broadcast, was also quite shocked. After this battle, it was really twists and turns. Seeing that he was going to win, why did another guy come to save the field? Really epic blockbusters are not so exciting. System, host, a temporary mission has been triggered, do you need to take kite? I'm watching a blockbuster, how can you see the needle so easily? Qi Lu stared at the screen and was worried when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Qi Lu immediately complained in dissatisfaction. However, the system was unmoved, and the faint voice resounded in Qi Li's mind again. System, host, I'm just asking you, a temporary mission has been triggered, do you need to accept it? Please decide quickly. At the end, the system also urged a sentence. TSK, you are really troublesome, take it. Qi Li said with dissatisfaction. Once the system has such an urging tone, to a large extent, it is to let Qi Li take over the task. And this urging tone will also appear in the process of completing the task after accepting the task. For example, the task of collecting the blood of the dragon, the bone of the dragon, and the soul of the dragon. This means that there is a need for the system. It also means that Qi Li can speak loudly and squeeze some benefits out of the system. That's why Qi Lu was so dissatisfied. In order to wait for a while, it is better to speak. System, accept quest, powerful Warcraft. System, task content, please host as soon as possible to collect a unit, not lower than the heroic realm, the blood of monsters, the bones of monsters, and the soul of monsters. System, task reward, 1 chance to draw snacks and 1 chance to draw drinks. The prompt about the task immediately rang in Qi Li's mind. Qi Lu immediately understood why the temporary task of the Urbi system came about. It was just after seeing the Red Moon Wolf King, and then on a whim, the task was released. What a powerful monster! What is not lower than the heroic realm, the blood of Warcraft, the bones of Warcraft, the soul of Warcraft? Isn't that referring to the Red Moon Wolf King? Co-authoring this two-stroke system is to take a fancy to this half-stepper house-level monster, and it can also be called a temporary task. System, I have a question, what is a unit? Qi Lu resisted the urge to complain and asked, a little doubt. System, a unit refers to a beast, and the beast is not divided into size. It is good. As expected. This Irby system is just about naming names, saying that the target of this temporary mission is the Red Moon Wolf King. System, don't you think it's a little underpowered for me to deal with heroic monsters now? Qi Lu tried his best to hide the spit words in his heart, and then hinted aloud. I really hope this two-stroke system can be a little bit smarter. You can understand that this is basically an explicit hint. Let Qi Lu use his master-level strength to go outside Yu Jianzong's mountain gate to deal with the Red Moon Wolf King. That was really enough to eat. However, Qi Lu is still cheeky, with the underestimated system pretending to be crazy. System, since the host has taken over the task, please ask the host to find a way by himself, and don't always make the idea of this system. Bah, what does it mean to beat your mind? It's really ugly to speak. Facing the system's thick skin, Qi Lu could only deal with it with thicker skin. I'm not afraid that the completion of the task will be delayed, or that you will be in a hurry. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you wait another 2 years? My strength is strong enough to complete this task? Qi Lu asked back with a smile. System, no way. The eager voice only sounded 2 words and stopped abruptly. What followed was an awkward silence. System, host, if you have any requirements, you can say it directly. If the requirements are reasonable, this system will consider it. When Qi Lu heard this, he knew that the system was trying to bully him. Whether it is reasonable or not, it is not the system that has the final say. I really don't know why. The IQ of a system that doesn't seem to be very smart usually rises suddenly on this kind of issue. But if you want to calculate Qi Lu, this two-stroke system is still a little short. What can I ask for? It's just because my own strength is too low, and I'm afraid of delaying the task. Qi Lu pretended to laugh at himself. Never mention what you want. This kind of thing must be told by the system itself. In this case, no matter how many rewards the system adds, Qi Lu can easily bargain. And it can also speculate where the bottom line of the system is. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? System, temporary mission, powerful warcraft, an additional reward after completion, and the 4th large map of the New World mode can be opened at any time after the mission is completed. As Qi Lu expected, the system was really anxious. Directly out of their own price tag. Qi Lu tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, secretly calculating the gains and losses in his heart. To be honest, the summer carnival of the Doll Labyrinth has only ended a few days ago. Even if a new big map is to be opened, there is no hurry for this period of time. After all, Krypton Gold activities have to take a break in the middle. Let those players go back to blood. Therefore, this new task reward is not as cost-effective as the previous snacks and drinks. System, although I really want to complete the task as soon as possible, but my strength is low and powerless, even if I give up my life and fight recklessly, I am afraid that the target will escape. Qi Lu also did not say that the reward was not enough. It just blocks the system with the problem of not being able to complete the task. There is still a big gap between Qi Lu and Qi Lu, no matter how the system's IQ rises. System, host, are you deliberately deceiving this ignorant system? Yo, this two-stroke system really refutes. How could such a thing happen? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said with a sad face. I am sincerely sharing your worries for you. After all, I am not strong enough to let the target escape. That is also a helpless thing. You even said that I deceived you. I'm really sharing your worries for you, but it's a pity that I'm not strong enough. If you accidentally let the target escape, there is nothing you can do. You even said that I deceived you. Having said this, Chila looked sad and angry. Forget it, this task, don't do it. This acting makes those movie emperors feel ashamed when they see it. System, wait, host, this system still doesn't feel right. System, however, as for the quest rewards, this system can make the decision, plus an equipment synthesis blueprint. This sentence sounds a little bit gnashing of teeth. Equipment synthetic blueprints. Chi Li's heart moved. This equipment synthetic blueprint is almost equal to a treasure-level equipment. The slightly painful tone of the system that subconsciously ignored, Chi Lek knew that the task reward pit was almost the same. If you keep going further, you might end up with the system. Since this task is so urgent, I will sacrifice my life to accompany it. Even if I fight my life, I won't let the mission target escape. Chi Li patted his chest and expressed his determination. Then he got up and shouted at Yu Shi'er. Shi'er, I need to go out and deal with something, so I'll ask you in the store for the time being. Well, okay, store manager, please walk slowly. Yu Shi'er responded with a smile, her demeanor very well behaved. Yujianzong Mountain Gate, at the foot of the mountain. Although the disciples of the Shadow Palace have all been slaughtered, but the huge group of beasts once again surrounded the dilapidated Imperial Sword Sect. As long as the Red Moon Wolf King in the sky gives an order, the dilapidated Swordsman Sect and the disciples of Swordsman Sect guarding the sect will all be leveled. This king has already said that it would be too naive if you want to use these three heroes who don't even fully grasp the power to scare this king away. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly, and bloodthirsty race-off light flashed in the beast pupils. The three guardian dolls are already scarred at this moment. Bailey Fenghuo relied on the Qi Hui Dan to recover the few fighting Qi, and all of them were exhausted at this time. Sect Master, this time, there is really trouble. Lu Jingya touched the bronze storage ring on his finger. Inside, there is also a bottle of Maidong vitamin energy drink, which can instantly restore all the grudges. However, at this time, even if Lu Jingya could recover his grudge, it would not help. As long as the Red Moon Wolf King is not resolved. Lu Jingya, don't hold back a little. The group of beasts guarding at the foot of the mountain can conquer the swordsman sect at any time. Unless, Gu Pingchuan and others can make a move. Old Gu, what should we do now? Are we going to take action? Ren Gongxiu, who was on the edge of the battlefield, also saw the situation clearly and couldn't help asking. Since Gu Pingchuan was promoted to the half-step powerhouse level, he has already vaguely felt like a person. Ren Gongxiu and others often asked Gu Pingchuan's opinion unconsciously. We take action, unless we can keep the Red Moon Wolf King here forever, otherwise, the gain will outweigh the loss. Gu Pingchuan said calmly. For the sake of Swordsman Sect, to provoke a monster of a half-step powerhouse level and put his own forces at risk, is it worth it in the end? That's the biggest problem right now. Whether or not the Scarlet Moon Wolf King can remain is the key. And Gu Pingchuan and others also knew that if the Red Moon Wolf King deliberately avoided the battle, they really couldn't keep it forcibly. Let the three magicians leave an agile monster. Isn't that a joke? No, I feel that Sect Master Bailey and Elder Lijing should have a backup. We can try to shoot. Ling Ao suddenly interjected. The Huangyuan Empire is the main battle, and the academy is peaceful. If it is really a misjudgment, I can't be responsible for the lives of so many students. Gu Pingchuan sighed. When the two people beside them lowered their eyes, the conversation changed. However, if you want to become a strong person, how can you not go through danger? They have practiced in Manager Chi's shop for so long. If they are not the opponents of these monsters, they will be living up to the expectations of the academy. When Gu Pingchuan said this, he had already taken out his staff. I knew, how could Ding Gu be the kind of person who looks on from the sidelines? Ling Ao smiled casually and took out the fire element staff from the bronze-storage ring. Gu Pingchuan shrugged, non-committal. Gu Pingchuan would not dare to make such a decision if it were not for the strength of the students, who had been greatly improved during such a long period of cultivation. What's more, even if its own strength is not good, there are also pet bodyguards that are equally good in combat. If the group of monsters dared to come, they would wait to become piles Optimum cores. Then I'll be taken to Manager Qi's shop and become a fighting force for the students. Ren Gongxiu also took out his staff and prepared to take action, leaving their Moon Wolf King behind. But at this time, the expression on Gu Pingchuan's face suddenly changed, and he said, "Wait, I feel it, there is a very familiar spatial fluctuation." No way, could it be? As soon as Gu Pingchuan reminded him, a strange expression appeared on Ren Gongxiu's face. If you have no other means, then the swordsman sect will disappear forever today. All the monsters obey orders. The Red Moon Wolf King let out a terrifying wolf howl. Roar. The demon beasts surrounded by Yu Jianzong's gate, as if responding to this wolf howl, let out a beast roar that resounded through the sky. The deafening roar of the beast made the faces of the many swordsman sect disciples guarding in the swordsman sect turn extremely pale. But even if he was so scared that his legs were soft and his hands were shaking, none of the swordsman sect disciples retreated. Fear of death is an instinct, but it is the will and belief to fight to the death. Let this king calm down the imperial sword sect. The Red Moon Wolf King let out another wolf howl, causing all the demon beasts to riot. Damn it! Bailey Fenghua almost clenched his teeth, and was ready to burn blood and open the body of the enhanced evil spirit. Les Hengjia also took out the Maidong vitamin functional drink. Just to be able to resist for a while, it's been a while. Wait a minute. A slow voice appeared suddenly. Who? The Red Moon Wolf King roared violently. It's me, Qi Lu, just an ordinary store manager. Qi Lu activated the power of the broken boots and walked out of the door off space. Looking at the fierce-looking Red Moon Wolf King, he introduced himself in a calm and natural tone. However, Qi Lu can be calm. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King could not calm down. Because Qi Li's way of appearing is too weird. Go straight out of the door of space. Is this guy a powerful space magician? Unlike other magicians, the strangeness and power of space magicians, even their Moon Wolf King, are extremely fearful. Just a locked space magic. No matter how fast the Red Moon Wolf King is, it is impossible to avoid the space magician's attack. How is it possible? Why would he intervene in this matter? After seeing Qi Lu, Morong Song was even more shocked, even a little scared. Morong Song still vividly remembers the scene of conquering 7 heroic powerhouses by himself. Originally, what Morong Song was most worried about was whether this mysterious powerhouse would take action. I didn't expect to be able to avoid the first day of the first year, but not the 15th. He still came. Manager Qi. Why are you here? Bailey Fenghua also looked at Qi Lu in shock. When facing the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, Bailey Fenghua had hopes on Gu Pingchuan and the three of them, hoping that they would make a move. But I never thought that Qi Lu would come. Manager Qi, we should have no debts. Lu Jingyao also looked at Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared with a look of surprise, and asked in surprise. It's okay, you don't owe anything, I'm just passing by. Qi Lu waved his hand, quite puzzled. Why does Lu Jingyao feel that he is here to collect the bill when he sees him? You know, in Qi Li's small shop, there is no credit. Your Excellency suddenly appeared here, I don't know what happened. The Red Moon Wolf King asked fearfully. It's not a big deal, the main thing is to come and see if there is any chance to act bravely. Qi Lu shrugged and said casually. I can't just say that I have taken on a mission, and this time I came here to take your dog's life. It felt like a hooligan. There is no place for you to act bravely here. If you have nothing to do, please leave this place. The Red Moon Wolf King grinned, revealing sharp wolf teeth. The tone seemed to be a warning, but also a threat. It's not up to you whether you can act bravely or not. Qi Lu half squinted his eyes and looked at Bailey Fenghua with an inquiring gaze. This is already self-evident. You have to have some excuse to start. Manager Qi, please help my sword master sect to destroy the strong enemy. I am willing to pay you a reward that will satisfy you. Bailey Fenghua was stunned for a moment, but before he could speak, Lu Zhenghia spoke first. On the topic of how strong Qi Lu is. The longer I've been in the store, the more profound the feeling. And people like Lu Zhenghia, who have personally experienced Qi Li's explosive momentum, know it even more deeply. So after seeing Qi Li's eyes, Lu Zhenghia's reaction was much faster than Bailey Fenghua. Look, isn't this opportunity to act bravely? After Qi Lu listened to Lu Zhenghia's words, he immediately looked at the Red Moon Wolf King. That's right, except for the name of the shot. Qi Lu also has another purpose, which is to get some benefits from Swordsman Sect, by the way. Thanks otherwise. This time, we don't have to take action. Ren Gongxiu breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Manager Qi came in time. I wonder if he came in a hurry. The look on Gu Pingchuan's face also relaxed a lot. When they were going to deal with the Red Moon Wolf King before, they were really not sure. But after Qi Lu appeared, this worry disappeared. For nothing else, just look at Qi Li's previous record. It's just the hand-tearing bone dragon. It is also still within the hero level, even if the Red Moon Wolf King is a half-step powerhouse level, his strength is only on par with that of the bone dragon. Since Qi Lu can tear a bone dragon with his hands, then tearing a Red Moon Wolf King with his hands is not a big problem. Your Excellency, are you determined to fight against this king? The Red Moon Wolf King asked angrily. Although he was afraid of Qi Li's strange appearance, he was afraid that Qi Li might be a space magician. But this does not mean that the Red Moon Wolf King is afraid. I'm more interested in reciting poetry, and I'm not very good at doing it right. Qi Li said with a smile. His tone did not fluctuate at all, because of the anger of the Red Moon Wolf King. Court death. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King roared, and his figure instantly turned into a blood-colored phantom, attacking Qi Lu. The speed was so fast that only a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Qi Lu was shocked and flew out. This scene surprised Bailey Fenghua. Manager Qi was actually shaken back. Lu Zhenghia, who knew how powerful Qi Lu was even more shocked. Is this Scarlet Moon Wolf King stronger than a bone dragon? How can that be? Gu Pingchuan and others on the edge of the battlefield were also stunned. You must know that Qi Lu was able to shake the bone dragon without falling behind, but this time, he was even more shocked by the Red Moon Wolf King. It's just incredible. Your Excellency is here to act bravely. It's just this kind of strength, I'm afraid I can't protect myself. After testing Qi Li's strength, the Red Moon Wolf King couldn't help sneering. Even such a tentative attack could not be taken. Such an opponent is nothing to worry about. With the Scarlet Moon Wolf King here, the Swordsman Sect will surely be defeated today. And Joyo also shouted. The beast roar that surrounded Yu Jianzong also let out a roar, which should match the ridicule of the Red Moon Wolf King. Huh, you're really amazing. It took a long time for Qi Lu to relax. With the strength of the master level, he received the attack of the Red Moon Wolf King head-on. Even with the terrifying defensive power of the Keel armor, Qi Lu is proud enough. However, you will soon know how stupid your arrogance is. Qi Lu stood up straight and said coldly. Humph, this kind of big talk is ridiculous. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King sneered, and the eyes of the beast were full of contempt. Everyone can speak big words, but without the corresponding strength, it I just a stubborn mouth, before death. and Jiuyou and Haiming also laughed disdainfully from the side. Qi Li's words were completely unimpressive. Ah. Qi Lu just chuckled, then stretched out his right hand and waved it gently. Thunder order. A palm-sized token was thrown out by Qi Lu and instantly turned into pieces. In an instant, the situation changed. In the sky, a thundercloud suddenly appeared. One after another thunder dragons surging in the dark clouds, making bursts of thunderous sounds resounding through the heavens and the earth, captivating people's souls. How is this possible? The Red Moon Wolf King looked at the thunderclouds in the sky with horror. But it happened to see a thunder like a pillar of the sky, slashing down towards him. The majestic coercion locked the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, making it impossible to move at all. This is the real coercion of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and thunder is the power of heaven and earth. As long as there is no achievement in the powerhouse level, under this thunder, it is all false. Boom! The thunder struck, and the dazzling white light that flickered illuminated the faces of everyone present. It also showed the incredibleness in the eyes of everyone present. System, I'm ready to receive the blood, bones, and soul of monsters that you want, no less than heroic. System, ready to receive what you want. Qi Lu looked at Tianlei expressionlessly and shouted in his mind. In the sky, who knows if the Red Moon Wolf King will be wiped out into ashes. The Heavenly Thunder Order needs to inject the breath of the target in order to lock the target. The reason why Qi Lu went to take the attack of the Red Moon Wolf King head-on was to collect the breath of the Red Moon Wolf King and inject it into the Heavenly Thunder Order. System, the quest item has been submitted successfully, and the temporary quest Powerful Warcraft has been completed. The reward will be distributed after the host returns to the store. After Qi Lu reminded him. The system moves much faster than expected. When the thunder fell, it directly wiped out the vitality of the Red Moon Wolf King. Even a half-step powerhouse-level magical beast, under the order of thunder, is like an ant and has no resistance. What a terrible power this is. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King. The Scarlet Moon Wolf King disappeared, and in his thunder, disappeared. And Jiuyou and Haiming, who were closest to Tianlei, only felt cold all over. The blood in the whole body is almost half cold. This is Tianlei. What a terrifying power this is. It is able to instantly annihilate a half-step powerhouse-level monster. If it hits him, I am afraid it will also turn into fly ash. Qi, Manager Qi, what is this method? Heaven, Tianlei. The power that Manager Qi shows every time is amazing and shocking. Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu, and Ling Ao looked at each other. There was undisguised shock on his face. Previously, they were still wondering if Qi Lu would tear up the Scarlet Moonwolf King again, just like the bone-tearing dragon last time. At least they weren't surprised if they were mentally prepared. But, who would have thought? This time, Qi Lu didn't come to melee at all, and directly killed the Red Moonwolf King with a thunderbolt. This move almost subverted the worldview of the three. Double cultivation of magic and martial arts? No, it's impossible. Fighting spirit and magic power cannot coexist in the same human body, this ice and iron rule that cannot be broken. It is also the rule of this plane. That means. Gu Pingchuan looked at Ren Gongxiu and Ling Ao, and the expressions of the three were equally solemn. Combined with the previous battle of Qi Li's bone-shattering dragon, and this time, the act of directly summoning Tianlei to kill the Red Moon Wolf King. That proves a point. Qi Lu is based on the magician class, and has tempered his body to the extent that he can shake a bone dragon. Once this idea came out, it was completely unstoppable. Because other than that, there is no better explanation. This time, the three of them thought of another class, which was the class that was the most difficult to deal with under the arena of the Battle Power Enhancement Arena. Battle Mage. Is a Battle Mage really feasible? To be able to cultivate to the level of a battle mage like store manager Qi, what a monster. No matter how shocked Fu Pingchuan and others were. After the thunder, it was discovered that the Red Moon Wolf King had completely disappeared, and Bailey Fenghua, who had lost his breath, was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. Is this the strength of Manager Qi? Although Bailey Fenghua had heard about Qi Li's strength when he was in Qi Li's store, how powerful it was. But that's a rumor after all. Bailey Fenghua, the suzerain of swordsmen sect, naturally does not believe in such rumors. However, today, after seeing Qi Li's strength with his own eyes, Bailey Fenghua discovered that the rumors in the store seemed to be missing. The strength of this store manager, Qi, is much stronger than the rumors. In Qi Li's hands, a dignified monster of a half-step powerhouse level could not even make a move. This level of powerhouse, in the eastern wilderness, is simply a rampant existence. To be able to nest in a small cloud city, open a magical shop, and in Adishianto being principled, there is no such thing as a strong man. This is really admirable. It's great that I didn't provoke Manager Qi at the beginning. Lu Jingyao also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then, as if he remembered something, he made a decision in his heart. In the future, I won't ask the outside world to discuss with the store manager Qi, just go to the New World mode to learn. Lu Jingyao praised his decision. Okay, righteousness is done. The rest, you can solve it yourself, it should be fine. Qi Li said with a bit of pain after getting the notification sound of the completion of the task. In order to complete this temporary task, Qi Li reluctantly consumed a Skythunder token. The purchase price is the Tianlei Ling of 100,000 spirit crystals. If it was put on the shelf for sale, the price of 500,000 spirit crystals would be a low price. Many thanks to the manager, Qi, for his righteous action. If we can't solve the next thing, wouldn't it be too disappointing for Manager Qi's help this time? Bailey Fenghua bowed his hands and thanked him. Looking at Qi Lu, there was awe in his eyes. Sect Master Bailey is very polite. Since there is nothing to do, I will leave first. Qi Lu also bowed his hands politely. Although the use of a thunder order made Qi Lu very painful, although Lu Jingyao had said before that he would pay Qi Lu a satisfactory reward. But this kind of thing, Qi Lu itself is not easy to mention. A dignified powerhouse who can kill even a half-step powerhouse-level monster with a wave of his hand. Even after the battle, he openly asked for a reward. Then Qi Lu has to lose face, the cold image that has been established for a long time, didn't it collapse in an instant? Manager Qi, walk slowly. Sword Master has a lot of business left now. After I've dealt with it, I'll go to the store to thank Manager Qi. Bailey Fenghua obviously did not forget the reward. If such a strong person can use the spirit crystal to make good friends, Bailey Fenghua will definitely not be able to ask for it. Talk later. Qi Li nodded slightly and didn't expect much. The empty boots opened the door of space, Qi Li stepped in and disappeared in front of Bailey Fenghua. Store manager Qi really came here to act bravely on this trip, and he didn't mention any remuneration at all. It really deserves to be a role model among the strong, a model among the powerful. Bailey Fenghua looked at the place where Qi Li disappeared and couldn't help sighing. If every strong man can be as benevolent and righteous as store manager Qi, how can there be so many things? The Scarlet Moon Wolf King has been eliminated, so please take the trouble of the three to help me capture the 3 remnants of the Shadow Palace. After Bailey Fenghua sighed with emotion, he did not forget what to do next. For in Joyo and others, it would be better to capture them alive than tackle them on the spot. If the secrets of the Shadow Palace and future plans can be interrogated from Joyo and others, that would be a great thing. With a little effort, Sect Master Bailey doesn't have to be polite. Staying aside, the scarred guardian puppet nodded and cupped his hands. Although the guardian puppet was defeated by the Red Moon Wolf King, it was still no problem to take down Enjoyo and the others whose fighting spirit had already been exhausted. This is also one of the advantages of guardian dolls. Because guardian dolls are fighting machines that are condensed from magic. So there is no such thing as fighting spirit and magic power. The basic attributes that are comparable to those of heroic powerhouses are all possessed by the guardian dolls themselves, and do not need the blessing of vindictiveness. As long as the guardian doll is not smashed, the combat power will hardly be weakened. But Enjoyo and the others were heartbroken when they saw that Xuanhuan killed the Red Moon Wolf King in seconds. In the hands of the three guardian dolls, there was no resistance at all, and they were captured alive. Yujianzong, it won't be easy. Shadow Palace is by no means as simple as you think. After Enjoyo was captured by the guardian puppet, he was sent to Bailey Fenghua with an extremely cold look in his eyes. No matter how powerful the Shadow Palace is, you can't see it. Bailey Fenghua said coldly. Regarding Enjoyo's words, although I have some concerns in my heart, I also know that this matter must be taken seriously. Whether Yujianzong suffered this catastrophe and could be reborn from the ashes mostly depends on the prestige of the suzerain. Break the seal of trial and imprison. Bailey Fenghua didn't say anything more to Enjoyo, left these words in a cold voice, and went back to Yujianzong's mountain gate. The seal of trial is the source of the cultivator's strength. If the seal of trial is broken, it means losing the recognition of the power of heaven and earth. The skills once embedded in the seal of trial will disappear, and the vindictive energy and magic will also dissipate. Dealing with cultivators and breaking the seal of trial is more painful than killing them. Once you have power, you will never want to become weak again. However, if you want to break the seal of trial, unless you have no resistance against it, you have lost control of the seal of trial. Otherwise, it's really hard to do. Therefore, in many cases, it is much more convenient to kill directly than to break the seal of trial. Only this time, there are indeed too many things about the Shadow Palace hidden in the fog. Bailey Fenghua had to leave the lives of Enjoyo and others. As for Anjiuyu, Haiming, and Morong Song, these three heroes, if they didn't break the seal of trial, Bailey Fenghua would not dare to imprison them in Yujianzong. Enjoyo and others who were shattered by the seal of trial and lost their fighting spirit. The remaining power is definitely no stronger than a professional class. Even if the swordsman sect was mostly broken, it was still easy to find a dungeon. The iron chain made of steel bars the thickness of the thumb was enough for the three of Enjoyo to extinguish their thoughts of escaping. Today's matter, thank you three for your help. In front of Yujianzong Zongman, Bailey Fenghua once again thanked Gu Pingchuan and others. The group of monsters gathered at the foot of the mountain had long been scared away by the terrifying thunder. Sect Master Bailey is very polite. If I really want to thank you, Manager Qi has done much more than us. Gu Pingchuan is not greedy for merit. Sometimes, being realistic is more important. No, what the three have done is no less than that of the store manager, Qi. If you stay here, there will be a big reward. Bailey Fenghua insisted. Regarding the matter of the Red Moon Wolf King, Bailey Fenghua understood the difficulties of the three Gu Pingchuan. In fact, pulling them into the sect battle is already wrong for Bailey Fenghua. Between the major forces, even if there is an intersection, it is in the general trend, when the catastrophe is approaching. Otherwise, Donghuang would be really messed up. In the event of this catastrophe, Yujianzong will not be broken or established, and will be reborn from the ashes in the future. At this time it is time for everything to be rebuilt. The great report that Sect Master Bailey said should be discussed later. Right now, the swordsman sect needs you to preside over the overall situation. Ling Ao stepped forward and said it sincerely. If Yujianzong restores its former glory, then the Huangyuan Empire can be regarded as an additional powerful ally. Ling Ao still can't do the thing that draws wages from the bottom of the pot. Yes, there is no need to entertain us, and now is not the time. Since the people of the Shadow Palace have already been executed, then I will leave first. Ren Gongxiu also stepped forward and said aloud. Bailey Fenghua nodded, but did not make a sound to hold back. Right now, the entire Imperial Sword sect is in a half-destroyed state, and it's really not a good place to entertain people. And after that, and Jiuyo and Haiming will be interrogated. And clean up all the disciples of Edgeworth's sect who have the hard-off trail. Especially Morongsong's lineage. Moreover, the most important thing is that the dark sun buried by the Shadow Palace must be notified to all sects. Otherwise, when Anzi of the Shadow Palace strikes, not every sect has the strength of Swordsman sect. Not every sect can find so many helpers. Sect Master, Shuiziki has disappeared. Lu Jingya, who went to clean up the disciples of Morongsong's lineage, Kamito the main hall of the sect master and said in a deep voice. Shuiziki was a direct disciple of Morongsong. If there is no problem with Shuiziki, then Bailey Fenghua would not believe it if he was beaten to death. Disappeared? He saw more opportunities than his master. Bailey Fenghua frowned, but he didn't say much after all. If Shuiziki wanted to leave, he would have left long ago, and looking for him now would not help. Compared with Morongsong, Shuiziki knew that he only had the strength of a grandmaster, and he couldn't help at all in the battle of the Shadow Palace night attack on Yujianzong. So when the incident happened, he left Swordsman sect overnight. Mingzhi is safe. This is not fear of death, but self-knowledge. Take good care of Jiuyo and Haiming. I'm worried that things will change. I see. Qi Lu left the store in an hour or two. There are broken empty boots, saving time on the road. In fact, the battle will not miss much time. Boss, welcome back. Yu Xiar greeted Qi Lu with a smile on her face. It's still comfortable in the store. Qi Lu smiled at Yu Xiar, and then took a bottle of cold beer to quench her thirst. This time, it may be able to clean up for a while. After Bailey Fenghua has finished handling the matter of Yujianzong, there will probably be another batch of customers in the store. There are more than tens of thousands of disciples in the entire swordsman sect. There are only 5,000 booths in the store now, which may not be enough. In a few days, the store will probably be crowded again. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa and looked at the situation in the store. Although the students of the three major academies often come to the store, the affairs of the academy are still the majority. But even so, the area of the combat power improvement training room was full. There are also people hanging out in the shelf area from time to time. Male students look at equipment, and female students look at accessories. Pills are among the best sellers. Then there are the members of the Pet Card Research Guild who gather next to the pet card swap machine and talk eloquently. I heard that I don't know who spread it, saying that if you draw a card next to the pet card swap machine, the probability of getting a high-quality pet card will be higher. Qi Lu, who heard this rumor for the first time, also subconsciously asked the system. Then I immediately thought, how could such a thing happen? Isn't that treating the system as a fool? However, with a metaphysical event like card drawing, who can tell clearly? The hall of the store, at Qi Li's request, has also been expanded several times. And also added a lot of long leather sofas and benches. It is because there are sometimes too many customers coming to the store, and as a last resort, we have to wait in the lobby. However, now this hall is more like a restaurant. Those customers waiting for the booth, with one hand of instant noodles in one hand and one hand of Sprite, ate more than anyone else. The sales of other snacks and beverages are also not bad. In this peaceful time, drinks and snacks sell much better than equipment and medicine pills. Manager Qi, I haven't seen it for so long. Your attainment in magic is much deeper than that of martial arts. Seeing that the live broadcast was over, Banjing looked at Qi Lu, half in surprise and half in awe. For Qi Li's strength, he is even more admired. This is probably also a thought with Gu Pingchuan and the other three. I feel that Qi Li's own class is a magician class. After all, in the New World mode, Qi Li's rank is a great magician, which cannot be concealed. However, with the rank of a magician, he could temper his body to the extent that he could shake a bone dragon, which completely exceeded his talent. It is simply a monster that is rare to see in 10,000 years. Admiration for this enchanting, not ashamed. Why did the headmaster say this? When Qi Lu heard this, he felt a little strange in his heart. I feel distressed for using a sky thunder for free. Why did this guy come to say such a thing? Then this is not a use of a sky thunder order in vain. It hasn't worked as a propaganda yet. If I knew it earlier, I really should have made it clear and told about Tian Leiling. Manager Qi doesn't have to be self-effacing. With such strength, he can be regarded as the #1 person in the eastern wilderness. Banjing said solemnly. As for Tian Leiling, let alone Banjing, who was watching the live broadcast. Not even in the nearby Bailey Fenghua. Besides, even if they saw Qi Lu use the Sky Thunder token, in their opinion, they would only think that the weapon used by Qi Lu was a little strange. It was simply impossible to imagine that the effect of the Sky Thunder order would be so amazing. No way, after all, Qi Li's strength. It's really bad news in the store. No one would doubt it at all. Darkness is coming soon. After closing the store, Qi Lu naturally urged the system in his mind. This time the temporary task, the reward is not much, and the reward is not much. But as long as he can get more rewards from the system, Qi Lu is always happy. System, don't hide it, the rewards are all ready. Qi Lu carried the towel and walked into the bathroom. System, the host can receive quest rewards at any time. Bathing is the most important ritual, before receiving rewards. I should have promised the system before and received the holiday benefits of Qingming Festival. Maybe I can still burn incense and clean my hands now. Qi Lu thought, while wiping the drops of water on his body. System, let's start, smoke snacks first. Putting the towel around his neck, Qi Lu sat on the edge of the bed and shouted in his mind. System, snack extraction is ready, host, please extract rewards. What appeared in front of Qi Lu was a very familiar lottery. It feels like the lottery that drew the drink last time. It's not a good memory. But don't sign me for another level of black coffee. Qi Lu grabbed the lottery tube, took a deep breath, and then started shaking. The lottery cards in the lottery tube swayed and collided, making a crashing sound. Sounds a little intoxicating. Bah. Soon, a lottery card was shaken out of the lottery tube. Qi Lu was quick-witted, and before the sign landed, he picked up the sign and took a closer look. This time, the number of words is more, a full 7 small characters. Colorful and fruity pizza. This time, Qi Lu no longer doubts, and has already started to have a headache. The snacks that are drawn out now are less and less like snacks. Instead, it was like a dinner. Are these two systems seeking transformation? Do you think that the current industrial structure of the store is not profitable enough, so you want to become a fast food restaurant? Then the area of the store lobby may not be enough. System, I have a small proposal. Qi Lu thought and said in his mind. System, host, please speak. After tasting the sweetness a few times, the system will generally not refute Qi Li's proposal. As long as you can earn spirit crystals, anything can be said. I suggest expanding the store lobby a bit, removing most of the sofas, adding benches and armchairs, and adding a sufficient number of small round tables. As Qi Lu spoke, he conceived in his mind. Slowly, sketch out the layout of the expanded store lobby. Qi Lu knew that the system could see his thoughts. This also saves Qi Lu from having to draw the design again. A long leather sofa is actually a thing that takes up a lot of space. At least 3 benches can be placed on the bench. After removing a lot of long leather sofas, you can save a lot of space for small round tables. Just set it up. Qi Lu is not turning the store lobby into a restaurant, but a fast food area. Bacon sandwiches, fried chicken wings, double cheese beef burgers, vanilla ice cream cones, and now a colorful fruity pizza, enough to open a fast food restaurant. There is a small round table, which is also convenient for customers. The most important thing is to generate income. The reason is very simple. If there is no table, it will be inconvenient to buy too many snacks. But with the small round table, it is natural to have all you can eat. And with the current number of customers, there are those customers who wait in the lobby every day, and they don't have to worry about the revenue problem in the fast food area. It can also attract the guys from the Pet Card Research Guild. It is better to have a small round table, buy a bunch of snacks and drinks, and then chat, rather than squatting and chatting. Qi Lu talked about the benefits. The system immediately agreed. Although these two systems are a little greedy for money, they are still vigorous and resolute in doing things. After agreeing to Qi Lu, he quickly renovated the hall on the first floor as Qi Lu imagined. The layout is completely an enlarged version of a fast food restaurant. The only difference is that there is no order counter. If you want to eat, go to the snack vending machine and drink vending machinito, buy it yourself. As long as it comes to spirit crystals, the speed of these two systems is faster than anyone else's. Qi Lu was deeply moved by this. Then click on the detailed properties of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Colorful fruit pizza, colorful fruits, delicious cheese, endless deliciousness, bring the most extreme enjoyment. Eating colorful fruit-flavored pizzas for a long time can greatly increase the affinity of all elements of the eater. Price, 1 set of 50 spirit crystals. Full element affinity. Another superb attribute. Compared with the vanilla ice cream cone, which can only improve the affinity of the ice element, the special effect of the colorful fruit pizza is much stronger. All elemental affinity means that it is useful for all magician classes. It is the dream food of all magician classes, special effects. Although, the price of a colorful fruit-flavored pizza is the same as the price of a double cheese beef burger. But 50 spirit crystals, for most cultivators, can still be taken out by gritting their teeth. After all, a hero-level magic core is worth 100 spirit crystals. With this powerful special effect, I have more confidence in the fast food area. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, still thinking about it. To make suggestions, even if you don't earn spirit crystals, at least you won't lose money. Otherwise, there is no way to convince this greedy herby system. I'm going to draw a new drink. While thinking, Qi Lu looked at the lottery in his hand. By the way, guess what method the system is going to use this time to let itself draw a drink? Host, drink extraction is ready, please continue to extract drinks. What? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly raised his hand for a sign. You don't mean to let me continue to use this lottery to draw drinks? Exactly. The expression on Qi Li's face disappeared instantly. Even if it is to save costs, you can at least do it. This kind of perfunctory method really gave Qi Lu a headache. It seems to have a kind of black box operation feeling. Okay, just use this one. Qi Lu rubbed his temples, stopped shaking the lottery in his hand, and directly reached out and took a lottery out of it. Glancing at the words above, the three big characters blinded Qi Li's titanium alloy dog eyes. Mineral water. Clap clap clap. Qi Lu couldn't help putting down the things in his hand and concentrated on applauding the system. In the past, Qi Lu could still say that although the system's definition of snacks is somewhat biased, at least the drink is still the same drink. But now, Qi Lu really wanted to give himself a mouth. When can mineral water be considered a drink? This two-stroke system used to only have a not-sober understanding of snacks. But at least under Qi Li's wise decision, it can be transformed into fast food. However, now this two-stroke system is really getting better and better. Did you insult your IQ directly with mineral water? System, I may need an explanation. After Qi Lu applauded, he suddenly felt a little toothache. Also had a headache from a toothache. However, the system probably felt that it was wrong, and after Qi Lu asked aloud, it did not intend to show up at all. After waiting for a while, Qi Lu let out a sigh. I suddenly felt that it was really tiring to compare with an Irby system with insufficient IQ. Is it because he has been with this guy with a serious lack of IQ for a long time, causing his IQ to decline? Is there really any law of conservation of IQ? Qi Lu did not know. Can only silently open the detailed properties of mineral water. Mineral water, the purest source of water, brings the purest power and the purest delicacy. Drinking mineral water for a long time can wash the impurities in the drinker's body and slightly improve the drinker's cultivation qualification. Price, 30 spirit crystals per bottle. What? Qi Lu almost suspected that he had read it wrong. This mineral water actually enhances the cultivation qualifications of the drinker. Cultivation aptitude is something that is predestined. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who would never be able to step into the threshold of a cultivator for the rest of their lives. Aren't those wealthy merchants and nobles powerless? Can't find the treasures of heaven and earth? However, even so, it cannot change his cultivation aptitude. Whether you can cultivate or not is something that is predestined from birth. However, at this moment, this iron rule changed by a bottle of mineral water. This is not to mention genuine mineral water. With this special effect, even if it is horse urine, some people are rushing to drink it. And not to mention the price of 30 spirit crystals, even if it is 300 spirit crystals, 3,000 spirit crystals. There are still people robbing. And it's still the kind of robbery that is in short supply. Qi Lu now only feels that the price of this mineral water is really low. Although I don't agree that mineral water is a drink, I really agree with the special effects of mineral water. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. Whether it can be called a drink or not is a matter of principle. But the special effects are different. This is the only bright spot of mineral water, and it is a bright spot that can overcome all the shortcomings. After all, Qi Lu didn't think that a bottle of mineral water could taste good. Since you can't make a good drink, you can only make a good product. Qi Lu, who had concerns in his heart, didn't bother to think about it again. He put the lottery box beside the bed and was taken back by the system. By the way, I remember that there is another equipment synthesis blueprint. Show it to me. Qi Lu recalled the rewards that he had previously pitted in the hands of the system, and suddenly said. Snacks and drinks are what Qi Lu wants. Food can always be the sustenance of the soul. In this foreign land, I cherish the longing that is deep in my memory. And the equipment synthesis blueprint, if the attributes are good enough, it can become another best-selling product. I just hope it's not like the 7 deadly sins again, a piece of equipment that anyone can use. System, Equipment Synthesis Blueprint, for Seasons Rotation, has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. The prompt sound fell, and a spar appeared in front of Qi Lu. It is the same as the synthetic blueprint of the last 7 deadly sins. You have to get the equipment synthesizer below and load it to see the specific attributes. Just go down and see how the fast food area is laid out. Qi Lu put on loose clothes and came to the first floor. In the shop hall, which was widened to say twice the size, there were a lot of small round tables. Around the small round table, there are armchairs or benches. The distance between the small round tables is also just right, neither making people feel crowded nor wasting any space. Although the design was proposed by Qi Lu. However, in terms of space utilization, the system is still relatively powerful. After all, if you put an extra small round table, you can earn more spirit crystals. As a system that is greedy for money, it is natural to use the Spacito the Extreme. This way, the entire store goes from left to right. It became the shelf area, the fast food area, and the combat power improvement training room area. Between these three large areas, there are two smaller areas. One is a snack vending machine next to the counter and a drink vending machine. This place is adjacent to the fast food area, and there are usually many customers in line. The other is the pet card swap machine area next to the store door. This is also close to the fast food area. This is also what Qi Lu intends to do. After all, a lot of people are squatting in front of the store, even if they are not blocking the road, it is not so beautiful. Might as well put some tables and some stools for them to sit on. And next to the pet card swap machine is the equipment synthesizer. However, although this thing looks full of technology, it is a rare high-end commodity sales place in the store. There are very few customers who usually come here. The main reason is that there are not many customers who can use treasure-level equipment. Moreover, in the current equipment synthesizer, there is only one synthesis scheme of the 7 deadly sins. After all, not everyone is a swordsman, and not everyone is a hero. Unless it is envious of the high attack power of the 7 deadly sins, no one will synthesize such a weapon with no outstanding attributes. Confirm to load the synthetic blueprint of the 4-season rotation equipment. Qi Lu put the spar in his hand into the screen equipped with the synthesizer with one palm. This extremely magical loading method appears on this kind of high-tech machine, and it is really hard not to complain. Seeing that the second synthesis scheme appeared on the screen, Qi Li immediately clicked in. Synthesis scheme, 4 seasons rotation. Equipment required for synthesis: helmet, spring's run, armor, summer's lie, leg plates, autumn's abundance, boots, winter's cold. Synthesis cost, 12,000 spirit crystals. For seasons rotation, treasure level increases the user's physical defense and magic defense by a large amount, and is immune to all physical and magical attacks below the occupation rank. Greatly improves the user's strength and physical attributes. Additional skills: Song of the Seasons. Song of the 4 Seasons, active skill. After entering the battle, 4 groups of energy will be generated in the 4 seasons rotating armor, and the form can be freely changed according to the user's mind. When a certain energy is exhausted, it will not be able to transform into that form during this battle. Song of the Seasons, the power of spring. Convert half of the damage the user takes into a protective barrier. During the existence of the protective barrier, it will continue to heal the user's injuries and restore the user's vindictive energy or magic power. Song of the Seasons, power of summer. Convert half of the damage the user takes to fire magic and bounce it back to the attacker. Song of the Seasons, the power of autumn. Focus on the user, open the harvest field, and continuously restore the fighting spirit and magic power of all allies in the field. The maximum number of allies is 10,000. Song of the Seasons, the power of winter. Focus on the user, open the frigid field, and reduce the basic attributes of all enemy troops in the field by 10%. The maximum number of enemies is 10,000. Restrictions on use: Grandmaster Pinnacle, all warriors, and knights. Good stuff. Qi Li's eyes straightened. Although it has been known for a long time, this 4-season rotation must be a new treasure-level equipment. But Qi Li never expected that the attributes of the rotation of the 4 seasons would be so good. The appearance of the 4 seasons is a piece of armor, and its basic attributes are quite satisfactory. It has improved a lot of double resistance, and by the way, it is immune to all physical attacks and magic attacks below the professional class. The shape of the 4 seasons is a half-body armor with a rebellious shape. The basic attributes possessed are quite satisfactory. While improving a lot of double resistance, by the way, it is immune to all physical attacks and magic attacks below the professional rank. This is nothing. You must know that Qi Li's keel armor, even if it is a heroic attack, can be immune to most of them. For the peak of the Grandmaster level, although the attack of the professional class is harmful, it is definitely not as high as it is. The 4 Seasons rotation armor comes with this attribute, which is to prevent a large number of professional classes from besieging the master class, thus causing the master class to lose. After all, the gap between the master class and the professional class is not as insurmountable as the hero class and the master class. Hero-level powerhouse, that is already reborn, raising the level of strength. Therefore, these basic attributes of the 4-season rotation armor can only be said to be quite satisfactory. However, the skill attached to the 4 Seasons rotation armor, Song of the Seasons, is an extremely supermodel active skill. Among them, the power of spring and the power of summer are used for single-player combat. However, the power of autumn and the power of winter are quasi-magical skills for the army to fight. After the wind-treading domain activated by the White Horse, this domain-style skill appeared. Windwalker Field is used to enhance marching speed. The power of autumn and Song of 4 Seasons can greatly strengthen the group's ability to continue fighting. The winter power of Song of the Seasons can weaken the enemy's basic attributes by a full 10%. But don't underestimate the 10% of the basic attributes. In a situation where the two armies are at war and their combat strength is comparable, this 10% basic attribute is what decides victory or defeat, and decides life and death. And, most importantly, the use of the 4 Seasons rotary armor is limited. Just the peak of the master level. Among the major forces, more or less can find a few, or even a dozen. Moreover, even if the number is small, this Grandmaster level peak is not a heroic level. As long as you have this potential and this qualification, you can get the resource pile. Although master level trial crystals are rare, they are nothing to big forces. It's not a heroic trial crystal. Moreover, the restrictions on the ranks of the 4 Season rotation armor are also very common for all warriors and knight ranks. After all, there is no magician who will wear armor to fight the enemy hand-to-hand. The attributes of the 4 Season rotation armor are much stronger than the 7 deadly sins. Qi muttered to himself with emotion. Compared to the 7 deadly sins that were almost unpopular before, Qi was sure that the 4 Season rotation armor was definitely the best seller. To synthesize equipment, for rare level armors are required, with a total of 16,000 spirit crystals. Plus the synthesis cost of 12,000 spirit crystals. Then, the total price of a 4 Season rotation armor is 28,000 spirit crystals. Compared to the total price of the 7 deadly sins, 19,800 spirit crystals are, indeed, a lot more expensive. But in terms of cost performance, it is definitely the 4 Season rotating armor that wins. And still win. However, when it comes to the shortcomings of the 4 Seasons rotating armor, there is indeed one. It is the energy of the Song of the Seasons. The description of the skill Song of the Seasons makes it very clear that after entering the battle, 4 groups of energy will be generated in the armor of the 4 Seasons. And when a certain energy is exhausted, it will not be able to transform into that form in this battle. This is probably the only shortcoming of the 4 Seasons rotary armor. The 4 forms of spring, summer, autumn and winter will be limited by the energy of these 4 groups. Therefore, learning to properly transform the form of the 4 Season rotation armor will be a required course for a long time. But this doesn't need Qi to worry. Although there are such small shortcomings, but the flaws do not hide the advantages. From Qi Li's point of view, the 4 Season rotation armor is still a treasure-level armor with supermodel attributes. Very good, system, you finally have your conscience once, and you didn't foam with a treasure-level weapon like the 7 deadly sins. Qi Li clapped his hands and said happily. Even if you get it, you can earn it. Originally, Qi Li just wanted to get some gadgets out, but he didn't expect to give it directly to the big guy. Probably because of the embarrassment of the system for the mineral water that appeared earlier. In this way, the system's cognition of beverages has not been particularly biased. Can be rescued. Sheila, why are you on the first floor? Hey, how did the hall on this floor become like this? Just as Ji Lu was thinking and sighing, a milky voice came from the corridor. Shao Shu, it's so late, are you down all night? Sheila didn't need to turn his head, he knew who the voice belonged to. Xuanhuan, who had slept all day, got up in the middle of the night, she must be full of sleep. Hey, it's been a long time since the summer bash is over, and I'll have to look at the market now. Xuanhuan seemed to explain, but also to complain. After the guild warehouse was opened and the character backpack expansion was opened, Xuanhuan immediately expanded her backpack to 200 squares. However, because the Kitten Guild is engaged in the great job of a game merchant, only Moonfrost's know. And there are really not many members in the Kitten Guild. Therefore, the matter of opening the guild warehouse was temporarily put on hold. However, Xuanhuan still had to pay attention to the ups and downs in the trading system. By the way, you come down now, it won't be the New World mode that will be updated again. Xuanhuan skillfully bought a bottle of black coffee from the beverage vending machine, then squatted on the small round table, looking at Sheila very alertly. Although Xuanhuan was surprised by the changes in the store lobby, she didn't care much. Now eat well and sleep well, don't be afraid. And there is a lot of spiritual crystal to earn. For Xuanhuan, this is a very satisfying life. For the devouring cat, whose ancestors have been alone for generations, this kind of day, although I dare not say that there will be no future. But at least it's unprecedented. You want to steal information from me again? Sheila raised an eyebrow. Xuanhuan has such a big face in the Merchant Guild, and Sheila can be said to have contributed. How can it be? Really not updated? Xuanhuan took a sip of black coffee, stretched out her pink tongue and licked the fluff around her mouth, and said with a smirk. Okay, you go first, I'll come to you later. Sheila waved his hand. Even if it is not updated, you have to look at it first. After all, there has been no activity recently, so we have to let the customers take it easy. Oh, is it really not updating? Xuanhuan was a little disappointed, but she still didn't give up. TSK, don't be in such a hurry to speculate. Sheila raised the back of Xuanhuan's neck with a smile, and grasped the soft white hair in his hand, which was extremely comfortable to the touch. The other hand grabbed the black coffee, and then carried Xuanhuan to a booth. Why can't I move? Lu, let me go, you can't treat a poor kitten like this. Xuanhuan was lifted by the back of her neck by Lu, and her whole body suddenly felt stiff. When catching a cat, lifting the back of the neck is one of the most suitable techniques. It can instantly stop all the movements of the cat without hurting the kitten. Of course, this method is limited to cats that can be lifted with one hand. If bitten by a big cat, Sheila said that he could not help. Throwing Xuanhuan into the booth, Sheila returned to the lobby and brought a colorful fruit-flavored pizza and mineral water. Finally, it tastes like a fast food restaurant. Sheila sat beside the small round table and said with some nostalgia. I used to sit in a fast food restaurant like this. Eating unhealthy fried foods and drinking fizzy drinks full of calories and sugar. Running around for a living. But not like now, can easily eat and wait to die. When Sheila thought of this, he felt that maybe he was lucky. The packaging of the colorful fruit pizza is a flat square cardboard box. After punching the card, the pizza inside was revealed. 9 inches in size, enough for an adult to eat. It's no wonder that you dare to sell 50 spirit crystals, the weight is really not bad. Sheila took a look at the colorful fruit-flavored pizza in the box, which was topped with thick cheesy cheese. And under the cheese is colorful fruit flesh. Pineapple, mangosteen, coconut, apple, cantaloupe, kiwi, etc. And so on. It made Sheila very suspicious that these messy fruits could really be eaten together. With a skeptical and sophisticated attitude, Qilu divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8, picked up one piece, and put it into his mouth. Take a bite. In an instant, the sweetness of various fruits burst out in Qilu's mouth, and instantly swept Qilu's taste buds. Under the background of the rich taste of cheese and cheese, the fruit flavors that merged together at first burst out together and then gradually separated. Layer upon layer, sweet and fragrant, without interfering with each other. At that moment, Qilu was like entering a fruit garden. The breeze is blowing on the face, and the fragrance of the fruit comes to the nostrils, which makes people involuntarily indulge in it. As expected of the colorful fruit flavor, it really refreshed my perception of fruit flavor. Qilu let out a long breath. It is full of fruity fragrance. It has to be said that although these messy fruits add up, the color is really pleasing to the eye. But Qilu, who recognized these fruits, looked very bad. However, in terms of taste, it subverted Qilu's imagination. However, this kind of hodgepodge of practices is what this magical system can do. Ordinary people should not imitate it. Pizza with mineral water, okay. After eating the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, Qilu picked up the mineral water at hand. As always, the 500 milliliter size glass bottle. Open the cap and pour mineral water into your mouth. Wild drinking is suitable for mineral water. This taste, it seems, a little sweet. Qilu smacked his mouth, and an advertisement suddenly popped up in his mind. To be honest, the taste of this mineral water is similar to that of ordinary boiled water, but it has an unexpected sweetness. Refreshing. But other than that, there is no other flavor. It seems that even the system can't make the mineral water taste so good. However, it is this sweet and delicious taste that is the true meaning of mineral water. Qilu put down the glass bottle in his hand. My heart became much calmer. The purest delicacy. Washes away impurities from the body of the drinker. It seems that the taste of this mineral water is not as bland as I imagined. Although it's not really a drink, it has a different flavor, not bad. Qilu looked at the glass bottle in his hand with admiration, and then drank it. And after supper, Qilu also entered the New World mode. After all, there is still one last reward that has not been claimed. The fourth large map of the New World mode can be opened at any time. System, introduce the fourth big map, and then help me open it alone. I'll go explore the path first. Qilu said in his mind. System, host, please wait. System, the fourth big map has been opened, please enter the New World mode and explore on your own. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sound of the system rang again. The system prompts that after defeating the guardian puppets on the 4th, 5th and 6th floors of the puppet maze, there will be a chance to drop teleportation array fragments. After collecting 28 teleportation array fragments, you can open Xuanhuan teleportation array leading to the fourth big map. Teleportation array fragments. Qilu suddenly remembered the teleportation array fragment in his backpack. It was the item that was dropped when the guardian doll on the 6th floor of the doll maze was defeated for the first time. Qilu immediately opened the backpack. Then I found that the introduction of the teleportation array fragments had changed. Teleportation array fragments. After collecting 28 teleportation array fragments, a one-way teleportation array will open to the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. Boy, don't you really want to go on a trip that just goes away? The fourth big map, Shadow Assassin Portal. It turns out that this is the teleportation array that completed the fourth big map. Qilu looked at this teleportation array fragment with a face full of astonishment. At that time, the system has already thought about the content of the fourth big map. It's a pity that in the introduction of the teleportation array fragments at that time, it just said that a teleportation array that does not know where to go will be opened. So Qilu didn't care too much. And the drop rate of this thing is really touching. It's downright ridiculously low. 28 slices. Qile rubbed his chin, and then resolutely contacted Xuanhuan. Shao Shu, you have business, do you want to do it? What business? You? Xuanhuan's reply was very fast, almost in seconds. This kind of thing is answered in seconds, or the other party is interested in you. Or, the other party has nothing to do now. Therefore, it seems that at this time, Xuanhuan should still be scanning the goods in the trading system, and did not go to the map. Yes, it's me. Teleportation array fragments, do you have them there? Qile immediately asked. Yes, but not much, because I don't know what use this thing is, so I don't dare to stock up. Xuanhuan opened her backpack and searched for it, then replied. Before Qile did not let the system announce the information of the fourth big map, the introduction of the teleportation array fragments in the hands of others would not change. It is still opening a teleportation array that does not know where to go. Wait, you suddenly want this thing, don't tell me. Xuanhuan saw half of it, and suddenly there was a flash of inspiration. I have to say that game merchants have a keen sense of smell. Yes, this thing is useful, and it is a necessity for the next stage, you can stock up. Qile reluctantly returned. At this time, there is no way to hide Xuanhuan. It's easier to sell personal favors directly. This is a big business opportunity. How many fragments of the teleportation array do you want, and if the number is small, it will be given to you for free. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and the beard, beside her lips, curled up. 25 tablets are enough. Qile has also brushed the puppet maze so many times. Although the explosion rate of the teleportation array fragments is touching, it is not zero after all. 25 pieces. Forget it, such a big news is for you. Xuanhuan endured the pain and sent Qile a request for a private transaction window. Although the purpose of the teleportation array fragments is unknown. But this impressive explosion rate also kept the price of the teleportation array fragments from falling. 25 teleportation formation fragments were worth at least 1,000 spirit crystals. It's strange that Xuanhuan doesn't hurt. It's not your fault, don't come out in such a pitiful way. After Qile accepted the private transaction window, his expression was quite helpless. That's it, I have to continue to scan the goods. I only learned the news tonight, and I have to discuss it with the Merchant Guild tomorrow. After Xuanhuan sent the fragments of the legendary formation, she immediately disconnected. So as not to get emotional. Shao Shu is much more generous than the system. Qile thought silently in his heart, and then clicked to synthesize the fragments of the teleportation array, which became a one-way teleportation array. One-way teleportation array, a one-time item that opens the one-way teleportation array leading to the fourth big map, Shadow Assassin's entrance. This is a trip that is unlikely to return, are you ready? If the content is similar, Qile is used to it. After leading to the next big map, under normal circumstances, there is no way to return to the previous big map. After all, in the New World mode, the level is still very important. Regardless of whether you can gain experience after returning to a low-level map. At least in the matter of taking someone over a dungeon, there will indeed be a great advantage after the level is high. Therefore, this approach is also to prevent this from happening. Of course, another purpose is to prevent high-level players from bullying low-level players. Although no fighting can take place in the safe zone. But it is difficult to guarantee that after leaving the safe area, it will not be blocked outside the copy. Confirm use. Qile clicked in the backpack to use the one-way teleportation array. The magic pattern belonging to the one-way teleportation array immediately appeared at Qile's feet, and then a bright light rose. This teleportation is an irreversible process, players please be prepared. Transmission begins. White light flashed. Qile's eyes were instantly plunged into darkness. Immediately afterwards, the surroundings slowly became brighter, and a huge purple-gold door appeared in front of Qi Lu. On the purple-gold gate, there is a huge plaque. There are 6 characters engraved on it. Shadow Assassin Portal. Then, the information about this big map was passed into Qi Li's mind. Entering the purple-gold gate, there will be a wide road. Ahead is the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. Here, it belongs to the territory of Shadow Assassins. The further you go, the higher the level of the Shadow Assassins that haunt, and the stronger the Shadow Assassination technique you have. The Shadow Assassin entrance is the territory of the Shadow Assassin. The further you go, the higher the level of Shadow Assassin that appears. And the Shadow Assassin has is stronger. So after walking through the purple-gold door, never take it lightly. Because no one knows when the Shadow Assassin will appear. No one knows how the Shadow Assassin will appear. The most worth mentioning is that in the 4th big map, Shadow Assassin's entrance, there is no absolute safe zone. Unlike the first 3 sub-big maps, there will be an absolute safe zone. For example, the small village at the foot of the Goblin Mountains, the frontline city of the Ghost Warrior frontline. Adventurer's Town and Adal Labyrinth. In the absolute safe zone, no wild monsters will enter. Battles are also not allowed between players. In fact, it is not that fighting is not allowed, it is just that in the absolute safety zone, there is no way to cause damage. However, in the Shadow Assassin entrance, there is no such place. The system's explanation for this is that the assassination of assassins is regardless of location or location. As long as the spirit of the target is relaxed, there is an opportunity. Then the Shadow Assassin will shoot. This 4th large map really deserves to be called the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Even the fact that there is no safe zone is justifiable and convincing. Qi Lu spread his hands and was non-committal about the explanation of the system. Whoever believes this nonsense is stupid. Who knows what the system is thinking? If there is no safe zone in a normal online game, then the designer will not be scolded to death by the players. It's a pity that the New World mode was designed by the system with referencito Qi Li's memory, adhering to the spirit of playing if you love to play, and get out of it if you don't play. The reputation so far has been good. After all, there is no harm without comparison. The New World model is the only thing that has a monopoly advantage, and Noon really will say anything. How else would you say? Is it because the Body of Evil Spirits skill book can't be printed, or is the Guardian Doll skill book not good enough? Let's go and have a look first. Qi Lu looked at the purple golden door. This is the entrance to the Shadow Assassin's entrance. As long as you don't go in, the Shadow Assassin will not attack you. But even if you don't go inside, it's not a safe zone. Other players can still damage you. Guarding the barrier. Qi Lu took out his staff, released a layer of translucent shield on himself, and stepped into the purple golden gate with vigilance on his face. Can't prevent it. Although Qi Lu has confidence in his fighting awareness and fighting skills. But in the face of the system, it is better to be careful. After all, in the trial space opened up in the trial room, Qi Lu did not have a better time. Every trial mission can be regarded as a nightmare. This is enough to prove that in this regard, even if Qi Li's fighting skills and fighting consciousness are far superior to ordinary people, even hero-level powerhouses can be crushed. But in front of the system, it is still not enough to see. Whoosh dash. The purple gold gate is like an enchantment. The moment Qi Lu stepped in, a shadow rushed over. The flickering dagger seems to be talking about its sharpness. Ice thorns. Fireball. Wind blade. Qi Li's reaction was naturally not slow. The moment the shadow appeared, the staff was raised. The magic power gathered and turned into 3 magics in an instant. Blocked all Sombra's attack directions. Boom. Boom. The dark shadow who came by surprise was too late to avoid it, and was immediately hit by 3 magics. His blood was instantly emptied and he fell to the ground. After he fell, Qi Lu could see the black shadow clearly. He was dressed in night clothes and wore a black mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. But now, the light in his eyes has turned into a void. Is this the shadow assassin? First order shadow assassin? Qi Lu looked at the appearance of the fallen man, and his eyes suddenly fell on the dagger in his hand. On the handle of the knife, there is a flower-shaped one inscribed. It seems that shadow assassins are indeed graded. Qi Lu just wanted to go over and take a closer look. The shadow assassin who was killed turned into a black light, and then disappeared. This is refreshed. However, before Qi Lu was surprised, two more shadows appeared. Attacked Qi Lu. As the information passed into Qi Li's mind said, as long as the player spirit is relaxed, there is an opportunity. The shadow assassin will shoot without hesitation. TSK, what a hassle. Qi Lu understood. In the large map of the shadow assassin's entrance, there is no copy like the doll maze, only wild monsters. And the level of danger is much higher than that of the puppet maze. It really deserves to be the honorary product of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. The big map is more difficult than the other. Zhang Zhang is going for the purpose of improving his combat effectiveness. After Qi Lu explored forward for a short distance, he thought about going back. It is not to say how strong the shadow assassin has become after the level has increased. This is nothing to Qi Lu. However, as long as the spirit is a little slack, there will be shadow assassins appearing and assassinating, which makes Qi Lu feel extremely difficult. It is not an easy thing to be nervous all the time. After killing a shadow assassin again, an item similar in shape to a torch attracted Qi Li's attention. Campfire, a single-use item that lights a torch to form a temporary safe zone for 24 hours. Within the range illuminated by the torch, the shadow assassin will not attempt to assassinate. I see. After Qi Lu looked at the campfire in his hand, he suddenly realized. The terrain of the shadow assassin's entrance, looking down from the sky, is a road with no end in sight. Qi Lu has been walking on this road for several hours, but he has not seen any sense of the end. Moreover, the level of the shadow assassin has only just been upgraded to the 3rd level. In other words, trying to walk through the entire shadow assassin entrance in 4 hours is simply a dream. Therefore, this camp bonfire will appear. It is to take care of those players who need to log off in the shadow assassin entrance after the 4 hours a day is used up. Before going offline, light a campfire to make sure you don't get attacked. Thinking of this, Qi Lu no longer has the intention to continue exploring. Because the shadow assassin entrance can be used as a big map, the length off this road can never be completed in one night. Even without the interference of the shadow assassins, it is impossible to finish it in one night. It's almost enough to be able to explore so much information tonight. For the rest, let's wait for the 4th big map to open and continue to explore when there are more people. Let's go to sleep. Qi Lu put the campfire into his backpack. Then he turned back and ran out of the purple golden door. The next day. Because Qi Lu, who gave up all night and slept for a while, seemed in good spirits. After getting up in the morning, when I went downstairs, I met Yu Shi'er with a surprised face. Manager, is this the lobby? Yu Shi'er pointed at the small round tables and thought she was in the restaurant. It's nothing, it's just that the hall has been renovated into a fast food area. Qi Lu waved his hand and said lightly. This is no surprise. Anyway, Chila's store has never fixed what type of products it sells, and naturally it has not fixed a certain development direction. By the way, there were 2 new products last night. If anyone asks, Rememberto introduced them. Qi Li's words paused, and then said aloud. One is colorful fruit-flavored pizza. One is mineral water. As for the 4 seasons revolving armor, it is up to customers who use equipment synthesizers to find out for themselves. After all, in the equipment synthesizer, the attributes of synthetic equipment are clearly introduced. Okay. Improve your cultivation qualifications. Is what you said true, store manager? At the beginning, Yu Shi'er was as usual, memorizing Qi Li's words and answering obediently. But after listening to the introduction of mineral water, Yu Shi'er had just nodded her head when she suddenly shuddered. There seems to be something wrong. Improve your training qualifications. Recalling this sentence, after Yu Shi'er repeatedly confirmed that she heard it correctly, she looked at Qi Lu with a face full of astonishment. She couldn't believe it at all. That's right, it's to improve your cultivation qualifications and the special effects of mineral water. Qi Lu nodded and helped Yu Shi'er to confirm it. This is too precious. Is it really good to sell this mineral water? Yu Shi'er was so shocked that she stuttered when she spoke, and she felt a little distressed for Qi Lu. This is a precious mineral water that can improve cultivation qualifications. Whoever gets this kind of thing is not hiding it, for fear that others will find out. Otherwise, just use it directly. But Qi Lu actually put out such a rare and precious item in the world and put it up for public sale. What's bad? It's not so good. Qi Lu spread out his hands and said lightly. It was so natural to say that, even Yu Shi'er felt for a moment that the special effect of mineral water was nothing more than that. But soon, Yu Shi'er woke up. The look in Qi Li's eyes became even more complicated. Isn't it such a good thing? If it is said that even things that can improve cultivation aptitude are not good things, then there is really nothing in this world that can be called good things. A precious item that no one else can dream of. Qi Lu is still this indifferent attitude. It's really, so that Yu Shi'er doesn't know what to say. Okay, don't look at me like that. If you want to drink, go get it yourself. But only 1 bottle a day. Qi Lu was stared at by Yu Shi'er with hair all over his body, and after leaving these words, he went to open the store door. Good morning, boss. Morning, Tiger Hunt. Qi Lu only opened the store door, and saw Hu Shou strode in. Then I went to the snack vending machine and bought a double cheese beef burger. Eating meat has always been a pleasure. Hey, boss, when did your haul change? It's nice to have a table while drinking. Hu Shou took the cold beer, found a small round table at random, and sat down. Looking at the surrounding environment, cannot help but admire. Although there were sofas before, there were benches. But for things like breakfast in the store, it's always inconvenient to not have a table. Hu Shou, you eat meat every day, haven't you thought about eating some fruit? Qi Lu also sat beside the small round table and suddenly asked aloud. Fruits? Fruits are delicious. Besides, those fruits are all sweet, I'm noticed to eating them. Hu Shou waved his hand and said with a big laugh. For most mercenaries, fruits and vegetables are generally not eaten unless necessary. Drinking and eating meat is normal life. Isn't fruit delicious? What's good about meat, manager? Is there any new food in the store? Lan Yi, who walked into the store, heard Hu Shou's words and asked a question casually. For Lan Yi and others, they don't drink and eat meat very much. After all, a delicate girl is different from a rough man. Even after becoming a mercenary, his character has become a lot more unrestrained, but it does not mean that his taste will change. There is indeed a new treat, right in the snack vending machine. Qi Lu just asked casually before. Now that someone has asked, it is natural to sell it. What is it? Colorful and fruity pizza. Lan Yi just asked the name and went to the snack vending machine to buy a copy. Opening the box, a strong fruity fragrance spread out. It's so fragrant. No, the double cheese beef burger is delicious. After Hu Shou smelled this fragrance, he couldn't help but sighed in admiration, but he quickly reacted. Since it's fragrant, would you like a piece? Under the guidance of Qi Lu, Lan Yi divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8 pieces and turned them into 8 triangles of the same size. However, the Lan Yi team has only 7 people in total. So it doesn't matter if you give Tiger Hunt a piece. Otherwise, this last piece would probably be eaten by the youngest Lolita, Nayland Chinchi. I'm not used to eating sweet fruit, but since you are willing to invite me toward it, it is better to be respectful than to obey. Tiger Hunt sniffed. Then drank a cold beer. That fruity fragrance has been tempting him. So after making an excuse for himself, Hu Shou immediately took the pizza that Lan Yi handed over, and took a big bite unceremoniously. After this sip, the sweetness of various fruits burst out in Hu Shou's mouth in an instant. In an instant, it swept Hu Shou's taste buds and filled Hu Shou's entire mouth. Then, under the background of the rich taste of cheese and cheese, the colorful fruit flavors that merged together gradually separated. The sweetness of various fruits burst out one by one. In addition to being luscious and fragrant, they do not interfere with each other. Compared with meat, it is a different kind of delicacy. It's so fragrant, so delicious. No, it's not. Forget it, it's still important to eat pizza. After Hu Shou took a big bite of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, he couldn't help but sighed for a while, and then he reacted. The feeling of slapping himself in the face on the spot made Tiger Hunt feel a little weird. It's not a red-faced feeling. After all, the people present were so familiar, at most they were ridiculed. However, the colorful fruit-flavored pizza is really delicious. Mr. Qi, good morning. Just as Hu Shou was indulging in the deliciousness of the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, several customers came in one after another outside the store. President Gu, Fire Emperor, and Dean Ren, you are all back. After Qi Lu heard the sound, he glanced at the store door subconsciously, and saw 3 familiar faces. It looks like they should have rushed back from the swordsman sect overnight to catch a breakfast. After Gu Pingchuan took a deep look at Qi Lu, he said with a smile. Although the means that Qi Lu displayed in swordsman sect really shocked Gu Pingchuan and others. But after the shock, Gu Pingchuan and others also wanted to understand. Qi Li's strength was unfathomable from the very beginning. Ever since he tore apart the bone dragon outside of Yunwu City with one person's strength, Qi Lu was marked with the symbol of heroic invincibility. It's just that the power displayed this time is a bit unexpected. From martial arts to magic. It can be said that they are in the hero level, and they are absolutely invincible. That's kind of scary. However, no matter how terrifying, Qi Lu still opened a shop in this cloudy city. Judging from his usual behavior, it is not obvious that he is an invincible heroic powerhouse. As a role model among the strong, a model among the mighty, an excellent example among the practitioners, and a model of the hidden world. Qi Lu has never been a domineering person. Nor is he a bully. Therefore, Gu Pingchuan and others have no reason to be afraid of Qi Lu, they just need to be as usual. Of course, the necessary reverence is still there. This is also respect for the strong. Is that so? Then come in and get what you want. Qi Lu nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he turned to look at the counter. I happened to see Lan Zier lying on the counter, greeting you, Sir. Hey, Sister Shier, what are you drinking? Lan Zier stared curiously at the glass bottle in Yu Shier's hand. Although Lan Zier is a standard carnivore, she also loves drinks. After all, Lan Zier is just a little lowly, so drinking, or something, whether it's Lan Yi, Lan Qinger and others, or Qi Lu, will not be allowed. This is called mineral water. Drinking it often can improve your cultivation qualifications. Yu Shier also took a look at the glass bottle in her hand before introducing it out loud. Is this mineral water delicious? Lan Zier lay on the counter and asked. It is sweeter than ordinary water, as if it can wash away the anxiety in people's hearts. Yu Shier answered seriously, However, the speaker has no intention, and the listener has a heart. Lan Zier didn't particularly care about cultivation qualifications. After all, Lan Zier, who has the blood of the dragon clan, is already at the top of all races in terms of cultivation aptitude. In particular, Xing Lian signed a two-soul contract with her. The addition of the two makes Lan Zier not very concerned about her cultivation qualifications. However, Lan Zier could not care because her cultivation aptitude was too strong. Others can't. Even Gu Pingchuan and the others who had just entered the store looked at the glass bottle in Yu Shier's hand on the counter with shock on their faces. Then he couldn't wait to ask Qi Lu. "Qi, store manager, Qi, what kind of mineral water, long-term drinking, can it really improve your cultivation qualifications?" Gu Pingchuan tried his best to calm down his tone. The others were the same, with shock on their faces and looking at Qi Lu with expectation in their eyes, for fear that a negative answer would appear from Qi Li's mouth. Of course it's true. Drinking mineral water for a long time can wash away impurities in the body, thereby improving the cultivation qualifications. Qi Li confirmed it very seriously. Although the tone was a little dull, it really filled the hearts of the people in the store at the moment with surprises. Some people even couldn't hold back their excitement and rushed directly to the beverage vending machine. I'm afraid it will be gone if it's too late. The thing about cultivation aptitude is a good thing. People who don't want to have. And some people just want better. Even a strong person who has been promoted to hero level would not dare to say that his cultivation aptitude is enough. Talent, of course, the stronger, the better. Potential, naturally the higher the better. And these things are linked to cultivation qualifications. So it's no wonder that these people disregard their image and get excited like this. Big brother, is mineral water really that good? Lan Zier, who came over from the counter, saw the people in the store rushing to the beverage vending machine and couldn't wait to buy mineral water. Can't help but ask out loud. Qi Lu was dumbfounded by this question. When Lan Zier asked Yuxier about the taste of mineral water before, she was asking subconsciously. It's not because your cultivation aptitude is top-notch, so you don't care. The way of thinking of foodies is indeed a little different from that of normal people. In fact, drinking mineral water is mainly beneficial to health. Qi Li thought for a while, before answering aloud. If you really compare the taste among the drinks, mineral water must be the most bland one. Of course, if Qi Lu is really unlucky in the future to draw out the mountains and grasses and waters, just pretend that this sentence is not said. But aside from special effects, the biggest role of mineral water is to quench thirst. So let's not talk about the taste. Ah, that's not good to drink. For Qi Lugu's reaction, Lan Zier's keenness of food made it easy for Lan Zier to understand the meaning. So Lan Zier immediately gave up the mineral water and went to buy a pair of fried chicken wings. Carnivores don't need colorful fruit-flavored pizza. The only non-meat food that can attract this little loli with dragon blood is vanilla ice cream cones. Dessert. Qi Li thought about this question in his heart. Clearly, desserts fit the definition of snacking more clearly than fast food. However, the system's cognition of snacks, in addition to the initial potato chips and jelly, has been deviated since the instant noodles in the barrel. And it hasn't recovered yet. It's useless to think about it now, it can't be saved. In response to this situation, Qi Li really had no other way than to show his helplessness. Shao Shu, haven't you gone to bed yet? After eating breakfast, Qi Lu, in the area of the combat power improvement training room, saw Yu Shuangshu who had been fighting all night, and squatted in front of the crystal ball with a look of excitement. Qi Lu, why are you here? Yu Shuangshu glanced at Qi Lu, then stretched out on the table. The snow-white cat is elongated, showing a slender and well-proportioned figure. Then yawned. I have to say, a kitten yawns really cute. Let's see why you are still so energetic. Sheila glanced at the 2 glass bottles, placed beside the crystal ball. 12 o'clock will pass through the night, and it is normal for you Xuanhuan to drink 2 bottles of black coffee in one night. Fortunately, the lynching lion cat is all white without a trace of variegation. If Yu Xuanxu is an orange cat, with this way of eating, I really don't know if I can continue to maintain such a small body shape. After clearing the inventory for half the night last night, I contacted the people from the Merchant Guild to see how many teleportation array fragments they have in their hands. Yu Xuanxu explained. The first requirement of game merchants is to keep the goods in their hands clean. Otherwise, when someone asks, you go to the warehouse. Wouldn't that be cheap? That's it. Sheila nodded, then glanced at the newly remodeled fast food area. There were more and more people in the store. After knowing the special effects of mineral water, the shock level is the same as that of the previous customers. Even more than that. Then, while queuing, he used the guild communication system to call friends and tell them the news. As a result, the news of mineral water spread at an extremely fast speed, allowing more customers to rush to the store. If it is not for the purchase of mineral water, one person can only buy 1 bottle a day. Qi Lu believes that many people can now eat mineral water as meals and drink water for 3 meals a day. You must know that most of the customers in the store have mediocre cultivation qualifications. Especially those students from wealthy families, or buddies like Han Ming. The level of desire for cultivation aptitude has almost turned into an obsession. Exactly, take advantage of this momentum. System, when the deck is full, issue a world announcement and open the 4th big map. Sheila said in his mind. System, received. The attraction of being able to improve cultivation aptitude is terrifying. Mineral water has also quickly become one of the best-selling items in the store today. Unlike other products, cultivation aptitude is something that everyone can use. And something I really want. As a result, the beverage vending machine was surrounded by water, and many other beverages and snacks were sold along the way. Make fast food areas overcrowded. So many customers can't even find a seat, so they can only stand on the sedetto eat breakfast. The customers who came a step earlier and bought mineral water also found a card seat in the area of the combat power improvement training room with satisfaction, and started a day of life. World announcement, the 4th big map, Shadow Assassin's entrance, officially opened, killing the guardian dolls on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the doll maze. There is a chance to drop teleportation array fragments, which can be used for synthesis a one-way teleportation array leading to the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. World announcement, the 4th big map, Shadow Assassin's entrance, officially opened, killing the guardian dolls on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors of the doll maze. There is a chance to drop teleportation array fragments, which can be used for synthesis a one-way teleportation array leading to the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. World announcement, the 4th big map, Shadow Assassin portal, officially opened. Attracted by the mineral water, the booths in the store quickly filled up. The system also issued a world announcement according to the words. For a while, let the new world mode lively and lively. The update of the big map and various activities have always been the source of power for online games. Since the new world mode refers to the mode of online games, updating the big map can naturally drive the enthusiasm of players. Getting stronger has always been a constant topic in New World mode. Powerful equipment, rare skill books, and levels are all strengthening elements. It is a pity that the experience suppression that occurs after each large map reaches a certain level is equivalent to indirectly locking the level cap. Now there is a new big map, that is, a new level cap has been opened. And you can also get stronger equipment and explode better skill books. No wonder it's not exciting. It turns out that, no wonder you said that the fragments of the teleportation array can be stocked. After Yu Xuanxu heard the world announcement, she glanced at Sheila suddenly. When did I lie to you? Sheila lowered his eyes and returned lightly. It seems not. Yu Shuangshi thought about it seriously. To say that Yu Xuanhui had inquired about the news from Qi Lu, it was Kati lot, such as which equipment was powerful, and which potions were easy touse. In short, all kinds of minor version updates, Yu Shuangshi can get the news at first time. Then profit from it. How many teleportation array fragments did you hoard last night? Qi Lu asked another key question. I only have a few hundred pieces here, and there are probably a few thousand pieces at the Merchant Guild, which is the total amount that has been hoarded for such a long time. Yu Shuangshi looked at the public channel of the trading system. The trading system has been open for such a long time, and the number of items in it is less than 100,000. Looking at these items, it has almost become Yu Shuangshi's daily routine. That's not bad, I can earn a little bit. If Qi Lu opens the fourth big map a few days later, Yu Shuangshi can earn more. But in this case, Qi Lu himself would be at a loss. So think about this kind of thing. If you really want to do it, Qi Lu can't do it. After all, whoever loses is not a loss, why should you lose yourself? What's more, Yu Shuangshi didn't lose any money, at most it made a little less. Big cat, you are right, collecting teleportation array fragments can really make a lot of money. This time, I can at least double the price and sell it. Fortunately, I came early today, and I went to the trading system to scan the goods. Leave a few sets of teleportation array fragments, and send some brothers Toph new map. We have to set up the consumables booth there first. The Merchant Guild was also cheering. They all spoke out to thank Yu Xuanhui for the news and to arrange the next step. This time, those who sold the fragments of the teleportation formation at a low price had to beat their chests and regretted the beginning. What is the explosion rate of the teleportation array fragments? These people who brush pictures every day can't know better. Probability is very mysterious. Sometimes brush dozens of times without a piece. Sometimes a brush or two will come out. And, most importantly, only the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors of the puppet maze will explode. This is a very important dividing line. Players who can go to these 3 floors can be regarded as small masters. Especially on the 6th floor, even with Qi Li's teaching videos, not many people can pass it. It's not too long before the big map of the Puppet Labyrinth has been opened. There are also many players who have reached the 45th level of experience suppression. Therefore, for some players who have enough levels and are eager to go to the new big map, buying teleportation array fragments is the best choice. If you really want to fight it yourself, it will be really worrying. So all of a sudden, there are many players who want to buy teleportation array fragments. Indeed, Yu Shuangshi and the Merchant Guild made a lot of money. However, changing the big map is a special case, and at most it is to earn such a sum. After that, no one should shoot to teleport the fragments again. But after Yu Shuangshi and the teleportation array fragments from the Merchant Guild were shipped out, hundreds of players came to the Shadow Assassin entrance through the one-way teleportation array. What's wrong with no safe zone? No, not even a pharmacy store and an equipment store. Wow, is this big map abandoned? After these players came to the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, they soon discovered something was wrong. The first is that there is no safe zone. And secondly, there are no stores of all kinds of consumables. But this is also an inconceivable question. After all, there is no safe zone, so how could there be an equipment store and a pharmacy store? All of a sudden, all the players who came to the new big map felt that they had been tricked. Spend a lot of spirit crystals and buy teleportation array fragments. As a result, we came to such a barren land. The introduction information of the Shadow Assassin's entrance has made those players of the magician class feel like a man on their backs. As we all know, assassins are always the nemesis of crispy skins. If it is in the outside world, it is necessary to add a premise of the same level. But in the New World mode, since you can stay on this big map, the level of the monsters in this big map will definitely be the same as the player, or even exceed the player. However, there is one thing to say, the Shadow Assassin entrance may be really unfriendly to players of the Magician class. But for game merchants, it is simply too friendly. No consumable store, no equipment store. What is the game merchant used for? Isn't it just interoperability? Since the system does not arrange stores, let us game merchants arrange them. This discovery made the members of the Merchant Guild, who took the lead in entering the Shadow Assassin entrance and seized the opportunity, immediately cheered. However, Qi Lu didn't care much about these things. After all, those Shadow Assassins are not such tricky monsters for Qi Lu. But if other players want to get to where Qi Lu is now, it is impossible without a week of exploration. And there is only one spawn point at the Shadow Assassin entrance. Just outside the Purple Gold Gate. In other words, if you can't go all the way to the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, you will definitely be sent back to the spawn point by the Shadow Assassin. Unless you're carrying countless campfires with you. But the only advantage is that even if you are killed by wild monsters, you will only lose experience, not level. Otherwise, these Shadow Assassins are enough to crush the players of the Magician class. Back to New World mode. The place where Qi Lu appeared was in the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, within the lighting range of the campfire. Although the surrounding is not completely dark, the visibility of the gray scene is not high. The Shadow Assassin will not show up until he makes a move. Not even breath appeared. There is no other movement except that some players with a keen sense of perception will be on their backs. This made the entire Shadow Assassin entrance hall seem extremely quiet. But Qi Lu knew that this was just an illusion. As long as he walks out of the campfire's lighting range unprepared, Qi Lu can guarantee that at least 3 Shadow Assassins will attack at the same time. Let's go back first. Qi Lu glanced forward. There is absolutely no end in sight. The Shadow Assassin entrance is not a map that one person can pass through, and at least 2 people are required to take turns on guard. Otherwise, a person will remain on alert all the time, and the consumption of mental power will be too fast. Once negligent, the Shadow Assassin will not stay. Going back, the Shadow Assassin's strength will gradually weaken. Much easier than going forward. It took 4 hours to advance last night, and now it takes only 2 hours to go back. After Qi Lu walked out of the Purple Golden Gate, he just saw the light of the rebirth point flash, and a figure appeared on the rebirth point. President Gu, are you here too? Qi Lu looked at the figure at the rebirth point, thought about it, and said hello. Manager Qi, you're here too, are you? Gu Pingchuan was walking out of the rebirth point with a gloomy face when he heard a voice saying hello to him. When I looked up, I saw Qi Lexi Shiran walking out of the Purple Golden Door. The road is too long, and halfway through, I found that there are not enough consumables, so I came out to add some. Qi Lu said lightly. This is also true. To enter the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, you must not only prepare enough campfires, but also have enough consumables. Maybe you have to prepare a few sets of replacement equipment to prevent the durability from being unsustainable, in case of emergency. Not enough consumables. Gu Pingchuan stared, unable to speak for a while. Gu Pingchuan is one of those people who are eager to enter the new map. Because the summer carnival is over, there is nothing to do in the doll maze. However, what Gu Pingchuan never expected was that the new big map, Shadow Assassin's entrance would be so unfriendly to the Magician class. Don't care how powerful Gu Pingchuan is in the outside world. But in the Shadow Assassin entrance, as long as you are a magician, you have veto Neil. The only exception is Qi Lu. This is really a waste of money, and people are more dead than people. Gu Pingchuan advanced only 500 meters before he was sent out by the Shadow Assassin. As a result, Qi Lu came out of it and said that there are not enough consumables. In the case of not enough consumables, you can walk out of the Shadow Assassin's entrance. What kind of fighting skills can you do? I'm done, Manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan didn't care about his image, and sat directly on the ground. I now find that it is not the right choice to rush to the new map, at least for the magician class, it is not a good choice. When he said this, Gu Pingchuan looked rather depressed. In the summer carnival of the doll labyrinth, the players of the magician class can be regarded as proud. The Guardian Doll skill book is really enviable for fighting Qi class players. As a result, to the new map. Instantly knocked back to its original shape. Then the feng shui took turns, and it was the turn of the warrior class and knight class players to raise their eyebrows. The shadow assassin is really restrained when it hits the crispy skin. But in the face of those rough-skinned warriors and knights, it's not enough. If you really encounter a heavy-armed warrior with top-quality equipment, you can't even think of a successful assassination of those shadow assassins who are exhausted. In the end, you still have to fight the front. Of course, this is only based on the normal level and rank of the shadow assassin. After all, in the New World mode, even if the boss-level monsters and ordinary monsters are of the same level, their combat power is also worlds apart. Don't worry, just find a few suitable players. Qi looked comforted. Entering the shadow assassin entrance, the team members are still very important. After all, those shadow assassins are slippery. Those rough-skinned classes can control them, and their damage resistance is okay. But this output requires the magician class to fight. I know that too, but this teammate, let's wait. Gu Pingchuan glanced at Qi Lu. The two magician rank entered the entrance of the shadow assassin, and in the end, it was Gu Pingchuan who was sent out by the shadow assassin. Then, Qi Lu will walk out again, because of consumables. By the way, Manager Qi, aren't you running out of consumables? I just don't they've much prepared. Let's go together. Gu Pingchuan thought about the problem of consumables, and suddenly remembered that he didn't prepare many consumables. After all, no one would have thought of it before coming to the entrance of the shadow assassin. In this big map, there will be no consumables store. If there is not enough blood medicine, blue medicine, and those medicines that relieve the abnormal state, even Qi Lu will be sent to the rebirth point duetto, the limitation of the amount of blue medicine. The people from the Merchant Guild are definitely one of the first players to enter the shadow assassin entrance. Several consumables booths with a large area were set up in the most conspicuous places outside the purple golden gate. Some players are haggling with stall owners. Is there any blue medicine here, level 35, I need a unit. Gu Pingchuan also came to the stall and said to the stall owner. A unit in the New World mode is not a unit in the system mouth. This is a common saying among players. A unit refers to the maximum stacking number of a grid, which is 99. Yes, wait a minute. Hey, isn't this Director Gu? Why did you come to the entrance of the shadow assassin? Since it's you, I'll give you a 10% discount on these blue medicines. At first glance, the stall owner looked like a student from the 3 major academies. The attitude towards Gu Pingchuan is completely different from the attitude towards other players. Although the 10% discount is not much, it is a lot of heart. This made Gu Pingchuan very useful. Manager Qi, look, although this discount is not much, it can save a little bit. Even after buying the blue medicine, Gu Pingchuan came to Qi Lu with a defiant expression, as if he wanted to show off. Tisk. Qi Lu was very disgusted with this kind of behavior. But there is no way, isn't it normal for students to get a discount when they see the dean? Let's go and refill the consumables first. Is there any blue medicine here? I need 3 units, and the level is not limited. Qi Li's biggest demand for consumables is blue medicine. In front of the shadow assassin, the magician class is basically killed by an instant, or else there is a trace of blood skin left. Blood medicine is really not in great demand. Hey, isn't this Manager Qi? When the stall owner raised his eyes and found out that it was Qi Lu, not only his attitude but also his tone changed. You know, Qi Lu is in the store, that is a living legend. It's me. Qi Lu nodded, then looked at the stall owner with inquiring eyes. Yes, of course there is. Our president said it, and the senior cat also said that if you come to buy consumables, no matter what it is, within 5 units, all orders are free. The tone of the stall owner was very excited. When talking about the free order, there was no feeling of losing money at all. Instead, it's like making money. But this is also normal. The Merchant Guild and Yu Shuangshu could not remember how many spirit crystals they had earned from the gossip that Qi Lu got here. But if these 5 units of consumables are sent out, if you can gain a good impression, it is not a loss. That's really embarrassing. Qi Lu was also surprised, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, he did not reject the offer. After all, compared to what the Merchant Guild earns, these are small things. President Gu, I'm here for free. Qi Lu returned to Gu Pingchuan, as if repaying what happened a few minutes ago, and said with a smile. For a moment, Gu Pingchuan was speechless. This businessman is all about profit. Between Gu Pingchuan and Gu Pingchuan, it is friendship. A discount is a small problem. But between Qi Lu and Qi Lu, it is a real benefit. Moreover, it is normal for people from the Merchant Guild to sell Moonfrost Snow's face. The name of a kitten is not small in the Merchant Guild. Isn't it just a free bill, a small thing? Ugh. Gu Pingchuan sighed softly. Looking at the stall owner's eyes, it was obviously a little melancholy. Qi Lu also politely attacked Gu Pingchuan, it was impossible for them to be angry for such a thing. But depression is always inevitable. After the sigh, the shadow assassin's entrance still has to be entered. Then, there is still the depressing place. Swordsman Sect. The Sovereign Hall, this area, was the first place to be rebuilt. Bailey Fenghua stayed in the main hall of the sect master, dealing with what happened in this period of time. The matter of the Shadow Palace burying Anzi in various sects has already fermented after Yu Jianzong was suddenly attacked and then taken back. After being informed of this by Swordsman Sect, many sects began to clean up the dark sons buried in the sects in the Shadow Palace. However, the effect is not very ideal. The reason why the Dark Sun is called the Dark Sun is that no one would have thought of it before it erupted. Just like before Morongsong rebelled, no one would have thought of it at all. Morongsong turned out to be a member of the Shadow Palace. It is really a big deal to have a heroic powerhouse be the hidden dark child. Therefore, in the Swordsman Sect, the disciples belonging to Morongsong's lineage were all key subjects of interrogation. Sect Master, the disciples of Morongsong's lineage, have all checked. Now, all the remaining disciples in the sect can find out their history and family background. Otherwise, they are direct disciples, not from the Shadow Hall. Yu Qifeng came to the main hall of the sect master and put a lot of papers in his hand on the table. These are the information of all the disciples of Edgeworth. And Yu Qifeng has already dealt with it, just waiting for Bailey Fenghua to review the file. After all, Lu Jingyao wouldn't do these things. As a martial idiot, seeing these files gives me a headache. It's okay to let Lu Jingyao deal with those traitors and dark sons. As for dealing with these materials, it's really a big deal. Fortunately, there is the help of the medicine pill from Qi Lu Xiaodian. Under the condition of taking Yushang Dan and intermittent Dan as food, Yu Qifeng's injury was still recovering quite well. So now I can go back to Yu Jianzong and help Bailey Fenghua to share some of the affairs. I can probably guess that others should be fine. If the Shadow Palace wants to win the Sword Master, it is impossible not to oust all the Dark Sons, but the situation of other sects is not optimistic. If the Shadow Palace wants to take the Swordsman Sect, it is impossible not to use all the Dark Sons buried in the Swordsman Sect. But Swordsman Sect can hold on, but the situation of other sects is not optimistic. Bailey Fenghua flipped through the papers sent by other sects. Although there are many shadows in the Shadow Palace that have been cleaned up. But no one knows if there are other dark suns who have not been caught. It's like a volcano that could erupt at any time. If it erupts at a critical moment, it is very likely that the entire sect will be buried. It is precisely this that makes most of the sects panic all day long. A mere shadow hall can actually make everyone in the entire Eastern Wilderness sect in danger. This is an ambition that has been laid out for decades. It is really too big. Yu Qifeng also sighed. Although the Shadow Palace was annihilated by many sects 14 years ago. But the time to really start the layout is definitely more than 14 years. Because the Shadow Temple has long thought of this scene, it may even be the incident that they let out. The purpose is to make all sects take it lightly. Thus, Anzi was buried in various sects. After the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace was exposed, many of the secrets of the small sects may have received new orders. They all began to show up on their own initiative, causing turmoil in the small sect where they were located. It can be said that in the entire Eastern Wilderness, a large number of sects have fallen into war. Smoke is everywhere. The Swordsman sect is being rebuilt, and other sects are asking for help, and we have no way to divide the manpower. What's more, it's time to ask for help. If the Shadow Palace hidden in the dark really comes to the surface, what can these sects do? Bailey Fenghua picked up a document asking for help. After taking a look, he threw it back. It seems that the comfortable days over the years have made those sects forget how to fight. Just a few dark suns who dare not show up on weekdays can stir up the entire sect into turmoil. It really lost the face of the Zonman forces. If there is another news of this kind of help in the future, don't worry about it all. This kind of guy who relies on the sect's signboard and swindles everywhere will be gone. Bailey Fenghua said with a sneer. A sect is not something like a group of cats and dogs, something that can be built by just looking for a place. A power that can be called a sect, if it does not have its own heritage. That doesn't deserve to be called a sect at all. Yes, sect master, I understand. Yu Qifeng nodded. Since the Shadow Palace disappeared, these self-righteous sects may have swelled. Get your fame out, and then just focus on making money. Do you really think that if you don't work hard, the realm will be promoted by yourself? For these sects, Yu Qifeng also despised them. Sect master, something happened. Just when Bailey Fenghua and Yu Qifeng were about to continue discussing the papers, Lu Jingya hurriedly walked into the sect master's hall. What happened? Bailey Fenghua raised his eyes and found that Lu Jingya's face was a little dignified. This kind of expression does not often appear on Lu Jingya's face. And Jiuyo, Haiming, Morong Song, dead. Lu Jingya explained things succinctly. What? Bailey Fenghua heard the words and immediately stood up. Surprise and astonishment appeared on Bailey Fenghua's face, and also on Yu Qifeng's face. What happened? Yu Qifeng asked hurriedly. And Jiuyo, Haiming, and Morong Song were all shattered with the seal of trial and imprisoned in the dungeon. In addition to the dungeon, there are 3 teams of elite disciples who take turns on duty. Make sure there are no patrol gaps. Under normal circumstances, unless 3 people commit suicide. Otherwise, no outsiders can reach them at all. But if it is said that the 3 of Jiuyo want to commit suicide, there is no need to wait until now. Compared with the humiliating suicide in the dungeon, the self-destruction directly when being captured is even more heroic. It shouldn't be suicide. Lu Jingya naturally knew what the 2 were thinking, so she immediately denied the possibility. I checked, and all 3 of them died of exhaustion. That appearance is more like the sacrifice of all their vitality by the blood sacrifice formation. It's just, I can't think of anyone who can set up a blood sacrifice array in the dungeon without us even realizing it. Lu Jingya glanced at the 2 of them and continued to speak. This eliminates the possibility of swordsman sect disciples attacking. Because apart from the people in the Shadow Palace, no one knows how to arrange the blood sacrifice array. Damn, the matter of the Shadow Palace has not been tortured yet. This is really a miscalculation. Bailey Fenghua said angrily. Whether the three of Anjiuyu are dead or alive, Bailey Fenghua doesn't really care. What Bailey Fenghua cares about is the news about the Shadow Palace. The enemy is dark and I am clear, after all, it is my own loss. This is the end of the matter, and it's useless to say these things, but the Guardian Magic Circle of Swordsmen sect must be rebuilt as soon as possible. Also, prepare to bring the disciples of the Swordsman sect to the store manager Qi for training. Since you can't grasp the enemy's information, the best way to deal with it is to strengthen yourself. This is also something that Bailey Fenghua and Lu Jingya have discussed before. Divide all the disciples of Swordsman sect into 3 parts. In each round, a hero in the sect leads some of the disciples to Yunwu City for a period of intensive training. Only when the overall strength of the entire swordsman sect has risen can it be able to respond to changes without change. It's ready, the first batch of disciples, led by me, headed to Yunwu City. Lu Jingya said immediately. Then it's hard work for you. It's my duty, it's not hard work. The 4th big map, after the Shadow Assassin entrance, is opened. It made many players cheer, but also made many players frown and complain. However, when they came to the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, there was no turning back. Therefore, those players who came to the new map earlier could only bite the bullet and explore and advance in the Shadow Assassin entrance. This really makes those merchant players happy. Shadow Assassin is a standard high sensitivity, high attack, blood-thin and crispy monster. Except for those warriors and knights who are more mobile, other classes are very troublesome. The consumption of blood medicine and blue medicine is naturally huge. But the advantage is that the improvement of combat awareness and perception is also huge. No way, if the perception is poor. Or move a little bit slower. Those Shadow Assassins don't show mercy. Shao Shu, are you really not coming to the new map? Qi Lu called Yu Shuangshu in the guild communication system. After the players who were tortured by the Shadow Assassin for a day, because the closing time is coming, and they are offline one after another. In the entire Shadow Assassin entrance map, Qi Lu was the only one left. Don't come, do you really think I didn't understand the situation? What's inside the Shadow Assassin's entrance has long been spread in the guild communication system. Yu Xuanhuan glanced at Qi Lu and hummed. I'd better continue to be a supplier of consumables. The beard on Yu Xuangshu's lips trembled. Qi Li's proposal was rejected on the spot. Yu Xuanhuan knew very well what was going on in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. It is precisely because these impatient players entered the new map one step ahead that more players were spared. Before I was ready, I didn't plan to go to the Shadow Assassin entrance. Isn't it bad to stay in the puppet labyrinth? You have to go to a map that doesn't even have a safe zone to find abuse. Moreover, because of the teleportation of the fragments, Yu Shuangshu made the Merchant Guild owe a favor. So Yu Xuanhuan took the opportunity to ask a few people from the Merchant Guild and sent them to the Shadow Assassin entrance as a downstream shipper. And Yu Xuanhuan herself stayed in the puppet maze to scan the goods. I have nothing to say to a self-willed kitty like you. Qi Lu spread his hands. Just persuade. Although the Shadow Assassin entrance is prohibitive for many players. But it has also attracted many players who are brave to challenge themselves and eager to become stronger. Therefore, on the Shadow Assassin entrance, if I really want to say it, there is actually no shortage of players. What is self-willed to fall? I want to become stronger without relying on this. Earning more spiritual crystals is more important than anything else. Yu Shuangshu said plausibly. For the devouring cat, if you want to become stronger, you can really cultivate without relying on yourself. Devouring a large number of heaven and earth treasures, as well as various artifacts and treasures, can also achieve the purpose of becoming stronger. Well, I can't tell you. Qile shrugged, lit a campfire under his feet, and went offline. Yu Shuangshu is willing to stay overnight, but Qilu is not. If there are no special circumstances, Qilu is more willing to go to sleep. Not because I was tired, but because I liked the feeling of sleeping. Head back to the master bedroom on the second floor. Just as Qilu sat on the bed, the sound of the system sounded in his mind. System, host, there is something good, do you want to know? Can you tell me anything good? Let's hear it first. Qilu was half lying on the head of the bed, reached out and scratched the back of his head, and answered casually. System, according to the calculation, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon, so this system specially prepared a Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Does the host need to receive it? What? Dragon Boat Festival benefits. Qilu heard the words and sat up. After such a long time, Qilu almost forgot about the holiday benefits. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as the Dragon Boat Festival. Qilu really wants to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival, that is, he spends it in private, right as a commemoration. What is this benefit? Forget it, I want it no matter what it is. After Qilu asked subconsciously, he immediately continued. System, Dragon Boat Festival benefits, new activities in New World mode, let's eat zongzi together. System, Dragon Boat Festival event, start time, the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, duration, 7 days. System, during the Dragon Boat Festival event, in the New World mode, in all instances and large maps, there is a very small probability that quest items will be dropped by killing wild monsters. System, the task items include zone leaves, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish and seafood, bean paste, and grass and water. System, the task items include zone leaves, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish and seafood, bean paste, and plant ash water. Zone leaves and glutinous rice are required items, and the other 5 are optional items. System, during the duration of the Dragon Boat Festival event, the Dragon Boat Festival chef will appear on all large maps. After players have collected all the quest items, they can go to find the Dragon Boat Festival chef and synthesize the Dragon Boat Festival limited item, zongzi. System, 10 zongzi can be combined into a zongzi exchange card. Players who have a zongzi exchange card can ask the store manager to exchange for a corresponding zongzi. And many more. Qilu listened carefully to the long list of system instructions. But at the last sentence, Qilu suddenly felt something was wrong. The content of the Dragon Boat Festival activities is very simple, that is, collect the task items to synthesize zongzi, then synthesize the zongzi exchange card, and finally exchange the edible zongzi. But the key question is, why are you asking the store manager to exchange it? System, where did I get the zongzi? And I don't have any materials for making the zongzi. Qilu knocked on the head of the bed and said seriously. Customers ask the store manager to exchange rice dumplings. Is this the Dragon Boat Festival benefit for the customer, or the Dragon Boat Festival benefit for the store manager? Qilu thought angrily in his heart. System, host, please rest assured, all zongzi are provided by this system. By the way, during the Dragon Boat Festival, how many zongzi you want to eat will be provided by this system for free. Qilu was silent. It turns out that this is the real Dragon Boat Festival welfare. Unlimited supply of dumplings. Do you really eat zongzi as food? Although it is said that zongzi is made of glutinous rice, it can be eaten as rice, but the problem is that eating too much glutinous rice is not easy to digest. By the way, system, this Dragon Boat Festival event, there are a total of 7 kinds of task items. Except for the zone leaves and glutinous rice, do the remaining materials represent the 5 flavors of zongzi? Qilu suddenly remembered this question. It's easy to get tired of eating zongzi with the same flavor all the time. If there are more flavors, maybe it can really be regarded as a benefit. System: yes, this Dragon Boat Festival benefits. A total of 5 flavors offers dumplings are provided. The host can go to the store manager's background to check. For Zongzi, this kind of food. With the systematic character, there is no doubt that it is classified into snacks again. And it is also a limited snack for the Dragon Boat Festival. After Qi Lu thought about this problem, he silently opened the store manager's backstage. Fresh meat dumpling, the Dragon Boat Festival, is a limited food, delicious and fragrant. After eating it, the power of the eater is greatly improved. Chestnut rice dumplings, a limited food for the Dragon Boat Festival, it is fragrant and delicious. After eating, it will greatly improve the physique of the eater. Seafood rice dumpling, a limited food for the Dragon Boat Festival, it is delicious and rich. After eating, it will greatly improve the agility of the eater. Bean paste dumpling, a limited food for the Dragon Boat Festival, sweet and fragrant. After eating it, it will greatly improve the spiritual power of the eater. Gray water rice dumpling, a limited food for the Dragon Boat Festival, it tastes better when dipped in sugar. After eating it, the proficiency of the eater's martial arts or magic will be greatly improved. Note: for all flavors of Zongzi, the edible effect will gradually decrease until it disappears. 5 flavors of rice dumplings, 5 different special effects. And unlike other snacks, it needs to be eaten for a long time. All the special effects of Zongzi can be exerted by eating only one Zongzi. It really is the Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Unfortunately, this is for the benefit of the customer. This Dragon Boat Festival benefit is really irritating. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes with resentment on his face. However, the system did not appear because of Qi Li's resentment, but see Meto disappear without saying a word. Forget it, anyway, I also earned unlimited dumplings. Although there are only 7 days. Qi Lu sighed faintly, then lay down on the bed, planning the Dragon Boat Festival activities in his heart. I fell asleep, thinking about it. Early the next morning, a ray of white light just appeared in the sky. The sleepy Qi Lu remembered the Dragon Boat Festival and jumped up from Thebed. According to the time, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Then this Dragon Boat Festival event is also time to warm up. For such a solemn festival, it is necessary to prepare a license plate. Since there is no Dragon Boat Festival in this world, let's start with Mishap. Qi Lu looked at the standing card designed and made by combining himself and the power of the system, and nodded with satisfaction. The background above the standing card is a lonely back, standing under a huge wave that seems to have the power of the sky, looking rebellious, but standing upright. On top of this background, it is a matter of attention about the Dragon Boat Festival activities. Manager, do you have a new pet card? Yu Shi'er came down from the 2nd floor and asked aloud after seeing the new sign. Because there have been several standing cards in the store, all of which are when new pet cards are updated. No, this time it's a new event. Dragon Boat Festival activities. Qi Lu looked at the card and said with some nostalgia. Dragon Boat Festival? Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Lu with a puzzled face, and repeated the name in her mouth. Yes, it's a festival in my hometown. Qi Li's eyes drooped slightly, as if caught in a memory. The manager's hometown. Isn't the manager from Donghuang? Yu Shi'er was a little surprised. Although the East Wasteland is vast, Yu Shi'er has never heard of the Dragon Boat Festival. Yes or no, it doesn't matter anymore. Qi Lu shook his head, not talking about the topic of hometown. For Qi Lu, hometown only exists in memory after all. If I want to go back, I don't know if it is possible to exhaust my life. Big brother, are the fresh meat dumplings delicious? The door of the store was open, and the first person who came over today was the Lan Yu team. Lan Zier's focus is slightly different from others. Lan Zier doesn't care about festivals or anything. What she cares more about is whether the fresh meat dumplings are delicious. Because of the word meat in it. From this point of view, Lanzier must belong to the salty zongzi pie. After all, it is impossible to add meat filling in sweet zongzi. Of course it's delicious. Although Qilu has not tasted the taste of zongzi yet, there is no need to worry about the snacks produced by the system. Qilu also dared to endorse the system. Manager, you just said that the Dragon Boat Festival is a festival in your hometown, right? After Lan Yi entered the store, he asked. Lan Yi was very curious about Qi Li's identity. Such a tyrannical and unparalleled powerhouse was willing to hide and open a shop in the alley of Yunwu City. What are the lucky secrets? I am afraid that most of the customers are curious. Manager Qi's hometown? It seems we came at the right time. After the Lan Yi team entered the store, Gu Pingchuan and others followed closely and entered the store. As soon as I entered the store, I heard this. Immediately, he came over curiously. What are you talking about? The boss's hometown? Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt were also coincidental and came to the store early in the morning. Seeing so many people gathered around, they also followed. Although everyone is not particularly concerned about the question of where Qilu's hometown is. But certainly curious. Store manager, where is your hometown? If you don't mind, can you tell us about it? Everyone looked at Qilu with anticipation in their eyes. My hometown. Qilu blinked and was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about something, but also seemed to be remembering something. After a while, he spoke slowly. My hometown, in a very distant place, even if you say it, you shouldn't know it. It was a beautiful and prosperous place. Although not all of it brought me good memories, it can always occupy a corner in my memory. However, since I came to Yunwu City, I don't want to mention the past. The Dragon Boat Festival is a commemoration of this. Qilu thought about it a lot, but in the end, he didn't say where his hometown was. After all, this kind of thing is too shocking. It's better to leave a veil of mystery, not to say it. Fortunately, although everyone in the store was curious, they were reasonable knowing that Qilu was reluctant to speak. They did not ask any further questions. In fact, it is also because if Qilu is unwilling to say it, they also have nothing to think about. Then why did you choose to hold the Dragon Boat Festival, Manager Qi? Is it because of the special meaning of the Dragon Boat Festival? Lan Yi asked in a different direction. There are also various festivals in this world. It's just that most of them are festivals that will be commemorated by various major forces, and they are set by themselves. There are very few festivals that are truly accepted by most forces. So in the end, there is such a thing as a festival, although there is. But the festivities were mostly over. And festivals like Qi Li's publicity and celebration are really rare. It doesn't have any special meaning. Qilu raised his head halfway, then glanced at the sign of the Dragon Boat Festival event, and then continued to speak. But about the Dragon Boat Festival, there is a legend in my hometown. What legend? Everyone's interest was immediately lifted by Qilu. Generally speaking, festivals are days with significant commemorative significance or the occurrence of various major events. Therefore, everyone is also very interested in this legend in Qi Li's mouth. This is a good way to understand Qi Li's background and hometown situation. Are you also interested? It doesn't matter if I tell you. Seeing that everyone was so interested, Qi Li naturally explained it. It is said that in the ancient times, there were two great forces competing. One of the big forces is relatively weaker, but the other big force also needs to spend a lot of power if it wants to eat this relatively weak force. As a result, another relatively powerful force, in order to save power, used conspiracy and tricks. And a strong man in this weak and small force saw through the tricks of the powerful force. However, Because the leader of the weak force questioned the judgment of the strong man, the fighter was lost. In the end, there is no doubt that the weaker powers are destroyed. However, the weak forces were destroyed. But this strong man, who had clearly seen through the tricks of the powerful forces, did not leave after being questioned, but chose to fight with the weak forces to the end. Even the destruction of this weak force is a foregone conclusion. Also does not change his will. And this strong man did not give in the end, but blew himself up with a grudge and died for his own power. Later, in order to commemorate the loyalty of this strong man, the day when headed in battle was designated as the Dragon Boat Festival. And zongzi is a unique food on the Dragon Boat Festival. Qi Lu explained the origin of this magically modified version of the Dragon Boat Festival. And also added the details of fighting spirit and magic, which made everyone fascinated. This strong man is indeed a loyal man. He knows that he is going to die, but can see death as his home. I can't wait. After hearing this legend, Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but sigh. Said before. For hero-level powerhouses, leave the green hills and not worry about no firewood is what most people think. As long as you can survive, there is a chance to make a comeback. However, like the strong man mentioned by Qi Lu, he can be a person who sees death as his home. Especially hero-level powerhouses, there are too few. Others were equally respectful. Even if they knew that this might just be a legend, it did not prevent them from admiring such a loyal person. It turned out to be like this. No wonder the store manager, Qi, will hold the Dragon Boat Festival. Maybe it's a tribute to such a loyal person. Manager Qi is also a role model among the strong, and a role model among cultivators. For this kind of loyal person who regards death as his home, he also cherishes each other. Everyone began to speculate about the intention of Qi Lu to hold the Dragon Boat Festival. In the end, even Qi Lu himself became such a person of noble character and integrity. If the Huangyuan Empire can have such loyal people, why should the Huangyuan Empire not be happy? Ling Ao looked at the sign of the Dragon Boat Festival event. The figure above it as the background, the solitary and reckless back, should be the strong man who saw death as if at home. That sky-shattering wave is the unmatched power of that mighty force. This is the spirit of seeing death. This laughing will of life and death. It is truly convincing and has to be admired. By the way, these rice dumplings, like medicinal pills, have special effects and can permanently increase some basic attributes. Qi Lu reached out and knocked on the stand. Then said the news that was not on the standing card. The special effects of the 5 flavors of zongzi will be displayed in the details after the Dragon Boat Festival event starts tomorrow. After all, it's just for the sake of eating a zongzi. That's not very attractive. In the content of the activity, it is still relatively difficult to collect all the quest materials and then make up a zongzi exchange card. Without some attractive items, how can we fully mobilize the vitality off players? Oh. When does the Dragon Boat Festival start? When Ling Ao heard the words, he immediately stopped sighing, and hurriedly asked aloud. When Ling Ao came to the store before, in addition to obtaining the Guardian Doll skill book, it was also for those medicinal pills that could permanently increase the attributes. It's a pity that the number of customers in the Chila store is increasing day by day. It was really difficult for Ling Ao to snap up those medicinal pills that were already scarce. It's just that the number of customers in the Chila store is increasing day by day. It was extremely difficult for Ling Ao to snap up those pills that were already extremely rare and could permanently increase their properties. Therefore, Ling Ao usually eats a lot of snacks and drinks. And now, Ling Ao was naturally excited when there was a zongzi that had the same effect as an elixir that could permanently increase his attributes. In fact, several other people also want to ask this question. It's just not Ling Ao Kwai. So after Ling Ao finished asking, the others also looked at Qi Lu. Starting tomorrow. Qilu replied. As long as someone asks, the purpose of this propaganda has been achieved. With the guild communication system in place, these news will soon spread among the various guilds. As for whether people who don't have a membership card know it, it's not within Qilu's consideration. After all, the Dragon Boat Festival event was originally an event to give benefits to customers. It's not a kryptonite activity. Qilu deliberately made a stand for propaganda, that is because the Dragon Boat Festival has its own commemorative significance. How many people know about it is another matter. And what happened next was not what Qilu expected. The guild communication system was quickly filled with news of the Dragon Boat Festival activities. It also includes the legend that Qilu said. The origin of the Dragon Boat Festival of the Magic Revision. The loyalty and righteousness of this unknown powerhouse moved a group of customers very much. The aura of seeing death as if at home also made many students still in the academy excited. It was even more so that the elites who were selected by the Xuanhuan Empire and sent to Yunwu City for training were filled with excitement. This kind of behavior that he would rather die than give in for the forces he belongs to. Exactly what those in the military admired. Therefore, before the Dragon Boat Festival event was launched, the public screen of the entire guild communication system was full of news about this matter. This is what I want to see. If the propaganda doesn't work, how can it be called propaganda? In the evening, Qilu took the membership card and refreshed the information in the guild communication system. The Dragon Boat Festival can have 1 day of fermentation time, which I snuff. In fact, the main reason is that when the system mentioned this matter, it was too late. You know, the world that Qilu lived in before. If there is any big event, it is at least half a week in advance to start the publicity. If this event can stimulate sales in particular, then it must be started 10 days and a half months in advance. System, how about we discuss something? Qilu was lying on the bed and suddenly said. System, what's the matter? If the host can make a reasonable suggestion, this system will consider it as appropriate. This speed is just seconds back. In this way, sometimes the system does not speak, it is simply pretending to be dead on purpose. It's this holiday benefit, and there will definitely be more in the future. So, can you tell me this kind of thing at least 3 days in advance in the future, or how will I promote it? Qilu proposed very seriously. But what followed was a moment of silence. The system didn't reply in seconds, it was either pretending to be dead or thinking. If there is no more movement, it is pretending to be dead. This kind of behavior is more pleasant, which is called refusal. To say it badly is to ignore it. Fortunately, Qilu didn't wait a few minutes before the system made a sound. System, the proposal of the host seems to make some sense. System, host, your proposal sounds somewhat reasonable. System, however, holiday benefits are for giving out benefits. It doesn't seem to be beneficial to publicize them in advance. When did this guy become so smart? Qilu was stopped by the system's words for a while. But it's true. Just like this Dragon Boat Festival event, it is not a Krypton Gold event, Buta welfare event to distribute Zongzi. And there are no level restrictions, no map restrictions. The only difficulty is that the Zongzi exchange card is more difficult to exchange. But such a small problem, how could it be difficult to get Qilu? Increase passenger flow, do you understand, passenger flow? The customer flow of the store has come forward, and the turnover of the store will not come forward. The promotion of this kind of welfare activity is to increase the customer flow. Qilu fooled very seriously. It's not actually cheating. Passenger flow is a very important indicator to increase turnover. However, for Qilu's store, the current passenger flow is somewhat more. Unless the number of decks in the combat power improvement training room area can be increased. At this time, System, host, I sense you are thinking of something very constructive. What did I just think? Hearing this sentence, Qile suddenly looked confused. This system has decided to accept the host's suggestion to increase the number of decks in the training room by 3,000. This. After Qile heard the system's decision, his face was dull. This is really deliberately planting flowers that will not bloom, but unintentionally planting willows and willows for shade. The goal of wanting to know in advance what the festival benefits are in vain, and in the blink of an eye, I got 3,000 card seats in the Combat Power Improvement training room. Now there are 8,000 booths in the entire store. Fortunately, the customers who come to the store are all self-service, and the function of the counter is to activate the membership card. Any packaging bags and glass bottles after snacks and drinks are all tossed by customers themselves. Unlimited capacity trash cans have been set up in several places in the store. These packaging bags, glass bottles, etc., I don't know what the system is recycling back. Otherwise, a full 8,000 decks. Even if we recruit 10 more shop assistants, I am afraid they will not be able to keep busy. System, host, the 3,000 decks have been added. Regarding the issue of holiday benefits, this system does not accept your proposal. So, that's fine. Qile found that he seemed to be unable to keep up with the thinking of the system. However, since you have already received a benefit, it should be accepted as soon as you see it. The matter of holiday benefits can only be discussed next time. And the system expressly refuses to accept the proposal. That question is worth thinking about. However, Qile never did such a waste of brain power. There's no benefit in trying to figure it out anyway. Taking this matter to deceive the system, maybe it will make the system angry and angry. Of course, that means playing around. After all, the system and Qile have been working together sincerely for so long, and it can be considered a relationship. By the way, I remembered, trial crystals. After discussing this matter with the system, Qile just closed his eyes when he remembered something important. That is the trial crystal produced by the auxiliary function of the trial room. That's probably the case for negotiating with the system. So Qile didn't think much about it, and felt that it was more realistic to sleep. However, as soon as Qile closed his eyes, he remembered something important. That is the trial crystal produced by the auxiliary function of the trial room. After the store manager level was upgraded, the auxiliary functions of the trial room were also upgraded. The production capacity of the trial room has become 10 warrior level trial crystals and 1 professional level trial crystal every day. A grandmaster level trial crystal is produced every week, and a hero level trial crystal is produced every 2 months. It's been such a long time now. It should have hoarded a lot of trial crystals. Time to hit the shelves. Thinking of this, Qile got up and went to the trial room while he was still sleepy. The trial crystals produced by the auxiliary functions are all randomly stacked in a corner of the trial room. This way of stacking. If others saw it, they might scold Qile as a prodigal. It looks like a lot. Qile squatted in the corner of the trial room and counted the pile of trial crystals. The trial room was the place where Qile had the most tragic memories. Every time you enter the trial space to challenge the trial mission, it is the beginning of a nightmare. However, at this moment, the trial room finally brought some good memories to Qile. Lots of trial crystals. That is a bigger hill made of spirit crystals. 7 master-level trial crystals, 50 professional-level trial crystals, and 500 hero-level trial crystals. If you wait another week, there might even be a heroic trial crystal. But Qile was too lazy to wait. More than 500 trial crystals were placed on the shelves, and there was no problem at all. Although in terms of quality, it may not work. After all, warrior-level trial crystals are really not that rare. But in terms of quantity, it is completely the size of a large firm. Warrior-level trial crystals, even if they are not rare. But in the end, it is necessary to hunt a warrior-level alien beast in order to get it. Instead of being like a spirit crystal, it can be dug out directly. As a saying goes, if you are fortunate enough to mine a vein of spirit crystal, you will not have to worry about it for several lifetimes. And in these lifetimes, you can spend it at will. After all, being able to defend the power of a spiritual crystal vein is not simple in itself. As for the hero-level trial crystal, Qi felt that it was still not enough. This kind of thing can only be produced in 2 months, and it must be well advertised and promoted before it can be sold at a high price. Auction is the best option. Yes, it's an auction. Qi nodded in agreement and praised his idea. However, a voice soon shattered Qi illusion. System, host, this system must remind you that since your store manager level is still not enough, the pricing of trial crystals is still based on the previous pricing. System, in order to prevent the host from forgetting, this system has decided to help you review it. Warrior level trial crystal, 500 spirit crystals. Vocational class trial crystal, 5,000 spirit crystals. Grandmaster level trial crystal, 50,000 spirit crystals. Hero level trial crystal, 500,000 spirit crystals. Oops, how could I forget about this? Qi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered this matter. Oops, how could I forget about this? Qi was stunned for a moment, before suddenly remembering this. Perhaps it was a long time ago that made Qi forget the original situation. Now that I think about it, the system did say that his level of store manager was not enough, and it made Qi slump for a while. But then, Qi store manager level was raised by another level. I didn't expect it to be enough. These two systems sometimes look at greed for money, and sometimes look at black hearts. But why does he seem so conscientious at such a critical time? If this heroic trial crystal is put up for auction, let alone 500,000 spirit crystals, even 5 million spirit crystals are not impossible. Before, Yingquan came to the store to purchase equipment and medicine pills, and he counted 5 million spirit crystals in one breath. And it will increase in the future. Moreover, the elites who were specially selected to form the sharp knife team, the daily expenses in the Qi store are not a small amount. The sum total of all this, there are more than 10 million spirit crystals. However, the deterrent power of these things is really not as great as the deterrent power of a heroic powerhouse. The heroic powerhouse, known as the cornerstone of a great power, is no joke. The more heroic powerhouses in a force, the greater the deterrent effect. Even if the backbone of this force is insufficient, it will not affect its deterrence. After all, although Grandmaster-level trial crystals are rare, they are not as completely found as hero-level trial crystals. If you want a hero-level trial crystal, you can only rely on luck. Moreover, in the general great forces, although there are few master-level trial crystals, it is absolutely impossible to have them. As long as there are candidates with suitable potential and qualifications, it is very simple to cultivate a few masters. Hero level, that is the realm of really wanting qualifications. In the trial space for promotion to the Grandmaster level, unless it is a medicine jar that is completely built up from heaven and earth, there is basically no failure of promotion. And if you want to be promoted to the hero level, as long as you are not fully prepared, then the failure rate is not low. This is also the reason why it is necessary to select carefully when selecting the Grandmaster level candidates for promotion to the hero level. Because of one bad thing, this precious hero level trial crystal was wasted. This kind of loss, no matter which force it is unbearable. Damn, store manager level, there are so many restrictions. Qi said bitterly. But there is nothing to be done. Forget it, let's put it on the shelf. Qi came to the first floor, with a dejected face, holding a large pile of trial crystals. Although you can't make a lot of money, it's okay to make a small profit. The 3 trial crystals were soon put on the shelf separately. Then on the shelf below, the prices marked. The next day, because the Dragon Boat Festival activities were spread in the guild communication system. So early in the morning, the shop was crowded with people. They are all waiting to enter the store for the first time, buy a bottle of mineral water, and then enter the New World mode to collect a Zongzi exchange card. Mr. Qi, good morning, this old man deliberately rushed early today. Gu Pingchuan greeted with a smile. The next person was Ling Ao, Ren Gongxiu, and Banzheng. These 4 heroic powerhouses, under normal circumstances, all came to the store together. Unless someone is in trouble, there is an exception. This caused the students of the 3 major colleges to run to Yunwu City with a little free time. The reason is also very simple. Even the deans of the 3 major colleges come to this store every day. We are taking the dean as an example and trying to improve ourselves. Especially the students of Dadi College. Because of the existence of a 2-way transmission magic circle, it is convenient to come and go. So now the students of Dadi College have replaced the former students of the Brilliant College, and they have become the customer group who stayed the longest every day in the Chila store. You are early too. Chila nodded slightly and returned the salute. But when his eyes fell on Ling Ao, Chila felt a little strange. Isn't this guy the current fire emperor of the Xuanhuan Empire? Why does he stay in Yunwu City every day? Shouldn't the affairs of the Yuanyuan Empire be dealt with? Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu, and Banzheng. These 3 people are only the deans of the academy, and it's fine to stay in Yunwu City every day. After all, there are only so many affairs in an academy, not to mention that there are also the deputy dean and many tutors helping to deal with it. But does Ling Ao dare to leave the affairs of the Xuanhuan Empire to the courtiers below? Then do you want this wasteland empire? Your Majesty, store manager Qi, and the 3 deans, you are so early. But before the doubts in Qi Li's eyes disappeared, the store door was pushed open again. This time, it was Ying Kuang who had not seen for a long time. However, Ying Kuang's grandson Ying Feng and granddaughter Ying Shui often come to Qi Li's store. Master Ying, long time no see. Qi Li still has a bit of a favorable impression of this old man who can bring in a huge amount of transactions every time he comes here. It's been a long time indeed. During this period of time, I have been training the selected elites, and now I only came here temporarily after seeing the news in the guild. Ying Kuang laughed heartily. Although the elites selected by the Xuanhuan Empire from various guards and frontier troops will be sent to Yunwu City, and then they will be trained in the Qi Li shop. But in such a huge Xuanhuan Empire, the number of elites selected is at least tens of thousands. The Qi Li store is definitely not finished. Therefore, it can only be sent to Yunwu City in batches. The rest were trained by veterans who had been expeditioned from the battlefield that year. To maximize the power of these elite teams. Is it for Zongzi? Qi Li asked, curiously. For Zongzi, and for the legendary unknown powerhouse. Should be mad to answer truthfully. After being transformed by Qi Li's demon, the nameless powerhouse, the spirit that would rather die than give in and see death as home, is very much in line with the appetite of the mad warrior. Ying Kuang even felt that the legend about the Dragon Boat Festival should be publicized in the guards and frontier troops in various places. This loyalty is worthy of all soldiers as an example. Master Ying has a heart. As soon as Qi Li heard Ying Kuang's words, he knew what it meant. This is also one of Qi Li's goals. Because Qi Li felt that since he brought the Dragon Boat Festival to this world, he had an obligation to carry forward this festival. And using a well-known legend to promote this festival is a good choice. Loyalty and righteousness are the spirits admired by all decent people. Qi Li also magnified this point, and came to change the content of the entire legend. In order to achieve a subtle effect. So far, this seems to be working fine. If you really think I'm interested, then store manager Qi might as well give him a discount for the next batch of equipment purchased. Yingguang said immediately. As the general of the Zhenhua of the Xuanhuan Empire, he has to think about the treasury more or less. If there are more purchases of this scale, the minister of the household will really have to hang himself. After all, the expenditure on the Ministry of Household side is not only military expenditure. Expenses of the various city-states. There are also large-scale construction expenses, and so on. There are not a few spirit crystals needed. The large quantities of equipment and medicinal pills that Yingguang had previously purchased in the Qile store had already been delivered to the frontier guards. Most of them were stored in warehouses, and a small part was issued to the frontier troops in the frontier garrison to familiarize them with the new equipment. And those pills that have never been available before. As to say, why not release all of them? That was mainly because the equipment in Qili's store was too expensive. The cheapest common-level weapons and armors require 10 spirit crystals. If this were replaced with the standard weapons and armors that the frontier guards had been equipped with in the past, it would be enough to equip 5 sets. That's not to mention the fine-grade weapons and armors, as well as the more advanced rare-grade weapons and armors. Without a certain position, it is simply impossible to equip these weapons and armors. But correspondingly, the effect of these new equipment is also worth the money. Take the cheapest common tier weapon for example. Buy the normal grade sharp saber-cutting saber from the Qile shop, and slash with the standard long sword equipped for the frontier guards. With just one knife, the standard long sword will be cut off. However, the sharp saber was unscathed, not even a single gap. This is the value of 10 spirit crystals. Putting it in the hands of the frontier troops and fighting against the enemy, as long as there is the protection of the same level of armor, 1 against 10 is not a problem at all. The difference in equipment is more vividly reflected when the cultivator's level is lower. On the contrary, after the cultivator's level is high, a higher level of equipment is required. Therefore, it is necessary to donate spirit crystals to Qile Xiaodian again. The matter of discount, Mr. Ng should not mention it again. One of the principles of this store is to never give discounts. Qile answered Yingguang's words very seriously. Then I added a sentence in my mind. At least until the store manager level is upgraded to be able to set prices by himself, there is definitely no way to discount. After all, that stingy system will definitely not be discounted. However, for these customers who ask for discounts, if it is a broken bone, I believe there is no problem with the system. I just said that, it won't make it difficult for Manager Qi. What's more, every item in store Manager Qi's place is worth the money. If I discount it again, it will be taking advantage of store Manager Qi. Yingguang is also a mature man, and his words are not leaking. By the way, the zongzi that was exchanged should be able to be taken out of the store. At the end, Yingguang asked again. Because most of the snacks and drinks in the Qile store cannot be taken out of the store. Unless it's snacks and drinks available for combat. Like Sprite and black coffee. One can be completely immune to fire damage for a short time. The other one can instantly restore half of the drinker's mental power, and it will greatly increase the recovery speed of the drinker's mental power in the next half an hour. Effects like Sprite and black coffee can only be used in-store. That's too wasteful. That's why Yingguang specifically asked the last question. Yes, the zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival should be shared with the family. Qile nodded and said after asking the system. Making decisions on your own is not a good habit. If this is caught by the system, there will be no way to pit it in the future. That's good, since that's the case, I won't disturb the manager, Qi. Yingguang bowed his hands and walked towards the area of the combat power improvement training room. The Dragon Boat Festival event lasts only 7 days. It's really not that long. However, there is no need to race against the time limit of 4 hours a day in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Just make sure you can make good use of your 4 hours a day. With Uncle Ling and other veterans in the dynasty, the Xuanhuan Empire can be stable. Ling Ao looked at Ing Kuang's back and couldn't help but say it out loud. Then Ling Ao took a deep look at Qi Lu and said again. Manager Qi, I know what you're thinking, it's just the affairs of the Xuanhuan Empire, and it's not as complicated as you think. If there is really a big event, I won't continue to stay in Yunwu City. Ling Ao is in a high position, so observing words and expressions must be a must-have skill. It is something that every king must learn about the behavior of the court officials. Otherwise, the position would be unsettled. Therefore, the doubts in Qi Li's eyes naturally fell into Ling Ao's eyes. However, Ling Ao didn't think that Qi Lu was meddling with his own business. Instead, he thought that it was a good thing that Qi Lu would doubt this Kindoff thing. So it will explain. Because Qi Lening has such doubts, he must be thinking of the Xuanhuan Empire in his heart. To have such a strong person to care about, it must be the great luck of the Xuanhuan Empire. As for the affairs of the court, before Ling Ao came to Yunwu City, he had already let Ling Chongkong, the eldest prince, do it. The ministers in the DPRK are also supervised by Ku Zhen and Ing Kuang. Moreover, during this period of time, the surrounding area of the Xuanhuan Empire was stable, and all the major forces were dormant, including Gu Luo Empire and Xingyao Empire, probably keeping a low profile. That's why Ling Ao dared to stay in Yunwu City all the time. Besides, some important court memorials were sent to Ling Ao through their own secret channels. Even though Ling Ao was in Cloud City, he knew everything about the situation in the court. Well, the Dragon Boat Festival has begun, are you still here? Qi Lu fixedly looked at Ling Ao. The heart said, I just thought about it casually, why did it explain so much to me? However, Qi Lu did not raise his doubts again, but changed the topic wisely. Is it already started? Then I won't talk anymore, Manager Qi, I'll go over first. Ling Ao raised his brows, and immediately rushed to the training room area for improving combat power. As the Fire Emperor, Ling Ao was extremely persistent in power. Because only when the power of the king is stronger, the Xuanhuan Empire can be more stable. Although Gu Pingchuan, a half-step powerhouse, is currently in charge. But Gu Pingchuan was the dean of the Brilliant Academy, after all. If there is a day when the Xuanhuan Empire and the Brilliant Academy are attacked at the same time, it will be over. In that case, Manager Qi, let's talk next time. Banjing also said with his hands up. Then I won't say more. Ren Gongxiu also bowed to a magician, followed behind Ling Ao, and went to find a booth. Where are their people? Could it be that the Dragon Boat Festival has begun? Manager Qi, then I'll go too first. Gu Pingchuan came over with the mineral water, and saw that the other three had disappeared. When I thought about it, I understood. The Dragon Boat Festival activities attract a lot of customers. If you wait a little longer, you might not be able to find the place. In the Chila store, no one will deliberately reserve a place for others. It has always been adhering to the principle of first come first served. There is also a first come, first served basis. World announcement: the Dragon Boat Festival event is officially launched and lasts for 7 days. During the event, players can collect the materials for making dumplings, which can be used to make dumplings, exchange dumplings for exchange cards, and the detailed attributes of dumplings. You can click on the details of the Dragon Boat Festival event to learn more. World announcement: the Dragon Boat Festival event is officially launched and lasts for 7 days. During the event, players can collect the materials for making dumplings, which can be used to make dumplings, exchange dumplings for exchange cards, and the detailed attributes of dumplings. You can click on the details of the Dragon Boat Festival event to learn more. World announcement: the Dragon Boat Festival event, officially launched, lasts for 7 days. As Ji Lu said, the 8,000 decks in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room were all filled. In the New World mode, a world announcement is also released. After learning about the special effects of various flavors of Zongzi from the details of the event, these customers who were attracted by the legend of the Dragon Boat Festival broke out with great enthusiasm. Those pills that permanently enhance their attributes are limited in number. High-quality medicinal pills, one person can only use 3 pills in a lifetime. Rare-grade medicine pill, one person can only use 1 in a lifetime. Eating too much is ineffective. This makes most customers feel sorry for it. But this time the Dragon Boat Festival event, the Zongzi that can be exchanged, there is no limit on the number of use. And the effect is not much worse than that of high-quality medicinal pills. At most, it is the effect of 2 Zongzi, topping the efficacy of a high-grade medicinal pill. Although the effect of Zongzi will gradually weaken with the increase of the consumption. But at least it works. Unlike medicinal pills, you can only take as many pills as you say you can take. So in the New World mode, it suddenly became lively. On the details page of the Dragon Boat Festival event, the attributes of the Zongzi were also captured and uploaded to the public screen of the guild communication system. All of a sudden, those who haven't come to the store are going crazy. In the 3 major colleges, a large number of students who asked for leave suddenly appeared. The reasons are also bizarre. What my own big yellow dog had a difficult labor. Last night, when I went back to the upper bunk to sleep, I fell my leg. I ate the leftovers from last night this morning, and my whole body was weak with diarrhea. It was a headache for the teachers of the college. What does the big yellow dog at home have to do with you? Will you deliver? Go back to the upper bunk to sleep and break your leg? Can a cultivator fall off the top bunk and lose his leg? I can't wait to break your leg directly. And those who ate the leftovers from last night, is the food in the college cafeteria not delicious? In short, the instructors do not approve, nor do they approve. Because after these students left fake notes, they went straight to Yunwu City without waiting for a response. Even if they don't approve, they probably won't come back. The Dragon Boat Festival is held once a year. No, it is still unknown whether there will be the Dragon Boat Festival next year. I missed the Guardian Doll skill book from the last event, so forget it. Anyway, only the magician class can use it. I missed the stand-in doll from the last event, so forget it. In general, it's not life-threatening. But this time, the dumplings cannot be missed. Improving basic attributes is something that every cultivator. No, it is something that everyone can use. Even for ordinary people, it is a good thing to eat 2 rice dumplings to improve their basic attributes. The physique is high, the physique is strong. For ordinary people, it is no less than indirect longevity. Ying Kuang asked if the dumplings could be brought out of the store, and it was also with this thought in mind. Ying's family is big, not everyone has the aptitude for cultivation. For those close to him, Ying Kuang will not be stingy with these 2 dumplings. Therefore, after the Dragon Boat Festival officially opened. In the New World mode, all dungeons are full of players. And the wild monsters that usually haunt in the wild have also been cleaned up by enthusiastic players. Even on a difficult map like the Shadow Assassin entrance, players are constantly rushing in, attracting shadow assassins to come out and kill. However, most of the time, the Shadow Assassin will quickly give you a recovery point. But that doesn't stop the enthusiasm of these guys. Anyway, the 45-level empty experience bar can't be dropped. As long as you can kill a few shadow assassins before going to the resurrection point, and get 1 or 2 materials for making rice dumplings, it will not be a loss. If you can burst out the leaves and glutinous rice, it will be even more bloody. After all, the purpose of the Dragon Boat Festival activities is to give welfare. Therefore, the explosion rate of the materials for making zongzi is still much higher than the explosion rate of the quest items in the previous two events. 7 kinds of materials: zong leaves, glutinous rice, fresh meat, chestnuts, shellfish seafood, bean paste, and plant ash water. In fact, it is mainly rice dumplings and glutinous rice. Any one of the last 5 ingredients, plus zong leaves and glutinous rice, can make a zongzi at the Dragon Boat Festival chef. However, if you want to synthesize a zongzi exchange card, you must have 10 zongzi of the same flavor. So, in addition to zongyi and glutinous rice, there are still quite a few other 5 materials in the public channel of the trading system. Warrior class and knight class want fresh meat dumplings and chestnut dumplings. Assassin class and archer class, these agile attack classes, want seafood dumplings. The magician class wants bean paste dumplings. And gray water dumplings are a taste that all ranks want. The proficiency of the eater's martial arts or magic can be greatly improved, and its value is undoubtedly higher than the basic attributes. Sure enough, it will make players less motivated. Qi Lu stood on the edge of the combat strength training room area and did not sit in the deck. Because zongzi is really not a rare thing for Qi Lu. The system provides it for free, you can eat as much as you want. In addition to not being able to give others to eat for free, Qi Lu is fine tote one and lose the other. Therefore, this card seat should be given to customers in need. Big brother, can we eat zongzi today? Lan Zier pushed open the store door, ran behind Qi Lu, tugged at the corner of Qi Li's clothes, and asked excitedly. The soft and glutinous sound is a bit like a bean paste dumpling, just as sweet. Qila, what does the bean paste dumpling taste like? Nalan Qinchi followed and asked. In this world, there is no such thing as bean paste. However, as a standard magician class like the Queen of Ice, the requirements for mental power are still quite high. So Nalan Qinchi decided to ask about the taste of bean paste dumplings first. Bean paste dumplings, it's sweet, very sweet. Qi Lu turned his head to look at Nalan Qinchi and said slowly. For sweet zongzi, Qi Lu is not welcome. Because of Qi Li's standard salty zongzi pie, I always thought that sweet zongzi was simply. Can't tell what it is. Anyway, sweet zongzi Qi Lu is not eaten. It's sweet, that's great. Hearing this, Nalan Qinchi smiled, obviously likes sweets. As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu felt a little bad. This is the beginning of the battle between sweet zongzi pie and salty zongzi. Manager Qi, it looks like you don't like bean paste dumplings very much. Lan Yi and others followed behind Nalan Qinchi. Seeing the look in Qi Li's eyes, he immediately said with a smile. Your statement is not accurate, because to be precise, I don't like all the sweet rice dumplings. Qi Lu spread his hands, not shy about his preferences. Zongzi are made of glutinous rice. After the glutinous rice is steamed, it becomes rice. Don't eat meat when eating, but add sugar instead. Isn't that the way children eat? Of course, when Qi Lu said this, he put a little emphasis on the word I. After all, the battle between sweet and salty represents one's own taste. It is a foolish act to belittle the ones you don't like when you exalt the ones you like. Therefore, here, Qi Lu does not mean to belittle sweet zongzi. I also like dumplings with meat, big brother, it seems that you like the same thing as Zier. Lan Zier grabbed Qi Li's clothes and said happily. Of course, salty zongzi is delicious. Qi Lu smiled and reached out to rub Lan Zier's hair. Lan Zier just giggled and didn't stop Qi Li's movements. Big brother, can I eat zongzi? Xing Lian suddenly emerged from Lan Zier's eyebrows. After a while, Xing Lian's breath became stronger. It's just that he is limited by Lan Zier's realm, so he has been accumulating strength and cannot be promoted. I'm afraid not. Qi Lu looked at Xing Lian's soul body before speaking after a long time. Drinks are pure energy condensates, and Xing Lian can drink them naturally. But snacks are not pure energy condensates. Xing Lian is only a soul body, so there is no way to absorb it. Oh. Xing Lian responded in a sullen voice. The many inconveniences of the soul body will inevitably be depressed until you get used to it. However, there is one more thing you may need. Looking at Xing Lian's depressed expression, Qi Le suddenly said. What? Xing Lian's dragon tail swayed gently and asked softly. Grandmaster level trial crystal. Qi Lu answered aloud. Although Xing Lian is a soul body, with the improvement of realm, there is still a chance to reunite the physical body. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't know where this opportunity is. But the master-level trial crystal, Lan Zier definitely needs it. Been stuck in the working class for so long. Presumably Lan Zier is not in a hurry. Xing Lian will be in a hurry. Grandmaster-level trial crystal? Manager Qi, you have a Grandmaster-level trial crystal here. Neither Xing Lian nor Lan Zier responded, but Lan Yi spoke up first. The surprise in his voice was beyond words. The 7 members of the Lan Yi team, except for Lan Yi, Fei Xue and Yojiao, who entered the ruins last time, got the Grandmaster level trial crystal and were promoted to the Grandmaster level. The other 4 are still in the professional class. This also proves how rare and precious the master level trial crystals are. Moreover, if it weren't for the last trip to the ruins, the Grandmaster level among the 8 major forces would not have suddenly appeared so many. Because even if those big forces have master-level trial crystals in their hands, they will not use them indiscriminately. This kind of thing used to cultivate the backbone can already be regarded as a kind of strategic material. Of course, use with caution when there are not many. And, for the 3 major empires, there are too many masters, but it is not a particularly good thing. If it is for the sect forces, the master-level powerhouse is indeed the mainstay, and when the number is large, it can play a role in deterring other sects. Moreover, the status of everyone in the sect is relatively stable, so it isn't easy to cause trouble. However, within the 3 empires, this is not the case. Take the Huangyuan Empire as an example. The only heroic powerhouses belonging to the Huangyuan Empire are the Fire Emperor Ling Ao and the Law God Gu Pingchuan. On the lower level are the major master-level powerhouses. If a master-level powerhouse enters the army, at least it is a position of 10,000 households. Above the 10,000 households, there are the commanders, the great commanders, and the military captains. How many 10,000 households are there in the entire border guard army guarding one side? According to the number of people who can fight, the logistics and scouts in the frontier army have to be removed. Because logistics and scouts do not have 10,000 households. All orders are given directly by the commander, the grand commander, and the military lieutenant. The remaining number of combatants is only more than 300,000. The number of 10,000 households is more than 30 at most, and the functions and powers cannot be crossed. Therefore, for the Huangyuan Empire, the number of master-level powerhouses only needs to be maintained within a certain range. More words. How to arrange it? Among the military, there are veterans with more combat experience and more sophisticated commanding abilities. How could it be possible to get a new 10,000 households with free power toe point fingers? After the last trip to the ruins, the Huangyuan Empire had the idea of expanding its troops, so Ling Ao started to work on it and continued to cultivate master-level powerhouses. However, mercenaries do not have these concerns. How many people are there in a mercenary team? Of course, the stronger the individual, the better. Manager Qi, how many master-level trial crystals do you have in your store? Do you have 4? After Lan Yi was surprised, she asked excitedly. The 4 Grandmaster-level trial crystals were just enough to elevate every Oni in the Lan Yi team to the Grandmaster level. Of course there are 4, the things are over there. Sheila nodded and responded lightly. Then he pointed to the shelf area. That feeling is like this precious Grandmaster level trial crystal, just like the Chinese cabbage on the street. Lan Yi heard the words and ran over immediately. Grandmaster level trial crystals. 50,000 spirit crystals for one. At this price, as always, it is worth the money. It seems that 4 should be no problem. Lan Yi counted the spirit crystal in his hand and thought excitedly. 50,000 spirit crystals for a Grandmaster level trial crystal are lower than the market price. Originally, Lan Yi was still thinking about how to get more spirit crystals out, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Hey, there are still a bunch of Brave level trial crystals. Manager Qi's handwriting is as exaggerated as ever. After taking the 4 Grandmaster level trial crystals from the shelf, Lan Ye glanced to the side again. That pile of hero level trial crystals like a hill. The person who can stack such precious things so casually, I am afraid that only Qi Lu can do it. The bosses of other stores can get the trial crystals if there is a channel. No matter what level of trial crystal. Who doesn't use a beautiful box and a good flannel as the base, put it in order, and wait for customers to come to the store to choose? Not like Qi Lu. I don't even bother to tidy up. There is a feeling that you can take it casually. I have a lot of this kind of things here. However, Lan Yi would never have thought that there are indeed many trial crystals here in Qi Lu. 200,000 spirit crystals. Sheer, help me check how many spirit crystals are in my membership card. Lan Yi took 4 Grandmaster level trial crystals to the counter. Since the trading system of the New World model became completely popular, there are many people who earn spirit crystals through the trading system. This is not the patent of the Merchant Guild. Among the customers who came to the store, there were a lot of young masters with a lot of spirit crystals in their hands. These are either low grades, poor combat skills, or the young masters wouldn't have a good sense of combat, and they are the main contributors to the spirit crystals. Others will also spend spirit crystals in the New World mode in various ways. Therefore, the customers who come to the Qila store now are not just those who come to Hualingjing. There are also various ways to earn spirit crystals in the New World mode. This is one of the reasons why the New World mode will become more and more popular. Sister Lan Yi, you still have 187,232 spirit crystals in your membership card. Yu Xier checked Lan Yi's membership card balance through the membership card activator on the counter. Because Lan Yi is the president of Lan Yi Guild, Lan Yi's membership card I linked to Lan Yi Guild's Guild Reserve. This is an integrated update of the membership card and guild system after the trading system is opened. In order to facilitate customers to use membership cards, they can better consume in the New World model. And other members of the guild, even the vice chairman, who want to use the guild's reserves, need the consent of the guild leader. Let's use the magic core to make up the remaining difference. Lan Yi took out a bag of magic cores from the bronze storage ring. Okay, a total of 200,000 spirit crystals, confirmed receipt. Yu Xier said with a smile after clearing the magic core. Looking at the master level trial crystal, he paused for a while before quickly moving away. Thank you, Xier. Lan Yi took 4 Grandmaster level trial crystals from the counter. Then he greeted the rest of the Lan Yi team. Qinger, Zier, Shaya, Shachi, come here, 1 for each. Lan Yi quickly distributed the master level trial crystals. The members of Lan Yi squad, who have been practicing in Qi Li's shop for Salon, have been staying at the peak of the professional class for a long time. Now that I have obtained the master level trial crystal, it is natural to use it for the first time. Zier, hurry up and open the trial space. Xing Lian looked at the master level trial crystal in Lan Zier's hand, and said excitedly. The promotion of the dragon family does not require any trial crystals. Although the promotion of the dragon race does not require any trial crystals, dragon soul is also not needed. However, Xing Lian was limited by the two-soul contract, and although his strength had been accumulating, his realm had remained at the professional level. Now that I see the hope of promotion, I am naturally excited. Hurry up and start, Manager Qi. It shouldn't matter if you open the trial space in the store. After Lan Yi finished the first half of her sentence, she looked at Qi Li again. The second half of the sentence was naturally said by Qi Lu. It's okay. Qi Lu answered lightly. Opening the trial space does not take up space, because the trial space is equivalent to a different dimension. Just like the magic space created by the phantom of the Queen of Ice. What's more, in Qi Li's store, there is a trial room dedicated to opening the trial space. Huh? There are spatial fluctuations. It seems to be the fluctuation of the opening of the trial space. In the New World mode, Ling Ao, who was concentrating on brushing the materials for rice dumplings, was suddenly startled. Then quickly brushed away the wild monsters in front of him and exited the New World mode. It's the fluctuation of the master-level trial space. Opening the trial space will naturally cause space fluctuations. Even if this fluctuation is very weak, it is impossible to hide the perception of the heroic powerhouse. Why would someone come to the store to be promoted to the master level? Could it be? Ling Ao was not unfamiliar with the spatial fluctuations in the trial space, but there was something wrong with the location where such spatial fluctuations appeared. Looks like you feel it too. Gu Pingchuan was sitting in the booth, next to Ling Ao. Seeing Ling Ao's reaction, he immediately understood Ling Ao's thoughts. President Gu, you said, who would come to Manager Qi's store to get a promotion? Ling Ao narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. I'm afraid I didn't come to Manager Qi for promotion purposely, but here Manager Qi, there are trial crystals for sale. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Gu Pingchuan saw this kind of thing thoroughly. With Qi Li's strength, it's not surprising that there are trial crystals for sale in the store. My thoughts are also the same. It seems that the surprise that Manager Qi gave me is not just the Dragon Boat Festival Zongzi. Ling Ao pressed the membership card on the base of the crystal ball. This means that this deck is occupied. Press the membership card on the base of the crystal ball, and the 4 horse a day will continue to be consumed, and there will be no shortage of spiritual crystals. I gonna go see. As the Fire Emperor of the Wild Yuan Empire, Ling Ao has a huge demand for trial crystals. But Gu Pingchuan, as the Dean of the Brilliant Academy, is different. Most of the students are self-sufficient. Among the resources that the Academy needs to provide for the students, the trial crystals are not included. Why did you come here? Qi Li sat on the sofa and looked at Ling Ao, who came over with some doubts. Did 4 hours go by so quickly today? Time really flies, and it's gone in a blink of an eye. Manager Qi, I feel that there are fluctuations in the trial space in the store, so I want to ask if there are trial crystals for sale in the store? Ling Ao said bluntly. When it comes to doing business, where can there be so many falsehoods and condescension? Straightforwardness is the right way to talk. Yes, it's all over there. Qi Li nodded, reached out and pointed to the shelf area. Ling Ao walked over immediately, and then exclaimed. Wow, Manager Qi, how many trial crystals do you have here? Ling Ao looked at the trial crystals that were almost piled up on the shelf, and asked in a bit of astonishment. This way of stacking, even the warehouses dedicated to storing trial crystals dare not do it. How do you see it? Manager Qi's character is really quite arrogant. 500 for the brave class and 50 for the professional class. Qi Li lightly reported the number of trial crystals that had piled up into mountains. 50, 500, that's a lot. Manager Qi, I want all these trial crystals. Ling Ao looked at the trial crystal in front of him and said without hesitation. For the Huangyuan Empire, the demand for these low-level trial crystals is even greater than the demand for master-level trial crystals. This is different from the sect power. A sect, no matter how many disciples there are, it is only tens of thousands. But the military strength of the Xuanhuan Empire, including the city guards in various city-states and the guards in various places, plus the frontier troops, is in the millions. With such a large number of troops, the consumption of low-level trial crystals is also huge. In the army, the hero level can serve as 100 households. Professional class can serve as 1,000 households. If the Xuanhuan Empire wants to expand its military strength, both warrior-level practitioners and professional-level practitioners are indispensable. On the contrary, it is a master-level powerhouse, and the demand is not so great. There are so many trial crystals in the Qi Lu store now, enough to solve Ling Gao's urgent need to expand his troops. You want it all? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and looked at Ling Gao. There are 500 spirit crystals in the warrior-level trial crystal. There are 5,000 spirit crystals in the professional class trial crystal. The total price of this pile of trial crystals is 500,000 spirit crystals. This is much more expensive than the equipment and medicinal pills purchased before. That's right, I want them all. If Manager Qi still has warrior-level trial crystals and professional-level trial crystals in the future, I want as many as possible. Ling Gao said with certainty. If you want to expand the military force, 101,000 households are essential. If it is entirely up to one who to command, unless it is a big battle between the two armies, the strategy must be a mess. Next month, there will be another batch of trial crystals in the store. Qi Lu did not agree to Ling Gao's words, but just said something lightly. It is impossible to keep the goods. The rules in the store are always first come first served. Okay, I get it. Ling Gao also knew Qi Li's principles, so he wouldn't force it. I am very grateful for Qi Lu to say this. Telling Ling Gao the time to replenish the stock is equivalent to keeping the stock for Ling Gao in disguise. As for whether Ling Gao could grab it, it had nothing to do with Qi Lu. Gu Luo Empire, in the Imperial Palace. The Sword Emperor sat behind the imperial case and handled the affairs of the Gu Luo Empire. In recent times, the Gu Luo Empire has been keeping a low profile and keeping a low profile. With the gains from the ruins, its strength has also increased a lot. It's just that the border between the Gu Luo Empire and the Xuanhuan Empire is flanked by Yunwu City. There is Qi Lu there. Let the King of Swords dare not act rashly. It's a pity that the last time we joined forces to attack the Xuanhuan Empire, the forces of the Xingyao Empire were greatly damaged. Otherwise, there is no chance. After a long time, the Sword Emperor put down the pen and memorial in his hand, reached out and rubbed his eyebrows to relieve his fatigue. At this moment, the Sword Sovereign seemed to be on a whim, and his heart was suddenly shocked. Oops, did something happen? Heroic premonitions are sometimes very mysterious. The Sword Sovereign did not dare to neglect this sudden premonition, and quickly got up and walked into the secret room in the inner hall. There are very few people who know the secret room of the inner hall. Because this is where the three heroic soul fires of the Gu Luo Empire are stirred. Soul fire represents vitality. The weaker the vitality, the weaker the soul fire. When a person dies, the soul fires out. However, at this time, the soul fire that represented the Gun King had already been extinguished. How is this possible? The Sword Sovereign widened his eyes, his pupils narrowed slightly, and looked at the base of the extinguished soul fire lamp in disbelief. That is a heroic powerhouse. Although it is not a hero-level peak, at least, it is also a hero-level high-level powerhouse. Actually, just like that, it was silently killed by someone. Knife Emperor, what's going on? Why did you come here? Yu Feng felt that the secret room of the inner hall was opened, and quickly rushed over. Here, only the soul fires of 3 hero-level powerhouses are stored, and they will not be opened normally. See for yourself. The Sword Emperor's tone was very solemn. What are you looking at? The soul fire actually went out. Yu Feng's pupil shrank suddenly. A heroic powerhouse has fallen. In the entire Eastern Wilderness, hero-level powerhouses are those who stand at the pinnacle of combat power. How could it fall so easily? The battle did not take place in the territory of the Guluo Empire. Let the magician come over and retrace the process of the soul fire extinguishing. The Knife Emperor said with red eyes, suppressing his anger. The battle between heroes spreads to a wide range, even if they are separated by a city. In the case of the same hero level, you can feel it. The magician in the imperial palace quickly arrived, and in the image crystal ball in the secret room of the inner hall, he retraced the process of extinguishing the soul fire. At the very beginning of the image, the soul fire is as strong as a torch. But soon, it became flickering and flickering. This situation lasted for a full quarter of an hour, and then the soul fire suddenly brightened, as if returning to light. Then, it gradually became weaker. Finally, like a candle in the wind, it swayed slightly. Completely extinguished. The blood was exhausted, and I didn't even do self-destruction, and I was shocked by the soul. The Sword Emperor stared at the image crystal ball, his eyes full of anger and bloodthirsty. This is not something that can be done by one person. At least 3 hero-level shots are taken at the same time, and it is possible to win a powerhouse of the same level within a quarter of an hour. 3 heroes. Yu Feng's face became serious. Being able to have 3 hero-level forces is already considered a top force within the Eastern Wilderness. If this kind of power wants to deal with the Guluo Empire, that was an absolute disaster. Don't reveal the next word about this matter. The King of Swords said solemnly. I know. Yu Feng naturally understood what the Sword Emperor meant. Those are 3 heroic powerhouses. If this matter is known to the people of the Guluo Empire, people will inevitably be in chaos and panic. Then let me see which force dares to do such a thing. The Sword Emperor's eyes were red and his face was full of hideousness. Regardless of where the friendship is, the fall of a hero is definitely a huge blow to the Guluo Empire. And this attack will be reflected in various aspects. Morale, deterrence, popular sentiment, power at the top, etc. This is also the reason why the Sword Emperor is so angry. Cloud City, Chila's shop. After enough accumulation, the process of being promoted to the Grandmaster level will not be very difficult. After Ling Ao bought both the warrior level trial crystal and the professional level trial crystal, Lan Zier and the others came out of the trial space not long after. No one has failed. For a while, the atmosphere of the 4 Grandmasters permeated the shop. Then he was blocked by Qi Lu in a small area. It's all successful. Lan Yi looked at the 4 people who came out one after another and asked with a smile. This is just a routine concern. Lan Yi has confidence in his friends, or in other words, his sisters. Of course it did. Lan Qing'er clenched her fist and smiled. Thank you, Sister Lan Yi, I'm also a Grandmaster now. Xiaoya happily waved the priest's staff in his hand. The faint magic element fluttered on the staff, releasing waves of gentle waves. Of course, how could such a simple trial fail? Nalan Qingqi raised his head and said a little arrogantly. Great, Zier has finally been promoted to the master level. Lan Zier happily felt the power in her body. And Xing Lian seemed to be happier than Lan Zier. If the 4 of them were promoted to the master level, who would improve the most, then it would undoubtedly be Lan Zier. After coming out of the trial space, not only Lan Zier was successfully promoted to the Grandmaster level, but Xing Lian was also promoted to the Grandmaster level. And the breath is more than Lan Zier. The twin soul contract is only bound by the realm of both parties. Therefore, Lan Zier's improvement is at least double the amount of improvement for ordinary people, otherwise, it is not necessarily the amount of improvement that is tripled. Okay, let's calm down quickly. Sheila sat on the sofa beside him and said lightly. In the store, it was originally not allowed to burst out of its own momentum. Because it is easy to be judged as dangerous, and then trigger the defense system. And it is easy to disturb other customers. For those who have experienced in the New World mode for a long time, it isn't difficult to restrain the momentum. Even a newly acquired power can be done with a little familiarity. Manager Qi, I'm sorry, I'm a little carried away. Lan Qing'er said apologetically. Xiaoya and Nalan Qingqi also quickly restrained their momentum. And Lan Zier is more convenient, Xing Lian directly wrapped Lan Zier's oar with the dragon soul. Nothing. Qi Lu waved his hand. Qi Lu thought of this when he opened the trial space in the store before. Otherwise, they would not have been prepared early to seal their momentum into a small area. Since they were successfully promoted to the Grandmaster level, the next goal of Lan Yi and others is naturally the Zongzi exchange card. There are not too many good things that can permanently improve various attributes. Zongzi is really attractive. Looking at the customers who were still pouring in outside the store, Qi Lei was quite emotional. This kind of hot situation will probably last until the end of the Dragon Boat Festival. So much so that the fast food area, which was expanded once, was almost unable to accommodate so many customers waiting for the booths. 8,000 decks, it seems a little less. But Qi Lu knew that this was also during the Dragon Boat Festival. As long as these 7 days have passed, the 8,000 decks are almost just right. Moreover, those students who have taken leave will probably have to go back to the academy and be punished after the Dragon Boat Festival. Who told them that they couldn't even find a better reason to ask for leave? In fact, if students want to ask for leave, they can go directly to the tutor to apply for the outing experience. This kind of thing, except for freshmen, under normal circumstances, the tutor will approve it. However, the number of students who came to apply at one time was too large. It is not certain how many people can be approved. Into the night. The shop, which seemed noisy during the day, seemed a little quiet after closing the door. Sheer. Manager, what's wrong? Yu Sheer, who was sorting out the counter, raised her head blankly and looked at Qi Lu, who stopped her. This is your Dragon Boat Festival benefit. Qi Lu leaned in front of the counter with a faint smile on his face, and placed a Grandmaster-level trial crystal in front of Yu Sheer. In the daytime, when Lan Yu was checking out at the counter, Qi Lu found out Yu Sheer's desire for a master-level trial crystal. No, to be precise, it should be the desire for strength. Yu Sheer's level has risen very quickly. Since the last time she obtained the crystal of the professional class, she is now approaching the peak of the professional class. As a clerk in Qi Li's small store, as long as the training qualifications are not too bad, the speed of strength improvement is definitely faster than that of ordinary people. What's more, the store now also sells mineral water, which can improve cultivation qualifications. This is... No. Manager, this is too precious, I can't have it. Yu Sheer took a closer look at what Qi Lu had put over before she recognized it. It was a master-level trial crystal. Immediately waved his hands to refuse. Compared with the class-level trial crystals, the master-level trial crystals are undoubtedly much more precious. If it is said that among practitioners, the hero class and the professional class belong to the foundation, that Grandmaster level is undoubtedly the mainstay. As for the hero level, ordinary practitioners don't even dare to think about it. Talent, aptitude, resources, and luck are all indispensable. Those who can become hero-level powerhouses are all proud of the heavens. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary practitioners, the master level is already the pinnacle. Whether it is precious or not, it depends on the value that this item can exert. If it can't play its due value, then this Grandmaster level trial crystal is worthless. So, you don't have to refuse. Because this is your Dragon Boat Festival gift. Qi Lu solemnly put the master level trial crystal into Yu Shi'er's hand, and then clenched her fist. Yu Shi'er felt the temperature on the back of her hand, and her heart was full of warmth and emotion. Thank you, manager, Okay, just get the gift, you deserve it, and you don't need to say anything extra. Qi Lu interrupted Yu Shi'er's words. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked slowly to the bedroom on the second floor. Leaving Yu Shi'er to stand inside the counter, tightly holding the master-level trial crystal in her hands clasped in her heart. You can still vaguely feel the temperature remaining on it. The Dragon Boat Festival activities are in full swing, and it will soon be the fourth day. Players are frantically brushing pictures and clearing wild monsters. This can make the monsters in those big maps suffer. Because of the dungeon materials from the dungeon, if the dungeon fails, these dungeon materials cannot be brought out of the dungeon. But when you brush wild monsters, you can get as many Zongzi materials as you need. Therefore, the wild monsters that used to be carefree on the big map, wandering around, and almost no one cared about, suddenly became a sought-after item that everyone needed. A large number of players are guarding the spawn points of these wild monsters, waiting for them to spawn, and then killing them as soon as possible. If this action is a little slower, it will become the prey of others. So, these wild monsters are in this Dragon Boat Festival event. For the first time, I enjoyed the treatment of being wiped out in situ without even taking a full breath. Finally, I have the feeling of opening up the wasteland and grabbing the wild when I played online games. Qi Lu thought with relief at the edge of the combat strength training room. Large-scale online games, that is the memory of the older generation of players. Finally, it should be here. That's right, it's here. You're here to find senior sister Wuji. She and senior sister Xuanhuan spend most of their time in this store. Outside the store, a student from the Brilliant Academy came here with a strong man. After some conversation, the students of the Brilliant Academy walked into the store first. Boss, good morning. A respectful greeting is a basic respect for the strong. Even this strong man has a very easygoing personality. You are early too. When Qi Lu is in a good mood, he will return the gift. But just 3 words made the student's face show a flattered expression. Go, don't stand in the door of the store. Qi Lu waved his hand. In fact, sometimes Qi Lu is also very depressed. He is not a vicious person. Are these people so afraid of themselves? Manager, early, it's you. After the strong man followed, he originally wanted to say hello to the store manager, just like the student. But as soon as he saw Qi Li's face, the strong man suddenly showed a look of her. What? You know me? Qi Li saw the stupefied and fearful expression on the strong man's face, and his depressed mood suddenly poured out again. Store manager, are you the store manager of this store? The strong man stammered, and there was an indescribable respect in his tone. That's right. Gao Lai. How did you come here? While Qi Lu was looking at the strong man suspiciously, Hu Shou strode over with half a double cheese beef burger in one hand and cold beer in the other. There was a look of joy on his face when he saw an old friend. Yes, this strong man is Gao Lai of the Gu Luo Empire. The employer of an escort mission that Tiger Hunt took a long time ago. Tiger hunting. I'm here to find someone, this is. When Gao Lai saw Tiger Hunt, he was really surprised for a moment, but then he looked at Qi Lu with a look of fear, and asked with some difficulty. In the previous trip to the ruins, Gao Lai was impressively listed. Naturally, he was very clear about the power Qi Lu showed at that time, and it could be said that he still remembered it fresh. Otherwise, a Grand Master level peak powerhouse. One of the great commanders of the frontier army of the Gu Luo Empire. How could he seem so panicked? You said Boss Chi, he is the manager of this store, and he is very easy going to, as long as you don't mention discounts, everything else is easy to talk about. Tiger Hunt said with a smile. Chi Lu was in the store, and the same power was still there. But the customers in the store respect Chi Lu more than fear. Especially those regular customers, who have been in the store for a long time, know that Chi Lu is not a short-tempered person. As long as he doesn't kill himself, Chi Lu gets along very well. Yes, is it? A smile appeared on Gao Lai's face. Just laughing a little hard. Do I look murderous? Chi Lu raised his eyebrows and asked Hu Shou with his eyes. No, how is that possible? Tiger Hunt shoved the remaining double cheese beef burger into his mouth and said with a laugh. Among all the heroic powerhouses, Chi Lu can be regarded as the best in terms of temper and character. If those heroic powerhouses with a bit more violent personality. If you are ridiculed by the weak like this, you will have to give a big punishment and a small punishment to show the latecomers. Since it's your friend, let's entertain you. Chi Lu shrugged. Chi Lu is still a little confident about his character, but being cold does not mean fierce. I just don't know why, but there are always a few people who are horrified when they see him, which makes Chi Lu feel inexplicably depressed. Okay. Tiger Hunt happily accepted the errand. Then he stepped forward and grabbed Gao Lai's shoulder. Hu Shou and Gao Lai, after all, they all died together. Although the incident happened suddenly, it did not hinder the friendship between the two. You said you came here to look for someone, who are you looking for? Tiger Hunt's character is straightforward, and naturally, he is too lazy to greet each other. As soon as you come up, get straight to the point and go straight to the topic. She said her name was Wu Ji, and she was a student of the Brilliant Academy, but I went to the Brilliant Academy before and didn't find her. Fortunately, she is quite famous in the Brilliant Academy, so I was brought here by another student. Gao Lai had nothing to hide. If you find someone who is still secretive, how can you find it? Since the last trip to the ruins, Gao Lai, Wu Ji, and both of them have returned to the Gu Luo Empire after they separated. It's only recently that I have time to find these two people. Wu Ji, I remembered, it was her, I know. Hu Shou can be regarded as the group of old customers who came to spend in Kyle's store from the very beginning. For the customers in the store, it is also very familiar. You recognize? Gao Lai was a little surprised. Could it be that Wu Ji is really so famous? How come everyone knows it? Before in the ruins, Wu Ji gave Gao Lai a stand-in doll without any distress, which made Gao Lai feel that there was definitely a big background behind Wu Ji. But never thought about it. Wu Ji would be so famous. It doesn't matter if the students of the Brilliant Academy know each other, after all, Wu Ji is a student of the Brilliant Academy. But Hu Shou is not a mercenary in Yunwu City, why do you know Wu Ji too? Of course I know. Although I'm not familiar with it yet, it's okay to say a few words. Mizuki is also a regular customer in the boss's shop. Hu Shou looked at Gao Lai and felt that this guy's mood was a bit strange. A regular customer in the store. Gao Lai was a little surprised. It's no wonder that Wu Ji and Xuanhuan's expressions were a little surprised when they were outside the ruins last time, but they were not afraid at all. Wait a minute, I'll call someone over for you. Tiger Hunt took out his membership card and called Wu Ji in the guild communication system. The Blood Wolf Guild and the Brilliant Guild have always had a friendly relationship. Tiger hunting? What are you looking for from me? Kiriheim is in the New World mode at this time, so the speed of answering is very fast. Someone is looking for you. It's at the door of the store now. Where are you, or are you here? Tiger Hunt speaks very directly. However, there is really not much to say between the two, and it is good to be direct at all. Is someone looking for me? The door of the store? Then I'll come here, just a moment. After Wu Ji said this, she withdrew from the New World mode. Then he came to the door of the store with some doubts. To be honest, Wu Ji couldn't think of anyone who would come to her at such a time, and she didn't need a membership card to contact her. Are you going to surprise yourself? Fu Ji, it's great, I finally see you again. You. Gao Lai. Looking at the excited strong man in front of him, Wu Ji thought for a while before she remembered. What a big surprise. Originally thought that it would only be a person who met by chance, a passerby who had fought together, but after this parting, they parted ways. Unexpectedly, Gao Lai actually found here. Yunwu City is in the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire. Is it really appropriate for you, the commander of the frontier army of the Guluo Empire, to come here? So you still remember me, that's great. Gao Lai looked very excited. You came here on purpose, didn't you just come to find me? Wu Ji looked at Gao Lai in amazement and asked in disbelief. Run to the territory of the hostile forces to find someone. The courage is really not small. If it weren't for the strict prohibition in Manager Chi's store, and no one was allowed to pick things up, then if Gao Lai was discovered, it would be a problem if he could not get out. Exactly, I went to the Brilliant Academy before and didn't find you, so I came here. Gao Lai nodded. You still went to the Brilliant Academy? Wu Ji was even more surprised. The location of the Brilliant Academy is closer to the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire. As one of the great commanders of the frontier army of the Guluo Empire, running to that place would really kill you. Xuanhuan Qianli is really touching, a hammer. Helpless. I'm hiding well and I'll be fine. Gao Lai also knew that it was dangerous to come to the Huangyuan Empire alone. But Gao Lai had confidence in his own strength. Unless he was introduced into the magic circle in advance, like the last time, Gao Lai was confident that no one would be able to keep him. Huh? Isn't this the High Commander of the Guluo Empire? However, things always happen by coincidence. After Gao Lai just finished saying these words, a familiar voice rang behind Gao Lai. Suddenly, Gao Lai was sweating profusely, and a layer of cold sweat appeared in his forehead. Fire, fire, fire Emperor. Gao Lai turned around with difficulty, and when he saw the person standing in front of him, his eyes almost went black, and he wanted to faint on the spot. It seems that I didn't admit the wrong person. What's the purpose of you coming to my Huangyuan Empire? Ling Ao half squinted his eyes and looked at Gao Lai. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. At this time, Gao Lai was also bitter in his mouth. Facing Ling Ao's questioning, he couldn't say a word. There is a limit to having confidence in your own strength. No matter how Gao Lai imagined, it was impossible to think that Ling Ao would actually appear here. Grandmaster level and hero level are not comparable. If Ling Ao insisted on keeping Gao Lai, it would be an easy task. Commander Gao, if you can't say why, then you won't be able to get out of Yunwu City today. Ling Ao said coldly. He has enough strength to say this, and to do what he says. If it can weaken a great commander of the Guluo Empire, it is also a good thing for the Huangyuan Empire. Yo, wasn't it the drama of seeking love from 1,000 miles before? When did it change? Qila walked around the store and came back here. Seeing that there were too many people, Qila looked tense. He quickly reminded, I don't care what you want to do, but fights are absolutely not allowed in the store. Violators will be permanently blacklisted in the store. Manager Qi, alright. I'll give Manager Qi a face, and don't care about today's affairs. Ling Ao wanted to explain one or two things, but when he thought of Qila's temper, he felt that he should not explain. If you can't fight, you can't fight. It's just a big commander, can it still affect the pattern of the Huangyuan Empire? With Qilu in Yunwu City, as long as the Guluo Empire has an idea for the Huangyuan Empire, it must consider Yunwu City. It's fine if you don't fight. Qila nodded, and Xuanhuan walked away. Seeing Ling Ao also leaving, Gao Lai, who was covered in cold sweat, almost lost his legs and sat on the ground. Fortunately, Hu Shou helped him by the side. Why did the Fire Emperor appear here? Gao Lai asked worriedly. If it weren't for the fact that his legs were still weak, he would have wanted to leave here immediately. He is also a regular customer in the boss's store, and of course he will appear in the store. Tiger Hunt answered naturally. Frequent visitor. Boss Qi, he is indeed a powerful man. Gao Lai looked at Qi Lu, who was patrolling the store, with awe in his eyes. Just a word, not even a threat, just a reminder, can make Ling Ao give up the idea of shooting him. Such strength is simply unimaginable. Fortunately, Manager Qi is here, so you can stay here for the time being. Wu Ji was also scared out of a cold sweat just now. If Gao Lai came to find her, he would be suppressed by Ling Ao on the spot. That Wu Ji felt a lot of guilt in her heart. Qi Li's store is equivalent to a safe area, and no one will be allowed to take action in the store. Gao Lai was reminded by Wu Ji, and he also thought of this. If he left now, he might be taken down by the Fire Emperor Ling Ao. Might as well stay in the store. That's fine. Since you're here, I'll take you around the store. Wu Ji sighed and said. The fact that Gao Lai came to Yunwu City did not cause much disturbance. I don't know what Ling Ao was thinking. Anyway, I finally dispelled the idea of taking action against Gao Lai. And the affairs of the swordsman sect have also been handled almost. The first batch of selected swordsman sect disciples led by Lu Jingya also came to Yunwu City to settle down. Probably caught up with the last 2 days of the Dragon Boat Festival. This is also impossible. Lu Jingya could indeed rush from Sword Master to Yunwu City in 1 day. But this is the speed of a heroic powerhouse. Swordsman sect disciples can't do it. Lu Jingya, who learned about this, also seemed very depressed and angry. So much so that in the New World mode, Lu Jingya frantically used the disciples of the swordsman sect to practice his hands and let out his anger. Who called them too slow? It was a waste of time for Lu Jingya to paint the Zongzi materials. But this is probably what happened. After all, the Dragon Boat Festival is only 7 days long and will not be extended. The only thing that can be done is to brush the rice dumpling materials as efficiently as possible in the remaining 2 days. Little cat, do you have zong leaves and glutinous rice in your hands? For the sake of Zongzi, Lu Jingya also began to contact the famous A Kitten in the New World model. Fortunately, Yu Shuangshu knows that the Dragon Boat Festival is a big event. So basically all day online during the day. The price of zongzi and glutinous rice is not low, are you sure you want it? Yu Shuangshu's tone was much better when facing Lu Jingya, the eldest sister of many players. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Lu Jingya's strength is well known. Want? Lu Jingya answered firmly. Among the 7 kinds of zongzi materials, zongzi leaves and glutinous rice are the most expensive, and the prices are kept high. After all, it is a necessary material. There are no zong leaves and glutinous rice, but also a hammer-like zongzi. And next is the grass and wood ash water, which is the material used to make ash water rice dumplings. The price is not friendly for ordinary players. The other 4 materials are not expensive. But there are fewer people who need it. Most people only need 1 or 2 of them to collect the same type of Zongzi To exchange for a Zongzi exchange card. Okay, then I count you cheaper, how much? Yu Shuangshu replied lazily. Let's get 20 sets first. Lu Jingya said with deliberation. A set is 10 zong leaves and 10 glutinous rice. The 20 sets are 200 each. It's still a big business. 20 sets, right? No problem. Let's accept the deal and give you half the market price. Yu Shuangshu's movements were fast. The average person cannot buy 20 sets of materials. Most of the players who can have this kind of purchasing power are players of the level with spiritual crystal minds at home. Tens of thousands of spirit crystal eyes were thrown out without blinking. Just to buy some dumplings. Normal players are willing to brush their own. Moreover, many children from the poor family will take the initiative to sell the glutinous rice and zone leaves that they have brushed. Otherwise, Yu Shuangshu and the Merchant Guild would not be able to receive so many zonzi leaves and glutinous rice. In the New World mode, it is not just some rich players. Players from normal family backgrounds should still account for the majority. So many times, the quest items swiped by this kind of activity will be traded out. But unfortunately, the Dragon Boat Festival will end soon. This kind of opportunity to easily earn spirit crystals can only wait for the next time. The Dragon Boat Festival is over. The day soon calmed down. The reconstruction of Imperial Sword Sect is proceeding in an orderly manner. The incident in the Shadow Palace did not seem to have brought much impact to Toth Swordsman Sect. Among other sects, in this sudden outbreak of the Shadow Palace, while cleaning up the shadows of the Shadow Palace, a lot of people with bad thoughts were also cleaned up. And, in the meantime, many sects with insufficient background, or simply relying on the fame of sects, were completely destroyed. The matter of the Shadow Palace is like a fuse. It ignited a storm that purged the power of the sect. Everyone in the small sect is in danger. But Dazongman is sitting firmly on the Daio Yutai. In the face of the encounters of those small sects, they don't talk about falling into the trap, but they mostly watch from the sidelines. But all of this has nothing to do with Qi Lu, who was staying in the store. Qi Lu also talked about these things in the New World mode, when he teamed up with Lu Jingya to brush the book, and when he was chatting with Lu Jingya. It is worth mentioning that Lu Jingya also came to the big map of the Shadow Assassin's entrance. And it seems that he likes this big map quite a bit. Woo crazy. It's normal to like to challenge yourself. After another day, the purge of the Zoman forces always makes people feel like the storm is about to come. System, you say I'm staying in Yunwu City, is it really safe? After Qi Lu closed the store door, he stood in front of the store and suddenly asked. System, the host doesn't need to worry. The store is the safest place. I hope you're right. Qi Lu shrugged and returned to his bedroom with some melancholy. By the way, System, I remember that today should be the day when the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel is refreshed. When he came out of the bathroom, Qi Lu, who was wearing a towel, suddenly remembered. It seems that this time has been too leisurely, and I forgot to remember the date. Once a month. System, to be precise, it should be after 12 o'clock. There is still 1 minute left for the cooling time of the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel. Isn't that the same? Qi Lu wiped the water droplets from his hair with a towel, and scoffed at the system's precarious performance. System, it's different, host, 1 minute is 1 minute away. System, if the host feels that 1 minute doesn't matter, then the system reduces your share by 1%, doesn't it matter? No. Qi Lu didn't even think about it, and answered in a conditioned reflex. This damn second stroke system, all day long, trying to deceive the host spirit crystal. Really a model of the Black Heart system. System, that's fine, just right, 1 minute is up, and the cooling down of the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel is complete. System, the host can draw a new class inheritance scroll at any time. It's not what a good system should do. Qi Lu has not given up teaching the system earnestly. Trying to persevere, let the system learn the informality of his host. System, host, do you still want to draw this class inheritance scroll? If you didn't, this system will leave first. You know, this system is very busy. What can you do? Are you busy sleeping every day? Qi Lu knew that this was the system's excuse, and it was hard to change his nature. Let's not talk about it. I have opened the purchase channel of the Great Inheritance Scroll. I feel that today's luck is not bad, and there should be something good. The Gasapon machine immediately appeared in Qi Li's mind. The system seems to like this image of the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel. It's not like snacks and drinks, which often change the way of lottery. Once a month, let me see what this month's class inheritance scroll is. Qi Li turned the knob. The Gasapon machine immediately made a ding 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 bang sound, and the Gashapon and the Gasapon machine quickly rotated and collided. Not long after, a Gasapon fell out of the exit. Qi Li immediately grabbed the Gasapon and opened the eggshell with ease. A mass of white light floated out from the remaining half of the eggshell, turning into a scroll of sheepskin with a simple appearance. It was tied with a very delicate ribbon. It has an elegant and meticulous feel. It's just that the feeling of the ribbons, this time, is slightly different from the ribbons on the previous two class inheritance scrolls. It seems to be more gorgeous. Did I feel wrong? Qi Li took this class inheritance scroll and did not try to open it. Regardless of whether it is suitable or not, no matter how strong this ancient class is, it is meaningless for Qi Li to use the class inheritance scroll. As long as there is a system, this store manager rank is fixed. But it doesn't matter. Qi Li just wanted to see what class this class inheritance scroll was. Overlord class inheritance scroll. Unruly but not crowded, domineering and contemptuous, his strength can shock the world, and his potential can shock the devil. He is called an overlord. The Overlord halberd, the Overlord's only weapon, along with the power of the rank inheritance, will be inherited by the qualified. The Red Lion, the Overlord's only mount, will be inherited by the qualified along with the power of class inheritance. A mount? Qi Li looked at the information on this class inheritance scroll and was stunned for a moment. Then there's a lot of envy and jealousy. Why do these class inheritance scrolls give more and more things when they inherit the class? The previous two rank inheritance scrolls only gave weapons. When it came to the third grade inheritance scroll, even the mounts began to be given away. After that, will the class inheritance scrolls be sent along with the armor? Qi Li is unaware of this. But this Overlord class inheritance scroll, together with the power of inheritance, the mount, the Red Lion, is real. Red Lion, it is rumored that there is a red rabbit and a horse, to praise the excellence of its mount, but it is only a normal horse after all. The Red Lion is a strange beast with a powerful bloodline handed down from ancient times. Later, he was convinced by the momentum of the Overlord and was willing to become the Overlord's mount. I am convinced by the Overlord's aura. Qi Li slowly read the information about the Red Lion, and always felt that something was wrong. The momentum of the Overlord is not just domineering. Qi Li still vaguely remembers that there are 3 types of domineering, oneies. No, it looks like a joke. Qi Li rubbed his eyebrows, feeling that he might be too tired, and he would always think of some strange memories. System, let's talk about it. What price do you plan to set for this Overlord class inheritance scroll? System, after the appraisal of this system, to buy the Overlord rank inheritance scroll, you need 20 Grandmaster rank magic cores. It's not cheap. It is more than double the price of the previous Ice Queen rank inheritance scroll. Although Qi Li knew that the price might also include the Red Lion. But according to the price, the Overlord rank inheritance scroll is definitely stronger than the Ice Queen rank inheritance scroll. Only, this time. Qi Li really couldn't imagine who could become a qualified person for the Overlord class inheritance scroll. The first Ling Xiao. And the last, Nalan Qinqi. All their own ranks are related to these ancient ranks. But the class of Overlord. To be honest, Qi Li couldn't imagine what his initial class would be. It really doesn't work, just keep it in the store. Qi Li thought very openly, anyway, there is no need for spirit crystals to purchase the rank inheritance scroll. You can't lose yourself. It has been a while since Yusier got the Grandmaster level trial crystal. If there is a goal, there will be motivation. All the hard work in this period will eventually pay off. Just last night, Yusier successfully passed the Grandmaster level trial space and was promoted to a genuine Grandmaster level. Master level. It seems that these days, you really have less time to rest. Qile put the Overlord rank inheritance scroll on the shelf, and then went back to the counter to see the dark circles on Yushier's face. Under normal circumstances, practitioners do not have such things as dark circles under the eyes. Unless there is too little time to rest. Store manager, Xier just wants to improve herself earlier and help the store manager share more things. Xier shook her head, indicating that she was not tired. It's not a good thing to be brave. Qile took a serious look at the dark circles under Yushier's eyes, and said lightly. Also, you have done a lot for me. If you're really too tired, you can ask for half a day off, and I'll approve. With these words, Qile was not entirely comforting Yuxier. Qile's purpose for leaving Yuxier at the beginning was to recruit a clerk for his shop so that he could be lazy during the day. And Yuxier also did a good job. Most of the things in the store, Yuxier can handle it very well. I don't usually need Qile to help me. Now, except for some new customers, most of the old customers know that if something happens in the store, it is more useful to look for Yuxier than to look for Qile. Because looking for Qile, you may not find it. Although Qile will stay on the first floor, most of the time, he is in the New World mode. However, if you have to find Qile, it is not impossible. As long as he is willing to make trouble in the store, the custody Qile will appear as soon as possible, and then add an ice sculpture at the entrance of the alley outside the store. I know, thank the manager for your concern. Yuxier said with a smile. But in Yuxier's heart, she did remember it very clearly. Qile's kindness to himself, every piece of it, can be paid off by not doing the work of these shop assistants. Although Qile didn't care, Yuxier couldn't care less. Of the Willing Cat clan, now only Yuxier is left. If she left Qile's shop, Yuxier would really be lonely and alone. I hope you really know. If you let others know, they think I'm abusing the clerk. Qile scratched the back of his head, then took a bacon sandwich and plain milk, and sat down at a small round table for himself. There were no tables before. So Qile could only bring his breakfast to find a booth. It's like bitter tears. However, Yuxier's breakfast is still served on the counter. Boss, although I come every day, why do I feel like I haven't seen you for a long time? The Blood Wolf took the members of the Blood Wolf team and pushed open the store door. This one is a typical person. If you want to find Qile for something, you can't find it at all. Usually when the Blood Wolf came to the store, Qile was all nested in the booth. There are a total of 8,000 booths, not to mention Qile can be seen at a glance. Even if you intend to look for it, it is difficult to find. I came here early today, and I ran into Qile having breakfast. Cold beer is standard for mercenaries. Every time the Blood Wolf squad came over, they would turn the small half of the fast food area of Qile's store into a tavern. Although there is a limit of 1 bottle of cold beer per person per day. But this is not difficult for these mercenaries who do everything they can to drink. The easiest way is to let other customers buy it for you. They are all regular customers of Qile's store, and they can't see them when they look up. Buying a cold beer on your behalf, no one is embarrassed to accept the hardship. As long as the Blood Wolf team can hold their wallets, basically everyone starts with 5 bottles of cold beer. And also eat crayfish during the day. Simply deviant. It's been a long time indeed. Qile raised his head, glanced at the Blood Wolf, and caught a glimpse of what was in his hand. And then quite stunned. Your taste is really strange. Ice beer and colorful fruit-flavored pizza, are you really afraid to eat something wrong? Boss, what are you talking about? I'm not the guy who only loves meat in Husho. This colorful fruit-flavored pizza tastes pretty good. Blood Wolf thought Qi Lu was talking about the pizza in his hand. Well, as long as you like it. Qi Lu declined to comment. Ice beer with fruit flavor, I don't know if I can drink the taste of fruit wine. Or a fruity wine. Captain, I just found a sheepskin scroll on the shelf. I don't know if it's the one you talked about before. Just as the Blood Wolf was eating the colorful fruit-flavored pizza, a member off the Blood Wolf team ran over. You sure? The Blood Wolf suddenly raised his head and stared at the player. The rank inheritance scroll, this legendary commodity, is widely known among the customers in the Chila store. The reason for this is that there was too much movement when the class inheritance scroll was being passed down. The two phantoms that appeared from the rank inheritance scrolls shocked the customers in the store. Don't say anything else. It was said that Gu Pingchuan was present on the two previous occasions. Just by looking at the envious expression on Gu Pingchuan's face, you can see how precious this rank inheritance scroll is. Not to mention the aura emanating from the two phantoms, and the terrifying sense of oppression. The legendary ancient class. Boss, is there a new class inheritance scroll in the store? The Blood Wolf stuffed the remaining colorful fruit-flavored pizza into his mouth, and then swallowed it with cold beer. It's not that it's unpalatable, it's mainly that I choked too much after eating too much. Yes, indeed there is. Qi Lu put the last small piece of bacon sandwich in his hand into his mouth, and said slowly. Great, I missed the first 2 times, this time it's finally my turn. The Blood Wolf stood up excitedly, took 3 steps and 2 steps in excitement, and ran to the shelf area. There's nothing to worry about, the class inheritance scroll will look for qualified candidates, it's not just useful if you're in a hurry. Qi Lu drank the last sip of pure milk in the glass bottle, and then threw I Tinto, the trash can together with the packaging bag. This time, I slowly came to the place where the class inheritance scroll was placed. How about it, does the class inheritance scroll react? Qi Lu stood behind and shouted. The Blood Wolf team was surrounded by people in front, and the voice was low. Qi Lu was afraid that the Blood Wolf could not hear. What's the reaction? The Blood Wolf's puzzled voice came from inside. Perhaps hearing it was Qi Li's voice, the members of the Blood Wolf squad quickly opened a path and let Qi Lu in. If you are qualified, the class inheritance scroll will react to you, and you can open the class inheritance scroll. Otherwise, you can only look at it. Qi Lu explained in a flat tone. Is that so? The Blood Wolf widened his eyes and looked shocked. It seems that the rumors about the class inheritance scroll are not complete. Seeing the Blood Wolf's expression, Qi Lu knew that they must not have known about the qualified person before. You all come and try to see if there are any qualified ones. With a big wave of the Blood Wolf, he planned to let the members of the Blood Wolf team come up and try one by one. In any case, as long as the qualified person is in the Blood Wolf team, the power of this class inheritance scroll still belongs to the Blood Wolf team. However, the Overlord class inheritance scroll seems to be really different from the previous 2 class inheritance scrolls. The members of the Blood Wolf squad tried all of them, but none of them could make the Overlord rank inheritance scroll react at all. TSK, this is really... The Blood Wolf started to feel a bit of a toothache for a while. Ling Xiao and Nalan Qingqi were inherited from the moment they came. Is this the so-called chance? Yo, Blood Wolf, what are you doing here? The voice that came was hearty and rough, and without thinking, you knew it was Tiger Hunt. Hey, the boss is here, what's the matter? Class inheritance scroll. Hu Shou walked into the circle surrounded by the Blood Wolf team with a smile, then glanced at the shelf, and suddenly screamed. How precious the class inheritance scroll is, I won't go into details. At least the surprise on Tiger Hunt's face was clearly expressed. Have you tried it? Hu Shou still knew a little more about the qualified person than Xu Long, so he said aloud first. Tried it. The blood wolf nodded sadly. Tried it, if the class inheritance scroll is still there, it means failure. Seeing the power in front of you, but not being able to have it, is really atorment. Have you all tried? Tiger Hunt turned around and looked around again. Suddenly being asked this question, the expressions on the faces of the Blood Wolf team members were not very good-looking. Grief is not to mention, it seems to be a little uncomfortable. Then it's my turn. Husho looked happy and said happily. With such a good relationship with the Blood Wolf, Tiger Hunt will not do things that please people. But if the qualified person of the class inheritance scroll is not the Blood Wolf and others, then the Tiger Hunter is welcome. On first come, it's your turn. The Tiger Hunter grabbed it, and the Overlord class inheritance scroll shook slightly. Then quickly returned to calm. Although he responded, he still refused. I thought you could do it, but that's what happened. It's too fast. The Blood Wolf hurt Tiger Hunt, but he showed no mercy at all. Between bad friends, the better the relationship, the more jokes will be made. However, it does not affect friendship. It's okay, you are all the same. Qilu patted Husho on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. As soon as these words came out, Husho and Xuanhuan fell into depression together. Together with the members of the Blood Wolf team, they also fell into depression. Send this news to the guild communication system. This is the thought of everyone present. Anyway, this class inheritance scroll has no play on its own, so let more people try it. At least not allow yourself to be ridiculed alone. As long as there are more people ridiculed, then I will not be so depressed. This is an eternal truth. As a result, the news of the new class inheritance scroll quickly spread. In just a few hours, it spread all over the public screens of various guilds in the guild communication system. Fortunately, the old man is close, so I can come here quickly. For the new class inheritance scroll, Gu Pingchuan is absolutely unwilling to be absent. As a half-step powerhouse level power, if there is no powerhouse level trial crystal. So if Gu Pingchuan wants to continue to improve his strength, he can only work hard on the rank. And this legendary ancient rank is exactly what Gu Pingchuan desperately needs. Morning, Dean Gu. There is also the Fire Emperor, who is the Dean, the class Dean. Qilu glanced back and found that the other three heroes had come together. Manager Qi's tone sounds surprising. Ren Gongxiu stroked the beard on his chin. Fortunately, since a few of you are here, let's come and try. Qilu shrugged, then pointed to the shelf area. The process of selecting a qualified person in the class inheritance scroll is very simple. If you can open it, you will be a qualified person. If you can't open it, take the next one. Then let the old man try it first. Gu Pingchuan was naturally the first to stand up. However, the class inheritance scroll will not be tolerant because Gu Pingchuan is a half-step powerhouse. Choosing the right person is more important to see if it is suitable. The class of Overlord doesn't look like a magician-type class. After that was Ling Ao and Ren Gongxiu. But as Qilu expected, Overlord should not be a magician-type class. And when it was Ban Zheng's turn, the Overlord rank inheritance scroll still did not move. Ban Zheng is known as the King of War, his rank is a fighter, and his weapons are usually his own fists or gloves. The weapon that comes with the Overlord class inheritance scroll is the Overlord halberd. Ban Zheng is not qualified, and it is also expected. I'm not a qualified person. I really don't know when Manager Qi's shop will have a class inheritance scroll that we can use. Gu Pingchuan looked at the rank inheritance scroll on the shelf and said regretfully. It's a pity. Ling Ao also sighed. The power of the ancient class is definitely far beyond the ordinary class of today. However, the choice of this qualified person is really too embarrassing. I'm lucky if I get it, but I don't want to force it if I lose it. Ren Gongxiu was free and easy, and quickly saw it. Old Ren, you are open-minded, but if you are really selected as a qualified person, you still don't know how to be happy. Banjing laughed and teased. It can also be used to relieve depression. The customers in the store came in batches after batches. Basically, every customer who came to the store would come to the shelf area to try it first. If you are the qualified person, won't you make money and fly? Too bad the miracle didn't happen. The level of coldness of the Overlord rank inheritance scroll far exceeds the previous 2 rank inheritance scrolls. Manager Chi, we saw the news in the guild communication system. It seems that there is a new class inheritance scroll in the store. This time, the 7 members of the Lanyi team came here. Among them is Nalan Chinchi, which has obtained the inheritance of the Queen of Ice. But so far, Nalan Chinchi has not unlocked the Ice and Snow Spear. Indeed, it's over there. Chila sat on the sofa and pointed to the shelf area. In the past half a day, the number of customers who tried it in the past was not 10,000 but also 8,000. Chila looked a little tired. Then let's go and try it first. After Lan Yi said hello, she walked to the shelf area. Okay. Chila leaned on the sofa, responded lazily, and yawned by the way. But Chi Lu was not optimistic about them. The main reason is that the rank of Overlord doesn't sound like a rank that a woman would possess. System, the first qualified person of the Overlord class inheritance scroll has appeared, and the fit is 69%, activating the phantom of the previous Overlord class owner. However, Chi Li's yawn was not over yet. The sound of the system's prompt almost choked Chi Lu to death. Cough, cough. I didn't understand what the system said just now. System, the first qualified person of the Overlord rank inheritance scroll has appeared, and the fit is 69%. Stop, it's here, 69%. Chila took out his ears, almost wondering if there was a problem with his hearing. 69% fit, this is definitely the highest fit ever. Who is the one? Chila got up quickly, came to the shelf area, and saw Lanyi holding the Overlord rank inheritance scroll in her hand. Oh Queen! Manager, why are you here? Lanyi turned to see Chi Lu and asked in surprise. I came to see who the qualified person is, but I didn't expect it to be you. Chila smiled, then pointed to the Overlord rank inheritance scroll in Lanyi's hand, and said, Open it, you are the qualified person for this rank inheritance scroll. Really? Lanyi looked at Chi Lu in surprise, and couldn't believe it. To be honest, when Lanyi came to the store, he was just trying it out on the rank inheritance scroll, and he didn't have any hope in his heart. But I didn't expect that the qualified person would be myself. Certainly. Chila said with certainty. Open it. It is good. Lanyi Iyan pulled the ribbon on the class inheritance scroll. The parchment rolled out immediately, and then shattered, turning into a sky full of fluorescent light. Then it quickly condensed and turned into a phantom that rode on a red lion and held a halberd, with a look of contempt between its eyes. This phantom was dressed in armor and looked domineering and rebellious. The so-called power of one person can be an army of thousands. One cavalry general can defeat 1,000,000 heroic divisions. It is precisely the terrifying aura displayed by this phantom, which is mighty and captivating. This is the phantom of the previous owner of the Overlord class. What's going on? How can such a terrifying coercion appear? There is a phantom in the shop lobby. Could it be the rank inheritance scroll? Appeared, the qualified person of the class inheritance scroll. The moment the Overlord's aura erupted, the customers in the store were instantly shocked. Although Chi Lu blocked this momentum in time, the tyrannical momentum Unikido the Overlord class was not so easy to block. This is a blessing from the power of heaven and earth. And the customers in the store were full of envy and jealousy after seeing the phantom. To hate is not to hate. Because of the method and probability of selecting qualified candidates in the class inheritance scroll, it is absolutely equal for everyone. Black box operation is even more impossible. Even Qi Lu, as long as it is not recognized by the class inheritance scroll, at most can only look at the information of this class inheritance scroll, and cannot accept the power of this inheritance. What's more, Qi Lu doesn't have a broom to treasure. These customers sitting in the store have basically tried it. It's just that the Overlord class inheritance scroll doesn't recognize them as qualified. This is chance. Opportunities that others simply cannot envy. The power of this class inheritance scroll is far superior to the previous two class inheritance scrolls. Gu Pingchuan, a hero-level powerhouse who was present when the phantoms erupted from the third class inheritance scroll, had the deepest feeling for the momentum that the Overlord phantoms erupted. This aura of contempt for the world, just a glance, is enough to make people's shirts and souls tremble. Compared with the coercion of the Queen of Ice, it is more than one level stronger. Manager Qi, what kind of ancient rank is this rank inheritance scroll that has been passed down? Ling Ao also asked with a look of astonishment. This is also one thing that all customers in the store now want to know. The legendary ancient ranks are mysterious and unpredictable. Even if you know the name of this class, you may not know how powerful this class is. The ancient class is not like the ordinary class of today. It's all been researched. If you want to become stronger, in addition to improving your level and realm, you can only work on combat skills and combat awareness. Not like those ancient classes. Born to be able to crush these ordinary ranks. Overlord. The name of this class is called Overlord. Qi Lu looked at the phantom that appeared in the store, and said lightly. Overlord. The eyes of the customers in the store looking at this phantom suddenly changed. Ah. This domineering and invincible momentum is worthy of the name Overlord. Overlord. This name is really not wrong at all. It's a pity that the qualified ones are not us. The eyes of Gu Pingchuan and others were also full of envy. Just the coercion released by a phantom has completely overwhelmed these heroes. This is something that the Queen of Ice can't even do. It is hard to imagine how powerful the possessor of the Overlord class is of peak. Is this red lion a horse? Different from other people's attention, Qi Li's attention was all on the body off the Overlord phantom's mount, the red lion. Although there has been speculation before. But Qi Li didn't expect that this red lion was the same horse as the red rabbit horse. However, the red-brown fur on this red lion horse's body was like the setting sun on the horizon, red as blood, and the mane on the back of the neck was as thick as a lion. In that pair of eyes, there was the domineering arrogance of the king of beasts. It's like looking down at the world. Ancient alien beast, red lion horse. As expected of the Overlord's mount, this momentum has already stood up to a hero-level powerhouse. After Qi Lu carefully looked at the red lion horse, he couldn't help sighing. And several other hero-level powerhouses in the store also discovered this after noticing Qi Li's gaze. This heroic alien beast is at the Overlord's mount. This discovery made them take a deep breath. The temperament of Warcraft has always been rebellious. Especially when facing the human race, the more powerful the beast, the more difficult it is to surrender. This is also reflected in the alien beast. But this Overlord Phantom will actually have a heroic alien beast as a mount. Peeping the leopard in that tube. Based on this alone, it is conceivable how strong the possessor of the Overlord rank was in its heyday. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that this heroic beast is also just a phantom. This discovery is really heartbreaking. Is it you who woke me up? Overlord Shuiying's eyes swept across the store, and finally fell on Lanyi. People with slightly lower strength, as long as they are touched by Overlord Shuiying's eyes, will feel chills in their hearts, and their backs will be soaked in cold sweat instantly. And Lan Yi, who was watched by Overlord's phantom, felt even more oppressive. The pressure of the Overlord is like a majestic mountain and a vast ocean. pressed on Lan Yi. Lan Yi almost stopped breathing. This is the domineering power of the overlord class that is blessed by the power of heaven and earth, and ordinary people cannot bear it at all. If it wasn't for Qi Li's use of the store manager's authority to suppress this domineering, I am afraid that the customers below the professional class in the store will all faint from the shock of this coercion. Even at the master level, you have to retreat. Yes, it's me. Under the terrifying pressure, Lan Yi gritted his teeth and spit out a few words between his teeth. But just after saying these words, Lan Yi seemed to have used up all her strength. The overlord's coercion is no joke. I sensed a familiar aura from you. Overlord Xuanhuan spoke slowly. The voice was low and majestic. After saying this, Overlord Xuanhuan's eyes seemed to have a look of reminiscence. After a long time, Overlord Xuanhuan's eyes fell back on Lan Yi again. Let go of your aura, and let me see your power. After watching Lan Yi for a while, Bawang Xuanhuan suddenly said, yes. Lan Yi felt that after Overlord Xuanhuan finished saying these words, the coercion that had been pressing on him disappeared immediately. After this coercion was gone, Lan Yi immediately released his aura. Compared with Bawang Xuanhuan's majestic momentum like the sea, Lan Yi's momentum is like a boat in the sea. It's really not worth mentioning. But that's enough. Sure enough, there is the breath of that old friend. Overlord Xuanhuan looked at Lan Yi's face and seemed to fall into memory. But the words of Overlord Xuanhuan, which seemed to be talking to himself, caused a huge wave in Qi Li's heart. Have that old friend's breath? How can that be? Where did the Overlord Phantom come from? That was condensed from the Overlord class inheritance scroll. But if Overlord Xuanhuan can feel the breath of an old friend from Lan Yi, it means that the previous owner of the Overlord class really existed in this world. If this guess holds true. So, where did the Overlord class inheritance scroll come from? In other words, the system is really powerful enough to be able to transfer the phantoms of these ancient rank owners that once existed into the rank inheritance scroll. If so, the capabilities of that system are also terrifying. No, it should be said, that is too powerful. It is possible to salvage the phantoms of these powerhouses who have passed away from the long river of time. What a genius this is. I really seem to have an incredible system. Qi Li couldn't help but marvel in his mind. System, host, congratulations, you finally have a correct understanding of this system. This system is the greatest, most powerful, and most remarkable system. You two-stroke system, don't keep peeking at my thoughts. Strong or not, Qi Li is not very clear. But in terms of narcissism alone, this Urbi system is indeed rare in the sky and rare on Earth. However, Qi Li has already experienced the fact that the system has vast magical powers. It's just that after seeing the Overlord's phantom today, I can only feel it. Who would have thought that he would be spied on by the Urbi system, and then shamelessly took it out to show off? There is absolutely no composure that a system should have. System, bah. What is narcissism? This system deserves its name. The system hummed in Qi Li's mind. However, Qi Li ignored it. This Urbi system is just a personal insane, and the more you deal with it, the more vigorous it becomes. It died down after 2 minutes of drying. And in the 2 minutes, when Qi Li and the system were arguing, Overlord Xuanhuan had a new move. You can get my approval, but you may have better choices in the future. Overlord Xuanhuan's eyes looking at Lan Yi softened a bit, as if he was looking at the younger generation of his old friend, and there was a bit of kindness in it. Better option? Lan Yi stared blankly at Overlord's phantom. She had never imagined that such a thing would exist. The power of the Overlord's shadow is unheard of. As soon as this kind of power appeared, it was enough to break the power pattern of Dong Huang. However, now Bawang Xuanhuan actually told Lan Yi that she would have better choices in the future. This makes Lan Yi how to believe. Yes, a better choice. Overlord Shuang nodded, then his face became straight, and said, now, tell me, your choice. I choose. Overlord class. Lan Yi really hesitated. But that illusory choice gave Lan Yi a very unreal feeling. So after just a few seconds of thinking, Lan Yi chose the inheritance power of the Overlord class, without hesitation. Ha ha ha, you really are the descendant of that guy. Hearing Lan Yi's choice, Overlord Shuang laughed out loud, as if something happy happened. This scene immediately caused the customers in the store to look at each other in dismay. What's going on here? Did it succeed or fail? This question, even Qi Lu and Lan Yi, the party involved, are confused. This Overlord Phantom is completely unreasonable to play cards. Bah, Senior Overlord, so do you admit my status as a qualified person, or? Lan Yi was a little flustered by Overlord Shuang's laugh, and couldn't help asking. Sorry, I can't admit your status as a qualified person. After laughing, Bawang Shuang looked at Lan Yi and said slowly. WH. What? Lan Yi looked at Overlord Shuang with a puzzled face. But Overlord Shuang didn't pay attention to Lan Yi, and just spoke to himself. It is indeed the most important thing to grasp what is in front of you, but you are his descendant, which is different. I can't admit your status as a qualified person, and I can't delay your future. However, I will give you my Overlord Halberd and Red Lion to protect you and find the power that truly belongs to you. After the Overlord Shuang said these words, it shattered and turned into a sky full of fluorescent light. And then recondensed into the Overlord Class Inheritance Scroll. System: the Overlord Rank Inheritance Scroll recognizes the identity of the first qualified person, and sends the Overlord Halberd and the Mount Red Lion. System: what the hell is going on? Sheila looked stunned. Can this still be the case? System: I don't know either. That sentence was not what this system wanted Tosei. System: this system is just a routine reminder of the rank inheritance scroll situation. Who would have known this would happen? No, even if only weapons and mounts are sent, the magic core must be collected. What did you say? At this moment, Qilu was really dumbfounded. It turns out that even the system doesn't know what's going on. Then what should we do now? For the first time, Qilu felt that things were a little numb. System: this system is only responsible for purchasing, but not after sales. How do I know what to do? This sentence is quite a bit frustrating to say. It's like the feeling of a stingy businessman losing money. Then I'll deal with it now, depending on the situation? Qilu asked tentatively. In a situation where the system is desperate, it is really a huge test to make the system lose money. System: it can only be like this now. System: the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll must be temporarily closed, otherwise I don't know how much it will lose. Qilu breathed a sigh of relief, although the system promised to be bold. But the system's next sentence immediately made Qilu suck back all the air has been out. Closure? Qilu stared at him and asked dissatisfiedly, when will you turn it on? System: the opening time is to be determined. When will the after-sales problem be fixed and when will it be opened? It turns out that the after-sales service is not managed by the system at all. But not right. The products produced by the system require after-sales, and probably only the rank inheritance scrolls. Moreover, among all the purchasing channels, the rank inheritance scroll purchasing channel is the most special purchasing channel. Because every rank inheritance scroll has a phantom that the predecessor oft-hat rank possessed. This allows the class inheritance scroll to have a high degree of autonomy. This is probably the reason why the system will price each class inheritance scroll separately. Other products, but no qualified person said so. However, even if he figured this out, Qilu couldn't just eat this dull loss with his eyes. No, system, think about it clearly, the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll is the purchase channel that I have. It's not good that you closed it without authorization. Qi Lu immediately fought hard in his mind. System, don't worry, host, this system will compensate you. Perhaps it was determined to close the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll. This time, the system did not argue with Qi Lu at all, and immediately agreed. Okay, cool, so be it. Since the system promised to be refreshing, Qi Lu was even more refreshing. Originally, there was a 1-month cooling time for the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll. In terms of turnover, no matter any other commodity, it was dozens of times more than the rank inheritance scroll. And it's so troublesome. Close it, close it. I just hope that Gu Pingchuan and the others won't feel sad when they know that there may be no more class inheritance scrolls for sale in the future. Manager Qi, this. After Lan Yi got the Overlord Halberd and the Red Lion, he was stunned for a while. Overlord Shuang did give Lan Yi the Overlord Halberd and Red Lion, and also gave Lan Yi a lot of fighting skills and martial arts. The only thing that was not given to Lan Yi was the power of inheritance. This shows that the Overlord rank inheritance scroll still recognizes your status as a qualified person, but the situation is a bit special. So, you can take this class inheritance scroll with you, maybe you can use it. Qi Lu coughed lightly, and then put the Overlord class inheritance scroll into Lan Yi's hand. Just kidding, what is the use of the class inheritance scroll with only the power of inheritance? No combat skills, no corresponding martial arts. There are no corresponding weapons and mounts. The strength of the Naha King class must be sharply reduced by at least half. It's better to be a good friend and sell it to Lan Yi together. Well, I see, manager. Lan Yi nodded, and then put the Overlord class inheritance scroll into Thaner pocket of the clothes. The fighting skills and the corresponding martial skills, as well as riding skills, were given to Lan Yi by the Overlord Shuang, which also taught Lan Yi how to use the Overlord Halberd and how to fight side by side with the Red Lion. The halberd combines almost all the advantages of a long weapon. It can be clicked or stabbed, hooked or cut or hung, pumped or beaten. However, among all the long weapons, the halberd has always been the most difficult to train. After possessing the fighting skills of the Overlord's Phantom, Lan Yi became a strong man with a halberd, and also used the Overlord's halberd as a weapon for his own fighting. Store manager, I don't know what the price of this Overlord rank inheritance scroll is. Although Lan Yi felt that it was not good to use the price to measure such a precious class inheritance scroll. But a deal is a deal. The spiritual crystals that should be paid, the magic cores that should be paid, still have to be paid. The price is 10 Grandmaster level demon cores. Qi Lu paused before saying the price. Because the power of inheritance was removed, Qi Lu was embarrassed to ask for 20 master-level magic cores. And because the system has decided to close the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll, it doesn't care about the price of the Overlord rank inheritance scroll. 10 Grandmaster-level magic cores are not expensive. Even if it is received on the spot, as long as there is a spirit crystal, it can be received. After delivering 10 Grandmaster-level magic cores, the Overlord rank inheritance scroll can be considered a successful purchase. However, there was one thing that made Qi Lu very curious. That is the old friend that Bawang Shuang said, who will it be? It has a tyrannical class that even the Overlord Shuang is willing to be inferior. It was definitely one of those who stood at the top of the world in the era when the Overlord class owner was still alive. It is a pity that the purchase channel of the rank inheritance scroll has been closed. Qi Lu could only think about it. After the Overlord class inheritance scroll found a qualified person, the customers who came to watch in the store also dispersed. This matter will probably be their talk for a while. Then it will gradually fade away. Unless Lan Yi did something earth-shattering, it would be impossible to be remembered all the time. System, the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel has been closed. After dealing with this matter, Qila leaned on the sofa a little tired. The body is not tired, the heart is tired. System, it has been closed. After the repair is completed, I will find an opportunity to open it. That's good. Qila nodded and asked abruptly, what about my compensation? This is a whole purchase channel. If the system does not provide enough supplements, Qila will not agree. System, one chance to draw a snack, one chance to draw a drink, a new pet card, and a mysterious item. System, do you want to receive supplements now? This time, the system was really generous. Not long after the colorful fruit-flavored pizza and mineral water were drawn out last time, the system delivered so many things. Is it because of this loss that he suddenly woke up? System, host, don't even think about it. If this system loses money, it will definitely be earned back. Qila was a little stunned. It turned out that the system compensated for so many new products at one time, just to earn back the spirit crystals that were lost by closing the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel. That was interesting. The system, snacks, drinks, and new pet cards are all new commodities. Then what is the remaining mysterious item? Qila thought about it and asked again in his mind. This mysterious item is not a new product, right? System, this mysterious item is your compensation. What? That is to say, after closing the purchase channel of the Great Inheritance Scroll, is the only compensation for me is this mysterious item? Qila widened his eyes and asked in a voiceless voice. System, the host is right, because closing the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel, the one who loses the most should be this system. This speech is plausible. It also left Qila speechless. Because really speaking, according to the proportion, Qila only accounts for 30%. Therefore, it is indeed the system that makes the most of the loss. Sure enough, this Irby system, I don't usually see how smart the brain is, but when it is related to the income of the spiritual crystal, it becomes smart. Stop, I'm not arguing with you. Tell me first, what is this mysterious item? Qila waved his hand. There is no point in arguing with a stubborn and mean-spirited system. And this time, Qila couldn't imagine that he should fool the Irby system like this. System, don't worry, host, you will definitely not be disappointed. The system generously passed the information of the mysterious item to Qila. Heaven's Secret Order, Epic Consumables, a one-time item that can fulfill Auser's wish within the range allowed by the power of heaven and earth. The information on the mystery item is simple. But the three big characters about quality almost blinded Qila's big eyes with titanium alloy and diamonds. Epic. This is the real first appearance. There is one level higher quality than the treasure level. If the treasure level corresponds to the hero level, then the epic level corresponds to the strong level. Powerhouse level, that is a level that has never appeared in the entire Eastern Wilderness. The system was right, Qila was really not disappointed. Not only was not disappointed, but also very shocked. Heaven's Secret Order, compared to the original Tianlai Order, I don't know how it is better. Unlike the Heavenly Thunder Order, which can only be used to kill enemies, the function of the Heavenly Secret Order is to fulfill a user's wish within the range allowed by the power of heaven and earth. According to the level of the Secret Order of the Sky, it is epic. The scope of this desire can be said to be very huge. Good stuff, as expected of an item used to compensate for an entire purchase channel. Qila looked at the Secret Order of the Sky over and over again. Before it was used, the Secret Order of the Sky was just a golden token, covered with mysterious lines and a very peculiar writing. Qila can guarantee that he has never read this word before. But at this time it was recognized at a glance. Sky. This word is the word in the Secret Order of Heaven. This is the cohesion of the power of heaven and earth. Although I feel that it is not enough to compensate for the loss of a purchase channel, but I have a large amount, so I don't care. As Qi Lu spoke, he put away the secret order of heaven. Decided to use this thing as his trump card. An epic item. Just by looking at this quality, you can imagine the power in it. As for the rest of the compensation, as usual, let's wait and see at night. Qi Lu thought so, because the depressed mood of closing the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel suddenly improved a lot. Then I randomly found a deck and entered the New World mode. It's been so long. Players in the New World mode have gradually increased their levels. Including the disciples of Swordsman sect brought by Lu Jingya, they are frantically brushing pictures and dungeons every day. Swordsman sect disciples are basically swordsmen. There is a high demand for the evil body skill book. What's more, when the Shadow Palace attacked Yujianzong last time, Bailey Fengwo relied on the body of the evil spirit to drag the Shadow Palace in the mist of life. After hearing about this, the Swordsman sect disciples naturally worked harder to collect the evil spirit's body skill book. This led to the copy of the evil spirit warrior, which was occupied by the disciples of the Swordsman sect all day long. The other players dared not speak out, so they could only move on to the next big map. Even the number of players with the Shadow Assassin entrance has increased a lot. The most famous of them is probably Lu Jingya. Wu Qi, what he likes most is to sharpen his martial arts and challenge his own limits. A place like the Shadow Assassin's entrance is the best place to hone your combat skills and combat awareness. In addition, Lu Jingya's class is a light swordsman who is good at agility and perception, and he is even more able to deal with Shadow Assassins who are also agile. However, the Shadow Assassin entrance seems to be just a transitional map. It is different from the first two big maps, which can increase 20 levels. In the Shadow Assassin entrance, as long as the level rises to level 55, the gain of experience will be limited. In all, only 10 levels have been improved. To upgrade this kind of thing, you don't need to go all the way in the Shadow Assassin entrance. If you really want to, at the beginning of the Shadow Assassin entrance, keep attracting Shadow Assassins to come out. But this can only increase the level. If you want to move forward, this method is useless. For now, the player who has walked the furthest in the Shadow Assassin portal 1 is Qi Lu. As a player with the most enchanting fighting skills and fighting awareness, even if he is a great magician, he has no influence. As long as the backpack is filled with blue medicine and a small amount of blood medicine, it can continue to advance. As for the teammates, they were all medical soldiers who gave Qi Lu medicine. If he can barely give Qi Lu a sense of battle, he is one of the best players among the players. The other is Lu Jingya. However, unlike Qi Lu who likes to find teammates to be medics, Lu Zhengyi usually fights the sword alone and advances to the depths of the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Blood medicine and blue medicine are not that important to Lu Jingya. And compared to blood medicine and blue medicine, campfire is more importanto Lu Jingya. Because Lu Jingya is not Qi Lu after all, only 4 hours a day in the New World mode. If there is no campfire, it will be offline. Well, those Shadow Assassins won't be polite to you. There are not a few players who find that they have been sent out of the Shadow Assassin entrance as soon as they go online. Except for the two monsters, Qi Lu and Lu Jingya. The advancing distance of the Shadow Assassin's entrance is followed by a team of heroic powerhouses like Gu Pingchuan. The fighting consciousness of a hero-level powerhouse is absolutely impossibilito be bad. At the master level, there may also be medicine jars piled up by various heaven and earth treasures. But the heroic powerhouse, just passing the heroic trial space to gain the opportunity to successfully advance to the realm, will have to work hard. A little careless, and all efforts are lost. I want to build a hero level with heaven and earth treasures. That is impossible. What's more, the hero-level team of Gu Pingchuan is not all of the magician rank, and Banjing, the fighter of the rank, is escorting it. In addition to this, those who also rank among the top in the advanced distance are also the veteran customers of Hushou and Xuanhuan stores. The days when he was tortured to the death in the arena of the Battle Strength Promotion arena all day long. Now, it seems that it has really become their most valuable fighting skill. So recently, in the Qile store, the advancing distance of the Shadow Assassin's entrance seems to have vaguely become a way to measure combat skills and combat awareness. Although not guaranteed to be accurate. After all, in the Shadow Assassin entrance, you can still form a team to hug your thighs. But it's generally correct. Because it is among the customers of the entire Qile store, and among the entire New World model. A master who can become a thigh in the Shadow Assassin entrance, and can drag those rookie chickens who are in a hurry when they encounter a Shadow Assassin. Very few. For example, the strongest thigh, Qi Lu. Under normal circumstances, only a few old customers will be brought in, and then the map will be entered. In addition to Qi Lu, there is also a second thigh, Lu Jingya. However, this one is a one-on-one madman. Then the ranking of thighs is further back, but it is not a very reliable thigh. For example, Moonfrost Snow. The reputation of a little cat is still very loud. I think that in the dungeon circle, Yuxuan Xue was also a famous brother, a cat? Combat skills are of course unquestionable. The fighting instinct of the devouring cat is several times stronger than that of ordinary beasts and beasts. This is the fighting talent of this race. How could an alien beast that can survive countless powerful pursuits be weak? However, since Yu Shuangshu and the Merchant Guild got on the bridge, Itzeldom took action in person. In the words of Moon Frost Snow. That is, this cat is also a cat with a status, how can it be shot casually, and the price will drop? But in fact, as long as the spirit crystal is in place, Yu Shuangshu is still the same, and it runs over. Pushing forward, the level of the Shadow Assassin will increase again. After Qi Lu brought down the last Shadow Assassin with magic, he immediately took out the campfire. The Shadow Assassin fell to the ground, and the dagger in his hand fell out, revealing the flowery text on the hilt. 6. Tier 6 Shadow Assassin. For this level of Shadow Assassin, Qi Lu had to take it very seriously. It is really difficult to counterattack and protect the burdensome teammates around him under the surprise attack of several 6th-order Shadow Assassins. The store manager, the Shadow Assassin, just now, broke out a skill book. Yingfeng ran to the Shadow Assassin to pick up the item that had just exploded, and then happily came to Qi Lu to ask for credit. He is the medic team member that Qi Lu chose to enter the Shadow Assassin entrance this time. What skill book? Qi Lu took the items from Yingfeng's hand. Shadow Breath Skill Book, a general-purpose skill book that can be used by all classes. After use, it can be converted into martial arts or magic according to the class of the user. Breath of Shadow, Converging Breath, the higher the skill level, the better the effect. For every 20 levels of the Breath of Shadow skill, the level of containment of breath increases by 1 realm. After entering the battle, the breath-holding effect is automatically released. It's actually a general-purpose skill book. It seems to be the breath-holding technique of the Shadow Assassin. After Qi Lu checked the attributes of the Breath of Shadow skill book, he quickly thought of this. Shadow Assassin's breath-holding technique is definitely the top breath-holding technique. Before he made a move, even if Qi Lu enabled the God's Perspective skill, he might not be able to find these Shadow Assassins. But even if he can't find it, Qi Lu can be sure. These Shadow Assassins must be lurking around them, waiting for the moment to strike them with a fatal blow. Because the breath can hide. But that vague feeling, like a on the back, can't be hidden. It's like being targeted by a poisonous snake. This is the strong sense of danger, not perception. But it is undeniable that this breath-holding technique is really terrible. It seems that in this big map, the self-made skill book provided by the system has already appeared. Qila narrowed his eyes and thought silently in his heart. It is the same as the Evil Body skill book and the Guardian Puppet skill book. The Breath of Shadow skill book is another system-made skill book. And the effect is as strong as ever. More importantly, the Shadow Breath skill book is a general-purpose skill book. Unlike the first two skill books, one is dedicated to the Dochi class, and the other is dedicated to the Magician class. However, the Breath of Shadow skill book is not a skill book that directly increases combat power. The function of the breath-holding technique is not for fighting. Instead, it is used in reconnaissance, lurking, and unpreparedness. Every time you increase the skill level of Breath of Shadows at level 20, you can increase the breath-holding effect of this skill by 1 level. Simply put, it is to completely restrain the breath in front of the hero-level powerhouse, so that the hero level is unaware. All you need to do is raise Breath of Shadows to level 80. And according to the upgrade method of system self-made skills, that is, 80 Breath of Shadow skill books. This is not a huge number. Because the Shadow Breath skill book is not limited to activities, but can be exploded just like the Evil Spirit's Body skill book. However, according to Qi Li's guess, if you want to explode the Breath of Shadow skill book, I am afraid that at least you have to kill the 6th Order Shadow Assassin. Because before, Qila killed a lot of Shadow Assassins. But it has never been exposed, not even a Breath of Shadow skill book. Qila didn't think his luck would be so bad. But even so, even killing the 6th Order Shadow Assassin, players who must want Breath of Shadows are still rushing. Especially the Assassin class and the Archer class, players who often act as scouts. Converging Breath is simply a must-have skill. At this time, a Breath of Shadow skill book suddenly appeared, which was definitely what they wanted most. As a scout, the more you can hide yourself, the safer you are. The benefits to the team are also greater. Because scouts do not need to fight in most cases. It's about finding out the information and making sure it's sent back. The first skill book has benefited the Fighting Chi class. The second skill book benefits the Magician class. Now I'm starting to shift my goals again, to benefit those sectarian classes. Qila thought about it, and couldn't help but pouted. The Assassin class and the Archer class are absolutely partial classes. Compared with those mainstream classes, the number is too rare. Assassin class is slightly better. After all, the Assassin class is the most suitable for use as a scout. But the Archer class, far attack is not as good as the Magician, and the melee combat is not as good as the Warrior class and the Knight class, that is, standing high and looking far away has some advantages. Unless it is talented, otherwise, there are not many people in the human race who are willing to transfer to the Archer class. On the contrary, it is said that there are many archers in the elves, and I don't know if it is true. Do you want it? Qila held the Breath of Shadow skill book and shook it at Ing Feng. Don't want. Ing Feng shook his head. What does a Sword Knight class learn the Breath of Shadow skill? The Knight class is one of the most unlikely classes to learn Breath of Shadows. Because the Knight class is always the class that charges at the forefront when fighting. Even paladins with healing martial skills would not hide behind or do scouts. Therefore, the Breath of Shadow is really useless for knights. Okay, then I'll ask the others later. Qila sat on the ground and looked at the fire from the campfire. He went on to say, the next advance, it will not be easy to go with you again. How much blue medicine do you still have? Leave it to me, and then return to the rebirth point. I'll go ahead and check it out by myself. Crashing monsters refers to drawing out shadow assassins, and then not resisting, and being returned to the respawn point in seconds. This way of exiting the Shadow Assassin entrance is inexplicably popular in the Shadow Assassin entrance map. Because in the New World mode, there is no such thing as relegation. Therefore, if it is just upgraded, the cost of hitting monsters is not large. Not even experience is lost. Okay, store manager, be careful yourself. Ying Feng knew that if he went further, he would not be able to keep up with Qi Li's fighting rhythm. So no hypocrisy. After trading all the blue medicine and blood medicine in the backpack to Qi Lu, Ying Feng walked out of the campfire shrouded in style, and led out Ashidao Assassin. Headache. Qi Lu scratched his head, then opened the guild communication system. Shao Shu, are you here? I have something good for you. What good stuff? Yu Shuangshu's recovery speed is as fast as ever. Shadow's Breath Skill Book, I think you can start collecting it in advance. Qi Lu sent the attributes of the Breath of Shadow Skill Book. Good stuff, where did it come from? After a long while, Yu Shuangshu sent a message. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Although the Shadow Breath Skill Book is a general-purpose skill book, most classes will definitely not use it. However, for a partial class like an assassin, the Breath of Shadow Skill Book is definitely not to be missed. As long as there is a need, there is a market. Yu Shuangshu has a very keen sense of smell for these commodities. It exploded in the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. Come here quickly, if you want. Qi Lu replied, slowly. Contacting Yu Shuangshu mainly wanted to trick it into the big map of the Shadow Assassin's entrance. After learning how strong the 6th Order Shadow Assassin is, Qi Lu knew that if he wanted to move forward, he had to find a reliable team member. Not to mention the same level as Qi Lu. But at least don't hold back. Moon Frost Snow is the best choice. The fighting instinct is strong, and the backpack has been expanded, so it can carry a lot of consumables. It's just that because of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, there has never been anything that can earn spirit crystals. And the environment is not very good. So Yu Shuangshu just asked the Merchant Guild for a few booths. Then he hid himself in the big map of the puppet maze to supply it. Okay then, I'll be right here. Yu Shuangshu did not hesitate. However, there is no safe zone, and there are spiritual crystals to earn. These are all small problems. Okay, I'll wait for you. After Qi Lu hung up the news, he got up and started walking back. The Breath of Shadow Skill Book belongs to the kind of class that is not needed, so it is absolutely not necessary to learn it. However, the required class is the type that must be upgraded. Therefore, the market demand will certainly not be small. After all, this is not a problem that a dozen or so Shadow Breath skill books can solve. Level 20 is nothing more than a warrior-level breath-holding technique. It can be said that the Breath of Shadow skill is a skill that cannot be used until it reaches level 60. Yu Shuangshu also saw this. That's why I rushed over from the puppet maze. Daytime passed quickly. Although Yu Shuangshu and Qi Lu are in the New World mode, there is no time limit. But Qi Lu was still waiting to receive compensation at night. Therefore, I did not continue to spend time with Yu Shuangshu in the Shadow Assassin entrance. As for Yu Shuangshu, it seemed that she had come all night from the previous day, staying up for one night and one day. She seemed a little dazed. After Qi Lu went offline, Yu Shuangshu also went offline. System, I want to receive compensation. Qi Lu came out of the bathroom and shouted in his mind while wiping his wet hair with a towel. System, which one do the host want to receive first? Drinks. Qi Lu said without hesitation. I used to start with snacks before, and the things I pulled out were a little weird, so this time, Qi Lu decided to change the order. Get a drink first. System, as you wish. Host, drink extraction is ready, please start extraction. As the sound of the system fell, 3 golden eggs appeared on the table in Qi Lu's bedroom, and beside the golden eggs, there was a small hammer. This picture has a feeling of déjà vu. Qi Lu stared at the 3 golden eggs on the table. It's not a good thing to peek at the host's memory every day for 2 sessions. This is a very 7+2 scene, which is really nostalgic. System, host, please extract your compensation. I know, don't rush me. Qi Lu reluctantly picked up the small hammer on the table, and then hit the golden egg in the middle. Crack! Only a crisp sound was heard, and the golden egg was knocked to pieces. An expected 500 milliliters glass bottle appeared in front of Qi Lu. Inside is a bottle of milky white thick liquid. Yogurt. Qi Lu recognized it at a glance. Yogurt is divided into thick yogurt and thin yogurt. The one stored in a glass bottle should be thin yogurt. Counting yogurt as a drink should be fine. Seeing the yogurt appearing on the table, Qi Lu patted his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the choice to smoke a drink first is right. Compared to the sense of ritual, this luck is not bad. But even if he recognized that it was yogurt, Qi Lu still had to open the store managers backstage to check the specific properties of this bottle of drink. Yogurt, thick and mellow, sweet and sour, it is the best choice for leisure and entertainment. Long-term consumption of yogurt can enhance the resistance of consumers and slightly increase the resistance of consumers to all elements. Price: a bottle of 25 spirit crystals. This yogurt not only sells well. I didn't expect the special effects to be even better. All element resistance can be regarded as a very high-quality special effect. This type of special effect has also appeared in previous snacks, that is, vanilla ice cream cones. However, the improvement of the vanilla ice cream cone is only the resistance of fire magic. Compared with the full element resistance, it is still a lot worse. It's a good start. It seems that today's luck is still very good. Qi Lu directly picked up the yogurt on the table. Unexpectedly, the system also specially gave a free drink for the beverage extraction this time. This saves the effort of running downstairs again. Without saying a word, Qi Lu opened the cap of the glass bottle with a flick of his thumb. A rich milky aroma, mixed with sweet and sour fermentation, emanated from the glass bottle. As soon as you smell it, you know it's pure yogurt. Ton. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then drank half the bottle of yogurt in one go. Yogurt tastes different from plain milk. With the slight sweetness of milk and the unique sour taste of yogurt, once you drink it in your mouth, the mellow taste of the mixture of sweet and sour immediately makes people appetite. Plain yogurt. Qi Li's eyes lit up. Yogurt, the purest taste, is still plain yogurt. Other yogurts with miscellaneous fruits or other flavors are destroying the purest taste of yogurt. Of course, Qi Lu did not deny it. Some flavors can really complement the yogurt. But that's not drinking yogurt. More like other flavors added to eating yogurt. As for plain yogurt, the taste of this thin yogurt is usually much better than that of thick yogurt. Sweet and sour, suitable for all ages. And adhering to the system produced, are the consistent style of boutique. In terms of taste, it is absolutely impeccable. As for thick yogurt. As we all know, yogurt, the longer it is fermented, the thicker it appears. The thicker the yogurt, the stronger the sour taste. Therefore, the system wisely set the yogurt in the drink to thin yogurt, which is also in line with the taste of most people. However, according to Qi Li's guess, it is estimated that the thick yogurt is packed in a glass bottle and cannot pour out, so I chose thin yogurt. Pure milk is suitable for breakfast, and this yogurt is suitable for dinner. Qi Lu took a rest before drinking the rest of the yogurt in one breath. Milk really does help with sleep. But yogurt is not. But Qi Lu has never been a wasteful person, even if the system doesn't say anything. But since the bottle has been opened, it's time to finish it. What's more, yogurt is really delicious. System, go ahead, I want to draw snacks. Qi Lu threw the glass bottle into the trash can by the bedroom door. System, snack extraction is ready, host please continue to extract. System, host, please wait. The snack extraction is ready, please continue to extract. The beep came quickly. But the scene in front of Qi Lu did not change at all. It was still the two intact golden eggs, the eggshell that shattered the tabletop, and the small hammer that Qi Lu casually threw on the tabletop. This means, then knock? You are too stingy. Qi Lu suddenly began to doubt whether the products in the 3 golden eggs were arranged in advance by the system. Damn black box operation. Crack. The small hammer raised and smashed down. Qi Lu could only take one of the golden eggs as the head of the system, and then knocked it down viciously. The golden eggshell suddenly fell apart, and the snack that appeared in front of Qi Lu was another thing that he was very familiar with. The golden color and flat shape made Qi Lu quite miss it. Egg tart. The fast food industry, the snack world, and the dessert world all have such magical meals. It seems that I am one step closer to my goal of becoming a fast food restaurant owner. Qi Lu said with emotion, and clicked on the details of the egg tart, by the way. Egg tarts, the rich and delicious taste is irresistible, and the happy hour Ison interrupted. Eating egg tarts for a long time will slightly improve the martial arts talent of the eater. Price, a pair of 25 spirit crystals. Another superb special effect, which can actually improve martial arts talent. Qi Li's eyes straightened. Talent and aptitude sound similar, but the real meaning is different. It's complicated to explain. But to put it simply, aptitude represents the speed of cultivation, and the affinity for fighting qi and magic. If there is no cultivation qualification, it means that the affinity for fighting qi and magic power is 0, and the speed of cultivation is 0, so naturally, there is no way to cultivate. Innate talent represents the speed and comprehension of learning martial arts and magic. The higher the talent, the faster the learning speed. In the words of online games, aptitude means the speed of gaining experience. The higher the qualification, the faster you can gain experience and the faster you can level up. And talent, it represents the acquisition of skill proficiency. The higher the talent, the faster the skill level increases. As for the potential that has not been mentioned here, it represents the level cap. The higher the potential, the higher the level cap that can be achieved. However, without qualifications, everything is in vain. Therefore, aptitude, talent, potential, the 3 complement each other. Without one of them, it is like walking with a lame. Must not go far. The previous mineral water can improve the cultivation qualification of the drinker. And now the egg tarts drawn out can enhance the martial arts talent of the eater. That is to say, the special effects of egg tarts are on the same level as mineral water. But unfortunately, egg tarts can only improve martial arts talent, not magic talent. Unlike mineral water, it is suitable for everyone to drink. Even ordinary people drink it, and it is of great benefit. No way, everyone needs this thing called cultivation qualifications. And martial arts talent, before there is no cultivation qualification, no matter how high it is useless. And even if you have training qualifications, if you are a magician class, you don't need martial arts talent. But even so, it cannot deny the special effect of egg tarts. This will again become one of the best sellers in the store. The magician class does not need egg tarts, but the fighting spirit class is definitely rushing. Anyone with a fighting spirit class would long for their martial arts talento become stronger. Martial arts talent has become stronger, which means that the proficiency of martial arts is improved, and the use and cooperation of martial arts are stronger. This is equivalent to directly strengthening their combat skills and enhancing their combat effectiveness. I'm really lucky today. Qi Lu was instantly happy. Heaven's secret order, yogurt, egg tarts. 3 of the 4 compensations are very good things. Especially the secret order of the sky and egg tarts, they are already at the level of surprise. Let me taste how this egg tart tastes. Although Qi Lu is not fond of sweet zongzi, he still likes egg tarts very much. The egg tart provided by the system is about half the size of a palm, not too big. But the price has reached 25 spirit crystals, too. I have to say that in terms of cost performance, the price of egg tarts is indeed by far the most expensive of all snacks. And one reason for not just selling it is probably because the system does not accept half a spirit crystal. Take a light bite and eat half of the egg tart into your mouth. Egg tarts melt in your mouth. The rich and sweet milky aroma and extreme sweetness instantly occupied Chila's mouth, and then went straight to his brain. The deliciousness of cream, the fragrance of eggs, and the richness of butter. After roasting, it came together perfectly. The layers are distinct and intermingled. After it melted in the mouth, it formed an incredible deliciousness. It's delicious too. Qi Lu did not deny that he did like to eat egg tarts. But this time, Qi Lu can guarantee that it is definitely not because he Lekesto eat egg tarts that he is biased in evaluation. But because the taste of this egg tart is really delicious. Intense aroma and sweetness. Even after swallowing the egg tart, there is still an aftertaste left in the mouth, which is unforgettable. No, I have to go a few more. Qi Lu licked his fingers and felt that one egg tart was not enough. In terms of price/performance ratio, egg tarts are indeed by far the most expensive snack. But again, it's by far the best snack ever. Except for those pure carnivores, the deliciousness of egg tarts can definitely conquer everyone. By the way, the system, there should be a new pet card, send it to me too. Qi Lu wiped his fingers that had been licked clean, then went downstairs and said in his mind. New pet cards do not need to be drawn by Qi Lu. However, even let Qi Lu pump. According to the usual practice of the system, I am afraid that Qi Lu will have to pick up the small hammer and smash the third golden egg open. System, new pet card, golden winged griffin, it has been updated, please check it from the host. Griffin? When Qi Lu heard the name of the new pet card, he immediately became interested. Griffin is a good thing. There are records in the history books collected by the Xuanhuan Empire. In the ancient times, some major forces made great efforts to form flying teams. Of course, it is impossible for all of these flying squads to be heroic powerhouses. If you really have this kind of strength, then you can also set up a flying team of hammers and directly dominate the king. Therefore, the mounts used by these flying teams are griffins. This is a flying monster with a shape similar to a lion, but with a pair of huge wings. Relatively docile in temperament, but extremely aggressive. After training, it can become a mount, and can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers. However, the breeding of griffins is not easy. The number has never been much. And after being captured by the human race and determined to be able to train as a mount, there was a wave of catching griffins. This led to a sharp decline in the number of griffins. To this day, the griffin has long disappeared. I guess it must be extinct. This is why Qi Lu is interested in griffin. A mount used to form flying squads. Anyway, it won't be too bad. At least, it won't be worse than those A-level pet cards. Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't wait to open the store manager's backstage and click on the details of the golden winged griffin. Golden winged griffin, quality R, wind pet, fighter, main attributes, strength, agility. R-level pet cards are indeed much stronger than A-level pet cards. As long as it's an R-rank pet card, it's not a loss. Qi Lu thought optimistically. So far, the R-rank pet cards that have appeared are not bad. Death Knight, Wind Dragon, Bronze Giant. Each pet card has a clear location. The single riding charge of the Death Knight, and the unique soul coercion Offended pets. The dragon bloodline of the wind and the dragon, the mechanism that magic and martial arts can be loaded. The war machine potential of the bronze giants, as well as unlimited physical strength. Can win over a large number of customers who like them. Presumably this R-rank pet card is no exception. Therefore, Qi Lu is more concerned about the positioning of the golden-winged griffin. Click for more detailed information. The pattern of the golden-winged griffin pet card is a griffin with golden wings and an extraordinary shape. Compared with the griffins recorded in the history books, the golden-winged griffins are obviously larger in size. And the pair of golden wings is even more shining. The golden lines brought up from the wings spread out, covering the whole body off the golden-winged griffin. Let the momentum of the golden-winged griffin appear extremely sharp. Pet card, our golden-winged griffin. Primary attributes, strength, agility. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, fighter, mount, flying, high bloodline. The two positions of flying and mounting are the labels that Qi Lu expected. As a mount that has been recorded in the history books, the golden-winged griffin is the same as the griffins in ancient times, and it is also suitably as a mount. And, compared to the ancient griffins, the combat power of the golden-winged griffin is undoubtedly stronger. But what do fighters and high bloodlines mean? Qi Lu looked at the remaining two labels, confused. Now these new pet cards, every time one comes out, there will be several new positioning tags. As if there is no new mechanism, it is not worthy of being a new pet card. Fortunately, Qi Lu can still ask the system. System, fighter, refers to the pet's strong melee combat ability and suitable for learning martial arts. System, high-level bloodline means that the pet has a high-level bloodline, and the growth of various attributes will become higher. An explanation of the system came quickly. Simple and clear. The golden-winged griffin, like the wind dragon, is a pet that can be loaded with both martial skills and magic. However, the hurricane flying dragon has the blood of the dragon family, and is very adaptable to martial arts and magic, especially the wind magic, and even has bonuses. And the golden-winged griffin is also a blank of the double cultivation of magic and martial arts. However, the golden-winged griffin is more suitable for loading martial arts, and the value of loading magic is not high. And the positioning label has a fighter, which means that the golden-winged griffin is suitable for close combat and close-to-body combat. In fact, among the many magical beasts, the golden-winged griffin's physical strength is also among the best. As for the higher bloodline, that's better to understand. Warcraft and alien beasts are species that pay great attention to bloodline level. This has been explained before. The bloodline level is related to the aptitude, talent, and potential of this beast and beast. The bloodline of the golden-winged griffin is also a kind of higher bloodline. To be precise, the bloodline of the golden-winged griffin belongs to the royal bloodline among the griffins. Although it is not as good as the dragon blood. But compared to the general Warcraft, it is definitely crushing. This positioning tag, placed in the pet card, represents a higher attribute growth value. The higher the bloodline level, the more attribute growth value increases. It turns out that, so to speak, the quality of the golden-winged griffin can be regarded as the best in R-rank pet cards. Qi Lu couldn't help rubbing his hands. No need to think about SR-rank pet cards. Although Qi Lu is looking forward to it, but before the Spirit of Flame is out of breath, it must not be so easy for the system to put another SR-level pet card out. After all, the Spirit of Flame pet card, as long as you have the heart to cultivate it. Even if it is 0 awakening, the combat power is not weak. At least one Spirit of Flame pet card that can keep up with the level and magic, even if you don't wake up, it's no problem to deal with a group of grandmasters. Such a powerful pet card must be rare. So the R-rank pet card is very good. In particular, the R-level pet card of this kind of small and excellent quality has the potential to become a best-selling pet card. Because really speaking, the wind dragon is not suitable as a mount. After all, when a normal person sits on the back of the flying wind dragon, the difference in body size is simply too great. And this kind of positioning comes with a pet card with a mount tag. one on the ground, a white horse on the wind. One in the sky is the golden-winged griffin. Others, gone. Therefore, Qilu is not worried at all about the sales of the golden-winged griffin. After reading the detailed information of the golden-winged griffin pet card, Qilu felt that it was more important to eat egg tarts. Fortunately, Xuanhuan did not stay overnight. Otherwise, you must come over and clamor for egg tarts. The next day. Just as Qilu thought, after the mineral water, egg tarts have become a must-have snack for those fighting Qi class. The price of a pair of 25 spirit crystals is not expensive. But it's definitely not cheap. In addition to the expenses of other snacks and drinks, and changing equipment from time to time, replenishing medicine pills. For many practitioners, the number of spiritual crystals consumed each month is definitely a number that makes people feel dizzy. There are quite a few customers who can come to Qi Li's store, and Lingjing isn't a problem. But the other part is not. Cultivation is destined to not be a way to save spirit crystals. Especially in the Qi Li store. The products here are so good that you can't believe it. The types of goods are also only what you can't think of, and you can't find them without them. But the price is also not cheap. This in disguise led to the New World model becoming more and more popular. For nothing else, because in the New World mode, as long as you find the right direction, the speed of earning spirit crystals is definitely much faster than hunting monsters. After all, for those sons who have spirit crystal mines at home, the spirit crystals they cast in the New World model are all astronomical numbers. As long as you can improve your strength, the spirit crystal is just a number. For these young masters, as long as they can spend Lingjing to buy strength. Whether it's themselves or the people in their family, that's 100 apotes. So, in the Qi Li store, physical goods are a great way to earn spirit crystals. However, the speed of earning spirit crystals in the New World mode is not weaker than these physical commodities. Therefore, many of Qi Li's publicity methods will rely on the New World mode, the guild communication system of membership cards. For example, pop-up ads. The golden-winged griffin pet card is the use of this method for publicity. After all, compared with the Spirit of Flame, if a pet card of a golden-winged griffin needs to be a stand-up card, it would be too much of a fuss. Golden-winged griffin, I seem to have seen it in the history books. Yes, I seem to have heard it, but I just can't remember it for a while. It doesn't matter if you weren't serious in the ancient history class, and you fell asleep in the ancient Warcraft appreciation class? Let's learn about it. The golden-winged griffin is the royal bloodline of the ancient monster griffin. The griffins you're talking about are the standard mounts of the once invincible and once strong flying squad in the ancient times? That's right. Isn't that the golden-winged griffin? Yes, I have to kryptonize the spirit crystal. It's over when you blow it up. The guild communication system was still as lively as ever. Especially the members of the Pet Card Research Guild, after the advertisement of the guild communication system came out, they already brought their spirit crystals and took a good place next to the pet card swap machine. Although the current membership card, the pet card extraction function has been opened. But drawing cards on the pet card swapping machine always seems more sincere. Although the probability set by the system is definitely the same. However, metaphysical probability and psychological effect always occupy a very important position. A little piety is always right. If you let these people know Qi Li's behavior before the right lottery, maybe they will make a special trip to bathe and burn incense before coming to the store. Looking at the gradually bustling shop, Qi Li was content with 2 boxes of fig tarts and a bottle of pure milk, and found a small round table and sat down. With egg tarts, or pure milk, is better. It would actually be better with milk tea. However, this milk tea, like the illusory Fat House Happy Water, doesn't even have a shadow. Boss, long time no see, what are you eating? Kuminglang pushed open the store door and strode in. Haven't seen you for a long time. Qi Lu raised his head and said hello. Some time ago, Kuminglang was called by Ku Zhen to go back to the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city, so he did not come for a while. In fact, to be honest, the first person to walk into Qi Li's store should be Kuminglang. Unfortunately, the first customer was Ying Shui. Hey, I was called home by my grandfather before. Fortunately, there was no activity during this time, otherwise I would have missed a lot of good things. Kuminglang bought a bacon sandwich with a bottle of mineral water, and sat opposite Qi Lu. It's good to go home, you should spend more time with your family when you have time. Qi Lu said while eating egg tarts. It is only when a person is alone that he realizes the value of his family. So, don't wait until your family leaves to feel regret. However, Kuminglang obviously did not hear the emotion in Qi Li's tone, but continued to babble. I only found out after I went back. It turned out that my married aunt came back. No wonder my grandfather called me back on purpose. Kuminglang said while eating the bacon sandwich in his hand. Then, while drinking the mineral water, I smelled the faint milky fragrance in the air, and asked again. Boss, what are you eating? Egg tarts, new items released today. Qi Lu slowly put the remaining half of the egg tart into his mouth and answered. It still smells delicious. I must try it later. Kuminglang nodded, and then went on to chat with Qi Lu about this period off time. After all, it's a bit boring to not talk about anything while eating. But to be honest, this is also the first time Qi Lu heard Kuminglang mention his family affairs. He also mentioned the history of the Huanyuan Empire, by the way. The highest-ranking member of the Ku family is Kuminglang's grandfather, Ku Zhen. That is, the current left minister of the Huanyuan Empire, the head of civil servants, responsible for coordinating and prosecuting court officials. This Qi Lu knew. During the last college competition, Ling Xiao secretly started the live broadcast and introduced it to those who watched the live broadcast. And Ku Zhen's seniority is high, that's because he fought with the former emperor of the Huanyuan Empire. Although he was a military advisor at that time, his contribution was undeniable. And at that time, there was Ying Kuang who accompanied the late emperor to fight together. That is, the grandfather of Ying Shui and Ying Feng. These two are the only two oldest ministers in the Yuan dynasty. However, it is a pity that due to the years of personal expedition, a large number of dark wounds have been accumulated in the battle, so that after the first emperor settled in the capital, Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang died in one step. And after the death of the first emperor of the Huanyuan Empire, it was the turn of the current Fire Emperor Ling Ao to ascend the throne. Therefore, Ling Ao respected the two elders, Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang. However, among the three, although the late emperor died first, in terms of the number of children, the late emperor was the most powerful. Ying Kuang has only one son. That is, Ying Shui and Ying Feng's father, Ying Ju Battle. And Ying Juzhan's wife was given by the fingertips for marriage when Ying Quingand, the late emperor, were in the army. That is, Ling Qingge, the younger sister of the current Fire Emperor Ling Ao. And Ku Zhen is better than Ying Kuang, he has a son and a daughter. The son is the head of the supervision department in the DPRK, Ku Qingyu, the father of Kuminglang. And Kuminglang's mother was Ling Ao's younger sister, Ling Qingyu. It can also be seen here. The former emperor and Ying Kuang, as well as Ku Zhen's friendship, were indeed brothers. Marriage is more of a kiss. Royal relatives. The Ying family and the Ku family are both relatives of the Ling family. If you really want to count, Kuminglang, Ying Feng, Ying Shui, these three people should call Ling Ao uncle. But when it comes to this, it is necessary to focus on Ku Zhen's daughter, Hui's the aunt Kuminglang said this time. Ku Zhen's daughter, Ku Sisi. This is the only person who is not among the marriage relatives among the three families of the Huanyuan Empire. Ku Sisi is an outmarried, not married. Her husband, this time, Ku Zhen, would call Ku Mingling back. Yandu came from the Yun family, one of the great families in the eastern wilderness. This big family is completely different from the Ku family and the Ying family. The Ku family and the Ying family belong to the big family in the Huanyuan Empire at most. Although the Ku family and the Ying family belong to the family power. But the real power is actually like that. Apart from Ling family and Ling Ao, a hero-level powerhouse, the strongest of the Ku family and Ying family are only the peak of the Grandmaster level. But the Yun family is a big family that can stand in the eastern wasteland. Its family power is completely comparable to that of the Huanyuan Empire. Even more than that. This is what Ku Mingling learned from Ku Zhen's mouth after he went back this time. It has been said before that there are not many forces in the eastern wilderness that are detached from the various empires. But in general, it is the power of the academy and the power of the sect. But the family forces that appeared this time belong to the hidden world forces. The so-called hidden forces refer to those forces that, under normal circumstances, do not participate in disputes. But in the same way, the power of the hidden forces far exceeds those on the surface. So this time when Kasisi went home, Ku Zhensai had to be careful. There's something like that. Chila listened to Ku Mingling's words as if he were listening to a story. The forces within the eastern wilderness are intricate. Now that there is another family force, Qi Lu is not surprised at all. On the contrary, Qi Lu felt that this was more of a reasonable thing. Just a little surprised. The surprising thing is that the power of the family is so strong. To be honest, things like the family will exist as long as there are people. It can even be said that as long as there is intelligent life, it will exist. After all, unless it is naturally raised, it jumps out of the cracks in the stone. Otherwise, the blood relationship is indelible. But the existence of the family exists, such as the Ku family and the Ying family, even if it is an expected family. However, as Ku Mingling said, a big family like the Yun family can stand shoulder to shoulder with the real big forces. It is really unbelievable. Yes, this time when I went home, my aunt brought my uncle back. After Ku Mingling finished eating the bacon sandwich, he rinsed his mouth with mineral water, and then swallowed the rinsed water. This mineral water is very expensive. Ku Mingling has not yet had the luxury to spit out mineral water. Then why did you come here now? And they went back. Qi Lu and Ku Mingling chatted so much, and they were also interested. It's boring to stay in the store all day. Listening to this kind of story can be a very good pastime. No, they stayed at home for a few days, and then left. I heard from them that this time they came out of Yun's house to find someone. So it's definitely not going back when I go back, but I don't know where they went now. But my aunt and the others are not at home, so my grandfather stopped me. Ku Mingling said nonchalantly. His aunt was looking for someone, and it had nothing to do with him. Because in truth, after Kasisi married into the Yun family, he actually broke off contact with the Ku family. And this time, Kasisi and Yundu will return to the Ku family, probably because they want to use the power of the Ku family to find someone. After all, the reason why the hidden world forces are called hidden world forces. It's because they rarely show up. In comparison, with the power of the Ku family in the Wild Yuan Empire, it is obviously much easier to find someone. I see. Chila nodded. Chila was not interested in who Kusi thought was looking for. So no more questions. Okay, breakfast is over, so I won't bother, let's go first. Okay, I finished my breakfast, then boss, Chi, I won't bother you anymore, let's go first. Ku Mingling clapped his hands, and then pointed to the area of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. It is good. Qi Lu waved his hand, indicating that Ku Mingling should not care about him. For the so-called family power, Qi Lu should just listen to a story. Now that the story is over, it's time to get down to business. At the gate of Yunwu City, a man and a woman walked in slowly. The man's eyes are firm and handsome. The girls are noble and elegant, graceful and luxurious. If Kuming Lang was here, he would probably be able to recognize these two people. It was Yandu and Kasisi. The Soul Fire Guide has responded. In Yandu's hand was a crystal ball the size of a fist, and in the crystal ball, a tiny flame was swaying. The little girl of the Nayland family should be in this cloud city. Kasisi looked at the flame and said firmly, "Soul fire can be used to judge the state of life." The Soul Fire Guide is an object created by the soul fire through a special alchemy method. The main function is to find people. However, the Soul Fire Guide must be not far from the owner of the soul fire before the reaction occurs. Therefore, Yandu and Kasisi were tossing around in various city-states. I went all the way and searched most of the eastern wasteland, and finally found it. There was also a relaxed look on Yandu's face. As long as the Soul Fire Guide responds, then Yandu will have confidence and will not let people run away. The person has been found, but the task has not been completed yet, and the person has to be brought back. Kasisi said slowly. Since the release of the Golden Winged Griffin pet card, the Chila store has been lively for 2 or 3 days. Flying mounts are the dreams of most practitioners. Whether it is a fighting spirit class or a magician class. In the battle, if you can have a flying mount, it is simply a huge advantage. If you are not heroic, you will not be able to go to the sky. This is a well-known thing. In the face of the hero level, a mere flying mount is not very meaningful. It was a competition of hard power. However, how many heroes can there be? Therefore, the Gold-Winged Griffin pet card, among the customers of Chila store, has already gone crazy. After all, the Golden Winged Griffin pet card is just an R-rank pet card. Different from the SR level pet cards such as the Spirit of Flame pet card, if Golden Winged Griffin pet card is not awakened, the strength it cultivates is too weak. It might even be a little touching. However, the attraction of flying mounts is simply too great. Therefore, even if the cost is high, it is worth it. In the Pet Card Research Guild, there is a son who has a spirit crystal minied home, and he spends a lot of money. It took a full 300,000 spirit crystals to extract the pet card of the Golden Winged Griffin. And after screening, the Gold Winged Griffin pet card whose first 2 activated skills were not considered tasteless was selected, and it was cultivated to the level of 4 awakenings. No way, 1 awakening requires only 10 identical pet cards. For the second awakening, 20 cards are needed. This is relatively small. And after 3 awakenings and 4 awakenings, 50 and 100 of the same pet cards are needed. If it's a B-rank pet card, that's fine. However, the shipment rate of R-rank pet cards is too low. If you force the selection of Gold-Winged Griffin pet cards with good force skills, I'm afraid there is a spirit crystal mine at home that can't support it. So, in the face of harsh facts, this gentleman also wisely chose only 2 skills. As for the 2 skills activated at the back of the Golden Winged Griffin pet card, they can only be left to chance. But even with only 2 powerful skills, the Golden Winged Griffin pet card showed its edge after 4 awakenings. As long as you don't encounter heroic powerhouses, it is absolutely impossible to lose. Yes, not invincible. After all, the master level can't go to the sky. A flying mount like the Golden Winged Griffin is inherently invincible, so there is nothing to say. But the 4 awakened Golden Winged Griffins are in an absolutely crushing position when facing the master level powerhouse. And the power of the pet card is also revealed at this moment. The R-rank pet card that is really cultivated is to completely beat the Grandmaster level in terms of combat power. The only SR level pet card at present is the Spirit of Fire. If there is that lucky customer who can cultivate 5 awakened Flame Spirit pet cards, It is no exaggeration to say that it can completely outperform the heroic powerhouse. Therefore, the shipment rate of SR-level pet cards is terribly low. It's another golden-winged griffin pet card. I'm lucky. If you have 2 more cards, you can get the second awakening. Kuminglang leaned on the sofa and drew his pet card with his membership card. While waiting for the deck, drawing pet cards is indeed a good pastime. This is also the daily life of customers in Chila's small store. Come to the store and buy a bottle of mineral water first. Then buy other snacks and drinks according to your needs and preferences. Then find a small round table, get together in 2s and 3s, eat something, and discuss some topics of interest. Those who should replenish the medicinal pills and update their equipment should go to the shelf area. Wait for the free time of the deck, draw a few pet cards, or study the strategy. Then go to the guild communication system and brush it. For such a long time, the content of the guild communication system has been updated several times under Qi Li's suggestion. The current guild communication system is not as monotonous as it used to be. In addition to the internal communication of each guild, as well as private calls, which were there from the beginning. A forum-like feature has also been added that can be used to make various posts. For example, in the New World mode, the strategy of the copy, the play of wild monsters, the combination of martial arts or magic. Or it is better to load those skill books with pet cards. Naturally, it is impossible for Qi Lu to teach these things. All need to be discovered by these customers and players themselves. The public channel where everyone can speak and communicate, and the big channel for communicating with major friendly guilds, is also a feature added later. Under this increasingly rich function, the customers in the store are increasingly unable to leave the membership card. It is the norm to swipe the forums in the guild communication system when you have nothing to do. Of course, this is not only used to communicate about Qi Lu store, including the daily dynamics of the customers in the store, as well as the big and small news they found, various help information, and some strange things, they have all been posted. Water Forum, Water Association Exchange System. 1 water is half a day, which is normal. Selling 3 golden wing griffin pet cards, the reserve price is 300 spirit crystals, and those who are interested can chat privately. I want to buy a Spirit of Flame pet card, the price is easy to discuss, and some private chat. I want to buy 3 Blast Flying Dragon pet cards. The price is easy to negotiate, and some private chats. Help, on the 5th floor of the puppet maze, what should I do if there is a strange puppet at the corner? Wait online, it's urgent. Posts like this abound in forums. There is no way to trade pet cards through the trading system in the New World mode, so you can only post in the forum for buying or selling. And there are a lot of posts like this. The young master, who has so many spirit crystals, is a small part after all. Under normal circumstances, practitioners use relatively few spirit crystals for daily use. Therefore, there are not many people who use luck to earn spirit crystals. 3 golden-winged griffins, just right. After Kuminglang saw this sale post, he immediately chatted with this person privately. The golden-winged griffin of the second awakening? What skills did the first awakening activate? Qi Lu came over, caught a glimpse of Kuminglang's movements, and asked curiously. The skill activated by an awakening is the agility of the wind. Kuminglang scratched his head and answered truthfully. Wind Spirit is a passive skill that can increase the pet's agility growth value and armor-piercing ability. For the golden-winged griffin pet card, it is a good skill. Because most of the wind pets are mainly agile. Unless it is a magical pet of the wind system. And pets with agility as the main growth attribute will be insufficient in attack power, so the armor-piercing ability enhanced by the wind's agility is very suitable for the gold-winged griffin. Good luck. Qi Lu praised. It's okay, it depends on what skills can be activated in this second awakening. Kuminglang humbly accepted Qi Li's praise. To be honest, with Ke Minglang's financial resources, the second awakening of the golden-winged griffin pet card is already the limit. After a private chat, the price was quickly negotiated. The other party did not raise the price, and took away 900 spirit crystals and 3 gold-winged griffin pet cards. Trade through the pet card backpack that comes with the membership card. This is a special setting made by Qi Lu to allow the system to distinguish between the New World mode and pet cards. After all, pet cards cannot be brought into the New World mode. Second awakening, ask the Emperor's blessing, you must activate a better skill. After Ke Minglang prayed earnestly, he clicked on the membership card to confirm his awakening. 20 golden-winged griffin pet cards disappeared instantly. Then after a flash of white light, a prompt box appeared on Ke Minglang's membership card. The second awakening of the golden-winged griffin pet card was successful. Activate skill, Spiral Charge. Spiral Charge. The golden-winged griffin turns into a spiral and charges forward for a certain distance, causing a lot of physical damage to the enemies on the path, and has a high probability of tearing and smashing. Offensive skills. And it's a very good offensive skill. Wow, your luck is really good. Qi Lu followed and took a look, and was amazed. Spiral Charge is definitely an offensive skill above the standard line. The attack speed is extremely fast, and there is a high probability that it can add tearing and smashing effects. The tearing effect is an injury that is difficult to heal. And the crushing effect, naturally needless to say, is a powerful armor piercing. Comes with 2 negative effects. Even if the damage of this attacking skill is not high, it can be regarded as a standard attacking skill. But the damage of the Spiral Charge is not low. That would be scary. According to the boss's auspicious words. Ke Minglang said cheerfully. The Wind's Agility and the Spiral Charge have 2 skills, so this second awakening of the golden-winged griffin pet card is completed and can continue to be cultivated. I don't mean it. In fact, my luck has never been very good. Qi Lu shrugged. There's nothing false about this statement. Otherwise, Qi Lu wouldn't have to take a bath when he was right to draw R-ward. However, the effect is not obvious. Crack dash. Right here. While Qi Lu and Ke Minglang were chatting, the store door was pushed open. A man and a woman entered the store. He also held a crystal ball in his hand. Qi Lu was sure that he had never seen these two. There are not many people who can find Qi Lu Xiaodian without anyone leading them. Aunt, uncle, how did you find this place? On the contrary, Ke Minglang looked at the 2 people at the door of the store with a look of astonishment. They are what you said. Qi Lu looked back at Ke Minglang. 2 days ago, Ke Minglang was still telling stories to Qi Lu about the family power. As a result, I saw someone today. Xiao Lang, why are you here? Cassisi was obviously surprised when he heard Ke Minglang's voice. She and Yendu went to great lengths to find this remote place, but they didn't expect Ke Minglang to be here long ago. This is the shop I often come to, of course I will be here. Ke Minglang also said that he could not laugh or cry. This one is the owner of this shop. As he spoke, Ke Minglang pointed to Qi Lu and introduced Cassisi and Yendu. As for the 2 of them, they were very clearly introduced in the stories of the previous 2 days. Hello, you two, do you need anything? Qi Lu put his hands behind his back and said lightly. He didn't care about the identities of Cassisi and Yendu. As long as you come to the store and don't make trouble, you are a customer. Qi Lu treats everyone equally. However, Qi Lu could not care, but Yendu and Cassisi could not. Previously, the 2 of them only noticed the movement of Soul Fire's guidance, so when they came to the store, they only accidentally met Ke Minglang here. However, when Ke Minglang introduced Qi Lu, only then did Cassisi and Yendu suddenly realize that they couldn't see through Qi Li's strength. No, to be precise, they were completely unaware of Qi Li's body, and there was half a power in it. Neither grudge nor magic could be perceived. However, it is absolutely impossible to say that Qi Lu is an ordinary person. If you don't say anything else, even if Kasisi and Yundu can see it. None of these customers in the store lobby are ordinary people, all of them are cultivators. The strength never enters the realm, to the master level, everywhere. How could the owner of a shop that can entertain these customers be an ordinary person? Is it still going to die? Because ordinary people are really too weak in front of cultivators. If you don't believe in offending a cultivator, then you really don't know how died. And as for the inside of the store. More inside. Space folding magic. How is this possible? Looking inside the store, Kasisi and Yundu were even more shocked. No, it should be said to be shocking. Space folding magic, what a rare magic. Even those powerful space magicians are rarely proficient in space folding magic. What's more, there are only a handful of space magicians that still exist today. However, in this shop located in a remote alley, the blessing of space folding magic. The size of the folded space is simply appalling. What level of magic is that? I am afraid that a space magician at the peak of the hero level will not be able to release it with all his strength. A space magician of this level, even in the Yun family, must be regarded as a guest of honor. This time, Kasisi and Yundu were even more convinced. This boss is definitely not an ordinary person. Just kidding, which ordinary person can be favored by such a powerful space magician? If there is not enough strength, or do not have enough strong qualifications and potential. Even the biological son of a heroic powerhouse cannot be valued so much. Kasisi and Yundu swallowed hard. Then he looked at Qi Lu. In this case, if they still think that Qi Lu will be an ordinary person, then there is probably something wrong with their brains. But he couldn't sense the grudge or magic power in Qi Li's body. Then there is only one situation left. That is the shop owner in front of him, so powerful that they can only look up. For example, a heroic powerhouse. When a heroic powerhouse intentionally hides his breath, it is impossible for a person who is not powerful enough to detect it. And Kasisi and Yundu are naturally impossible to be hero-level powerhouses. After all, let the heroic powerhouse rush out to find people, but no force can have such a big hand. Therefore, in just a moment, the eyes of the two of them looking at Qi Lu changed. Although they don't know why in such a remote place, there is such an unfathomable powerhouse living in seclusion. But in the face of this level of powerhouse, it is impossible not to care. Therefore, the tone of Kasisi and Yundu also became respectful. The two of us are here to find someone. I wonder if the seniors can make it easier. Kasisi smiled, and his tone was rather awe-inspiring. Senior? Qi Lu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Kasisi's address to him. It's really a new name. It's the first time I've seen someone who calls me senior after opening the store for so long. My name is Qi Lu, and I'm the manager of this store. You can just call me Manager Qi or the manager. You don't need to call me senior. Qi Lu didn't have a problem with the title senior. Although there is a saying that the master is the teacher. But when I heard this name in the store, I always felt like I was being called old. Yes, Manager Qi, I wonder if Manager Qi can make it easier. Kasisi immediately changed his tune. Yundu also smiled beside him. Among the Yun family, there are indeed hero-level powerhouses, and there are more than one. But this did not mean that Yundu would dare to disrespect a heroic powerhouse outside. In fact, no force would rashly offend a heroic powerhouse. It's just making yourself uncomfortable. This scene made Kuming Ling next to him stunned. Is this expression full of apologetic smiles really the two people who commanded the Ku family before? The Yun family is in the eastern wilderness, and its strength is even more than half that of the Xuanhuan Empire. As a member of the Yun family, even if he only has the strength of a master-level peak, for ordinary forces, his status is extremely noble. That's why, when Casisi went home, Xuan Hui deliberately called the Ke family back. The wife is the husband. The Ke family can't afford to offend the Yun family. That's why, when Casisi went home, Xuan Hui deliberately called the Ke family back. Unless there is a hero-level powerhouse in the Ke family, they are qualified to be on an equal footing with the Yun family. This is also the reason why the heroic powerhouse is called the foundation of the great power. Having the power of a hero-level powerhouse, and the power without a hero-level powerhouse, are completely two levels. Therefore, Casisi married into the Yun family at the beginning. That was a moment of prominence. Even if Casisi later cut off contact with the Ke family, the Yun family's prestige was still there, so even if the Ke family had no power in the army, their deterrent power over the court was still undiminished. However, no matter how powerful the Yun family is, as long as Yandu is not promoted to the hero level in one day, he must be respectful when facing the hero-level powerhouse. Otherwise, the Yun family would never mind using a cloud crossing to dispel the anger of a hero-level powerhouse. You can find someone, but don't make trouble in the store. Qi Lu is just a store manager, not the guardian of these customers. Of course, they would not stop Casisi and Yandu's request to find someone in the store. So it's just a reminder, and I don't care anymore. Since I'm not here to buy goods, there's nothing to worry about, as long as I don't disturb other customers. Thank you, Manager Qi. The two thanked them first, and then walked into the store. No matter how respectful you are to those who are far more powerful than you are. It's okay. Qi Lu waved his hand, then glanced at Ke Minglang. You don't seem to like your aunt and uncle very much. When Casisi and Yandu came to the door of the store, Qi Lu could see Ke Minglang's expression. It can be clearly seen that Ke Minglang doesn't like these two people very much. There is absolutely no such feeling between relatives. Since marrying into the Yun family, my aunt has changed. Ke Minglang looked at the backs of the two walking into the store, sighed, and said in a low voice. The sudden strength and power can make people lose themselves. The same is true for Keith. The Yun family's status in Donghuang is far superior to that of the Ke family. Even in front of the Xuanhuan Empire, it was an equal level. After marrying into the Yun family, Casisi's status naturally rose with the tide, and naturally there would be a feeling of contempt for the Ke family members. And Yandu came from the Yun family, so he didn't have even a heroic powerhouse for these small forces. That's just a down-to-earth attitude. So it's normal for Ke Minglang to dislike these two people. But when it comes to fear or apprehension, that's not enough. No, to be precise, in the Ke family, there are still many people who are afraid of Yandu and Casisi. Including Ke Zhen, they all had the idea that they could not offend Yandu and Casisi. But it definitely doesn't include Ke Minglang. As for the reason, you only need to look at who the customers in Qila's store are. Hero-level powerhouse, is it rare? Others don't talk about it, just say Qi Lu, the store manager. In front of Qi Lu, those hero-level powerhouses were not as vulnerable as turkeys. If someone dares to come out and argue, then let those heroic powerhouses single out a bone dragon before talking. It's normal. Qi Lu smiled, but did not comment further. This is someone else's family business. As an outsider, Qi Lu is really not good to evaluate. Because evaluating other people's family affairs, no matter from what perspective, there will be a feeling of nosy. So Qi Lu chose to be silent. Why did you find this place? Just a quarter of an hour after Casisi and Yandu entered the store, a young voice came from the area of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. This voice made Qi Lu feel very familiar. Then, before Qi Lu could think of who it was, Nayland Qingqi stood up from the booth. How could it be this little girl? Qi Lu looked at this scene in surprise. But without knowing what happened, Qi Lu couldn't take care of it. Why do you have the guidance of my soul fire in your hand? Nayland Qingqi's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Yundu. Of course your father gave it to me. After Yundu confirmed that he had found the right person, he felt a lot easier. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for my father to do such a thing. What is the matter with you looking for me? Nayland Qingqi retorted without hesitation, and then asked angrily. It's hard to imagine why a little loli could be so angry. Naturally, I will take you back to complete the engagement ceremony. You ran away at the engagement ceremony back then, but the Yun family lost a lot of face. If young Master Yun hadn't interceded, I'm afraid we wouldn't have come to invite you back today. Yundu said coldly. Bah, hypocrisy, pleading? Nayland Qingqi snorted coldly, scoffing at Yundu's remarks. In any case, please think carefully about Miss Nayland. Since we can find you, we will naturally have a way to take you back. A sunny smile appeared on Yundu's face. It's just the squinting look that looks fake. Are you threatening me? Nayland Qingqi's voice suddenly turned cold. Of course not. Out of the corner of Yundu's eyes, he glanced at the sofa at the door of the store, and said, I don't dare. Whether it was because of what Qi Lu said, don't make trouble, or because of the rules between the families, Yundu would never be able to take action against Nayland Qingqi. I just kindly persuaded Miss Nayland to think about it again. Yundu said with a smile, and placed the soul fire guide in front of Nayland Qingqi. Now that people have been found, the role of soul fire guidance will be gone. Soul fire is just a flame condensed by special means based on personal breath and a strand of blood essence. When a person dies, the soul fires out. However, extinguishing the soul fire will not cause any damage to the owner of the soul fire. So Yundu was not afraid that Nayland Qingqi would take away the guidance of soul fire, and then continued to escape. After all, Nayland Qingqi's soul fire is more than that. You. Shaoqi, what happened? The quarrel here quickly attracted the rest of the Lanyi team. As the youngest member of the Lanyi team, she is also the little sister Hui's very much loved by all the older sisters. If Nayland Qingqi is bullied, the rest of Lanya's team will definitely not ignore it. Who are you? After Lanyi saw Yundu, she immediately asked aloud. The tone was not at all friendly. Are you bullying Shaoqi? I'm going to beat you up. Lan Zier frowned, stared at Yundu, and said viciously. Dare to bully Shaoqi, you are not afraid that you will not be able to get out of this cloud city. Lan Qing'er lowered her eyes slightly, and said lightly. You dare to bully Shaoqi, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out of this cloudy city? Lan Qing'er lowered her eyes. The tone of her words was so flat that it was as simple as saying, have you eaten today? Shaoqi, if he bullies you, we will definitely let him know what it means, Toba disaster. Fei Xue looked at Yundu and said with a calm expression. You know, Lu Jingya hasn't returned to Yujianzong at this time, and is still staying in Yunwu City. This is also the basis of Fei Xue. Not to mention that Yundu is just a grandmaster level peak. Even if Yundu is a heroic powerhouse, as long as Fei Xue speaks, Lu Jingya can't save Nayland Qingqi. Other forces are afraid of offending heroic powerhouses. Lu Jingya is not afraid. As long as you dare to come, Lu Jingya will dare to beat you back. If you are not convinced and dare to come, then Lu Jingya has the ability to keep those heroes who are inexperienced forever. This is the deterrence of top power. And the real height that a big power can reach is also determined by the top power owned by this power. That's right, Shaoqi, if he bullies you, let us know. Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks and stared at Yundu forcefully. Although Yu Jiu, who was standing aside, did not speak, the dagger had already appeared in her hand. Everyone has misunderstood, I dare not bully Miss Nalan. Yundu quickly raised his hands, to prove his innocence. At the same time, in the face of the 6 Grandmaster levels, Yundu was not sure that he would be able to retreat. What's more, the strength of Kusisi, who is following him, is only a professional class. This kind of conflict, cannot afford is the best. Although the Yun family's deterrent power is great, it is between the major forces. Many times, the Yun family's deterrent power is not enough for such idle cultivators. Because as a hidden world force, most of the idle cultivators have never heard of the Yun family at all. What about deterrence? I'll go back with you. Just as the few people confronted each other, Nalan Chinchi's gnashing of teeth sounded. A wise decision. Yundu had an expected look on his face. Little chess. Lan Yi and the others looked at Nalan Chinchi anxiously. Shachi, if he is forcing you, don't be afraid, just tell us. Yeah, Shachi, we've been together for so long, are you still worried? Shachi, there are Zier, Sister Lanya and the others, and Big Brother. Lan Zier, who was the closest in age to Nalan Chinchi, walked over directly, took Nalan Chinchi's hand, looked into her eyes, and said seriously. I know, I'm just going home, it's fine. Nalan Chinchi shook his head, and then squeezed out a smile. Is it really okay? Lan Zier held Nalan Chinchi's little hand tightly and asked worriedly. It's really okay. Nalan Chinchi also held Lan Zier's hand with a backhand and nodded at her. It's just that there are some conflicts between me and my family. After I deal with it, I will invite you to come to my house to play. After Nalan Chinchi finished speaking, he looked at Lan Yi and the others. Sister Lan Yi, Sister Feishue, Sister Qinger, Sister Yojio, and Sister Xiaoya, don't worry, it's really just a matter of my family, it's okay, you don't have to worry too much. I'll be back soon. Lan Yi and others could not refute Nalan Chinchi's remarks. Since it's Nalan Chinchi's family affairs, if the parties don't want them to get involved, it's no use if they want to say more. Now that you understand, let's go. With a hypocritical smile on his face, Yundu said aloud. The purpose of his trip with Kusisi was to bring Nalan Chinchi back. Since Nalan Chinchi has agreed to go with them, there is no point in continuing to stay here. If you dare to bully Shachi, we will definitely let you know what it means, Torgrit. Lan Yi knew that Nalan Chinchi had already made up his mind, so it was not easy to persuade him. It is a very unwise thing to rashly get involved in other people's family affairs. No matter what the situation is, you are the one to blame. You don't have to worry about this, we don't dare to bully Miss Nalan. The fake smile on Yundu's face did not change. For Lanya's words, he was disdainful. As long as Nalan Chinchi returns to the Yun family's territory, if you dare to come over and make trouble, and you can get out of the Yun family, that is your ability. No matter how many grandmasters there are, in front of heroic powerhouses, they are just a group of slightly stronger ants. More ants kill elephants, that's just talk. There are too many kinds of ants. Big Brother, Shachi will be fine. Watching the three of them walk out of the store, Lan Zier tugged at the corner of Chi Li's clothes and said worriedly. It'll be all right. Chi Li gently rubbed Lan Zier's hair and comforted her. The departure of Nalan Chinchi had little effect on Chi Li's store. It's just the Lan Yi team who look forward to it every day. Let some customers who know them be a little curious. Manager, what happened to them? Yu Yufeng took a bottle of yogurt and sat down opposite Chi Lu. Then he pointed to Lan Yi and the others sitting at the small round table next to him, and asked, curiously. It is natural to be concerned about this kind of mercenary team made up of Sister Yu and Loli. Nalan Chinchi is home. Chi Lian answered succinctly. Nalan Chinchi went home? Yu Yofeng's face was a little strange, as if he had seen something incredible. What? Qila looked at Yu Yofeng's face, puzzled. Nayland Qingqi goes home, is there anything wrong? When Yu Yufeng heard Qi Li's question, his expression became even more strange. After swallowing the yogurt in his mouth, Yu Yufeng immediately said, "Tisa's so wrong, Nayland Qingqi will go home by himself, so that's the problem." Hearing this, Qila gave Yu Yufeng a meaningful look. Then he opened his mouth and said, "It's true that I didn't go home by myself, but was found by someone named Yendu." What? That makes sense. Yu Yufeng was startled at first, and then quickly calmed down. What happened? Hearing Yu Yofeng's tone, Qila knew that something was wrong, so he immediately asked aloud. Yes, what's going on? Tell us now. In the past few days, Lan Yi and others have always been highly sensitive to the topic of Nayland Qingqi. Now that Yu Yufeng and Qi Lu talked about Nayland Qingqi, Lan Yi and others who were sitting not far away immediately gathered around. Then they stared at Yu Yufeng together. You don't know? Yu Yufeng was stared at by so many big eyes. If it was in the past, he might have enjoyed it a little bit. But after knowing the strength of these beautiful girls, there was a cold sweat behind Yu Yufeng. If I knew, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lan Yi sighed. Nayland Qingqi was not there, and the Lan Yi team had no motivation to even go hunting for monsters. Then do you know the hidden family? Yu Yufeng asked again. The word hidden family is actually not an unfamiliar word to practitioners. But most cultivators have only heard of it. If you want to understand, it is definitely not as good as those big forces. Even many cultivators have only heard of the existence of hidden families, and they have absolutely no idea where these hidden forces are strong. Heard about it. Lan Yi also answered truthfully. It's good to hear it. In fact, there are only a few hidden families in the eastern wasteland. Yu Yufeng nodded before speaking. Yu family, Lan family, Yun family, and Nayland family. Wait, Yu Jia and Lan Jia? Qi Lu suddenly thought of Yu Yofeng's sister, Lan Jili. Yes, the store manager, you are right. My father and I are from the Yu Jia family, and my sister and my mother are from the Lan family. Our parents' wedding is the product of the marriage between the Yojia and the Lan family. Yu Yufeng shrugged his shoulders, and he just understated this matter. For big powers, marriage is a very common thing. This kind of marriage is beneficial to both forces. However, it is not fair to the two who are engaged in marriage. Yufeng's parents are actually quite lucky. At least the two sides have a good relationship with each other. Unlike most other marriage partners, marriages are only forced by marriage, but the result is the same bed and different dreams. But unfortunately, my father is not directly from the Yu family, and my mother is not from the Lan family. So I know about it, but I can't help. Yu Yufeng is very honest in putting the ugly words up front. In fact, among the four hidden families, the Yu family and the Lan family are themselves weaker than the Yun family and the Nayland family. Not to mention unrelated. It's okay, we just need to know what happened. Lan Yi said immediately. There are also rules among family forces. Random shots do not exist. Well, since you want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you, because this matter is not a secret between the hidden families. Yufeng nodded. In fact, this thing sounds old-fashioned. This happened a few years ago. At that time, Nayland Qingqi was only 10 years old. At that time, among the four great hidden families, they were ranked in terms of strength. The Yun family is well-deserved number one. Although the Nayland family is close behind, it is still far from the Yun family. The rest of the Yu family and the Lan family were even worse than the Nayland family, and even more incomparable with the Yun family. But the Yu family and the Lan family, the strength of the two is on the same level. Once, during the gathering of the 4 great hidden families, a son of the Yun family's direct line took a fancy to Nailand Qingqi, who was already a beauty of time. And Nailand Qingqi is not actually a direct line in the Nailand family. It's just a collateral line that is relatively close to the direct line. Moreover, the strengths of the Nailand family and the Yun family were far from each other. Therefore, after Nailand Qingqi was spotted by a son of the Yun family's direct line, the Nailand family would naturally have no problem. However, because of Nailand Qingqi at that time, his age was still too young. So the Yun family and the Nailand family decided to let the two get engaged first, and then get married when Nailand Qingqi was of the right age. Marriage is a very common thing. If the Nailand family can marry the Yun family, the Lan family and the Yu family, who were married earlier, did not care about the threat to the Nailand family. That's right, this matter actually has to talk about the Lan family and the Yu family. Among the 4 hidden families, the Lan family and the Yu family were the first to marry. Both the direct line and the collateral line have objects of marriage. So the Lan family and the Yu family were actually tied to a boat. However, the Yun family and the Nailand family had never been married. The Yun family is powerful, so you don't have to care. But the Nailand family has already declined, so they have to consider the future of the family. As a result, Nailand Qingqi became the first piece of the marriage. For a little girl who is less than 10 years old and should have spent her childhood carefree, marriage is really a too heavy word. Not to mention, this so-called engagement is just a prelude to taking a concubine. That's right, concubines. As a sideline of the Nailand family, in the eyes of the Yun family, how could Hidi become the real wife of the Yun family's direct line? So I can only be a concubine. And all this, the Nailand family is well aware of it. However, a collateral clan is really unable to attract the attention of the head of the Nailand family. If this relationship can be used to obtain assistance from the Yun family, then even if Nailand Qingqi is sent to be a concubine, it does not matter. But it's just a pawn. Being raised by the family, isn't it normal to dedicate yourself when necessary? After this incident was known to Nailand Qingqi's parents, they were also strongly rejected. Even collateral. Nailand Qingqi's parents also did not want their daughter to marry another familito be a concubine. What's more, the son of the Yun family's direct line has a flower name. When I fell in love with Nailand Qingqi, it was just for fun. So the night before Nailand Qingqi's engagement, Nailand Qingqi's parents helped Nailand Qingqi escape from Nailand's house. This has nothing to do with abandoning the family. A hidden family actually pinned their fate on a marriage, but they didn't want to make progress. This in itself is an extremely stupid thing. What's more, concubines have no status. Sending one's own clansmen to other families as concubines is to humiliation's own face. The marriage between the Yu family and the Lan family was the marriage of theming media. However, the Nailand family has fallen to this point. Even if the marriage is successful, at that time, it will just find a better excuse for the Yun family to annex the Nailand family. That's the whole story. After Yu Yufeng finished speaking, he took another mouthful of yogurt to moisten his throat. Then he added, at that time, this incident was widely spread among the 4 hidden families, but Nailand Qingqi's parents tried desperately to stop it. Sodhat Nailand Qingqi successfully escaped from the Nailand family's territory. Yu Jia and Lan Jia were not involved in this matter. It can even be said that there is a sense of happiness. When Nailand Qingqi fled, the chance of marriage between the Yun family and the Nailand family was blocked. In this way, Yu family and Lan family, who are relatively weak, will be able to hide their strengths and bide their time with more confidence. It was the Yun family who took Shaoqi away before. Lan Yi suddenly thought of this. Oops, if the Yun family took Shaoqi away, would she have to go back for that damn engagement? But why is she going back? Fei Shua knitted her delicate eyebrows tightly. She had always been calm, but her tone could not help but become anxious. Yeah, it's fine as long as Xiaoqi stays here. Why should he go back with the Yun family? Xiaoya's face also became a little flustered. As long as they stay in Yunwu City, no one can forcibly take Nailan Qingqi away. If the former Yunwu City really did not dare to say this. But now, just looking at the number of hero-level powerhouses who stay in Yunwu City every day is enough to make anyone dare not go wild in Yunwu City. If I guessed correctly, Xiaoqi should be protecting you. Qila leaned back on the chair and said suddenly. This sentence really wakes up the dreamer. Since Nailan Qingqi's parents sent Nailan Qingqi out of Nailan's house, the consequences they should bear have long been thought of. And Nailan Qingqi was found by the Yun family in Yunwu City. If Lan Yi and the others didn't show up, Nailan Qingqi could indeed resist stubbornly. He even said that as long as Nailan Qingqi is willing, no one can forcibly take her away in Yunwu City. But, of course, after Lan Yi and others appeared, this idea was shattered. The Yun family will not hurt Nailan Qingqi. But he will not show mercy to those around Nailan Qingqi. Nailan Qingqi, who knew how powerful the Yun family was, had no choice but to compromise in order to protect Lan Yi and the others. Xiaoqi is to protect us. Lan Yi said naively. Of course, it's not ruled out that the Nailan family threatened her with Xiaoqi's parents. Qila tapped the tabletop of the small round table with his fingers and said slowly. Soul fire guides this thing. If there is no soul fire of Nailan Qingqi, there is no way to find Nailan Qingqi. And where is the soul fire of Nailan Qingqi? Of course, it was in the hands of Nailan Qingqi's parents. Yandu's words at that time were threatening Nailan Qingqi. If you don't go back to Yun's house with him, then Nailan Qingqi's parents won't be too safe. Damn guy. That chop. Lan Qing'er and Yojiao cursed together, and their faces were full of anger. Fei Shui's face was covered with frost. Then what should we do now? Xiaoya has long been in a state of no masters. Go to Nailan's house, go to Yun's house, we're going to bring Xiaoqi back. Lan Ye's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the rest of the Lan Yi team, and then said firmly. That's right, we're going to take Xiaoqi back. A firm voice resounded in the store. There was no hesitation. Nailan Qingqi is like a lovely younger sister to everyone in Lan Yi team, a younger sister who should be pampered. It should not be the chess piece that the Nailan family threw out in order to police the Yun family. Don't you think, just go against the Yun family and the Nailan family like this. And, do you know where the hidden family is? Yu Yufeng, who was sitting across from Qi Lu, couldn't help pouring a bain of cold water upon seeing Lan Yi and the others' angry expressions. But after saying this sentence, Yu Yufeng regretted it. However, the idea of slipping away has not been implemented, and a few eyes fell on Yu Yufeng. The gazes of Lan Yi and others made Yu Yufeng feel like a light on his back. Yes, we don't know where the hidden family is, you should know. Lan Yi stared at Yu Yufeng's face and spoke slowly and calmly. There is anger in this. Let Yu Yufeng dare not deny Lan Yi's words, no matter what. I do know, but... No, but, if it doesn't work, I'll let my master invite you, how about it? Fei Shui interrupted Yu Yufeng's words. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yu Yufeng's eyes tightly. No, no need, I'll take you there. Yu Yufeng was stared at by the Lan Yi team, and in the end he was helplessly defeated. Especially the threat of Fei Shui is too serious. As long as it is not the first time for customers to come to the store, they all know that Fei Shui's master is the strongest elder of the swordsman sect, Lu Jingya. Moreover, Lu Jingya is extremely protective of her shortcomings. Really being sued by Fei Shui, Yu Yufeng must be unable to eat and walk around. But wait a minute. Although Yu Yufeng took over the job of guide, he still had to say, I'm still saying that, you guys just want to use this lineup to go head-to-head with the Yun family and the Nalan family? This is a very real problem. If you don't have enough strength, it won't help you if you go, maybe you have veto plant yourself in it. What, the hidden family? Lu Jingya, who just exited the dungeon, looked at Fei Xue with a stunned expression upon hearing Fei Xue's words. Are you going to provoke the hidden family? Lu Jingya didn't even bother to brush the copy, but just looked up and down Fei Xue. Master, it's not me, it's Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was taken away by the hidden family. Fei Xue explained quickly. And he told the story of Nalan Qinqi completely. Marriage. Listening to Fei Xue's story, Lu Jingya narrowed her eyes slightly. As the elder of the Imperial Sword Sect, it is impossible for Lu Jingya not to have heard of the hidden family. It's just that the discord here is not enough for outsiders. Therefore, the matter of Nalan Qinqi was only circulated within the 4 hidden families, and did not spread to the outside world. However, this kind of marriage is something that everyone in the big forces will hear about. It is a lie to want to be in love with each other. The more purpose of marriage is to exchange interests and consolidate the forces of both sides. But, put this kind of thing on a little girl. That would be too much. Master, we need your help now. Fei Xue said solemnly. If you don't have enough strength to go to the Yun and Nalan's dignitaries, you will die. In order to become a hidden family standing in the East Wasteland, a hero-level powerhouse is indispensable. With the current strength of Lan Yu team, it is not enough to compete with heroic powerhouses. Therefore, it is necessary to find a strong enough helping hand. However, facing Fei Xue's request, Lu Jingya sighed. Sorry, Fei Xue, I cannot participate in the affairs of the Hidden World family. This is related to the stability of the entire Eastern Wilderness. Lu Jingya's words are not shirk. The Zoman forces and the Hidden World family are 2 big forces that have nothing to do with each other. Now, the sect forces have been devastated by the Shadow Hall incident, and their vitality has been severely damaged, and they have not recovered yet. If he were to confront the hidden family at this time, it would be even worse. In particular, Edgeworth sect had already lost an elder. If Lu Jingya provokes the hidden family again, it will definitely give the remnants of the Shadow Palace an opportunity. At that time, a war between the Zoman forces and the hidden family will be triggered, and the stability of the entire Eastern Wilderness will be broken. At that time, in the Eastern Wasteland, there will be smoke of gunpowder everywhere, and life will be charred. Lu Jingya couldn't do this kind of thing. However, if you can bring Nalan Qinqi out, then the teacher can guarantee that the people of the hidden family will not dare to come to you again. After a short pause, Lu Jingya added another sentence. Because Fei Xue and the others belong to the mercenary category at this moment, that is, idle practitioners. Not within the major forces. Even if they hit the face of the hidden family, it would not provoke a war. Therefore, Lu Jingya would add such a sentence. To bring Nalan Qinqi out, you don't even need to take out the territory of the hidden family, just leave the gate of the hidden family. Then Lu Jingya can come forward and save people. At this time, if those people of the hidden family continue to entangle, it means that they are not giving face. To offend a hero-level peak powerhouse for the sake of a collateral clan. That's what a fool does. Presumably those from the hidden family also know what to do. I understand, Master, that's enough. After all, Fei Xue had stayed in the swordsman sect for so long, and was considered a disciple of the sect. The doorway here is naturally clear. So I am very grateful to Lu Jingya for making this kind of guarantee. Indiscriminately interfering with the affairs of other forces, if it is not to want the East Wasteland to be in chaos, it is to be the enemy of all the forces. Both of these things are not things that ordinary people do. System, what did you just say? Let me get the information of those hidden families? After the Lan Yu team and Yu Yufeng left, Qi Lu was startled by the sudden sound from the system. Hence this question. System, host, this is a temporary task, you can choose not to accept it. Wait, why did you come so diligently on this temporary assignment? Qi Lu stretched out his tail finger and licked his ear, then put it to his mouth and blew lightly. Qi Lu actually understood the urine nature of the system very early. Qi Lu has probably figured out what happened recently about the release conditions of this temporary task. It's like when you come across something new. To be precise, it should be when the system discovers that there are still some good things in this world after hearsay. Quite echoes the personality of the system financial fan. Whenever I see something good, I want to get one. What the blood of the dragon, the bone of the dragon, the soul of the dragon, the various parts of the heroic beast. In short, as long as it is rare in this world, it is best to get a copy. So, now he's eyeing the hidden family again. System, host, the so-called temporary task is the task that is decided to be released because of a temporary intention. Of course, it is released according to the mood of the system. He probably felt the guess in Qi Li's heart. The system was very brazen and said these words candidly and frankly. It is as expected. Although Qi Li guessed the system's thoughts correctly, he didn't know why, and there was no joy in his heart. Instead, I wanted to take a bite out of the system, and by the way, take a look at how this brazen face was tempered. System, okay, host, decide whether to accept this temporary mission or not. Qi Li held his hands and smacked his mouth. Then he said in his mind, System, what do you think I can do to fight those hidden families with thin arms and legs? For hidden families. This is no joke. This is not like the last mission to kill the Scarlet Moon Wolf King, a Skythunder order is enough. Qi Lu doesn't believe that there is only one heroic powerhouse in the four hidden families. You can't deceive children like this. Even if the Yu family and the Lan family would not be involved, the Nalan family alone would be enough to have a drink together. What's more, there is a more powerful Yun family. System, host, don't worry, this system has long considered this situation, so for this mission, 2 types of mission rewards have been designed. Oh? Let's hear it first. Qi Lu suddenly became interested. Although the level of the store manager has increased, the system has become more and more thief. But in terms of humanization, it is much better than before. System, it's very simple, the first one, with the help of the power of this system, the quest reward will be reduced by 80%. System, second, the host relies on his own strength to complete the task independently and obtain all the task rewards. Qi Lu heard the words and was speechless. Is there a difference between what you said and what you didn't say? System, of course, all rewards are a brand new purchase channel, and the abridged version of rewards is a skill crystal lottery. System, by the way, if it is a skill crystal lottery, the host is specially allowed to draw 3. This reward is really in the middle of being mean and generous. The new purchase channel is indeed an extremely generous reward. Although the previous rank inheritance scroll purchase channel was pitted by system, when it came to compensation, it was very generous. Therefore, the new purchase channel is even a pit. Qi Lu is also willing to jump in. However, how to complete this task without using the power of the system is indeed a big problem. Therefore, this time Qi Lu directly set his sights on the abridged version of the reward. 3 skill crystals. To be honest, skill crystals are much more exotic than trial crystals. After all, the skills embedded in the seal of trial are above martial skills and magic, and are blessed by the power of heaven and earth. It's normal to be rare. Therefore, the 3 skill crystals are actually not a loss. The key is to look at the level of these 3 skill crystals. If it is a hero-level skill crystal, it is not an exaggeration to sell it for a sky-high price. You know, there is a saying that goes well. Hero-level powerhouses are rare, and hero-level powerhouses with hero-level skills are even rarer. Even though the Fire Emperor Ling Ao has been sitting on the throne of the Wild Yuan Empire for so long, in fact, he has not found a heroic skill crystal. That is, Gu Pingchuan has been a hero for the longest time. When I traveled south and north, I was lucky enough to get a hero-level skill crystal. But after all, I don't know whether the skills are suitable or not, and whether they are embedded in the seal of trial. System, before taking the mission, I have a question to ask. System, host, please speak. What level is this skill crystal? Chila must ask this matter clearly. If it were 3 warrior-level skill crystals, that would be a huge loss. Skill crystals are indeed extremely rare, but the ones that are almost impossible to find are at least hero-level skill crystals. As for those low-level skill crystals, even if they are rare, nor can it be found. Therefore, even if it is auctioned, the price is very different from that offer-level skill crystals. System, host, please rest assured, this system is the most generous system. This time the extraction of skill crystals, this system guarantees that it will be at least the master level. Okay, deal, I've accepted the task. Chila said resolutely. In fact, this question is also testing the preciousness of that purchase channel. The better the reward of the abridged version, the more precious this purchase channel must be. If the system's answer is that these 3 skill crystals will be at least heroic, then Chila guarantees that even if he is willing to go out, he will have to get that purchase channel. But at the master level, forget it, life is important, life is important. Hidden family territory. Here, to outsiders, it is just an endless desert. Looking into the distance, you can occasionally see a few green vegetation, dotted on this desert. Let this barren land have some vitality. And above this desert, 3 figures are walking slowly. It was Yundu and Kasisi who brought Nalan Chinchi. Here, for Nalan Chinchi, it is a place that is unwilling to be recalled. As a sideline of the Nalan family, Nalan Chinchi didn't have a good life when he was a child. In the family, the direct line's contempt for the collateral line is undisguised. Yundu seemed to have noticed Nalan Chinchi's expression, and suddenly said, Miss Nalan, looking at your expression, it seems that I remembered something unpleasant. I'm already very unhappy when I walk with you. Nalan Chinchi glanced at Yundu, and then answered with an expressionless face. I'm so sorry for making you feel this unpleasant, Miss Nalan. It's a pity, even so, it's still up to me to send you back to the Yun family. Yundu said with a smile. But in those slightly narrowed eyes, a cold light flashed. Hidden knife in laughter. Kasisi, who was next to him, remained silent. When the people of the 4 hidden families are talking, Kasisi, as a married man, is not good at interjecting. Not even a collateral line. Humph. Nalan Chinchi snorted coldly and stopped talking. As of now, it's useless to say anything. Going back to this prison again, Nalan Chinchi, who has already escaped once, will never have the chance to escape a second time. I just hope that Sister Lan Yi and the others will not be implicated. Nalan Chinchi thought silently in his heart and walked forward without saying a word. Strength, I really need strength. If you can give me a little more time to pass on more of the power of the Ice Queen, I can control my own destiny. Nalan Chinchi sighed in his heart. At the beginning, when I obtained the inheritance of the Queen of Ice in the Chila store, Nalan Chinchi really felt that maybe one day, he would be able to return to Nalan's house with unparalleled power and bring his parents out of Nalan's house. Then take back what belongs to you. Instead of this, like a prisoner, he was taken back. It's here, Miss Nalan, you probably haven't forgotten where the hidden familius. Yunda suddenly stopped. Nalan Chinchi followed in her footsteps, and then gave Yundu a cold look without saying a word. It's useless to blame me. If you want to blame me, I can only blame you. You were born in the wrong place. Yundu said at the end, and sneered. then took out the identity token and sent it forward. The space in front of him suddenly distorted for a while, and then, a transparent air door appeared in front of Yandu. This is the import of the hidden family. As a family force that has stood in the East Wasteland for hundreds of years, its background is naturally unfathomable. It is also normal to make friends with space magicians. And the place where this hidden family is located is the proud work of a space magician who was promoted to the powerhouse level a few hundred years ago, after combining space magic with the magic circle. A small independent space. In the following hundreds of years, although the space magician of that year has disappeared. But after being perfected again and again by the hidden world family, this small space has become extremely stable. Although it is impossible to compare with the main world outside, it is more than enough to resist the attacks of heroic powerhouses. Even if it is a powerhouse-level power, he wants to destroy this small space. In a short period of time, it is impossible to do so. What's more, today, there is no powerhouse-level power in the Eastern Wilderness. The heroic powerhouse is already the pinnacle of power. The entrance to the hidden family's territory was opened, and Yundu immediately walked in with Nalan Chinchi and Kasisi. The identity token to open this small space actually existed before Nalan Chinchi. It was only after he escaped that he was destroyed by Nalan Chinchi. When you enter the family's territory, don't try to escape. Here is the rest of your life, your final destination. Yundu looked at the familiar scenery in this small space, and he was relieved. Bringing Nalan Chinchi back to the territorial space of the hidden world family, Yundu's mission is complete. If this is the case, Nalan Chinchi can still escape. That's not Yundu's negligence. It is the incompetence of these hidden families. The location of the hidden family is in a desert farther west of the Xinyo Empire. It's because of the long distance, so after I came here, I haven't been back for a long time. After Yu Yufeng was arrested by Lan Yi team as a guide, he naturally told some things about the hidden family. Because of these things, in fact, it is not the lucky secret of the hidden family. It's just that no one understands it. On the one hand, because it is useless to know, who would go to trouble the hidden family? Isn't that enough to eat? On the other hand, even if someone wants to trouble the hidden family, it doesn't matter whether this person has the ability or not. Even if you find a place without an identity token, it is impossible to enter the territorial space of the hidden family. Also, the place where the hidden family is located is actually another small space independent of this space. The legend is hundreds of years ago, the handwriting of a powerhouse-level mighty. Regarding the territorial space of the hidden family, Yu Yufeng did not hide and said everything he knew. In fact, this matter, as long as the people of the hidden family know it. Not even a secret. It will even be used as a show-off capital by the people of the hidden family. Because today, in the Eastern Wilderness, there is no powerhouse-level mighty at all. In this day and age, this East Wilderness cannot find a powerhouse-level mighty at all. A small space constructed by a powerhouse-level power is a shock in itself. It's like saying to other forces, you see, our hidden family, that is a powerful person. Who dares to provoke? However, this kind of shock and deterrence is just a joke to some really powerful forces. After all, these powerful forces, whose ancestors have never made friends with powerhouses. For example, Edgeworth. The swordsman sect who can sit on the top of the sect's power, let alone the ancestors who have made friends with the powerhouse. Turning up 10 generations, the suzerain of the swordsman sect is himself a powerhouse-level power. But what about now? Heroes don't mention their bravery back then. If you really want to say that you have the ability, then go to find a strong level power now. That's what really matters. It's just a pity that no one has this ability. The general situation, I have told you all. It's just that I'm just a collateral descendant of the Yu family. I won't have any more news here. Yu Yufeng spread his hands. The true strength of the four hidden families is all secret information. As a collateral descendant, Yu Yufeng is impossible to know. It's enough to know so much news, thank you very much. Lan Yi nodded and said thank you. In fact, Yufeng's real job is to lead the way. Now that I can say so much, it is already an extra gift. You're welcome. To be honest, I don't like the style of the Yun family. Yu Yufeng shrugged. In fact, collateral descendants do not have much affection for direct descendants. Not to mention the direct descendants of other families. The relationship between the four hidden families, except for the Lan family and the Yu family who started to marry very early, are not compatible with each other. Just in the same territorial space. If it is too stiff, their faces will not look good. From Yunwu City all the way to the west, across the Yuan Empire. Then take the road from Yashui City and Yashui Pass. After crossing the Xingyao Empire, not far to the west, there is an endless desert. On the edge of this desert, there are actually some small forces. It's just bordering on the Xingyao Empire and the Great Desert. These small forces are just trying to survive in the cracks. There are not many plants and food in the desert, and there are not many monsters living here. The most are desert sand dogs in groups, and some small monsters. Several low-strength cultivators are crouching in the desert, in the scorching yellow sand, waiting for their prey to come to the door for food for the whole day. This is their way of life. The desert sand dogs that appear in groups are weak monsters that hunt by numbers. It is also one of the most common foods for people living on the edge of the desert. The desert sand dog is here, everyone should be quiet. I can hunt a few more today. I don't want to lie in this hot sand every day. Silence, prepare to start. The practitioners lying in the yellow sand all closed their mouths and pressed their hands on their weapons. A large group of desert sand dogs, with hundreds of heads, ran over with smoke and dust from a distance. In fact, with the guts and strength of a desert sand dog, it would be better to be called a gerbil. Although, with the guts and strength of the desert sand dog, it would be more appropriate to call it a desert gerbil. However, because this monster is more like a dog. That's why it's called a desert dog. The practitioners took a deep breath and were about to make a move. Chirp. Yet at this time. Suddenly there was a sharp cry from the sky. The desert sand dog that was supposed to rush over suddenly shivered with fright. This is Griffin. How could a griffin appear in a place like this? In the end, it is the big power that will come to this desert, and even use such a powerful monster. Several practitioners were shocked by this sharp cry. Looking up, I was even more shocked. Griffin, that is an extremely rare monster. As a necessary magical beast for the flying team, it was captured by the human race and disappeared in the wild. Even beasts that are known to have long since become extinct. But no one knows whether there are any major forces that have left the bloodline of the griffins and cultivated them in secret. Therefore, the appearance of griffins does not make these practitioners feel strange. It just shocks them. And fear. How powerful is the force that can cultivate griffins? It is simply an existence that these cultivators can't imagine. That is definitely one of the top forces in the eastern wilderness. But why do forces of this level come to this desert? They don't know. But they knew that this news had to be sent back. In order to avoid the small forces living in this desert, because they offend those who they can't afford to offend, they disappear inexplicably. Will there be cultivators in this kind of desert? In the sky, Lan Yi sat on the golden-winged griffin and glanced down. It would be a waste of time to rush to the location of the hidden family and walk by foot. And the movement of the wind and flying dragon is too big. When it crosses the Xingyao Empire, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. So the golden-winged griffin became the best choice. Griffin is a must-have monster for the most flying squad. And the golden-winged griffin is the bloodline of the royal family among the griffins, and its endurance and flight speed are naturally no doubt. Of course there will be, as long as it is not a place that cannot survive, there will be life. But it may not necessarily be a human race, it may be a monster, or it may be another race. Yu Yufeng also followed and looked down. In the boundless desert, occasionally there are some green vitality dotted in it. The weak beast shivered by the breath of the golden-winged griffin, and the cultivator who ran back in a panic after seeing the golden-winged griffin. Everything, above the desert, seems extremely lonely. Not far ahead is the territorial space of the hidden family. It doesn't take much time to enter the depths of the desert at the speed of the golden-winged griffin. Yu Yufeng put his hand on the back of the golden-winged griffin's neck and drove the golden-winged griffin to fall. The pet card produced by the system is just that. As long as it is bound to the summoner can condense his mind, and he can communicate with the summoned pet. The members of the Lanyi team also followed them into the desert. Is it here? Lan Yi took the golden-winged griffin back into the pet card and looked at Yu Yufeng. That's right, it's here. Although I haven't been back for a long time, it's impossible for me to remember it wrong. That's right, it's here. Although I haven't been back for a long time, it's impossible to remember this kind of thing wrong. Yu Yufeng took out 2 identity tokens from his arms. Then he continued, without an identity token, there is no way to enter the territorial space. For convenience, I deliberately brought my sister's identity token. Yu Yufeng shook the 2 identity tokens in his hand. The territorial space of the hidden family, although an identity token is required to enter. But in reality, the identity token is just a key, rather than binding items. So as long as you have an identity token and know how to use it, you can enter the territorial space of the hidden family. This is also the confidence of the hidden family. Even if it gives you the key and lets you in, so what? People who can shake the 4 hidden families, in today's East Wasteland, I am afraid there is no one. Senior Lijing, this piece of identity token will be handed over to you. Yu Yufeng handed an identity token to Lu Jingya, who came with him. Lu Jingya will not enter the territorial space of the hidden family until his face is torn apart. You must know that a heroic powerhouse who is not affiliated with the hidden family has rashly broke into the territory of the hidden family. The waves that were set off were huge. Don't worry, I won't look at my disciple and be left in such a place. Lu Jingya nodded. She came along, just to meet Fei Xue and others to leave. Then the others, come in with me. Yu Yufeng took a deep breath, then raised his identity token and pushed it forward. In the air, there were some fluctuations immediately. Immediately afterwards, an air door appeared in front of everyone. Thanks a lot. Lan Yi sincerely thanked him. No matter how this matter develops, you will be our friend, forever friend. Fei Xue said seriously. That's right, if you have anything in the future, you can come to us. Lan Qinger also nodded. Let's wait until you all come out. Yu Yufeng shook his head and walked into the air door first. This is not that Yufeng is pessimistic. Just stating a fact. If there is a heroic powerhouse among Lan Yi and the others, the risk of this action will be reduced by 90%. However, it didn't. In the face of the Xuanhuan family and the Nalan family, just relying on a few grandmasters is really not enough. As the Lan Yi team filed in, after the last person entered, the air door disappeared. I hope you all come back safely. Lu Jingya held the identity token in her hand tightly and let out a slow breath. Oh? The hidden family actually hides in such a place where birds don't shit. Qi Lu suddenly stuck his head out in a place that no one had noticed. Looking at Lu Jingya sitting cross-legged on the ground, Qi Lu was sure that the entrance of the hidden family was really here. In order to complete the temporary tasks issued by the system, obtain information on the hidden family, Qi Lu was driven out of Yunwu City overnight, followed Lan Yi and others, and came to this desert. This is all thanks to Qi Lu not knowing where the hidden family is. If he knew the location, Qi Lu could just use the empty boots to open the door off space. Where would he need such trouble? Therefore, in the days when Qi Lu was away, the work of taking care of the shop was temporarily handed over to Yu Xier. Anyway, there aren't any new products in the store recently, so Yu Xier can handle it completely. What's more, there is the help of Gu Pingchuan and others. To be honest, even if Qi Lu was not there, if anyone dares to bully Yu Xier, the first person who refuses to agree is probably the customer in the store. How dare you bully such a cute shop assistant? Do you still want to die? And in addition to replenishment, Qi Lu acts as a mascot most of the time in the store. A mascot that is so powerful that everyone needs to look up. So Qi Lu is still at ease. After all, it was time for Yu Xier to learn how to be on her own. When the time comes, Qi Lu also plans to open up a clerk version of the warehouse to Yu Xier for replenishment. Now that the place is determined, let's go first. Qi Lu rubbed his hands, and then activated the ability to break empty boots. As long as the specific coordinates are known, even if it is a relic that has been salvaged from the long river of time, the empty boots can enter. What's more, this kind of small space built by a strong level power. After Qi Lu entered the territorial space of the hidden family, it was easy to collect the information of the hidden family. Anyway, it is definitely not available on the bright side. Then just collect it secretly. The system will not intervene in the process of completing the task, only the results. The territorial space of the hidden family. Although it is a small space, but after entering, you will find that it is also a vast space. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge mountain. Like a giant dragon lying across the earth, it divided the entire territory into 4 pieces. And these 4 areas are where the 4 hidden families are located. Looking forward from the mountains, countless buildings are lined up. It is like 4 city-states built on the mountain. This is the space that the 4 great hidden families spent hundreds of years ago and built up with countless resources. After hundreds of years of recuperation and intermarriage with outsiders, the 4 hidden families have long developed into a huge clan. In the territory of each hidden family, the direct line of the hidden family is the main line, and the collateral line is supplemented. There are also a large number of clansmen whose bloodlines are so thin that they are almost negligible. And those who once entered this territorial space as servants all stayed here in the end. Then thrive. Therefore, in the city-states established by each hidden family, there are far more than the clansmen of the hidden family. There are also many residents living in this small space. There are hundreds of thousands. Here, it is simply 4 new city-states, a country of its own. Following Yu Yofeng's introduction, Lan Yi and the others also widened their eyes. My heart is full of shock. Such a large handwriting is simply unimaginable. The perfection of dozens of generations has consumed countless resources and filled in a lot of life to achieve this strange space. Yu Feng looked up at the sky. There is the light condensed by the majestic magic. No matter how majestic this small space is, it is just a broken space. Without the existence of rules, without the protection and blessing of the power of heaven and earth, even if it can absorb energy from the main world, it is just a moth in the main world. The Yun family and the Nalan family are right in front. The other 2 are the Yu family and the Lan family. Here, there are simply 4 real city-states, a country of its own. With the introduction of Yu Feng, Lan Yi and others also widened their eyes, looking at everything in front of them. My heart is full of shock. Such a large handwriting is simply unimaginable. Decades of perfection. It took countless resources and filled in a lot of life to achieve this strange space. Yu Feng looked up at the sky. There is the light condensed by the majestic magic. No matter how majestic this small space is, it is nothing but a broken space. Without the existence of rules, without the protection and blessing of the power of heaven and earth, even if it can absorb energy from the main world, it is just a moth in the main world. The Yun family and the Nalan family are right in front. The other two are the Yu family and the Lan family. Yu Yufang stood on the top of the mountain, pointed downwards, and said, "According to the inference, after Nalan Qinchi returns, he will start preparing for the engagement ceremony." Having said this, Yu Yufang paused, then looked at Lan Yi, and said solemnly and slowly, "The engagement ceremony of the concubine is not so grand, so it won't take long to prepare. If the engagement ceremony is over and the Yun family is on alert, you will no longer have a chance." Between the four major hidden families, as long as they are married in pairs, no matter whether they are direct or collateral, whether it is marriage or engagement, people from other families will be invited to witness. In the case of intermarriage of the same clan or outsiders, only people within the family are invited to participate. Therefore, for the engagement ceremony of Nalan Qinchi and the son of the Yun family's direct line, people from the Yu family and the Lan family will definitely be invited. And just like this, the defense of the engagement ceremony will be the weakest. Because this is the territorial space of the hidden family. The four hidden families are indeed guarding against each other. But that was usual. And when the four hidden families were married in pairs, it is a customary rule to invite people from other families to attend the ceremony and witness the marriage. And when the ceremony is held, it is the truce period. This is also an unwritten rule. Therefore, when Nalan Qinchi and the son of the direct line of the Yun family got engaged, it was the time when the four hidden families were the most relaxed. The perennial pampering has long made them lose the idea of being prepared for danger. Conceited. When they do not need to guard against other families, their guards will be relaxed to the extreme. Do you understand? Yu Yufang stared at Lan Yi and the others and asked seriously. This is a matter of life and death. We get it. Lan Yi nodded. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll go back to Yojia to find out the news. Yojia will definitely receive news about Nalan Qinchi's engagement ceremony. When the time comes, we will use the membership card to contact us. After Yu Yufang made sure that he had said what he should say and what he should tell him, he handed his farewell. This time an internal response is required. Sorry to bother you. You're welcome. I can cut the face of the Yun family. I can't ask for it, I just hope you will succeed. Yu Yufang waved his hand, but did not take Lan Yi's thanks. Just mutual benefit. There was a disagreement between the four hidden families. When you can hit other families, you must do your best to hit. However, this kind of thing cannot be done overtly, it can only be stumbled secretly. If Nalan Qinchi managed to escape again at this engagement ceremony, then this incident would definitely make the Yun family a laughingstock. After Nalan Qinchi was brought back to the territorial space of the hidden family by Yandu. Even out of etiquette, Yandu would send Nalan Qinchi back to Nalan's house first. After all, the Yun family and the Nalan family won't be torn apart. If you take Nalan Qinchi directly to the Yun family, then the Yun family will be robbing people. At that time, both sides did not end well. Miss Nalan, the city-state of the Nalan family has arrived. On the next road, the Nalan family will come out to greet you, so I won't send more. Yandu's footsteps stopped in front of the gate of the city-state built by the Nalan family. The four hidden families each built a city-state. Usually, if there is no letter of invitation, or there is no way to guide, the residents of the four city-states cannot move around at will. Especially the clansmen within the hidden family like Yandu. Who knows if you're here to find out? If you rashly enter the city-state of another family, it is a taboo. Nalan Qinchi has remained silent since entering the territory of the hidden family. Even outside the city-state of the Nalan family, he didn't say a word. Just staring at it all. The city gate was soon opened. A team of guards rushed out of the city, then lined up on both sides, with their weapons on their shoulders, standing upright. Immediately afterwards, a neatly dressed middle-aged man who looked like a housekeeper walked out from between the two columns of guards. My lord, Nalankang, temporarily serves as the steward of Nalan's mansion. The middle-aged man bowed slightly and bowed. Then he raised his head, his eyes swept across Yundu's face, and landed on Nalan Chinchi. The steward Nalan is very polite. In Yandu, I was ordered to send Miss Nalan home. Since the steward has come, the task under me has been completed. Yandu bowed his hands politely. The so-called steward is actually the big steward of the Nalan family mansion. And about the name Nalankang, Yandu has also heard of it. Nalankang was not Nalan before. It was because of this Nalankang steward who had been with the Nalan family since he was a child. Although he was a foreign surname, he was loyal to the Nalan family. And the cultivation aptitude is extremely high. Therefore, when the current head of the Nalan family came to power, Nalankang was given the current surname. And Nalankang's status in the Nalan family is actually not low at all. It is even half a chip higher than that of ordinary direct descendants. Therefore, Yandu did not dare to neglect. Young Master Yandu has worked hard. Since I have already come here, then Miss Nalan Chinchi will be handed over to me to take care of. Nalankang nodded and said aloud. Manage Nalan, please do it yourself. Yandu will naturally have no opinion. I was just a little surprised to see Nalankang here. Nalan Chinchi's identity is only a collateral descendant of the Nalan family. Nalankang's status in the Nalan family is much higher than that of Nalan Chinchi. But this time, someone was sent to take Lan Chinchi back to Nalan's house, but it was the big housekeeper, Nalankang, who came in person. It has to be said that the Nalan family attaches great importance to this marriage. The so-called wife is precious by the husband. If Nalan Chinchi married the son of the Yun family's direct line, even if he was a concubine, his status would be much better than it is now. Therefore, the Nalan family naturally did not dare to neglect this matter. After Yandu handed over and said goodbye, only then did Nalankang put his eyes back on Nalan Chinchi's face. Please, Nalan, miss, your parents are waiting for you. Please, Nalan. Miss Nalan, your parents are waiting for you. Nalankang's tone became a little stiff, and the expression on his face also became serious. The incident of Nalan Chinchi escaping from the engagement ceremony was not just the Yun family, but the Nalan family was also not much better. Therefore, Nalankang will naturally not see much for Nalan Chinchi. Let's go then. Nalan Chinchi glanced at Nalankang coldly. The loyal lackey of the current head of the Nalan family is very arrogant in the Nalan family's mansion. Not to mention Nalankang doesn't want to see Nalan Chinchi. But why would Nalan Chinchi expect to see Nalankang? Before meeting your parents, this steward has something to tell you. Neither the Nalan family nor the Yun family want to see you escape for the second time. This is the advice given to you by this steward. Nalankang looked at Nalan Chinchi and said word by word. This is advice and warning. He was just telling Nalan Chinchi to keep her calm. As a chess piece for the family to exchange interests, delusional jumping off the chessboard is daydreaming. However, Nalan Chinchi directly ignored Nalankang's words. Now that he has taken the initiative to return here, Nalan Chinchi has no intention of resisting. At least, not at the engagement ceremony. If it was done at the engagement ceremony, that would only make the Yun family and the Nalan family angry. And Nalan Chinchi will probably be pushed out as the culprit and used to sacrifice the flag to vent anger. It is better to use the time before marriage to accumulate strength after getting engaged. Then slowly figure it out. The side hall of the Nalan family mansion. Nalankang brought Nalan Chinchi to the entrance of the side hall, and then took people away. The location here is right next to the main house. It stands to reason that with the collateral status of Nayland Qingqi's parents, there is no way to live here. But Nayland Qingqi knew it. Live here, not because of status, but for house arrest. Put Nayland Qingqi's parents under house arrest to force Nayland Qingqi to submit. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Nayland Qingqi took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the side hall. The first thing that catches the eye is a large yard. In the corner of the yard, there are several towering trees, casting a lot of shade, and there are ponds and rockeries as decoration. Adjacent to the side hall of the main house, the scenery is naturally not bad. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man with a very refined temperament was pacing back and forth. This scene doesn't feel like hanging out. It's like anxiety. Shachi, you were really caught back. Perhaps hearing the sound of the door being pushed, the middle-aged man turned his head and saw Nayland Qingqi standing at the door of the side hall. Immediately, a look of despair appeared on his face. Dad. Nayland Qingqi took a few steps and came to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is Nayland Qingqi's father, Nayland Jishu. Knowing the book means knowing the book and being reasonable. Such a bookish name is also the reason for Nayland Jishu's elegant temperament. You shouldn't have come back. Jishu Nayland shook his head and sighed. Don't look at Nayland Jishu's elegant temperament, but feel that Nayland Jishu's strength is low. In fact, a few years ago, he was able to help Nayland Qingqi escape from the territorial space of the hidden family, which is enough to prove that Nayland Jishu's strength is not weak at all. A few years ago, he could help Nayland Qingqi escape from the territorial space of the hidden family. It is enough to prove that Nayland Jishu's strength cannot be underestimated. In fact, Nayland Jishu is known as the Grandmaster level closest to the hero level of the Nayland family. It's a pity that Nayland's status as a collaborator, so he can only stop at the master level. Dad, I'm worried about you. They used my soul fire to guide them. Nayland Qingqi said calmly. It's as if he's not talking about his own business. Yeah, soul fire guidance, those damned guys, took soul fire from me. Jishu Nayland closed his eyes, and his elegant temperament became violent in an instant. But soon, it returned to its original state. Dad, it doesn't matter. I escaped here by myself. In fact, I was too selfish. I shouldn't have left you here. Nayland Qingqi said seriously. It is not right to trade the safety of your parents for your own freedom. Shachi, are you back? Just as the father and daughter were talking, a young woman in a long moon-white dress suddenly ran out of the house. Time seems to have left no trace on this woman's face. Even in middle age, the woman's face is still beautiful and gentle. She is the mother of Nayland Qingqi and Moran. Although Moran is a foreign surname, but married to Nayland Jishu, they are in love with each other. And the name for Nayland Qingqi actually has something to do with Moran. Nayland Qingqi is the only daughter. And Moran's name is from Moran's painting. Qin and chess, knowledge books, ink dyeing. It is the calligraphy and painting of chess and chess. Mom, it's me. Nayland Qingqi responded quickly, and then came to Moran. It's okay to be back. You have suffered a lot outside these years. And Moran carefully inspected Nayland Qingqi's whole body, and then hugged Nayland Qingqi in his arms. As a first-time mother, how could Moran not want Nayland Qingqi to stay by her side? But the son of the Yun family's direct line was aggressive. Nayland Jishu and Moran really had no choice, so they worked together to send Nayland Qingqi out. The master level is strong. But in front of the hero level, they are just stronger ants. It's not hard, Mom, I'm outside and I'm living a good life. A smile appeared on Nayland Qingqi's face. Perhaps the period of time when he just escaped from the territorial space of the hidden family was indeed very hard. A little girl under 10 years old with low strength. It takes a lot of courage and perseverance to survive in the endless desert. It was also fortunate that the Lanyi team happened to be performing a mission in the desert at that time, and encountered Nayland Chinchi, who was dying in the desert. Being a mercenary can be hard work. But unfettered, free, and happy. At least Nayland Chinchi thinks so. So after being found by Yendu, Nayland Chinchi wanted to use himself to protect Lanyi and the others. Because Nayland Chinchi's life was saved by Lanyi and the others. I heard that people have been found. Yes, young Master Yun. Yun's mansion, Yun Fanfei's room. Yundu landed on one knee and respectfully reported the situation this time. A man with a somewhat feminine face propped his chin with one hand, and a cold light flashed in the long and narrow Danfeng eyes. This man was the son of the Yun family, who had a crush on Nayland Chinchi. Cloud sails fly. Cloud sails fly. He is known as the person most likely to be a hero among the younger generation of the Yun family. Qualification, talent, nature is beyond doubt. And as a direct descendant of the Yun family, as long as Yun Fanfei can be promoted to hero level and become the head of the Yun family in the future, it is almost a sure thing. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration for Yendu to come over in advanced Tokuri favor. What's more, every patriarch will have his own team and confidants. Moreover, Yun Du, as an underappreciated sideline of the Yun family, has been unable to gain the trust of the current patriarch, so it is understandable to please the next patriarch. A few years ago, I found that Nayland Chinchi's physique is very suitable as a cauldron for my strength. It's just that at that time, the time was not ripe, and Nayland Chinchi was not strong enough. Yun Fanfei got up from the seat and slowly paced the room, muttering to himself. It seems to be reminiscing, and it seems to be telling Yendu. So I indulged Nayland Chinchi to escape from the engagement ceremony and escape from the territorial space. Because I'm afraid I can't help but destroy this cauldron. But now, the time is ripe. As long as I devour the power of Nayland Chinchi, I will definitely be able to pass the heroic trial and be promoted to the heroic level. At that time you will be my confidant, understand? Yendu. Yun Fanfei said at the end, out of the corner of his eyes, glanced at Yundu. That gloomy gaze made Yundu feel cold all over. Yes, I understand, young Master Yun, I am willing to go through fire and water for young Master Yun, no matter what. Yundu instantly understood. What Yun Fanfei said today has never been known to anyone else. Otherwise, the engagement ceremony can be lively. Yun Fanfei took a fancy to Nayland Chinchi, just to use Nayland Chinchi as a cauldron. Then this is not a marriage, but the use of the Nayland family. If the Nayland family knew about it, even if the Nayland family was not as powerful as the Yun family, for the sake of the face and the people's hearts, the Nayland family could only fight against the Yun family. By then, it was really lively. And today, Yun Fanfei told Yendu about this, just to pull Yendu into the same boat. Because Nayland Chinchi was found by Yendu. In the eyes of others, Yendu belongs to the family of Yun Fanfei. The battle for the position of the head of the family will never be peaceful. Therefore, Yendu could only immediately express his loyalty. Because if you get on the same boat, you can only be prosperous and lose both, and there is no way to get off the boat. The only way to get off the boat is for Yun Fanfei to become the head of the Yun family. Otherwise, they can only drown together in this undercurrent. Very well, the engagement ceremony will be notified soon. At that time it will be when my big things are done. Yun Fanfei looked out the window. Outside, it was a gloomy scene. The main residence of the He Yun family mansion. There was the seat where the head of the Yun family sat when discussing matters. It's really strange. Are the information of these hidden families so hidden? It has been a few days since he entered the territorial space of the Hidden World family. Although Qi Lu was shocked by the huge handwriting of the hidden family, he quickly adjusted his mood. I still think it's an urgent task. Moreover, the hidden family did not hesitate to spend countless resources to build a small space. The four hidden families will not hesitate to spend a lot of resources to build a small space. There must be a secret in this. It's no wonder that the system is suddenly interested in the hidden family. To tell the truth, if Qilu did not use the ability to break empty boots to come to this small space, he never thought that there would be a real force to create a world of his own. Even if it is just a broken world without rules and without the power of heaven and earth. But this is an innovation. However, Qilu hid his breath and wandered around in the four hidden families for a few days, although he found some information. But the real secret has not been revealed much. Am I really going to find the heads of those families and directly ask their family secrets? Qilu thought silently for a moment. Then quickly snuffed out the strange idea. Since it is the secret of someone else's family, if you ask directly, others will tell you that there is a ghost. Might have to fight. At that time, Qilu could only run away. If all the four hidden families are disturbed, then Qilu's mission can only be announced in advance as a failure. By the way, system, will you search for memory directly? Qilu sat in a dark corner and asked in his mind. Since the information on the ancient books cannot be found, let's look for the information directly from the human brain. This two-stroke system is usually very diligent when peeking at the thoughts of its own host, and I just hope that the chain will not be lost at such a critical time. System, host, your idea is very interesting. System, but this system clearly tells you that if you want to search for complete memories, you must hand over your soul to this system. This answer is unequivocal. There is probably no room for negotiation. As for handing over the soul to the system, it is mostly meat buns beating dogs, and there is no return. Although general magic, there are some magic used for interrogation. However, the magic used in interrogation has nothing to do with searching for memories. As the system says, the search for a complete memory is extremely traumatic for a person's consciousness. Because memory is something buried deep in the soul. Even if Qilu and the system are almost one, the system can only occasionally glimpse some scattered memories of Qilu. Want to retrieve the complete memory? It is estimated that half of the soul has to be consumed. That's fine, I'll think of a way. Qilu also knew it in his heart. If he really used the method of searching memory to gather the information that the system wanted, then Qilu estimated that he would kill himself. Because no one knows whose brain contains the memory of these materials. The patriarchs of the four major hidden families have the greatest possibility. But Qilu's brain was fine. Don't go to the trouble of looking for those heroic powerhouses. If it is a person, then an assassination is an assassination. However, the information of the four hidden families, at least 4 heroic powerhouses, must be assassinated. This number is scary to think about. From Nayland Qingqi back to the start of the engagement ceremony. But only for a few days. Yu Yufeng returned to the Yu family, and after realizing that the family had received the invitation from the Yun family, he used the membership card to contact the Lanya team. The engagement ceremony is about to start, the specific time is, the specific location is. Please be careful. After the news was sent out, Yu convenience fell silent. To do this step has been regarded as righteousness. Yu Yufeng couldn't get involved in the next thing. On this day, the Yun family mansion was decorated with lights. Yun Fanfei is the first person with the strongest cultivation aptitude among the direct descendants of the Yun family. The Yun family naturally attached great importance to his engagement ceremony. After receiving the invitation, the people of the 4 major hidden families also came to the Yun family mansion to congratulate them. Whether it is true or false. Anyway, superficial skills must be done well. As for the residents of the city-state built by the Yun family, every one of them is like a festival, and the streets and alleys are full of joyful atmosphere. The first son is engaged, and the residents are happy together. When the engagement ceremony is held, residents of the city-state can go to Yun family mansion to receive a gift and eat a running water feast. The Yun family has a great business, and naturally, they will not be stingy with such a little thing. The territorial space of the hidden family was built for the purpose of self-sufficiency. The huge mountain range that stretches across this small space is a huge material production area. However, this piece of material production area is all within the jurisdiction of the 4 hidden families. The inner clansmen of the hidden family can go into the mountains to collect materials. But the inhabitants who live in the castle can't. Instead, the harvest can only be cultivated in the cultivated fields and medicinal fields allocated to the number of people. Although life on weekdays is adequate. But it is very difficult to have a surplus. Therefore, every time this kind of ceremony occurs, it is the happiest time for the residents of the city-state. The day has finally come. Yun Fanfei, who was sitting in the backstage of the lobby, rested his chin with one hand and let the 2 innocent and lovely maids put on his makeup. Engagement ceremony, naturally, cannot be sloppy. Although Yun Fanfei's chin is propped up, it is not very convenient for makeup. But the 2 maids did not dare to bring it up. Mr. Yun, the lobby has been set up, and guests are coming in one after another. Yunde came to the backstage and reported the situation to Yun Fanfei. As someone who was on the same boat as Yun Fanfei, Yunde naturally had some small privileges. And Yunde did not dare to betray Yun Fanfei. Not to mention the difference in status between the 2. Even if Yunde said it, how many people would believe it? At that time, it is impossible to say that Yunde will also be accused of slandering the direct descendants of the Yun family and sent to prison. Is Nailan Qingqi here? Yun Fanfei asked indifferently. This sentence was asked, and in the ears of the 2 maids, it was Yun Fanfei was concerned about Nailan Qingqi's situation. In the hearts of the 2 maids, they suddenly felt that Yun Fanfei was a good man. Taking a concubine is a very common thing for people of Yun Fanfei's status. But how many people can really care about concubines? However, Yunde knew what Yun Fanfei was thinking. Nailan Qingqi must not run. When Nailan Qingqi escaped from the engagement ceremony for the first time, it was Yun Fanfei's connivance. That's why Yun Fanfei interceded for Nailan Qingqi later. In the eyes of outsiders, they will only think that Yun Fanfei is a good man. Good husband. However, Yun Du, who knew what was going on, felt cold in his heart. Don't show off the mountains, keep all the plans in mind, and make the gesture that outsiders want to see. But just to hide their true purpose. From this point of view, there are several other direct descendants of the Yun family who are qualified to compete for the title of patriarch. I'm afraid no one can beat Yun Fanfei. Backstage in the lobby, another room. This is the room where the Nailan family belongs in this engagement ceremony. Nailan Qingqi was picked up very early, he had already changed his clothes, and was being put on makeup by several maids. Jishu Nailan and Anmoran sat next to them. Outside the door, there are guards arranged by the Nailan family. But these guards are not so much protecting the people in the room as they are preventing the people in the room from escaping again. Crack dash. The door was pushed open. After the guards saluted, Nailan Kang walked in from the door. Steward Nailan, why are you here? When Nailan Jishu saw Nailan Kong, his brows were slightly wrinkled, but he quickly forced himself to stretch his brows. Living in Nailan's house, unless you can be promoted to hero level. Otherwise, as a collateral descendant, it is impossible for him to be stronger than Nailan Kang. Nailan Jishu may not be able to give Nailan Kong a good face. But Nailan Jishu must consider his wife and daughter. I'll come and see if you're still there. Nailan Kang said unabashedly. Nailan Kang doesn't pay much attention to collateral descendants. After all, his identity is there, the confidant and crony of the current head of the Nailan family. Even those direct descendants of the Nalan family who are not in important positions usually have to look at Nalankang's face. And this time, Nalankang will replace the head of the Nalan family. Just to warn Nalan Chinchi. Last time, you fled from the engagement ceremony regardless of your family's face. You should be grateful that young Master Yunfan is willing to pull down his face to plead for you. If that happens again this time, the Nalan family will take you down without the Yun family taking action. After Nalankang finished saying this, his warning eyes glanced around the room. Then he looked at the maids who were putting on makeup for Nalan Chinchi. How much longer? Chi, it will take 10 minutes. A maid who seemed to be the leader replied aloud. Very good. Nalankang nodded, then left the room expressionlessly. Damn guy. Jishu Nalan looked at Nalankang's back and cursed secretly. But that's all, other things are helpless. The power of the master level is still too weak. Facing the Xuanhuan family and the Nalan family is tantamount to being a car, and even if you sacrifice your life, you will not get anything in return. Cloud House Lobby. As the guests entered the venue one after another, the banquet became lively. However, the marriage between the Yun family and the Nalan family was not something that the Lan family and the Yu family wanted to see. Therefore, the owners of the Lan family and the Yu family were not present. They just sent an elder as a representative and brought their clansmen over to congratulate them. But Yun Chengfeng, the head of the Yun family, and Nalan Kuan, the head of the Nalan family, were talking very happily at this moment. Or it is more accurate to say that the virtual and the snake are more accurate. Although the two married, it is inevitable that the Nalan family took advantage. But the combination of strong powers has never been easy. The relationship between the Yun family and the Nalan family, although through today's engagement ceremony, seems more intimate. But when it comes to real interests, it will not be vague. Brothers are still clear. What's more, the Yun family and the Nalan family are both big families, how could they be controlled by a marriage? Please take your seats, the newcomers will enter immediately. The MC's voice echoed in the lobby. An engagement ceremony is much simpler than a wedding ceremony. One does not worship the heavens and the earth, and the other does not worship the high hall. This engagement ceremony is no different than a wedding ceremony. The process is relatively simple. Neither worship the heavens and the earth nor the high hall, but simply hold a banquet. Invite people from the 4 hidden families to come over, more to be a witness, and congratulate the two on their engagement. Following the call of the master of ceremonies, the banquet was also being prepared in an orderly manner. The newlyweds entered and received the blessings of the guests. Then everyone witnessed the engagement of the two, and the banquet could begin. And the running water seats outside the lobby will also follow. As the guests took their seats, on the high platform in the lobby, a man with a somewhat feminine face walked out. It was Yun Fanfei in full costume. Yun Fanfei, after putting on makeup, although the femininity of her face remains unchanged, it gives people a strange beauty. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to my engagement ceremony. Under the guidance of the master of ceremonies, Yun Fanfei came to the front of the stage. He bowed slightly and said a few words of thanks. These are just clichés. People who can receive an invitation to attend an engagement ceremony have heard this cliché many times. But even so, in the face of Yun Fanfei's courtesy, no one would not give face. Offend the most likely successor to the next head of the Yun family. Not a wise choice. So after Yun Fanfei spoke, all the guests under the stage congratulated him. At the last engagement ceremony, Nalan Chinchi fled and Yun Fanfei pleaded for her, it is well known. So for such an infatuated person, everyone's congratulations are mostly sincere. After all, Yun Fanfei's identity is more noble than Nalan Chinchi. But this kind of thing on ordinary people is a loss of face, but Yun Fanfei put down his figure. It's really not that simple. Patriarch Yun Fanfei is so good, but my Nalan family has climbed high. Nalankan sat under the stage and spoke politely to Yun Chengfeng. Yun Fanfei is infatuated, and I'm just fulfilling him, but it can't be said to be high. Yun Chengfeng will naturally not answer. If you really should say high climb, it means that the Yun family is going to be higher than your Nalan family. Such remarks are taboo among the 4 great hidden families who should be on an equal footing. Unless the Yun family is really sure that they can fight 1 against 3. Otherwise, no matter how confident Yun Chengfeng is, he will not talk nonsense. After Yun Fanfei said the opening remarks, Nalan Qingqi also walked out from the backstage of the lobby. In the past, Nalan Qingqi was a beautiful woman, and now her appearance is naturally better than before. After applying makeup, put on a dress. Nalan Qingqi's face was enough to amaze the guests present. Even though Nalan Qingqi is still young, his face still looks a little immature. But it is not difficult to see that in the future, she must be a beauty who will bring disaster to the country and the people. Thank you for coming to this engagement ceremony. Nalan Qingqi was expressionless, and said this sentence somewhat stiffly. Then there is no sequel. If it wasn't for Nalan Kang's threats against Nalan Qingqi's parents, maybe after Nalan Qingqi came to power, he would have stood to the end without saying a word. Forgive my guests, this newcomer may be a little shy. The master of ceremonies immediately came out to round the field. The guests under the stage also smiled and expressed their understanding. In fact, everyone knows the inside story of this engagement ceremony. If Nalan Qingqi is really willing, how could he escape from the last engagement ceremony? It's just that this kind of scandal about the Yun family and the Nalan family is known to everyone. It's all tacit. Because no matter how you say this, it is also a matter of the Yun family and the Nalan family. Even the 2 owners didn't speak, so where would they be able to speak out and meddle in their own business? I still ate the banquet honestly and said a few false blessings, even if the task was completed. When Yun Fanfei and Nalan Qingqi both came to the stage to stand, the master of ceremonies also began to routinely introduce the life of the 2. These are fixed processes. The guests under the stage also sat silently and listened. Young Master Yun Fanfei, are you willing to make a marriage contract with Miss Nalan Qingqi, and you will be with you for the rest of your life, regardless of life, age, illness, or death? At the end, the MC looked at Yun Fanfei and asked, solemnly. I would. Yun Fanfei smiled and answered immediately. In fact, at this time, these are just the process. As long as today passes, the power of Nalan Qingqi will make me a heroic road. After Yun Fanfei responded, the look in Nalan Qingqi's eyes suddenly became deeper. This kind of look, in the eyes of the guests under the stage, is deep affection and righteousness. Infatuation. Miss Nalan Qingqi, are you willing to make a marriage contract with young Master Yun Fanfei, and you will be with you for the rest of your life, no matter whether you are born, old, sick or dead? The MC looked at Nalan Qingqi again and continued to ask. Nalan Qingqi opened his mouth hesitantly, but only uttered one word, then stopped. For Yun Fanfei, Nalan Qingqi hated him from the bottom of his heart. The phrase I do is really hard to say. Promise quickly, Nalan Qingqi. Yun Fanfei still had a smile on his lips as he quietly looked at Nalan Qingqi. I was really roaring in my heart. When the MC standing aside saw this scene, beads of sweat soon covered his forehead. Excuse me, Miss Nalan Qingqi, are you willing to make a marriage contract with young Master Yun Fanfei, and you will be with you for the rest of your life, no matter whether you are born, old, sick or dead? As a last resort, the MC had to repeat the question again. Otherwise, get cold at the engagement ceremony. Then he was the master of ceremonies. The guests under the stage were also staring at the 2 people on the stage at this time, not knowing what happened. How is this going? Nalenkin glanced at Nalankang, who was standing by. Didn't I warn you before that I asked you to go backstage? Why is the chain still falling at this time? Nalankuan's eyes are very clear. This made Nalankang sweat instantly on his forehead. No matter how high Nalankang's status in the Nalan family is, it is all given by Nalankin, not Nalankang's bloodline. So in the face of Nalankin's doubts, Nalankang panicked to the extreme. Boom! A slight crisp sound resounded from the stage. Naland Chinchi's eyes were immediately attracted, but he saw a hairpin fall to the ground. It's an Mo's hairpin. Nalankang stared at Naland Chinchi with a gloomy face, his thumb swiping across his neck. A beheading action was made. Damn. Naland Chinchi immediately understood what Nalankang meant. Jishu Nalan and Moran did not come to the lobby to participate in the engagement ceremony, but stayed in the backstage room. Because in the lobby, no matter what, the Nalan family will be concerned about face problems. It is impossible to do something to Nalan Jishu and Moran. In the lobby, it is indeed impossible to attack Nalan Jishu and Moran. But in the backstage room, not necessarily. Nalankang asked people to drop the hairpin to attract Naland Chinchi's attention. Just to deal with this situation. Threats to family members are always the most effective. Naland Chinchi gritted his teeth, and finally he could only take a deep breath, looked at Yun Fanfei, and said word by word. I would like to. We are against it. Before Naland Chinchi finished speaking, he was interrupted by a clear voice. The sudden voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then everyone was surprised to find that the person who spoke out was actually a heroic woman. Who are you? Yun Fanfei stared at the woman who spoke out, and asked in a deep voice. Naland Chinchi is an important cauldron in Yun Fanfei's plan. If someone dares to stop it, Yun Fanfei will never be soft-hearted. My name is Lan Yi, I am Naland Chinchi's partner and sister. This time, I'm here to bring Naland Chinchi out of here. Lan Yi looked at Yun Fanfei without fear. Then said aloud. Now that we have come here, there is no way out. So Lan Yi didn't hide it, and directly stated the purpose. Sister Lan Yi. Naland Chinchi's eyes widened, looking at Lan Yi in astonishment. But soon, it became emotional. Naland Chinchi knew that he did not choose the wrong person. Naland Chinchi is willing to sacrifice his freedom to protect Lan Yi and others. But the Lan Yi team members would also break into the Longtan Tiger Den to take Naland Chinchi out. It had to be said that during the engagement ceremony, the Yun family's guarding power was indeed extremely slack. Because at this time, the city-state residents of the four major hidden families will all flow. The running water table held outside the lobby also allows anyone to come and participate. Even if the guards of the Yun family were all cultivators, it was impossible to know all the residents of the four city-states. But this is also the confidence of the Yun family. I am confident that no one dares to cause trouble in the Yun family. Therefore, Lan Yi and others easily got in. Sister Lan Yi, it's done. Yojo followed closely and said softly. Fei Shue and the others also followed behind Yujio, and came to Lan Yi to stand one after another. Everyone in the Lan Yi team is here now. Although the running water table can let those residents come to participate. But there are guards checking the invitations at the entrance of the lobby. However, the strength of these guards is only a professional class. For Yujio, who has the breath of shadow, it is simply fish on the chopping block. No one even found out that the guards had actually been assassinated. It's you. Yun Fanfei's face suddenly sank. Regarding the news about Lan Yi and others, Yun Du naturally also reported to Yun Fanfei. But Yun Fanfei never imagined that these people would dare to follow the territorial space of the hidden family. Seeing that the situation was not good, the guests in the lobby began to veto both sides. A large space was left in the lobby. After all, this is Yun Fanfei's business. Or to put it a little bigger, that is the matter of the Yun family and the Nailan family. It has nothing to do with the guests who came to the engagement ceremony. It's none of your business, hang up high. Not to mention that the four hidden families themselves are not harmonious. Someone can come to disrupt the engagement ceremony, and the Lan family and Yu family people are happy to see jokes. After all, the marriage between the Yun family and the Nailan family was not good news for the Lan family and the Yu family. Today is the day of the engagement ceremony between my Nailan family and the Yun family. You appeared like this, but you want to be enemies with my Nailan family and Yun family? Nailan Kuan looked at Lan Yi and said suddenly. The people who came to the engagement ceremony this time were all except the home of the Kaiyun family. The Lan family and the Yu family are just the elders who brought their clansmen here. And for Lan Ye's appearance to spoil the engagement ceremony, that's a clapping of hands. Naturally, it is impossible to speak aloud. At most, it is to follow along, but it is impossible to make a move. In order to show the importance of the Nailan family to this matter, Nailan Kun came to the Yun family in person. So the first to speak out at this time will naturally be Nailan Kuan. After all, when it comes to family strength, the Yun family is better than the Nailan family. If this engagement ceremony is screwed up, the big deal is one shot and two scattered. The Yun family also lost some face. But the real loser was the Nailan family after all. Do you know the fate of being enemies with the Nailan family and the Yun family? Just because you are only at the master level, you are delusional to fight against the two big hidden families. Even if you die, that's not how you send it. Nalankan asked with a sullen face. Fighting at the engagement ceremony, even if Lan Yi and others are suppressed, the engagement ceremony will be ruined. So Nailan Kuan had to suppress his anger. Trying to use the prestige of the hidden family to deter people. Hidden family? Lan Yi looked at Nailan Kuan with a half-smile, and then his face suddenly turned straight. So what? Lan Yi's tone was extremely firm and decisive. The hidden family is powerful, but what is Lan Yi afraid of? Fei Shue and the others also had a straight face, looking at the stage expressionlessly, without a trace of flinch in their eyes. Lan Yi's words mean the Lan Yi team. No matter how difficult and dangerous the front is, they cannot stop their determination to take Nailan Qingqi away from Nailan's house. Shachi, say it. Say what you want to say in your heart. Lan Yi ignored Nailan Kuan's face as black as the bottom of a pot, and shouted at the stage. They don't need other people's opinions. As long as Nailan Qingqi wants to leave Nailan's house, they are willing to do their best. Sister Lan Yi, Sister Fei Shue, Sister Qinger, Sister Yojiao, Sister Xiaya, Zir. Nailan Qingqi looked at the familiar faces in the audience. The tears in his eyes could not stop flowing out. With the strength of Lan Yi and others, coming to the territorial space of the hidden family is no different from sending death. Otherwise, Nailan Qingqi would not decide to come back. This is to save Lan Yi and others. However, even though Nailan Qingqi came back, Lan Yi and the others still came. This made Nailan Qingqi feel moved and grateful. I don't want to get engaged to Yun Fanfei, I want to leave Nailan's house. I want to go on adventures with you guys. I want to go back to Big Brother Chila's shop. Nailan Qingqi let the tears flow freely on his face and shouted out the words in his heart. Back at Nailan's house, Nailan Qingqi's mood has always been depressed. But now, Nailan Qingqi is really happy. Even in this life, it doesn't matter. Okay, Shachi, waiting for us on the stage. After Lan Yi got a satisfactory answer, a smile appeared on his face. Okay, Shachi, waiting for us on the stage. After Lan Yi got a satisfactory answer, he suddenly showed a smile. I don't want to get engaged to Yun Fanfei, I want to leave Nailan's house. I want to go on adventures with you guys. I want to go back to Big Brother Chila's shop. This is the voice of Nalan Chinchi. This is also the purpose of Lanya's trip. Ready to fight. Damn it. Take them to me. Nalan Kuan gritted his teeth. As the head of the Nalan family, no matter how strong he is, he will never take action immediately. As the head of the family, you can turn the tide in times of crisis. It can be played at the finale to shock the enemy. But in the case of guards, it would be too cheap to shoot at the first time. Following Nalan Kuan's anger, dozens of Grandmaster-level guards rushed in immediately outside the lobby and rushed towards Lan Yi and the others. The heritage of the hidden family is revealed at this moment. A master-level powerhouse is enough to become a powerful party in the outside world. Even in those big forces, it is the mainstay. However, in the hidden family, the master-level powerhouse can only be used as a guard. In other words, elite guards. Little pity, do it. Lan Zier called out immediately. For these large number of Grandmaster-level guards, it is really difficult to rely on Lan Yi and a few people. After all, Lan Yi and the others are only at the master level. Even after studying in Qi Li's shop for so long, his strength far exceeds that of ordinary master-level experts. But in the face of such a large number of opponents of the same level, it is still a little stretched. However, this situation is not a problem for the Dragon Clan. In the case of the same master level, as long as the opponent is not a dragon, even if the number is large, the dragon will not be stretched. Roar. Dozens of guards have not approached Lan Yi and others. A terrifying roar suddenly sounded in the lobby. Anyone who is familiar with this voice can hear it. This is the dragon's roar. How is this possible? Why is there a giant dragon here? Isn't this the territorial space of the hidden family? How could there be Agent Dragon? Help! It's a dragon. Run! The guests in the lobby looked at the huge figure that suddenly appeared, and suddenly became panicked. One by one, no longer caring about their face, they all began to run out of the lobby door. That's a giant dragon. The dragon of the dragon family, no matter how weak it is a master-level start. Unless it's a newborn dragon. Under normal circumstances, adult dragons will have heroic strength. Even if it is only a hero-level junior, it is not something that a mere grandmaster can resist. What's more, not all the guests who came to the engagement ceremony were masters. So don't run at this time. Are you still waiting in the lobby to die? Roar. There was another roar of a giant dragon, and Xing Lian, whose body was icy blue, was so huge that it occupied half of the lobby, and crouched behind Lan Zier. A pair of sharp pupils stared at the person in front of him. After Lan Zier was promoted to the master level, Xing Lian's strength quickly rose to the peak of the master level. And the power is still accumulating. If it weren't for Lan Zier's realm, not enough. Xing Lian can be promoted to hero level at any time. This is the gift that Xing Lian's parents left behind for Xing Lian, and the result of the majestic energy contained in the frozen fruit. So at this moment, Xing Lian's aura is no less than that of a heroic powerhouse. Heroic dragon. The appearance of Xing Lian not only made the guests in the lobby panic. Even Nalan Kuan and Yun Qingfeng showed shock, looking at the roaring dragon with stunned expressions. After Xing Lian's power level reaches the master level, with the power of frozen fruit, he can condense the real dragon body with frost. If you don't know the details of Xing Lian, you can't tell by determination that this is a dragon body condensed from pure energy. Moreover, under the blessing of frozen fruit. Even if the power level of Xing Lian is limited to the master level. But when it comes to real strength, it is definitely not something that a grandmaster can fight against. Roar. With a roar, Long Wei burst out. The dozens of ferocious grandmaster-level guards were immediately blasted away by the violent Long Wei. This is dozens of master-level powerhouses. In the outside world, it is enough to become a powerful party. Even in the territorial space of this hidden family, it can be called the elite of the elite. In front of Xing Lian, he was so vulnerable. It really is a heroic dragon. My God, what a terrifying dragon might this is. Fortunately, we ran fast. If we stayed there, it would be miserable. Fortunately, I didn't speak before. Those guests who fled the lobby in a panic, looked back after hearing this terrifying roar. Suddenly his face was pale, and he said with lingering fears. At the same time, I was secretly happy in my heart. Fortunately, I and the others didn't make a mockery of the women in the lobby before, but instead chose to keep it aloof and hang up high. Otherwise, the person who bears such a terrifying long way at this moment is probably himself. Okay, be quiet. Now retreat outward, be careful not to be affected by the residual power of the battle. The elders of the Lan family and the Yu family immediately spoke up to appease their clansmen. Then organized the tribe to evacuate. Hero-level battles, with wide spreads and strong Yu-wei, are definitely not something that these non-professional or grandmaster-level clansmen can afford. As for this engagement ceremony, when Lan Yu made a sound, it was already half destroyed. But now, the heroic dragon has taken over the lobby, and all the guests have fled. The engagement ceremony has long since been completely ruined. At this time, the Lan family and the Yu family would not give face to the Yun family and the Nalan family. Now that the engagement ceremony is gone, why stay here? What's more, the four hidden families are not harmonious at all. Now that a heroic dragon has appeared to block the Yun family and the Nalan family, it is too late for the Lan family and the Yu family to be happy. As for reaching out, forget it. If it weren't for the face, maybe the Lan family and the Yu family would have come to add some fire to it. Hateful. Nalan Kuan saw that most of the guests who had escaped from the lobby had withdrawn, and he knew that this engagement ceremony had become a joke again. And this same joke was made by the Nalan family twice. This made the Nalan family lose all face. And the culprit was Nalan Qingqi. You bastards. Nalan Kuan stood up from the seat with boundless anger. The momentum on his body rose steadily, and he soon broke through the restrictions of the master level and came to the hero level. And it's still rising. The majestic momentum erupted from Nalan Kuan like a tsunami. The momentum on Nalankan's body rose steadily. Brave class, professional class, master class. In an instant, the mighty momentum broke through the restrictions of the master level and came to the hero level. And it's still rising. The majestic momentum erupted from Nalan Kuan like a tsunami. To be able to become the head of the Nalan family, his strength must not be weak. Hero level, just the minimum requirement. Nalankan has been at the hero level for many years and has achieved the pinnacle of the hero level for a long time. Only this kind of power can convince his subordinates and lead the Nalan family. And this power, at this moment, broke out without reservation. Because Nalankan knew that facing a hero-level dragon, even a peak hero-level powerhouse must go all out. Those Grandmaster-level guards in the family, no matter how powerful they appear in normal times. How much to be bragged about. But in front of the heroic dragon, it was just a group of ants running faster. Therefore, Nalankan had to do it himself. As long as you can take down this heroic dragon, everything else can be dissolved. The territorial space of the hidden family, within the family territory of Felon family. Qi Lu just slipped out of the library of the Lan family. I don't know what day it is today. The guarding power of the four hidden families has suddenly weakened so much. After getting what he wanted, Qi Lu thought a little strangely. In the previous few days, Qi Lu also collected information from the four major hidden families. However, although Qi Lu can hide his breath. However, hiding the breath does not mean being invisible. Even if Qi Lu is confident in his own breath, it will not be perceived by Anyan. But to walk under the noses of those guards and not be discovered is not the realm of magic. That's witchcraft. In the hidden family, the defensive magic circles arranged in important places are not decorations. However, I don't know why, among the 4 major hidden families, those suspicious places in Qi Li's eyes, today's guarding strength has relaxed a lot. This allowed Qi Lu to find an opportunity. Sneak into the hidden family's library, the patriarch's study, etc., where the family's secret materials may be hidden. Whether it is an ancient book, a collection of books, or other parchment scrolls and the like. Anyway, if it is found that it may be task data, let the system scan it. At that time, let the system do its own statistical sorting, and it will bed one. Huh? This momentum is long way? It seems to be the breath of Xing Lian. But at this moment, a faint wisp of Long Wei passed over and was caught by Qila's keen perception. Looking at the past, the direction from which Long Wei came. It is the city-state of the Yun family. Even if they are separated by a mountain range, the heroic aura can still be affected. However, the momentum that spread over is already very weak. Fortunately, Qilu has a keen sense of perception, otherwise, he might have missed it. What's the matter? Is there a fight? Qilu knew what the Lan Yi team wanted to do when they came into the hidden family's territory. Take Nayland Qingqi out of here. However, if you want to do this, you will inevitably have to conflict with the hidden family. The Yun family and the Nayland family are not weak families. Wait, could it be that the guards of the hidden family have become weaker because of the engagement ceremony? Qi Li's face suddenly became a little weird. And many more. Could it be that the sudden weakening of the guards of the hidden family is because of the engagement ceremony? Qi Li's face suddenly became a little weird. That being said, Qi Lu has accepted Nayland Qingqi's love. Although this is also a matter of yin and yang. This is an unfamiliar aura, the pinnacle of heroic. It's from a hidden family. However, after sensing Xing Lian's breath, Qi Lu quickly sensed another momentum. A heroic peak of momentum. Although after spreading to Qi Lu, the momentum is already very weak. However, the more powerful the imposing manner, the more powerful the level of coercion contained in it. This is not something that will change after the momentum becomes weak. Oops, something's going to happen now. Qi Lu is very clear. Although Xing Lian is a hero, he is indeed a hero. But that's a gimmick. Just looking good. The real strength is limited by Lan Zier's realm. Even when Xing Lian is facing the Grandmaster level, he can suppress as much as he wants, regardless of the number of opponents. However, when facing the hero level, with Xing Lian's current strength, it is really beyond his grasp. And about the true strength of Xing Lian, how much is it? Not only Qi Lu, who was far away from the Lan family city-state, knew about it. Lan Yi and the others who confronted Nayland Kuan also knew it. So after Nalankan burst into a heroic peak, Fei Shua's eyes rolled around Lanya's face. The meaning is self-evident. Now is not the time, just let Xing Lian hold Nayland Kuan. Lan Yi shook his head slightly. Xing Lian was indeed defeated by Nayland Kuan. But with the elementalization ability given by the frozen fruit, Xing Lian can be invincible when fighting Nayland Kuan. If you want to suppress this elemental ability, unless Nayland Kuan's momentum can crush Xing Lian. However, it's just a word of momentum. Xing Lian is also a hero. Even compared to Nayland Kuan, it is still slightly insufficient. But never to be crushed. Only when Nayland Kuan was held back, Yu Jiu and others could rescue Nayland Qingqi. Otherwise, you will be blocked by a heroic peak powerhouse. That is a big mountain that lies ahead. On the platform in the lobby. Yun Fanfei frowned and looked at the situation in the lobby. The current situation has long exceeded Yun Fanfei's expectations. A heroic dragon. If he had known that Nalan Qingqi had this kind of power around him, Yun Fanfei would never have used Yun Du to bring Nalan Qingqi back with such a strong means. Because this is not in line with Yun Fan's character. But, that's it. Since he had already made a grudge with the heroic dragon, Yun Fanfei could only make a mistake. In the lobby, heroic battles are not within the scope of Yun Fanfei's involvement. Bring Nalan Qingqi to the backstage, to my room. Yun Fanfei said in a deep voice. Immediately, several Grandmaster-level guards came over. Nalan Qingqi is also a master-level powerhouse, so Yun Fanfei will naturally not underestimate the power of Nalan Qingqi. Master Yun Fanfei, this is not good. The MC, who was hiding aside, heard Yun Fanfei's words and persuaded aloud. This MC is a member of the Yun family, so naturally he will not run away. But at this time, if you watch Yun Fanfei bring Nalan Qingqi to the backstage, I am afraid it is not a good choice. If Yun Fanfei brought Nalan Qingqi to the backstage at this time, I am afraid it is not a good choice. After all, even if there are no Lan family and Yu family guests in the audience. But the Yun family and the Nalan family were all waiting outside the lobby. As long as the matter in the lobby is resolved, even if the engagement ceremony is ruined, it will still have an ending. But if Yun Fanfei brought Nalan Qingqi to the backstage, then it's really over. The Yun family and the Nalan family will surely become the laughingstock again. It's nothing bad, can't you still see what's going on now? Go. Yun Fanfei glanced at the MC and snorted coldly. Several ferocious Grandmaster-level guards rushed forward immediately and controlled Nalan Qingqi to prevent her from making a sudden move. That's all you can do. Nalan Qingqi gave Yun Fanfei a cold look and said disdainfully. If you want to be tough, take advantage of it now. Yun Fanfei glanced at Nalan Qingqi with a gloomy face, and then took the Liadin walking to the backstage. Several Grandmaster-level guards immediately followed Nalan Qingqi. Dare to provoke our hidden family, your courage is really not small. Nalan Kuan's face was frosty as he looked at Lan Yi coldly. After all the momentum of the heroic peak burst out, Xing Lian's long way has been suppressed. Although barely able to compete with it. But the flower frame is just a flower frame after all. Compared with the real hero-level peak, Xing Lian is still far worse. And with Nalan Kuan's perception, he naturally felt this. Hero level, no matter what, there are also 20 small levels. There is a huge gap between the heroic beginner and the heroic peak. It's just a giant dragon who has just entered the hero level. He dares to come to the hidden family to be wild. Who the hell gave you the courage? Or, you are just here to die. Nalan Kuan shouted angrily, and a two-handed heavy sword appeared in his hand. Knife warrior. This is Nalan Kuan's class. This two-handed heavy knife looks more like an extended shield than a weapon. Shoot dash. The sound of breaking the sky sounded. The speed of Nalan Kuan's attack was so fast that the sonic boom had just sounded, and people had already arrived in front of Xing Lian. He slashed with a heavy knife, and saw that the light of the knife was like electricity. The majestic douqi condensed into a blade, slashed across Xing Lian's slender neck, and the huge dragon head was instantly slashed by this two-handed heavy sword. However, there was no trace of blood scattered, but ice crystals all over the sky. How is this going? Nalankin's response was so fast. The moment he saw the ice crystals in the sky, Nalankin flashed a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, the ice crystals scattered all over the sky condensed into countless ice cones in an instant. Then he shot towards Nalan Kuan. Whoosh whoosh. The sharp sound of breaking the sky sounded in the lobby, like a loud whistle. Nalan Kuan immediately raised the knife to resist, and the ice pick that flew from the shot was instantly shattered by most of it. The rest of the ice picks will not make much of a climate. All were stopped by Nalan Kuan's body-protecting aura. Then, in the eyes of everyone in astonishment, The scattered ice crystals all flew back to the neck of the ice-blue headless dragon, and then condensed into a dragon head. Roar! Xing Lian let out a long howl as if in a demonstration. The elementalization given by the frozen fruit is almost invincible in the face of physical attacks. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nalan Kuan looked at this scene with disbelief on his face. While staying outside the lobby, the members of the Yun family and the Nalan family also widened their eyes, and their eyes were full of disbelief. No, how could such a thing happen? Elementalization, is this the legendary elementalization? How is this possible? No, things in this theory are impossible, I must be dreaming. A giant dragon that can be elementalized, who can defeat this kind of enemy? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Elementalization is not an uncommon concept. In fact, as long as you are a magician class, you have some understanding of elementalization. Especially elemental magicians. The concept of elementalization is a conjecture put forward by a powerful elemental magician in ancient times. The world-shattering master felt that elemental magic was formed by the use of magic power by magicians to drive various elements. Then, elemental magic should be able to be restored to various elements. Promote it. Among elemental magic, there is magic that uses magic power to condense summoned objects to fight, such as stone giants, ice golems, and other magic. Then, in theory, after the element magician's understanding of various elements reaches the pinnacle of the realm, he should be able to try Tolmont himself. After all, there is no need to go into details about the benefits of elementalization. However, looking at how much power is in ancient times, elementalization has always been a theory since ancient times. But just today, this theory was turned into reality by a giant dragon. This makes them not surprised. How not to be shocked? Even those customers who have seen more Big World in the Chila store. When they learned that Xing Lian used frozen fruit and could be elementalized, they were shocked and dumbfounded. Not to mention, this group of people who stay in the territorial space of the hidden family every day. Damn. Yun Chengfeng, you should also take action. In the face of Nalankan sword fighter class, being able to elementalize isonately invincible. So Nalan Kuan greeted Yun Chengfeng with self-awareness. Magic is the best way to deal with elementalization. You don't need to say it. Yun Chengfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and stood up from the seat. At some point in his hand, there was an extra staff. On the orb of this wand, wisps of lightning flashed continuously, indicating the rank of Yun Chengfeng. Thunder Elemental Mage. This is a fairly rare class. The thunder element does not belong to the regular elements. However, among all the elements, it is the most violent, offensive, and destructive element. Compared with the fire element, which is known for its destructive power, the destructive power of the thunder element is purer and more extreme. The honor of the hidden family cannot be insulted. Today, you have lost the face of my Yun family and Nalan family, then you should be prepared to pay your life as the price. Yun Qingfeng's voice contained a certain majesty. Being in the company of thunder element all the year round makes Yun Qingfeng's aura extremely domineering. For Xiao Xiao, who dared to offend the hidden family, it was more disdain than anger. Thunder. Yun Qingfeng waved his staff. The mighty magic power is like a giant wave, and the thunder element condensed in an instant, turning into thunder in the sky, and smashing towards Xing Lian. Thunder. Yun Qingfeng raised his eyes were like electricity. The staff in his hand waved suddenly. The magic power condensed on the top of the wand was like a giant wave. The thunder elements in the sky condensed in an instant, turned into thunder in the sky, and slashed towards Xing Lian. Elementalization, of course, can avoid physical damage. However, the resistance to elemental magic is much weaker. Unless the perception is strong enough to be elementalized in advance to avoid magic attacks. Otherwise, when the magic bombards the body, there is no way to use elementalization to avoid it. Thunder's speed is so fast. He didn't give Xing Lian time to react at all, so he slashed at Xing Lian. The shattered ice crystals were instantly annihilated by the violent thunder. This is the tyranny of the thunder element. Xing Lian, are you all right? Lan Zier and Xing Lian were in the same breath and asked anxiously. It's a pity that Lan Zier has no way to intervene in this level of battle. Otherwise, Lan Zier will definitely stand at the front. No, it's fine. Xing Lian answered weakly. With the strength of the peak of the master level, he can resist the magic of the thunder element magician who is at the peak of the hero level. Even with the dragon's resistance bonus to magic, Xing Lian is proud enough. Because of the innate magic resistance of dragons, the more they face low-level magic, the stronger the resistance. The higher the level of magic, the lower the magic resistance. Moreover, Xing Lian is only a dragon soul, and the bonus of this magic resistance is extremely low. If it weren't for Xing Lian's ability to use ice crystals to condense entities, maybe this thunder element magic would be enough to split Xing Lian's dragon soul. After all, a pure dragon soul has no magic resistance. Elementalization, nothing more than that. Yun Chengfeng said contemptuously. Although the magician faces the dragon race, he is naturally restrained. But this kind of restraint is almost negligible for thunder element magicians. Because of all the elements, the thunder element's destructive power is the purest, and it ignores the dragon's natural magic resistance the most. It's like it comes with magic penetration. You should have done it a long time ago. Nalan Kuan exhaled. Nalankan was also quite afraid of Yun Qingfeng's strength. Thunder element magician, before being approached by agile attack class, is basically the strongest magician class. No matter how strong it is the advanced class of those thunder element magicians in the ancient times. However, those classes are all legendary classes. To this day, it has been lost for a long time. There are even some ranks that are not even recorded in those ancient books. If it wasn't for Nalan Kuan as the head of the Nalan family, I'm afraid there would be no way to know those lucky secrets. I'll leave this dragon to you, and let me handle the others. Nalan Kuan was already full of anger. It is impossible for a fighting chi class to face the last opponent who will be elementalized and not to be aggrieved. So, after Xing Lian was dragged down, Nalan Kuan naturally wanted to vent his anger on Lan Yi and others. Just fix these people. Then the engagement ceremony can go on. As long as the matter is announced and the dust settles, it doesn't matter if Lan family and the Yu family are not present to witness. This engagement ceremony was nothing more than a passing scene. Start early, solve problems early. Yun Chengfeng raised his staff, and the magic power immediately gathered towards the top of the staff. Nalan Kuan also raised the heavy sword with both hands in his hand. The momentum instantly climbed to the top. As Yun Chengfeng said, the sooner this matter is resolved, the less impact it will have on the two families. Dawn thunder. Yun Chengfeng opened his arms, and the majestic magic power lingered around him. The lightning flickering staff was suspended in front of Yun Chengfeng, frantically accumulating magic power. If we say the previous thunderbolt, it was Yun Qingfeng's tentative group attack. The current dawning thunder is a powerful single attack, confronting dragons capable of elementalization. If you don't die in one hit, you will suffer instead. Even if Yun Chengfeng didn't care about the lives and deaths of those clansmen, if a heroic dragon was allowed to go mad, the entire Yun family would be destroyed. This terrifying power of thunder is from Patriarch Yun. That's great, Patriarch Yun takes action. Those who dare to fight against the hidden family will surely die. Yes, I dared to come to the hidden family to make trouble when I thought I had some strength, but I really don't know how to write the dead word. Let those little ones see, this is the strength of Patriarch Yun. This is the power of the Thunder Emperor back then. Feeling the power of thunder roaring in the lobby, the clansmen hiding outside the lobby suddenly became excited. Looking at Yun Qingfeng's eyes, it is full of fanaticism. As for Lan Yi and others, the words were full of disdain. But it was ignored to the extreme. You know, Yun Qingfeng is a legend among the hidden family. The fury of the thunder element magician, combined with the powerful strength of Shang Yun Qingfeng, is almost unmatched in the hidden family. Although the hidden family is hidden from the world, it is by no means isolated from the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be so many powerful forces who are so afraid of the hidden family. This is all the fame that the hidden world family has achieved in the battle against the major forces in the eastern wilderness for so many years. The strength of the hidden family is higher than those of the big forces. And Yun Qingfeng is one of the most powerful heroes among the past generations of the hidden family. In terms of combat power, it is far more than the other three clan heads. It's a pity that after Yun Qingfeng became the head of the Yun family, he began to cherish his body. Don't take it lightly anymore. This has to be said to be a great pity for the hidden family. And now, Yun Qingfeng made a move. The violent power of thunder immediately let the clansmen of these hidden families know. The powerful thunder element magician. Among the hero-level powerhouses, the Thunder Emperor who beheaded the mighty name has returned. Dare to come to the hidden family to challenge. Over the years, you are not the first, nor will you be the last. However, those who came to challenge the hidden family, before you all disappeared from this world. You, no exception. Yun Qingfeng said with a trembling voice. The staff floating in front of him suddenly burst out with a terrifying thunder light. In the lobby, the terrifying thunder light, like the white light that broke the dawn, instantly turned into a thunder that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. This terrible thunder magic. Even if it is a real heroic dragon, if it is headed next, it will be seriously injured. Not to mention that Xing Lian is not even a heroic dragon. Boom! The thunder dawned, and the thunder burst. The members of the hidden family outside the lobby were even more delighted. No matter how powerful your heroic dragon is, it is absolutely impossible for you to take this lightning strike head-on and be unscathed. As long as this heroic dragon falls. The rest, that's the fish on the cutting board. Others, come and die. Nalan Kuan rushed up after Yun Qingfeng's dawning thunder. The speed is so fast that even the afterimage is a little blurry. You guys, are you too complacent? However, after the thunderous light that filled the sky, there was a terrifying coercion. And a sharp shout. The violent power erupted from the thunder light, blasting Nalan Kuan, who had rushed up, flying back. In an instant, the thunder light in the lobby was exhausted. A steed with red body like blood, mane like a lion, and aura like a rainbow appeared in front of everyone. That violent coercion was emanating from this steed. Red Lion. A heroic ancient beast given to Lan Yi by the Overlord Phantom. At this moment, it showed its appearance. Another heroic beast. How so? No, I must have read it wrong. Squatting outside the lobby, the members of the hidden family, who were still very excited, were like being thrown a basin of ice water. All of them looked at the red lion with horrified expressions. Ancient alien beasts are almost synonymous with power. Not to say that all ancient alien beasts are powerful. However, the ancient alien beasts that can live to the present are absolutely impossible to be weak. In the long inheritance, these ancient alien beasts have been endowed with powerful fighting instincts and almost perfect power forms. The red lion, in terms of combat power, can never be weaker than a heroic dragon. It can actually block my dawn thunder. Yun Qingfeng stared at the red lion who suddenly appeared in the lobby, his face gloomy like water. Sure enough, it is a powerful ancient beast, and it can actually have the power of a giant dragon. Nalan Kuan, who flew out, coughed heavily and relieved the dull feeling in his chest. Looking at the red lion's eyes, full of fear. If the red lion is not strong, how can it be favored by the overlord class owner? Just a phantom overlord, his aura, his coercion, can suppress the half-stepper house level power of Gu Pingchuan. Not to mention the overlord class owner at his peak. Fortunately it stopped. Lan Yi panted heavily, staring at Yun Chunfeng and Nalan Kuan. Although overlord Shuiying also gave Lan Yi a overlord halberd. But that's not a weapon for Lan Yi to leapfrog battle. After all, the gap between the master level and the hero level cannot be made up by a single weapon. The current Lan Yi team can be said to have all their cards. I just hope that the heroic powerhouse of the hidden family can be held back. A heroic dragon, a heroic ancient beast. No wonder you dare to challenge the hidden family. Yun Chunfeng said with a gloomy expression on his face. This situation can no longer be explained by simply robbing a relative. This is hitting the face of the hidden family. He is hitting the Yun family and the Nalan family in the face. If these people are allowed to leave the Yun family today, then what qualifications does the Yun family have to be called the number one in the hidden world family? Then what qualifications does Yun Chunfeng have to be called the strongest of the hidden family? Nalan Qingqi actually has such a powerful friend. What happened to her outside the territorial space in the past few years? Nalan Kuan was also shocked. There was even a hint of regret in his heart. If it's just a heroic dragon, it's not enough to impress Nalan Kuan. However, if a heroic dragon and a heroic ancient beast can join the Nalan family, the strength of the Nalan family can surpass that of the Yun family. Then this marriage is not worth it. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Now the Nalan family and the Yun family are on the same boat. Even if Nalan Kuan brings Nalan Qingqi back to Nalan's house at this moment and announces the cancellation of this engagement, I am afraid they will best strangers in the future. In this case, it is better to let these people stay here forever. Patriarch Yun, my Nalan family is willing to help. Thinking of this, Nalan Kuan walked over to Yun Chunfeng and said aloud. Then I would like to thank Patriarch Nalan for his kindness. Yun Chunfeng glanced at Nalan Kuan. What is Nalankan's mind, Yun Chunfeng can know at a moment's notice. If it weren't for Nalan Qingqi, it would have reached the point of no return. I am afraid that Nalan Kuan will turn against each other at this moment, and aim the heavy knife in his hands at Yun Chunfeng. I admire your courage to come to the hidden family to challenge. But if you think that this level of strength is qualified to be compared with my Yun family, then are you too confident? Wait, do you really think my Yun family has no one? Yun Chunfeng shouted and asked, really angry. The four elders of the Yun family are all heroic powerhouses. Together with Yun Chunfeng, the 5 hero-level powerhouses should be the strongest among the hidden family. Even the swordsman sect, which had never been attacked by the Shadow Palace, was not as powerful as the Yun family. Now Yun Chunfeng shouted angrily, which suddenly alerted the 4 elders who were guarding the Yun family city-state. A city-state distance. For the hero-level powerhouse, it will arrive in an instant. You are still the first person to be able to persecute Patriarch Yun to this level. The first elder of the Yun family came to the door of the lobby and made offhand voice. The tone was sarcastic or disdainful. Hero-level battle, the distance between a city-state, how could they, who are also hero-level Yun family elders, not perceive it? It's just the trust in Yun Chunfeng. Even at this moment, the Yun family great elder still has no doubts about Yun Chunfeng's fighting power. It's just that the Yun family elders don't want to cause casualties to the Yun family members. Followed by the 3rd elder of the Yun family. A few breaths on this side of the lobby are like a beacon to heroic powerhouses. The enemy has only 2 heroic breaths. The Yun family naturally does not need all 4 elders to come out. For hero-level powerhouses, it's a bit of a hangover now. Lan Yi took a few deep breaths, looking at the 4 heroic powerhouses inside and outside the lobby. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. Fear of death is the instinct of all life. It is only for those who are stoic that this instinct can be overcome. Qing'er, Zier, Xiaoya, do you regret it? Lan Yi suddenly asked aloud. In the face of the last 4 hero-level powerhouses, it may be a situation where there is no life or death. No regrets. Lan Zier answered without hesitation. If I don't come, I may spend my whole life in regret. Lan Qing'er took a deep breath and said seriously. Sister Lan Yi, these are our own decisions. Since we are partners and sisters, we have no regrets. Xiaoya said with a firm expression. The will is like iron, even in the face of death, there is nothing to fear. Then I will complete you. Yun Qingfeng's perception is so sharp, he can also hear the conversation of Lan Yi and others clearly. With a wave of the staff, the power of thunder is condensed. Go. The 2 elders from the Yun family who came over suddenly burst out with a majestic aura. They are all heroic high-level powerhouses. Although it is not as good as the peak of the hero level, it is not far from it. Nalankan also mentioned his aura, and the pressure was released, like a wave, slapping towards Lan Yi and others. Let it go. Lan Yi also took out the Overlord halberd. The momentum of the Red Lion also broke out. The coercion released by a hero-level ancient alien beast is no less than that of a hero-level peak powerhouse. Roar. Xing Lian also let out a loud roar, dragon mighty like a tide. Others also took out their weapons. Waiting for death is never the style of Lan Yi squad. Even if you are defeated and there is no way to retreat, you should do your best to fight until the last moment. However, the battle that made everyone's hearts hang in the air was about Tobjin. A lazy voice suddenly rang in the lobby. Bullying more with less, doesn't it fit the style of a hidden family? The voice sounded. Suddenly, everyone in the lobby felt a creepy feeling. There is no reason for him. Because no one can perceive where this sound came from. You know, inside and outside this lobby, there are 4 hero-level powerhouses just among the people of the hidden family. Who? Come out to me. Yun Qingfeng drank angrily. This kind of feeling that the enemy is in the dark and oneself is in the light is really uncomfortable. In particular, this enemy hiding in the dark can even avoid heroic perception. Its strength can be imagined. It's me, a store manager with no malicious intent. Sudden visit, no gifts, I'm really sorry. Facing Yun Qingfeng's anger, Qi Lok Shiran walked out from the backstage of the lobby and said slowly. Who are you? Yun Qingfeng stared at Qi Lu and asked in a deep voice. Even if you see the enemy in front of you. Yun Qingfeng still couldn't feel Qi Li's aura. Just like an ordinary person. However, Yun Qingfeng would not naively think that Qi Lu would be an ordinary person. If ordinary people could come out from the backstage of the Yun family lobby, then all the guards of the Yun family would be able to feed the dogs. Manager Qi? It is different from the confusion and doubts of the people of the hidden family. The eyes of Lan Yi and others were full of shock and surprise, and some can't believe it. Nice to see you here. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said seriously. To be honest, Qi Lu was really happy to see Lan Yi and others still alive and intact. There are more than 10 heroes of the 4 hidden families. Even if the Lan family and the Yu family take the initiative to leave. The heroic powerhouses of the Yun family and the Nalan family are by no means something that Lan Yi and the others can shake. It seems that you are also with them. Then you don't need to know who you are, just take it together. Yun Qingfeng was at the moment of anger. Seeing that Qi Lu and Lan Yi knew each other, without saying a word, they immediately ordered. The first elder of the Yun family and the third elder of the Yun family received the order, and immediately attacked Qi Lu. The joint attack of two heroic high-level powerhouses. Even a hero-level peak powerhouse is in a hurry to deal with it. However, it seems that your hidden family has indeed expanded. There was not a trace of panic on Qi Li's face, and even a smile. Reach out, and the 1,000 ball condenses into a staff. The vast and boundless magic power, like a huge wave, swept the entire lobby inside and out in an instant. All the hidden family members who felt this magic power were oppressed and almost suffocated by this vast and boundless magic power. The terrifying coercion made the clansmen who stayed outside the lobby almost want to pay homage. Really like a devil. Frozen. Qi Lu spat out 2 words. As soon as these words came out, the vast magic power seemed to have found a vent, and it was condensed madly in the lobby. In an instant, the 2 Yun family elders who attacked Qi Lu were frozen into ice sculptures. All breaths were instantly cut off. Spike. This is impossible. The appearance of this scene made Yun Chengfeng let out a horrified roar. What a terrifying strength to kill 2 heroic high-level powerhouses in one move. Just chilling. Outside the lobby, all the members of the hidden family who saw this scene only felt cold all over their bodies, and their blood seemed to be frozen. It's like the ice sculptures in the lobby, not the 2 Yun family elders. But they are the same. Nalan Kuan was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. Could it be that this one is also a friend of Nalan Qingqi? How can that be? This is impossible. If Nalan Qingqi had such a strong friend, then the Nalan family would have nothing to be proud of in front of Nalan Qingqi. Kill the heroic powerhouse in seconds. This terrifying power is enough to destroy an entire hidden family. Qi, Manager Qi? The Lanyi team also looked at Qi Lu in astonishment. Although they knew before that Qi Lu was very strong and his strength was unfathomable. But he never imagined that Qi Li's strength could be so strong that he could kill a hero-level powerhouse in seconds. This power is not a heroic category at all. I'm sorry, although I don't have any malicious intentions, but if someone wants to attack me, be prepared to pay the price. With a harmless smile on his face, Qi Lu said calmly. By the way, the staff turned into 1,000 ball and put it away. Pay the price. Yun Chengfeng looked at the 2 ice sculptures in the lobby, his heart ached so much that he almost vomited blood. These are 2 heroes. If the Yun family is old, the 4th is to go to the 2nd. The strength of the Yun family must be greatly reduced. But now, no matter what, Yun Chengfeng didn't dare to provoke Qi Lu anymore. Because Yun Chengfeng knew that Qi Li's power had surpassed that of a hero. It is simply not an existence that oneself and others can contend against. System, have you received the souls of those 2 guys? Remember to extract the memory, maybe there is data needed for the mission. Qi Lu glanced at the ice sculpture and ordered it in his mind. This kind of tyrannical power that is enough to kill a hero in seconds, of course, is asking the system for help. If it weren't for this shocking method, these hidden families would not be able to be subdued. After all, the power provided by the system is also limited. Because this is not a shop. In this kind of place to help the system, the more you borrow, the more you have to pay. If this tyrannical power is used for a while longer, maybe this mission will not even have the abridged version of the reward. System, the memory extraction is complete, and the data required for the task is being integrated. That's good. Qi Lu nodded slightly, then looked at Yun Chengfeng and Nalan Kuan. I don't know why the senior came to the Yun family? Yun Chengfeng gritted his teeth and asked. Among practitioners, the master is the teacher. There is nothing wrong with calling Qi Lu a senior. In order to take away Nalan Qingqi, is it feasible? Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and said lightly. There was no threat in his tone. But the last question made Yun Chengfeng and Nailan Kuan's cold sweat soak into their clothes in an instant. They have no doubts. If he dared to say half of the word no, I am afraid that the next ice sculpture would be one of the two of them. Of course there is no problem. If the seniors are willing to take Nailan Qingqi, it is a blessing for Nailan Qingqi. Nailan Kuan immediately expressed his attitude. Now, of the 4 elders of the Yun family, the 4th is gone. The strength of the Yun family was on par with the Nailan family. At this time, marriage is no longer important. What's more, if you can befriend this senior, through Nailan Qingqi, the benefits will be enough for the Nailan family to use endlessly. Senior, please, Yun someone, there is absolutely nothing to say. Yun Chengfeng also cupped his hands, and said. This is the end of the matter, only stop loss. If he accidentally angered this senior again, maybe the Yun family would be destroyed here. That's good. Qila smiled lightly. Then he continued, when you were in the backstage before, someone in your Yun family unfortunately went astray. I have already taken action to solve it for you. I hope you don't blame me for overstepping. Backstage? Yun Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, then immediately remembered. It's Yun Fanfei. With the perception of cloud riding the wind, the entire lobby is within its perception range. Yun Fanfei's small movements were naturally hidden from Yun Chengfeng. It's just a trivial matter to bring Nailan Qingqi back to the background, so Yun Chengfeng also acquiesced to Yun Fanfei's behavior. But I didn't expect that this move would bring disaster to Yun Fan. Although Yun Fanfei was the most talented person in the Yun family's younger generation. But in the face of the unfathomable senior Qi Lu, he can only blame him for being unlucky. Since he was the one who went astray first and the senior took action, that's a good thing. Yun, someone naturally doesn't dare to blame the senior for leaping. Yun Chengfeng could only knock down his teeth and swallow in his stomach. Moreover, even if Qi Lu could replace him, so what? Does Yun Chengfeng still dare to do it? If that's the case, that's fine. Qi Lu nodded, then said to Lan Yi, you can now go to the backstage and bring out Nailan Qingqi. In the Lan family city-state before, when he sensed that the atmosphere here was not right, Qi Lu had already come over. But at that time, there was not much time. So Qi Lu went backstage earlier. But when Qi Lu went to the room in the backstage of the lobby, Yu Jiu and Fei Shui had already come over under the cover of Lan Yi and others. During their battle with Yun Fanfei, Qi Lu found a familiar aura. The breath of the Shadow Palace. The bloody aura that was mixed with suffocation and malice was so unique that it was impossible for people to admit wrongdoing. I really didn't expect that the Shadow Palace could infiltrate the hidden family. It seems that Yun Fanfei caught Nailan Qingqi, maybe not just because of Nailan Qingqi's appearance. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, thinking in his heart. Regarding the Shadow Palace, Lu Jingya mentioned a lot in the shop. As the person who killed the Red Moon Wolf King, Qi Lu was no stranger to the Shadow Palace. The blood sacrifice array has many uses. It is not impossible to refine the power of others for one's own use. Therefore, Qi Lu solved Yun Fanfei easily. The remnants of the Shadow Palace are not worth dying for. It seems that the matter of the hidden family is not as simple as I thought. System, host, the collection and integration of the data required for the task has been completed, the integrity of the data has been confirmed, and the task is completed. While Qi Lu was thinking, the system prompt sounded. Really like the sound of nature. Mission completed? Great, finally don't have to run around. Qi Lu said happily. As a store manager who eats and waits to die, this kind of business trip is simply torture. Fortunately, the store still has Yusier watching, so the store will not be closed. The matter of Nailan Qingqi has also been resolved, so I should also retire. Qi Lu glanced at Yun Chengfeng. Then he coughed, attracting the attention of everyone in the lobby. As a store manager with no malice, I'm sorry to come uninvited, so, to express my apology, I decided to give you a small gift. Qile took out a stand-in puppet and threw it to Yun Qingfeng. This kind of thing, to other people, can be regarded as a quasi-artifact. But for Qile, just ask the system for one. What's more, the limit of the avatar is to resist a fatal damage for the hero level. At a higher realm, the power of the avatar is somewhat insufficient. After all, this thing is only the output of a 45-level large map like Kia Puppet Maze, and it is already very good to be able to affect the hero level. Going further up, it means a little bit of ignoring the power of heaven and earth. So Qile didn't really care. However, for Yun Qingfeng, it is impossible not to care. Stupid doll. When the role of the avatar was introduced into Yun Qingfeng's mind, he almost didn't frighten Yun Qingfeng. And then there was ecstasy. It is unnecessary to go into details about the role of the substitute puppet. For a hero-level powerhouse like Yun Qingfeng, it was unimaginable how much more one life would mean. Even the death of the two elders of the Yun family was temporarily forgotten by Yun Qingfeng. Thank you for the reward, senior. After hurriedly putting away the avatar, Yun Qingfeng immediately thanked him. For Qile, there was a deep sense of awe in his heart. Even this kind of fetish can be freely given away, the strength of this senior is simply shocking. Don't be too polite. However, since you took my things, you should do things seriously. Qile said lightly. Yes, I understand below. Yun Qingfeng clasped his fists and replied respectfully. Even the name has changed. Being able to sit in the position of the head of the Yun family, Yun Qingfeng was naturally not stupid, and he immediately understood what Qile meant. It's nothing more than hitting a stick to give a sweet jujube. But it was this method that made Yun Qingfeng dare not have any ideas. Whether it's Qile's unfathomable strength, or the heritage of being able to come up with a fetish like an avatar. Yun Qingfeng was shocked. And Qile took out the stand-in puppet, not necessarily without a sense of shock. Well done with grace. A fetish, in the hands of the weak. That is the innocence of the common man, and the guilt of the cherub. But if this fetish is in the hands of the strong, that will only make people more fearful and afraid to resist. Because you don't know, in the hands of this strong man, there are so many fetish objects that you can't even think about. So Yun Qingfeng knew in his heart that Nailan Qingqi and Qile were protected. Since I have taken advantage of this senior, I must send Nailan Qingqi out of the hidden family's territorial space intact. Otherwise, these benefits. I am afraid that I will take my life, but I will spend my life. As long as you know. Qile nodded, not afraid that Yun Qingfeng would temporarily change his mind. If Yun Qingfeng really dared to change his mind, then Qile would destroy the Yun family even if he fought hard not to reward him. However, most of the people who can reach this level are smart people. Stop-loss is just the most basic practice of smart people. Moreover, in addition to the territorial space of the hidden family, there is also Lu Jingya to support. I believe that Yun Qingfeng will not take the risk of offending Qile and Yu Jianzong and insist on keeping Nailan Qingqi. There's no benefit to this. As for Nailan Kuan, now I am afraid that most of them regret it. It's a pity, I knew this earlier. Why did it happen in the first place? And the matter of Nailan Qingqi has basically been solved, and Qile does not plan to stay any longer. After all, there is no store outside where you can stay comfortable. Senior walk slowly, Nailan Qingqi will definitely appear in front of Senior intact. Seeing that Qile was about to leave, Yun Fanfei immediately patted his chest to assure him. Qile nodded, then moved his feet. The empty boots opened the door of space. Qile lifted his foot, and disappeared in front of Yun Qingfeng in an instant. This move caused an uproar in the lobby again. Senior's strength is really not something I can guess. Yun Chengfeng took a long breath. For Qi Lu, he was even more afraid of 3 points in his heart. The mission is finally complete. After Qi Lu came out of the gate of space, he was already in Yunwu City. There is no need for Qi Lu to deal with the rest of the territorial space of the hidden family. Before Qi Lu wandered around in the city-states of the 4 hidden families, while obtaining the information required for the mission, he also had the purpose of investigating the strength of the 4 hidden families. In the previous battle, Qi Lu made a thunderous move to get rid of the 2 elders of the Yun family. It is to balance the strength of the 4 hidden families. The premise of ambition is to be strong enough. As long as the strength of the 4 hidden families is within the same level, they will be jealous of each other. At this time, it is naturally impossible to offend more heroic powerhouses. Otherwise, it is self-destruction. System, host, this system really didn't expect you to be so tricky. Pooh. Qi Lu almost choked to death by the sudden sound of the system. I call it resourceful. You 2-stroke system, don't speak if you can't speak. It's not a glorious thing to use adjectives indiscriminately. Qi Lu said angrily. He was peeking at his own thoughts and scolding others with adjectives. It's no wonder that Qi Lu has a good tone. System, don't care about these details. System, host, the task is confirmed to be completed, but since the host has used the power of this system, he can only receive the abridged version of the reward. Do you want to receive it now? Abbreviated version of the reward. It is 3 skill crystals. To be honest, Qi Lu is really not interested in such a clearly defined amount of rewards. Totally nothing compared to snacks and drinks. After all, Qi Lu also wanted to eat snacks and drinks. However, Qi Lu was destined to not use the skill crystal. Wait for a while, and talk about it later in the evening. Actually, I've always wanted to ask a question. System, what's the use of you holding the information of the hidden family? Qi Lu waved his hand and asked, curiously. The materials on those giant dragons before, the materials on heroic beasts. No matter what, it can be regarded as a kind of heaven and earth treasure. But this time, the simple information required for this mission, Qi Lu couldn't think of any use. System, the hidden family is a power that has survived from the ancient times. The information it has and the fortunate secrets it knows are very useful. For example? Qi Lu then asked. System, for example, this system can select the address of the branch based on these data. Branch? This word suddenly made Qi Li's eyes widen, and he suddenly became excited. As a store manager, even if you eat and wait to die. But the desire to open a branch is almost instinctive. Opening a branch means higher turnover, higher income and more customers. By the way, you can also follow the location of the branch and travel for free. If it wasn't for Qi Li's lack of authority to open branches on its own, maybe several branches would be opened now, making it a chain brand. When will the branch be opened? Qi Lu quickly asked aloud. System, if you want to open a branch, you need to upgrade the manager's level B1 level, so please make persistent efforts from the host. Qi Lu heard the words and said helplessly, if you give me a clear goal, then I can at least work hard in that direction. However, to upgrade the store manager level, you can only wait for the upgrade task. So Qi Lu is not in a hurry about opening a branch. And just in time, there is still time to cultivate Yuxier. After all, if a branch is opened, the store in Yunwu City will definitely be handed over to Yuxier. By the way, system, since you have sorted out all the information about the hidden family, then I would like to ask, what happened to the territorial space of the hidden family? Qi Lu collected his expectations for the branch, and then changed the question. Because that small space was so big that it was enough to shock everyone. The 4 city-states form their own realm. If it is said that there are no lucky secrets, at least Qi Lu will not believe it. System, it doesn't matter if I tell you about it. System, the hidden family did not hesitate to spend countless resources and a lot of life force to build that small space for refuge. Although the system did not hide it. But Qi Lu was at a loss. Refuge? System, yes, it is refuge. System, this system has said before that the hidden family is a force that has survived from the ancient times. System, in the ancient times, a great war broke out in Donghuang, which shattered the lifeline of Donghuang and exhausted the luck of Donghuang. It was at that time that the hidden world family built the territorial space for refuge. Great War. The system's words revealed a lot of information. It is no wonder that in the current Donghuang, even a powerhouse-level mighty cannot be found. The luck is exhausted, and the lifeline is broken. It would be a strange thing if there was still a powerhouse-level power. The powerhouse level is the realm known as the world is as big as you can get it, under the sky, you will always be the powerhouse. If it is said, the hero level is the foundation of a great power. Then the powerhouse level power is the existence that can guard the fataphone side of the world. However, in the current Eastern desolation, the luck is exhausted. Then how could it be possible to give birth to a powerhouse level almighty? It turns out that this kind of thing happened in the East Wilderness back then. It's really a shame. Qila raised his head and looked at the sky of Yunwu City. Qila did not ask any further questions about the situation of that great war. Because Qila knew, it might be useless to ask. The hidden family built territorial space for the sake of refuge, and naturally, it was impossible to participate in that great battle. Then the details of it should not be recorded in the information of the hidden family. And about the result of that great battle, the system also told Qi Lu. Countless strong men fell in that battle. In the end, the winner survives and the loser leaves. To this day, all the practitioners who participated in that battle have lost their news. Nearly 1,000 years is enough to obliterate all the powerhouses who are covered in injuries and survive in front of them. It's really after my own death, who cares about the floods in the future? A great war destroyed the entire eastern wilderness. Qila looked at the sky, and his eyes were stabbed by the afterglow of the sky, so he couldn't open them. Forget it, what do these things have to do with me? Sighing slightly, Qila shook his head silently and walked into that familiar alley. It's still comfortable in the store, so don't think too much about it. Boss, welcome back. A happy smile appeared on Yushir's face, and she greeted Qila happily. You've worked hard these days, Shir. Qila smiled. She has not been in the store these past few days, and Yushir is still doing all the big and small matters in the store, and she is still so orderly. This allows Qilu to hand over the shop to Yushir with more confidence. It's not hard, this is what I should do. Yushir said softly. This sentence is not polite. Yushir really feels that these things are what she should do. Even if it's what you should do, it's hard work for you. Qila rubbed Yushir's head. Smooth hair was messed up. Yushir made a slight sound from her throat, and she looked a bit like a cat. The ancestor of the Yueling cat family was probably a cat. Qila, what are you doing? A childish voice suddenly came from the side. What? Yushir exclaimed, her face flushed slightly. She immediately broke away from Qi Li's hand, and lowered her head shyly. Shao Shu, since when did you like to appear at this time? Qila glanced at Xuanhuan, who was squatting on the counter. Then he quietly took his hand back. I was so tired all night last night, I didn't wake up until now. While Xuanhuan spoke, she licked her little paws, and then began to wash her face in a cat-like manner. In the few days that Qilu was not in the store, Xuanhuan was out of the cage. Day and night are reversed, and work and rest time is chaotic. Although they are all old problems, they have become more serious these days. Okay, let's go play your game. Qila vigorously rubbed Xuanhuan twice, and the feeling of licking the cat was really good. Very healing feeling. TSK, you can just rub sheer, why do you want to rub me? Xuanhuan opened Qi Li's hand in dissatisfaction. It is really cool to rub a cat, but a cat that is rubbed is not necessarily. Shao Shu. When Yushir heard Xuanhuan's words, she immediately shouted in shame. Don't, I won't say it, let me go, I'll go to the New World mode. Being grabbed by Yushir's head, Xuanhuan hurriedly begged for mercy. In the end is a roommate who lives in one bedroom. If Xuanhuan had learned to transform, then she and Yushir would probably be good friends. Devouring Cat and Moon Cat Clan. Qi watched Yushir and Xuanhuan tossing around, and suddenly felt that this kind of life seemed to be quite relaxed and comfortable. System, if I receive the quest reward in the lobby, there shouldn't be any big movement. Qi sat on the sofa and asked in his mind. The 3 skill crystals were not enough for Qi to take it seriously. After all, these 3 skill crystals can be supplied in unlimited quantities just like other commodities. This is only 3 pieces. This kind of task reward has a tasteless feeling, it is tasteless to eat, and it is a pity to abandon it. Just take a puff and you're done. System, it can meet the host's request. Regarding the matter of receiving rewards, the system is still very good at talking. After all, this is not about extracting goods, but more like an extra reward, which does not require any sense of ritual. Qi closed his eyes, sank his consciousness into his mind, and saw a lottery box. With just a thought, a small ball will be poured out of the lottery box. Let me see what the first skill crystal is. Master level skill crystal, Doqi Blasting. Doqi Blast, passive skill, every time you use a martial skill, it will cause secondary damage to the enemy, causing a lot of physical damage. Restrictions on use, all fighting Qi classes. Good start. The skill of Doqi Blasting can definitely be regarded as a superior skill crystal. If it is used well, it can at least strengthen the combat power by at least 30%. And in the battle, the more frequently the ranks of the martial arts are used, the greater the value of the battle Qi Blasting skill crystals. This is much better than passive skills that enhance certain attributes. If you can sell them in bulk, you can definitely make a lot of money. However, only one piece. The first skill crystal is so good, then the next one will definitely not disappoint me. Qi took a deep breath and cheered for himself silently in his heart. Then the thought moved. The lottery box suspended in his mind flipped, and another small ball was poured out. Grandmaster Skill Crystal, Ancestral Power. Ancestral Power, an active skill that summons the power of the ancestors topless oneself and temporarily enhances all attributes of the skill user. Friendly reminder, the strength of this skill is closely related to the strength of the ancestor of the skill owner. Access restrictions, all ranks. Strange things started appearing again. When Qi saw this skill crystal, the first thought in his mind was this. Ancestral power, what is that? Does the use of skills depend on whether your ancestors are strong? System, host, this system once again kindly reminds me that this skill crystal should not be used by people. Just when Qi frowned and thought. The sound of the system came out. The words of the system are like a light of dawn. Immediately, the fog in Qi Li's mind was cleared away. This ancestor's power is actually the power of blood. The system gave a friendly reminder, saying that it should not be used by people. In fact, it is the power of the blood of the human race, which is too weak. After all, among these many races, the human race is the race that does neutrally on the power of blood. Therefore, if this ancestral power skill crystal is used by the human race, it will be considered useless. Who can it be used for? Qi rubbed his chin and continued to think in his heart. When it comes to the power of blood, it is mostly the powerful blood among the monsters and alien beasts. And the power of the top bloodline, there must be a place for the dragon. But Lan Zier's blood power has been activated, and she has signed a two-soul contract with Xing Lian. Therefore, it would be a bit of a waste to use this ancestral power skill crystal again. Then think further down. Qi Le suddenly discovered that the customers who would come to his store seemed to be, basically human. After all, the Eastern Wasteland is the territory of the human race. If other races dared to come to Yunwu City, the possibility of being blasted out by the human race accounted for most of them. Wait, the blood of the demi-human seems to be fine too. Qi Le suddenly remembered this. In fact, when it comes to the power of blood, many people will ignore the demi-human race. After all, there are not many strong people among the subhumans. But, really speaking, the blood power of the demi-humans is not weak, but too mottled and thin bloodline power makes the place where demi-humans can benefit from bloodline becomes very small. However, even so, the cultivation aptitude of the subhuman race is still 2 streets stronger than that of most human races. It's just that the number of human races is extremely large, so there are many strong people. So much so that most people feel that the human race is stronger than the subhuman race. Then it seems that customers in the store can't buy the skill crystal. When Qi Le thought of this, he had already found a master for the ancestral power skill crystal in his heart. Then let's take a look at the 3rd skill crystal. Can you give me a surprise? Qi is happy to think about it. A small ball rolled out of the lottery box. Hero level skill crystal, magical condensation. Magic power condensation, passive skill. When releasing magic, it can actively accumulate power, condense magic power, and enhance the power of magic, up to 10 times the power. Restrictions on use, all magic classes. Excellent. The absolute best skill crystal. Actively accumulating power can increase the power of magic up to 10 times. What is this concept? This is simply to instantly increase the level of combat effectiveness. If used well, hero-level low-level confrontation with hero-level peak is definitely not a problem. Moreover, the most important thing is that the use of the crystals of the magic power concentration skill is limited to all magic power classes. Not all magician classes. This means that classes such as priests that use magic power can also enlathe a skill crystal. That group of 10 times the power of healing magic sprinkled down. Simply magic. System, you really didn't lie to me, you can really draw hero-level skill crystals. Qi Le was excited for a while, before calming down. Although this time the task reward, there is no new purchase channel. But I got a hero-level skill crystal, and it was a superb hero-level skill crystal. It's not a loss. System, that's natural, this system has always been generous, and the old man is not deceived. The level of narcissism remains the same. Qi Le glanced at his mouth, but did not reply to the system. If you get it cheap, you won't sell it well, that's a bit awkward. These 3 skill crystals should all be priced by me. Qi Le asked a crucial question. System, this is your quest reward, host, you can naturally set your own price. That's it. After Qi Le got the answer, he waved his hand and exited the system. Sure enough, this limited number of quest rewards are not commodities. Rather, it belongs to Qi Le's personal belongings. So the system will not be involved in pricing. Even if Qi Le sells it or not, that is Qi Le's own business. The system doesn't care. At this point in time, Xiaoqi and the others should come out soon. Qi Le leaned lazily on the sofa, his eyes drifted into the distance, his eyes seemed a little blurred. When we got back to the store, it was already getting dark. The afterglow fell, and the horizon ushered in a ray of pale white moonlight. Qi Le, who had been dozing off for a while, stretched hard, listening to the crisp sound of the knuckles popping from his body, feeling that most of the fatigue of the past few days had been relieved by more than half. How long have I slept? Qi Le glanced at the thin quilt beside him, rubbed his eyes, and asked, with eye on. The customers in the store have already left by this time. The shop door was also closed. Only Yu Xier was still sorting out the hygiene in the store. In fact, it is to check it in the fast food area and the combat training room area. After all, customers who come to the store know that it is best to throw away those packaging bags and glass bottles. Because no one dares to let an unfathomable strong man come to clean up these things for himself. Even this powerhouse is easygoing. About 3.5 hours, store manager, I'm not in the store these days, I must be very tired. Yu Xier came over, folded the thin quilt on the sofa, and prepared to take it to the bedroom later. Fortunately, it's finally a gain. Qile waved his hand, then walked towards the snack vending machine on his own. Come with me to eat something, what would you like to drink? Pure milk. Yu Xier answered softly. For Qile's invitation, Yu Xier will not refuse, only after accepting it. Keep this feeling in your heart. Drinking pure milk at night is not very suitable. Qile took 2 crayfish and 2 double cheese beef burgers. Put these food on the small round table first, and then went to get a bought leaf pure milk and 2 bottles of cold beer. Crayfish and cold beer are summer commodities. After this summer, if you want to eat it, you can only wait for next year. It's a pity that it is only the beginning of the month, otherwise you can go outside to enjoy the moon. Xier, can you handle the store alone? Qile opened the bottle cap of pure milk, put it in front of Yu Xier, and asked, casually. Well, it's fine, manager. Even if I can't be busy sometimes, but everyone will help, so it's no problem. Yu Xier answered seriously. Although it seems to be an understatement, Qile knows the hard work involved. To be honest, when the store was not as big as it is now, Qile would feel tired even with systematic help. Not to mention the current Yu Xier. Qile took a sip of cold beer, then peeled a crayfish and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he asked, coldly, Xier, tell me, will you regret coming to my store be a clerk in the future? Won't. Yu Xier's answer blurted out, almost subconsciously. Then he was stunned, and looked up to see Qile's eyes. There was only a faint smile inside. As long as the store manager doesn't dislike Xier, Xier will always be a clerk here. Yu Xier answered firmly. Okay, I get it. Of course I won't despise you. Where can such a good clerk be found? Qile waved his hand. The reason for such a question is that after the store manager's level has been upgraded by 1 level, the branch has been opened. This store in Yunwu City will be handed over to Yu Xier to manage it alone. Although Qile will often come back to see, but there is no way to stay in the store every day like now. And, in order to reward such a diligent clerk, I specially prepared a gift for you. After Qile determined Yu Xier's intentions, he concentrated the water element and washed his hands. Then he took out a piece of pure and flawless crystal and placed it in front of Yu Xier. Manager, what is this? Yu Xier looked at the thing Qile put in front of her and asked with some doubts. Skill crystals are much rarer than trial crystals. Yu Xier had never seen it before, and it was normal. This is a master-level skill crystal, which contains the power of the ancestors. I think it should be very suitable for you. Qile gave a brief introduction. In terms of the power of a single bloodline, the blood power of the demi-human race is much stronger than that of the human race. The power of the ancestors, the stronger the power of the bloodline, the stronger the increase after it is released. If a top bloodline like the dragon family uses the power of ancestor skills, even if it is a temporary leapfrog battle, it is not impossible. Skill crystal. After listening to Qile's introduction, Yu Xier suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the crystal in front of her. The pure and flawless crystals are so gorgeous that people's eyes are a little blurry. But in Yu Xier's eyes, there is no greed. Rather apprehensive. Manager, this is really too precious, I can't ask for it. Yu Shi'er waved her hands again and again. The preciousness of skill crystals, even if you haven't seen it with your ownies, you've heard of it. The so-called martial arts and magic are easy to learn, and skills are hard to find. Skill crystals have always been invaluable. Having accepted the 2 trial crystals earlier, Yu Shi'er already felt ashamed. Now another skill crystal. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Qile did not withdraw the skill crystal, but picked up the cold beer, took a sip, and said slowly, Shi'er, you will still have a lot of time to watch the store by yourself in the future. This, even if it is my salary increase for you. How can a store clerk actively refuse a salary increase? After Qile finished speaking, she quietly looked at Yu Shi'er. The ancestral power skill crystal was given to Yu Shi'er, mainly to help Yu Shi'er improve her strength. If you look at the store alone, you still need a bit of strength to better deter outsiders. After all, the customers in the store know that Qile's strength is unfathomable, so they won't commit crimes in the store. But sometimes new customers come to the store. If Qile is not here, then Yu Shi'er can only rely on herself. Of course, in fact, Gu Pingchuan, Lu Jingya, and others will also help. But the kindness you owe will always have to be repaid. Manager, Yu Shi'er only felt that something was choked in her heart, but she didn't know where to start, only the emotion remained in her heart. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of caring. Don't say those sensational words, I can't handle that kind of scene very well. Qile quickly waved his hand to stop what Yu Shi'er wanted to say. Ever since he came to this world, Qile was very bad at dealing with women steers. The pear blossom with rain is indeed beautiful, but it is heartbreaking. Therefore, Qile has never seen sensational things very much. The store manager, giggle, I understand, thank you. Yu Shi'er was amused by Qile's words, but the mist in her eyes did not turn into tears in the end. Yu Shi'er still accepted the crystal of the power of the ancestors. In fact, Yu Shi'er knew that Qile's character was somewhat stubborn, and once a decision was made, it rarely changed. So Yu Shi'er was just frightened. I don't know how to repay Qile. A supper, the guests enjoyed the meal. After Yu Shi'er cleaned up the small round table first, Qile also returned to her bedroom. I haven't eaten the snacks and drinks in the store for several days, and the taste is still as good as ever. Qile took a shower carefully. After washing away all the fatigue of the past few days, I came out of the bathroom wearing a bath towel. In those few days in the territorial space of the hidden family, Qile didn't have time to sleep at all. Running around every day. Occasionally pick up some rest time, basically leaning against the wall to take a nap. No wonder I'm not tired. But the most important thing is that when collecting information in the territorial space of the hidden family, there is nothing to eat. This is definitely the biggest misstep. What? Qile yawned, the fatigue of these days turned into sleepiness, like a tide. Qile immediately became drowsy. System, host, please go to sleep later, this system has a message to notify. A crisp voice resounded in Qile's mind. Immediately, Qile was jolted and suddenly woke up. TSK, system, can't you tell me tomorrow if you have any news, I'm almost sleepy. Qile shook his head and said with some dissatisfaction. System, it's the news about the next festival. Since the host doesn't want talk now, then forget it. And many more. Qile heard the words and shouted in shock. You have a lot of system, so forget what I said just now, please tell me the news of the next festival. If this kind of compliment is spoken, Qile will come with his mouth open. Anyway, it's just a temporary coax of this herby system, who will take it seriously? Except for this two-stroke system where the IQ is about negative. System, if you are acquainted, there are a lot of adults in this system, so I won't care about your stupid host. If the two-stroke system is complacent, Qile simply ignores it. Quietly waiting for the following. System, The next festival is the Qixi festival. The so-called magpie companions are dependent on each other, and the best time is another year. The Qixi festival is the day when people who love each other meet and reunite. System. This time, the system gave a reminder 3 days in advance. I hope the host will not have any more opinions. Oh? It turned out that the last suggestion was accepted by the system. This arrogant two-stroke system is sometimes quite good. Qilu heard the words and immediately became happy. This behavior is commendable. System, you have done a very good job in this matter, which is especially beneficial to our store's increase in turnover. Then, please tell me what the festival benefits of Qixi festival are. Qi Li's fudge came as soon as he opened his mouth, and there was no need to write a draft at all. Qixi festival, in fact, according to Qi Li's understanding, a festival that does not even have holidays, it is estimated that the system will not care. But unexpectedly, the system actually noticed such a festival. Strictly speaking, Qixi festival is indeed one of the traditional festivals. And there are myths and legends that go with it. System, the festival benefits of the Qixi festival. In the New World mode, the Qixi festival special event will be launched. System, in addition, there is a special sponsorship from this system. An Qixi festival ring is issued to the host as a commemoration. Commemorate? Qilu was obviously stunned for a moment, then swallowed his saliva, embraceed a bit of luck, and asked aloud, then what's the use of this Qixi festival ring? System, it doesn't have any special utility, it's just a mere souvenir. Qilu was so angry at the system's words that he had a bunch of swear words, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, thousands of words were turned into a middle finger. I really despise this stingy system of yours. You are too embarrassed to take out a souvenir? System, I'm sorry, this system reminded you 3 days in advance. You still want to ask this system for a reward, who is greedy enough? Qilu was immediately stunned by the system's remarks. Co-authoring with 3 days' notice, is the price so high? Even the holiday benefits can be swallowed upright, and the words are so righteous. Forget it, I can't compete with you. You should tell me about the Qixi festival activities first. Qilu is really powerless to argue for this kind of fallacy. In short, one sentence. This system is stingy, what can you do with me? The answer is, no way. System, the Qixi festival event in the New World mode will start on the day of the Qixi festival and last for 7 days. System, during the Qixi festival event, there will be a small probability that Qixi magpies will appear in all the dungeons. If you catch the Kixamagpies, there will be a small probability of obtaining the key fragments of the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm or the Tanabata chocolate fragments. Wait, the system, please wait for me first. When Qilu heard this, he couldn't help interrupting the system. System, what's the matter with the host? Qilu coughed hard, and then said solemnly, if I remember correctly, chocolate should be a gift for Valentine's Day. Why did it become a quest item for the Qixi festival event? System, isn't Valentine's Day and Qixi festival similar? Host, can you not care about these details? The voice sounded rather resentful. Okay, count me nosy, please continue. Qilu raised his hand, admitting his mistake. However, what the system said was not wrong. The roles of Valentine's Day and Qixi festival were actually similar. It's all because of love. System, collect 10 Magpie Bridge secret key fragments to synthesize a Magpie Bridge secret key. System, a key to the Magpie Bridge secret realm can enter the Magpie Bridge secret realm once. Hunting Qixi magpies in the Magpie Bridge secret realm will have a small probability of dropping magpie feathers, which can be used to exchange special equipment for the Qixi festival. System, collect 10 pieces of Tanabata chocolate to synthesize 1 piece of Tanabata chocolate. System, 10 pieces of Tanabata chocolate can be exchanged for a Tanabata chocolate exchange card in any store in New World mode. System: players who have a Tanabata chocolate exchange card can ask the store manager to exchange a Tanabata chocolate. It is the same routine as the Dragon Boat Festival. Only this time, the dumplings were replaced with Tanabata chocolates. Qi Li's attitude towards this was silent, because this was to be expected. Even when he mentioned chocolate to the system before, Qi Li had this hunch. So Qi Li just silently clicked on the detailed properties of the Tanabata chocolate. Tanabata chocolate: this is a sweet and slightly bitter chocolate with love. Please give it to the person in your heart on the special festival of Tanabata. The Qixi festival is limited to dessert. After eating it, it can greatly enhance the mental toughness of the eater. The so-called mental toughness refers to the strength of mental power. The strengthening of the attribute of spiritual power is divided into two parts. Simply enhancing mental strength is like adding half a bowl of water to a bowl of water. And enhancing the toughness of mental power is like replacing this half bowl of water with half a bowl of mercury. Although it looks like there are still so many, but inside, it is very different. This is the first time that the attribute of mental toughness has appeared. After seeing the detailed attributes of the Tanabata chocolate, Qi Li nodded with satisfaction. For the attribute of mental power, the amount of light boosting is not enough in terms of quality, it must also keep up. These two are complementary. If one of them is too powerful, it will lead to imbalance, and it will be prone to accidents. It's like blowing bubble gum: the bigger you blow, the more air you need and the thinner the skin will be. If the amount of mental power is insufficient, it will not be able to blow. If the quality of the spiritual power is insufficient, it is easy to break open. It's just that, relying on the event items such as Tanabata chocolates, I'm afraid the publicity will not be enough. Qi Li was thinking about how to promote it in this way. The sound of the system rang again. System: the special equipment that can be exchanged for Qixi Festival is as follows. Magpie headband: a moderate amount of increase in the power of martial skills or magic used by the wearer, which can be used to form a Qixi Festival suit. Exchange price: 10 magpie feathers. Magpie Ling shawl: moderately increases the wearer's shooting speed, and each attack of the wearer will be accompanied by a magpie ling attack, causing moderate physical damage, which can be used as a Qixi Festival suit. Exchange price: 20 magpie feathers. Magpie Ling belt: moderately increases the wearer's physical defense and magic resistance. After entering the battle, every time the wearer receives an attack, it will condense a magpie ling attack. When 10 magpie feather attacks are condensed, a powerful magpie feather attack will be attached to the wearer's next attack, causing a lot of physical damage and adding armor-piercing effect. Can be combined into a Tanabata set. Exchange price: 50 magpie feathers. Magpie Ling boots: moderately increases the wearer's agility attribute, and can be used as a Qixi Festival suit. Exchange price: 20 magpie feathers. Qixi Festival set attributes: 2 sets of attributes, the power of magpies. Magpie power: condensing the power of magpie feathers, the wearer can temporarily stay in the air for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. 4-piece set of attributes: magpie bridge. Keiqiao: summons Keiqiao, perfectly resists an attack no higher than a heroic level, and performs a short flash with a cooldown of 120 minutes. System: attention, the special equipment for this Qixi festival can be exchanged for real equipment. Players who have this demand, please ask the store manager to exchange them. What? Can you exchange the special equipment for the Qixi festival this time? I was still thinking before that Qi Lu, who was not good at promoting the Qixi festival this time, was stunned. Qi Lu thought that only Tanabata chocolates could be exchanged. Unexpectedly, the system directly marked the idea of equipment this time. 4 sets of Qixi festival suits, in terms of the attributes of a single piece of equipment, are not weaker than ordinary rare equipment at all. And all are unrestricted equipment. That's great. At least for now, there is no rare equipment in the store that has no usage restrictions. This is equivalent to an ordinary person who can also wear this set of equipment. And most importantly, this Qixi festival suit has a suit attribute. Whether it is the power of magpie skills or the skills of magpie bridges, they can be regarded as very good skills. The short-term lingering of the power of magpie has made more changes in the way of fighting. The Keiqiao skill is even more powerful, perfectly resisting an attack no higher than the heroic level, and it also comes with a short flash to help the wearer escape from the predicament. Not higher than the hero level, naturally including the hero level. This is great. And looking at the attributes of each single piece of the Qixi festival suit, it creates a kind of play that can both hit and run. While getting a batch of meat, the damage is still high. The only regret is probably that there is no armor in the Qixi festival suit. But think about it. With the armor made of magpie feathers, how high can the defense be? Fortunately, the magpie ling belt perfectly replaces the attributes of the armor. And also make room for other armor equipment. For example, the 4 Seasons rotation armor. This time, it's convenient to promote it. While Qilu was amazed, there were also surprises. Holiday benefits, of course, are to provide benefits to customers, in order to increase passenger flow. After all, Qili's store doesn't just rely on the New World model to earn spirit crystals. Shelf area and fast food area earn no less than New World mode. This is called joint consumption. After determining the propaganda strategy, Qili quickly fell asleep. Sleep is always the sweetest after surprise and exhaustion. Someone once said, sleeping is an effective means of spanning time. For example, when I woke up in the morning, I just wanted to squint for another 5 minutes, but when I opened my eyes again, 2 hours had passed. Fortunately, Qilu did not have this ability. After waking up, although his eyes were still a little confused, he sat up anyway. Why do I feel like I haven't slept so well in a long time? Qilu stared, and it took a while to wake up. Then I started to communicate with the system while washing. System, there is no hurry to release the propaganda card for the time being, but the promotional video designed last night, remember to put it in the New World mode today. In the early stage, we mainly emphasized a tragedy, and the final scene was designed to be as romantic as possible. The Qixi festival is mainly aimed at customers, those young people. After making sure that he made it clear, Qilu went downstairs to the hall. Got 2 pairs of egg tarts and a bottle of plain milk. Boss, good morning. Boss, good morning. Yu Shi'er, who had been standing behind the counter for a long time, smiled and said hello to Qilu. It seems that the breath seems to have changed slightly. Shi'er, have you used the crystal of the power of the ancestors? Qilu looked at Yu Shi'er up and down, and suddenly asked aloud. Skill crystals and trial crystals are different. Using skill crystals, as long as there is no problem in the realm, and the corresponding seal of trial has not been embedded with skill crystals, it can be embedded at any time. And there will be no difficulty. I have used it, it suits me very well, it is a very powerful skill. Yu Shi'er nodded, the extra breath on her body became more and more obvious. It is the bloodline power of the Mooncat clan. The blood power of the demi-human race, although powerful, is always very complex and very thin. At this point, it is necessary to talk about the origin of the subhuman race. There are many legends about the origin of subhumans. But the most reliable one is the descendants of those powerful ancient alien beasts, after they turned into humanoids, fell in love with the human race, and merged their blood. That's why there are so many races included in the subhuman race. After all, there are more than one kind of ancient alien beasts that can be transformed. But these ancient alien beasts that can change shape all have one thing in common, that is, their strength is extremely tyrannical. The most representative of them is the dragon of the dragon family. It's just that in most cases, those arrogant dragons are disdainful of turning into humanoids. Therefore, there is absolutely no doubt about the strength of the bloodline of the demi-human race. Even the blood power of some demi-human races, in the ancient times, was not as complex and thin as it is now, and could compete with the blood of the dragon race. It seems that my choice is not wrong, it really suits you. Sheila smiled, then brought breakfast, found a small round table, and sat down. In fact, Sheila did not think about this at first. The crystal of the power of the ancestors has hidden effects. That is to purify blood. The human race is indeed the race that does not rely on the power of blood. But the reason for this is because the power of the human race's blood is too weak, and there is no way to rely on it. It is not that the human race likes to rely on their own lives. If there is a way to do more with less, who doesn't want to use it? The point is that there is no way. Morning, Manager Qi, when did you come back? Gu Pingchuan opened the door and saw Qi Lu, who was having breakfast, at a glance. Then I went to buy a bottle of orange juice and a colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Yesterday evening. Qi Lu put half of the egg tart in his mouth into his mouth, and it was fragrant and milky. It's rare to see Manager Qi not staying in the store. I didn't expect to come back so soon. The shadow assassin entrance is missing someone, do you want to come? Gu Pingchuan skillfully condensed a skate, and divided the colorful fruit-flavored pizza into 8. The sharp ice blade exudes cold air. When it is used to cut pizza, it will not stick to the knife, and the cold air can cool down the pizza. Come on, a few more people together are always more comfortable than a single brush. Qi Lu responded while watching Gu Pingchuan's movements. Although, colorful fruit-flavored pizza is better eaten warm. After all, brushing cheese is the essence of eating pizza. But there will always be people who like to eat cold. However, before Qi Lu could finish thinking, Gu Pingchuan scattered the ice blade, and a small flame condensed in his hand, which swept over the colorful fruit-flavored pizza. The chill disappeared and the cheese melted. Tisk. Gu Pingchuan's series of actions made Qi Li's eyelids jump. Magic really makes life easier. The Xingyao Empire goes westward, in the Great Desert. A group of golden-winged griffins flew through the sky, as fast as a gust of wind. When the person below looked up, only a sharp eagle and a few vague figures were left. It's these guys again, who come and go. What can they do when they go to the depths of the desert? Don't talk nonsense, be careful to be overheard by those adults. It shouldn't matter if you talk about it, is there any treasure in the depths of the desert? Who knows, let's report it. I'm really envious, these young people. Those cultivators who lived on the edge of the Great Desert were also talking about it in addition to fear. If you can have one of the ancient monsters like Griffin, that among the small forces in such a place is enough to dominate one side. And in a city-state near the edge of the desert. Here is the border city-state of the Xingyao Empire. It is a small city-state built to guard against these small forces seeking life on the edge of the desert. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion of this border city-state, a middle-aged man with a sunny face and a sullen look in his eyes stood quietly by the window, looking at the back of the golden-winged griffin that was gradually receding from the horizon. This person is the city lord of this border city-state, the City of Desolation. Eagle Falls. Golden-winged griffin. Which force is this, and it has such a profound background? Going to the depths of the desert, the chess piece buried in the hidden family, disappeared. Damn it. Even though the golden-winged griffin was gone, Ying Luo still looked at the sky and whispered to himself. Until a guard in the city lord's mansion knocked on the door. Ying Luo lowered his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and said, "Come in. City lord, there is a secret letter from you." After the guard entered the door, he respectfully stretched out his hands and presented an envelope with subtle magic fluctuations. "I see, put it on the table." Ying Luo nodded and said in a low voice. Yes. The guard put down the envelope, then turned to leave. Only Ying Luo was left standing by the window, staring at the envelope on the table. Is it about to start? Cloud City, Chila's shop. There are still many customers, but on normal days, it is not crowded. The small round table in the fast food area is still half full. If it's not for dinner, the customers sitting next to the small round table are basically waiting for the booths in the training room area to become vacant. The rest is to come and hang out, or talk about things. Even if we don't talk about commodities, we only talk about the environment. Chi Li's store is also one of the best. What? Chi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help yawning. Afternoon, when you have a full stomach, is the time when you are most likely to feel sleepy. Especially when there is nothing to do, the drowsiness is even more continuous. Chila, I'm back again. A shrill voice suddenly sounded. Before Chi Li's yawn was over, a small figure threw himself into Chi Li's arms, which almost made Chi Lu angry. Cough, Xiaoqi, can you not choose to rush over at such a strange time? Cough cough. Xiaoqi, can you not suddenly rush over at such a strange time? Chi Lu coughed hard twice. You don't need to look at it at all, just by her breath, Chi Lu knew that it was Nayland Qingqi who rushed over. Chila, thank you for going to save me specially. Nayland Qingqi sat on Chi Li's lap, looked into Chi Li's eyes, and said seriously. Welcome back. Chi Lu reached out and rubbed Nayland Qingqi's head. This time, Nayland Qingqi did not resist. The store manager. You don't need to say thank you, let's all come in and sit. Chi Lu waved his hand to interrupt the words of Lan Yi and others who came into the store after him. This is just a matter of course, thank you, it is really unnecessary. Manager Chi is still humble as always. Without you this time, we might not be able to come back. Lan Yi kept the words of thanks in his heart and said with a smile. The benefits of this battle for Lan Yi and others are also huge. Only by fighting against heroic powerhouses in advance can you realize your own inadequacies, and you can be calm when facing heroic powerhouses again. Compete with the Grandmaster class against the hero class. This is not something that can be done with determination and perseverance. This is the difference in hard power. If Chi Lu was not there, they would all be planted in the hands of the hidden family. Don't do this kind of brain-heating thing next time. Chi Lu also said helplessly. Then he stretched out his finger, tapped Nayland Qingqi's forehead, and said, I'm mainly talking about you, is there anything you can't say properly? Do you have to do such a dangerous thing alone? If Chi Lu had gone one step late, Lan Yi and others could have been rescued. I am afraid that Nayland Qingqi will also be sacrificed by Yun Fanfei. I see, Chi Lu. Nayland Qingqi pouted and covered his forehead with his hand. I have promised Sister Lan Yi and the others that I will say anything in the future, and I won't take risks alone again. You really know it. Chi Lu shook his head and hugged Nayland Qingqi from himself. Heart of a child. Although Nayland Qingqi has a precocious personality, his heart is still a child. But that's fine, a child should be like a child. Living a life of intrigue every day is so tiring. By the way, what about Xiaoqi's parents? Chi Lu was concerned by the way. Still staying at Nayland's house, it is said that I am used to living there, but the status is completely different. Lan Yi said simply. After that, although Chi Lu did not participate, the Lan Yi team members were present throughout the whole process. With Chi Li's deterrence, no one in the hidden family dared to be disrespectful to these beautiful girls. Moreover, let's not talk about the insurmountable mountain of Chi Lu. Even the red lion in Lan Ye's hand and Xing Lian by Lan Zier's side. That's enough for them to drink a pot. As for Nayland Jishu and Moran, their status in the Nayland family instantly rose to the point where they were second only to the patriarch and the two elders. who let their daughter Nayland Qingqi be supported by at least 3 heroic powerhouses. It's better to stay in the hidden family. Qi Lu immediately understood the intentions of Nayland Qingqi's parents. The current strength of the 4 hidden families has approached a balance. So at this time, no one dares to act rashly. In this balance, Nayland Jishu and Anmoran are the levers that can move this balance. As long as the balance is not broken, no one dares to move them. Even have to protect them. Nayland Jishu can naturally understand this matter, so he chose to stay with Anmoran in the hidden family. As a result, you can use the power of the hidden family to protect yourself. Second, it will not cause trouble for Nayland Qingqi, who is taking risks in the outside world. Parents are always thinking of their children. Okay, let's do what you want to do. There is an event in 2 days, you can prepare in advance. Qi Lu waved his hand and lay down on the sofa again. This kind of thing is enough to know, there is no need to go to the bottom of it. Then don't disturb the manager's rest, let's go. Lan Yi smiled, knowing that Qi Lu didn't want them to have too much burden. Qi Li's character has always been like this. I don't like what I owe others, and I don't like what others owe me. After Lan Yi and the others entered the store, Qi Lu hadn't closed his eyes before Yu Yufeng slipped in from outside the store. You move very fast. Looking at Yu Yufeng, who was a little sneaky, Qi Lu looked curious. Manager, have you seen my sister? Yu Yufeng had just come to Yunwu City from Yojia, and was about to return the borrowed identity token to Lan Jili. I didn't see it, I don't seem to be here today. Qi Lu thought for a while, before answering aloud. Lan Jili is a prospective graduate student of Pinnacle College. Sometimes it's normal that he doesn't come to the store for something. No, then I'll ask other people. Yu Yufeng strolled into the store again. If Lan Jili is not in the store, he will be at the Peak Academy, and Yu Yufeng will not go to the Peak Academy. It's no use getting in touch with the membership card. Looks like they're all back. Qi Lu looked at Yu Yufeng's back, shrugged, and closed his eyes again. In the morning, Gu Pingchuan and Gu Pingchuan entered the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, along with Ban Zheng. The intensity of the battle, when teaming up with other players who came to paddle, is not known how many times stronger. The fighting consciousness of the heroic powerhouse, especially the veteran hero-level powerhouse, that is definitely unquestionably powerful. Even Qi Lu was a little tired after 4 hours of high-intensity battles. Although not yet tired. But now in the shop, why abuse yourself? Now that you are tired, you should rest. A manager who can combine work and rest will always live more comfortably than a manager who can only work hard. And just when Qi Lu closed his eyes and meditated, the Qixi Festival promotional video, put in the New World mode, has gone crazy in the public screens of various guilds. The way to deliver the promotional video is still the pop-up window mode selected. Although unremarkable. But there will always be people who can't help but click in. At the beginning of the promotional film, it was an extremely beautiful girl who encountered danger when she went out to practice alone. It is human nature to appreciate beauty. Therefore, under Qi Li's suggestion, the girl designed by the system is dignified, lively, cute, delicate, pure, and beautiful, like a fairy who should not appear in the world. Instantly attracts the attention of customers. Such a beautiful girl is in danger, which naturally makes people worry. And at this critical juncture, a passing young man passed by. In the face of danger, he acted righteously and rescued the girl. The plot after that is a little bit old-fashioned. The young man is tall and handsome, and the girl is also the age of the beginning of love. The two fell in love at first sight and fell in love with each other. Fall in love quickly. In the end, it's still about the face. If the man who rescued him is handsome, it means that the little girl has nothing to repay, but only promises her with her body. If the man who rescued him is not very good, that is, the little girl has nothing to repay, and only by being a cow and a horse in the next life can she repay this kindness. And this is the reverse. If the man also took a fancy to the other party, it would be difficult to accept the kindness, but it would be disrespectful. If you don't like it, that is, how can you bring your kindness in return? Qi Lu knew the essence of it, and naturally, he strictly controlled the characters in the system design. No matter how old-fashioned the plot is, it is, for Qi Lu. This world doesn't even have TV dramas. Naturally, I am interested in watching this kind of bloody plot that has been tested by the market. And just when a young man and a girl fell in love, so customers couldn't help but wish them well. The girl revealed her identity. She is the daughter of a top-level aristocratic family, and she actually sneaked out this time, to go out to practice. And the young man was just a poor boy. The first view of the door has existed since ancient times. Although there is true love between a young man and a girl. But the girl's family would not accept the young man as a poor boy. So the girl was forcibly brought back to her family and placed under house arrest. And with a powerful magic circle, the young man was locked out of the family, so that the two could not meet. The two lovers miss each other day and night, but they can't see each other. I could only smell the wailing every night. Immediately, countless customers burst into tears and cursed this top family for being unreasonable for treating two lovers who truly love each other like this. Most of the customers in the store come from the 3 colleges. Basically, they are all boys and girls with strong blood and energy, and the beginning of love. For love, it is the time of ignorance and longing. This kind of loyalty and tragic love for love immediately moved these boys and girls and envied them. Hope to find a love like this. And the loyalty to love seems to have touched God. Therefore, during the annual Qixi festival, countless magpies swarmed to break through the barrier of the magic circle for the two and built a bridge off magpies to help the two meet. Magpies flying all over the sky. The two lovers embrace each other and become married. This romantic scene made countless customers enchanted and full of longing. It's great, a lover will finally be married. It's really romantic, and I really want to have such a love. If someone really is so loyal to me, even if the family doesn't agree, I'm willing to be with him. The guild communication system became lively again. There is not much change in the plot of the modified version of the meeting off magpie bridges. Classics are always the most memorable. However, Qi Lu was very considerate to change the bathing scene at the beginning. After all, this kind of behavior with ulterior motives is not worth promoting. It's not good to teach bad children. If he was really misled into stealing clothes, Qi Leke would be to blame. As soon as the promotional video came out, the Qixi festival immediately penetrated into the hearts of customers. Impressive and impressive. Especially those girls who are not very young, can see crying when they watch the promotional video of the Qixi festival. When he woke up, he habitually went to Qi Lu, who swiped on the guild forum, and immediately became happy. It seems that the publicity this time is still in place. Then the guild forum has to cooperate with the publicity. Qi Lu thought about it, thinking about how to carry out the next step of publicity. That's the benefit of knowing the holiday news 3 days in advance. Can be calm and orderly publicity. Instead of just setting up a card and going out, and then the story of the magic revision has to be passed down by word of mouth. Shao Shu Jiu, are you there? Xuanhuan, who Qi Lu contacts with her membership card. Just woke up, what's the matter? After waiting for a while, Xuanhuan's reply was long overdue. Help me break the news on the guild forum, and I'll give you some news. What news? What to do? Moonfrost Snow can make such a big name in the New World mode, and naturally will not stop playing the guild forum. After all, a lot of quotation posts are in the guild forum. News about the Tanabata festival, help me promote the Tanabata chocolate. Qi Lu thought about it and sent the message. Regarding the Tanabata chocolate, the main thing is to highlight its meaning as a symbol of love. The boys and girls in the academy are all longing for love. Although puppy love is not good, loyalty is absolutely right. What's more, at their age, it's not a puppy love. It's just right to have a Tanabata chocolate. Oh? Strengthen mental toughness, express love, okay, I know what to do. Although Xuanhuan is only a kitten. But the brain is still very useful. Tanabata chocolate is a good thing that has both practical effects and special significance. It is not a loss to store it. So soon, a series of posts appeared on the guild forum. To bless the love that is both sweet and bitter, I present Tanabata chocolates. Tanabata chocolate, please give it to the person in your heart on this special festival. A gift for that loyal love, a sweet and slightly bitter Tanabata chocolate with love, you deserve it. The special significance of Tanabata chocolate is emphasized. There is no such plant in this world as cocoa beans. Therefore, as soon as the post about Tanabata chocolate came out, it quickly attracted a large number of young people who had nowhere to vent their emotions after watching the promotional video for the Tanabata festival. Emotions need objects to sustenance. Even if it is a confession, you must have something in your hand. Otherwise, where would the token of love come from? So under these posts, all of them are posts asking where this Tanabata chocolate is. Love really makes people blind. The Qixi festival came from Qilu, and of course the Qixi chocolate is also in this store. Xuanhuan looked at the thread below the post and wanted to roll her eyes but couldn't make this expression. For things like love, Xuanhuan couldn't understand. There is only one species of devouring cat in the world. Even if Xuanhuan wants to fall in love, there is no object. However, this enthusiasm was exactly what Xuanhuan wanted to see. After satiating everyone's appetite, a post about the origin of Tanabata chocolate became popular in an instant. New World Mode Tanabata Festival event, send Tanabata chocolates to every lover. The Qixi Festival event is a big reward for players' welfare. During the event, there are more mysterious items that can be obtained. For the sake of your beloved, let's work hard. In just a few posts, all the enthusiasm of the customers was mobilized. The enthusiastic young people are gearing up for a big fight in the Qixi festival activities. Two-stage propaganda. This is what Qilu temporarily taught Xuanhuan. Unexpectedly, the kitten's ability to learn and use it alive is a little better than Qilu imagined. Advertising genius, this guy Shao Shu is really a condescending businessman. It should be planned. After walking around the forum for several times, Qilu couldn't help feeling inspired. Although these routines are all left by Qilu watching others play. But if Xuanhuan could comprehend it on her own, it was quite difficult. The first day of publicity is the point to end. Mainly to arouse emotions. The Qixi festival is to deepen the relationship between couples and create opportunities for those single dogs. As for whether those single dogs can seize the opportunity, that's none of Qilu's business. At least from Qilu's current visual inspection, it can be found that most of the customers sitting in the store are single. After all, when they fall in love, they will soak in the New World Mode every day. Do not walk around, eat and drink. When the interest comes, we can also learn together. That being said, Qilu's store seems to be really suitable for those little couples. It's weird. If you think about it this way, wouldn't the fast food area become a date spot? Qilu propped his chin with his thumb and looked around the small round tables. Unexpectedly, I found several couples. But why hasn't it been discovered before? Is it because of the sluggishness of the single dog? No, why is it a single dog? Isn't it bad to be a lone wolf? Tisk. Qilu suddenly found that he seemed to be caught in a strange circle of thinking that was not very good. Based on my current appearance, a talented person, strong strength, and meow career, it shouldn't be difficult to find a girlfriend. Qile rubbed his chin and thought about it seriously. Then nodded silently, and said, then this must be something wrong with their vision. Feeling that he got the answer, Qile pulled the quilt and fell asleep. Because Qile seemed to suddenly understand the maliciousness of the system. Why is this traditional festival that doesn't even have holidays? It will be selected by the system to hold a grand event. The irony in it is probably only understood by Qile. Time flies by like a horse. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Before the doors opened in the morning, Qile asked the system to create a publicity sign for the Qixi festival and put it in the most eye-catching place in the store lobby. The picture of the standing card is a very romantic scene. Under the bright moon, the stars twinkled. The magpies in the sky are flying around like petals in the wind. At the bottom of the screen, a magpie bridge spans the entire deck of cards. On the magpie bridge, there is a tall, handsome young man, and a lovely, beautiful, pure girl like a fairy. The two held hands, and looked at each other with affection. You don't need too many words, you don't need too many actions, just a look. The love that is in the bottom of my heart can overflow from my eyes. On the side of the stand, a few words were written in striking fonts. The Qixi Festival event, start time, duration, 7 days. During the event, players can collect the keys of the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm, enter the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm, and collect magpie feathers to exchange for the Qixi Festival limited equipment. As for the specific content of the Qixi Festival activities, you need to wait until the Qixi Festival activities start to see. But those don't matter. Importantly, the campaign had to highlight the word qualified gear. I have to say, this is a very strange mentality. People are always very sensitive to the word limited. As long as the product is marked with a limited label, it can immediately attract a frenzy, regardless of whether it is useful or not. In the end, it's still a matter of vanity. Limited goods, if I have you or not, can I show it off in front of you to satisfy my vanity? But Qile didn't bother to use this kind of routine. Because of the limited products produced by the system, it must be worthy of this limited name. The strength of the Qixi Festival suit is absolutely beyond doubt. Especially the magpie power and magpie bridge in the suit attributes. Whoever looks at it can only say the words value for money. After all, from the point of view of single-piece attributes, the Qixi Festival suit is undoubtedly the limited equipment of the rare level. It's just that there are no restrictions on use. Rare grade means that this is the highest equipment designed for the Grandmaster grade. From a master-level perspective, there is no doubt that the Qixi Festival suite is definitely top-level equipment. It is second only to those treasure-level equipment in the Qile store. Manager, is the legend of Keiqiao meeting true? Can two people who love each other really break through all obstacles? While Qile was admiring the propaganda sign, Yu Xier's voice suddenly came from behind. Who can tell what is in the legend? This kind of thing is just a belief that makes you believe in yourself. Qile thought for a while, before answering aloud. Then slowly turned around, looked at Yu Xier, and said, what's wrong? Do you have someone you like? Qile tilted her head slightly and looked at Yu Xier with a faint smile. For Yu Xier, Qile always felt like a brother looking at his sister. Or the feeling of the elders looking at the younger generation. So if Yu Xier has a sweetheart, Qile will probably send her blessings after reviewing it. No, how could it be? When Yu Xier heard the words, she quickly waved her hands to deny it. It's just that there was a blush on the white face, which looked very cute. Since there isn't, then go get ready for work. In 2 days, it should be very busy. While talking, Qile walked slowly to the door of the store. After the number of customers is large, even if they obey the rules, the reception will not be easy. Fortunately, most of the products in the Qile store are self-service. Just go to the counter to activate the membership card after entering the store. After half a day yesterday and one night of fermentation, the number of customers in the store today is obviously a lot more than usual. After everyone enters the store, the first thing they can see is the promotional sign. After knowing the start time of the Qixi festival, I also saw the 4 characters limited equipment written in bold and enlarged fonts. Boss, what are the limited equipment for the Qixi festival? Can you disclose it in advance? I promise not to say it. Hu Shou grabbed the double cheese beef burger and moved to Qi Li's side. Qi Li glanced at Hu Shou, and his eyelids drooped down again. If I told you here, I'm afraid that within 2 hours, everyone in the store would know about it. Besides, aren't you single? Why do you care so much about the Qixi festival? If you have time, it's better to find a woman first. The last sentence is like a sharp arrow, violently stabbed into Tiger Hunt's heart. Boss, you hurt people too much. I didn't hire you when I was single. Hu Shou bitterly took a bite of the hamburger, rolled his eyes, and said, however, boss, you seem to be single too. If you want to get hurt together. Hurt each other, who is afraid of who? Why don't I tell you a story about this? Qi Li did not directly answer Hu Shou's words, but changed the subject with a smile. What? Tiger Hunt looked bewildered. That is to say, in an academy, there are 2 students who take the exam. One of them is a top student with a perfect score of 100, while the other scumbag is a score of 90. So this scumbag is complacent and feels that he is only 10 points away from the academic bully. And then, when the scumbags find the tyrants to show off, thinking that the tyrants are nothing more than that. The Shuaba said, you got 90 points because you can only get 90 points, and they get 100 points, that's because the perfect score is only 100 points. After speaking, Qi Li looked at Hu Shou with a half smile, but not a smile. The expression was self-evident. I'm single because I want to be single, and you're single because you can only be single. Tiger Hunt is just a little careless, not stupid. What is the meaning of Qi Li's story? It is almost obvious. When it comes to being knowledgeable, I still admire the boss. Hu Shou bowed his hands with a wry smile, and was defeated. Really distressing. Cut, the system used the Qixi festival to ridicule me. I really have nothing to do. But you also want to mock me, ha, it's still too tender. Qi Li looked blankly at Hu Shou's sad back. It seems that I went to the drinks vending machine to buy a cold beer. Borrow your sorrows with wine. Qi Li leaned on the sofa and looked at the fast food area, a couple who were attracted by the Qixi festival promotional video. He hummed a song involuntarily. And the tone is inexplicably cheerful. 2 Orioles and green willows, you don't have a girlfriend yet. The male and the female rabbits walk side by side, you don't have a boyfriend yet. That's right, it's that famous single dog song. The cheerful tone quickly attracted many curious customers. Then after hearing the lyrics, he turned around and left. This cheerful tune is paired with inexplicable resentful lyrics, which is really hard to provoke. As a result, in the guild communication system, rumors that manager Qi was driven crazy by the Qixi festival activities soon began to spread. These guys are really full and busy. And when Qi Li saw these rumors, it can't be stopped. The 3-day warm-up time is fleeting. On the day of the Qixi festival, the store was crowded with people. No one wants to admit defeat to the young and young girls in love. The details of the Qixi festival activities are also released at the same time. Click to view. During the event, there will be a small probability that Tanabata magpies will appear in all dungeons. If you catch Qixi magpies, you will have a small chance to get Qixi chocolate shards and Magpie Bridge secret key shards. Fortunately, the system also divided the doll maze and the wild area dungeon such as the Shadow Assassin's entrance into the dungeons. Otherwise, the players in these 2 maps are expected to start dismantling stores. And after the limited equipment Qixi festival set information came out, This set of Tanabata festival suits that can dominate in rare equipment is instantly more popular than Tanabata chocolate. It is clear. Sending a Chishi festival set is more sincere than sending a piece of Kixacocolate. However, it takes 100 magpie feathers to exchange for a complete set of Chishi festival suits. It is not an easy thing to brush 100 magpie feathers in 7 days. Therefore, many people will choose to sell a fraction of K-Ling. Because the magpie feathers that are not used up will be recycled after the event ends. And the fractions of those magpie feathers can't be exchanged for a piece of the Chishi festival suit anyway, so it's better to put it on the trading system to earn some extra money. Under the accumulation of less. It's time for those game merchants to show their skills. After all, in the New World mode, when it comes to the speed of scavenging goods on the trading system, no player can be faster than the guys in the merchant guild. These game merchants don't care about levels or anything. Don't even brush copies. As soon as I go online all day, I squat in the trading system, preparing a large amount of liquidity. Those magpie feathers that are scattered on the shelves, whether it is 1 or 5 or 8, as long as the price is acceptable, they will come down in seconds. 8,000 decks, even if only 800 players sell magpie feathers. And a player only sells one, so every 4 hours, the merchant guild can receive 800 magpie feathers. What's more, the actual number of K-Ling sold is far greater than this number. Therefore, the merchant guild made a fortune on this basis. 5 or 8 magpie feathers are really irrelevant. But after the number is enough, the magpie feathers are very valuable. To put it simply, in the Chila shop, there are 4,000 spirit crystals for rare level armor, and 6,000 spirit crystals for rare level accessories. And according to the number of magpie feathers needed to exchange the parts of the Chishi festival set. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the number is sufficient, for example, a group of 10 magpie feathers are listed on the trading system. An average magpie feather can be sold for more than 300 spirit crystals. But if there are only 3 or 4 magpie feathers, the unit price may only be 1 or 200 spirit crystals left. After all, scattered magpie feathers are really of little significance. And the players of the Merchant Guild earn the difference. The profits here are huge. And for these transactions, as long as they go through the transaction system, a 2% handling fee will be charged each time. Although it doesn't look like much. But the accumulation of sand becomes a tower. Under the accumulation of this huge transaction volume, the fee is also a considerable income. This is the benefit of providing a trading platform. You can earn spiritual crystals while lying down without doing anything. Chilu was complacent in his mind. When customers get used to this convenient transaction mode, the fee income will only increase. This system admits that some of your suggestions, the host, are really powerful. As long as the profits come up, the system will not be stingy with some flattery. Chilu knew this, so he reasoned with the system at this time. So, our next step is to further develop and update this trading system. Now all transactions in the New World mode can be carried out in the trading system. Then next, we should also add the pet card transaction. The words Chilu said had already been drafted. Because the pet card does not belong to the New World mode, all temporary transactions can only be made face-to-face with the pet card backpack in the membership card. And there is no way to use the trading system. I have to say, this is a huge loss. Because the price of pet cards, especially high-quality pet cards, is not cheap. This suggestion has been accepted by the system. Very good. Chilu praised first, and then continued, then, we have to add a small function next. The membership card is connected to the player's character backpack, as well as the transaction system. It's important for customers to be able to browse the transaction system on the loyalty card, which will stimulate the increase in transaction volume. This proposal is not without purpose. When the membership card was updated with the pet card extraction function and pet card backpack, Qilu was thinking about this question. If the transaction system is connected to the membership card, the skill book can be purchased directly on the membership card, then loaded directly to the pet on the membership card. Moreover, players of the Merchant Guild can conduct trading activities more conveniently. Convenience leads to consumption. System, the host's words seem to make sense. System, this suggestion has also been accepted by the system. When will it be updated? Qilu asked impatiently. System, soon, as long as there is enough energy, transforming such a thing isn't a big problem. As the system says. In less than 10 minutes, the function of the membership card was upgraded. And in the small windows of the New World mode and membership card, a pop-up message was sent to prompt the upgrade. And it was the players from the Merchant Guild who were the first to upgrade their membership cards. The membership card can finally be connected to the transaction system. In the future, I finally don't have to worry about the market situation every night. There are also pet card backpacks and character backpacks, which can also be binned and traded through membership cards, which is great too. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Great! In the guild communication system, there was an applause. Convenience is always something people love. Not only those game merchants, but other ordinary players are also applauding for this. The Sun and Buddy can better Krypton Crystal. And cultivators with relatively ordinary family backgrounds can also earn spirit crystals better. Trade anytime, anywhere, convenient for all customers. The premise is that the spirit crystal reserves in the membership card are sufficient. Qilu, are you free? I have something to look for you. Just when Qilu had just finished reasoning with the system, someone in the guild communication system had a private chat with Qilu. Qilu easily opened the dialog box in the New World mode. Shao Shu? What are you doing with me? Accompany me to play the mysterious realm of Magpie Bridge. Xuanhuan said confidently. Magpie Bridge Secret Realm, a special map that appears during the Qixi Festival event, can only be opened by using the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm key. Hunting Qixi magpies in the mystery of Magpie Bridge, there is a small chance of dropping magpie feathers. And magpie feathers are also the most critical task props for this Qixi Festival event. A must-have to exchange for Tanabata sets. However, this Keiqiao Secret Realm has a very strange hidden setting. That is the number of teens entering the Keiqiao Secret Realm. If there are 2 or more people, and when the number is 2, the 2 are of the same gender, it is normal difficulty. As for the team entering Keiqiao Secret Realm, it happened to be a man and a woman, and the difficulty was halved. But if the team entering the Keiqiao Secret Realm is alone, I'm sorry. Triple the difficulty. This is an extremely unfriendly copy for single dogs. It is simply to eliminate the existence of single dogs. And what's even more terrifying is that if the one-person team entering the mysterious realm of Keiqiao has always been one person, then the difficulty will continue to increase. So that Qilu has no interest in the secret realm of Magpie Bridge. Who would go looking for abuse? Why do you say that? Because Keiqiao Secret Realm Dungeon is not a combat dungeon at all. Rather, a copy of the parkour type. After entering the secret realm of Keiqiao, the fighting spirit and magic power will be temporarily sealed. And the whole process of Magpie Bridge Secret Realm. It is to set foot on the Magpie Bridge, pass through many obstacles, avoid all kinds of organs, and catch Qixi magpies in the process of parkour, until the end, it is a victory. However, if you accidentally fall off the Magpie Bridge, the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm will directly fail. A Magpie Bridge secret key is a waste. This kind of parkour map is a test of reaction ability, physical coordination, physical strength, and endurance. With the vindictiveness and magic power sealed, the normal difficulty is already difficult. Triple difficulty in single-player mode. The width of the Magpie Bridge is reduced, the obstacles are increased, the number of organs is more, the speed is faster, and the coverage is wider. It just wasn't going to let you pass. Qilu was alone and played with a hammer. Watch it. The sadness of a single dog is nothing like this. Not only the original intention of the festival is laughing at you, but even the limited map of the Qixi festival is laughing at you. Accompany you through the mysterious realm of Magpie Bridge? Magpie Bridge secret realm determines that your gender is female? No, female? Qilu looked at Xuanhuan, but did not expect the system to determine the gender of the kitten. Little female cat. However, things like male and female are meaningless to the devouring cat, and it will be reset randomly every time it is born. A second devouring cat could not be found anyway. What's wrong? No way. Xuanhuan bared her teeth at Qilu and said fiercely. Okay, of course. Qilu shrugged, then turned around and saved Xuanhuan's expression with image magic. What are you doing? Xuanhuan stared at Qilu. Just now, I clearly felt a subtle magic fluctuation. Send you something nice. Qilu added a few words to the saved picture, and then sent Xuanhuan. It was the fierce look on Xuanhuan's face before. There are a few more words below. I am super fierce. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, and the delicate and lovely cat's face was full of incredible. Chila, you bastard, I'll bite you to death. The popularity of emojis is unstoppable. The first thing that spread in the guild communication system was Xuanhuan's fierce expression. Then someone followed suit and made a lot of emojis. It's just that there are not many magicians who can use video magic, so the content of the expression pack is not rich. Most of them are images from New World mode. Shao Shu, you are famous again. Sierra also has a membership card, and occasionally checks the guild communication system. It's just that I don't see much because I have to go to work. It's all to blame for Qilu, which ruined my reputation for the rest of my life. Xuanhuan squatted on the counter, licking her little paws, her furry tails wiping back and forth, behind her. No, it's cute. Sierra looked at the emoji package in the guild communication system. Then he pulled out the picture of I'm super fierce and shook it in front of Xuanhuan. A girl from the Moon Civet clan, a little female cat in her infancy. If you have to say it, there is still a similar place in the blood. Living in the same bedroom, it is not strange to be a best friend. But what's the use of me being so cute? Xuanhuan said helplessly. No matter what, the devouring cat is a top-level exotic beast, known for its viciousness and brutality. An adult devourer cat, that is an existence that can feed on giant dragons. It's not like those guys with low strength who can only survive by being cute when facing the human race. What are you doing with such a cute emoji? Okay, the store manager doesn't mean anything. It's not because you look so cute. Xier smiled and rubbed Xuanhuan, and it was very comfortable to rub her fur. Xuanhuan didn't resist either, just curled up her fluffy tail and put it at her feet. At this time, Qilu came over with a bowl of instant noodles and a bucket, first glanced at Xuanhuan who seemed to be enjoying, and then took a serious look at Sierra's eyes. Have you stayed up late these days? Qilu suddenly asked aloud. In fact, Qilu wanted to ask this question yesterday. Because the dark circles on Xier's face were already a little obvious. Because of the blessing of vindictive energy and magic power, the cultivator is a relatively good physique, and if he does not rest for several days, there will be no major problems. But the spirit becomes relatively sluggish, or there are cases of dark circles under the eyes. After all, no matter what practitioners say, they are still mortal. Not really immortal. No, I still have to look at the store, how can I stay up late? Sierra quickly waved her hand to deny it. It's just that the smile on the corner of the mouth has become a little strange. It feels like a secret has been discovered, and I feel a little flustered. Really? That's probably my fault. Sheila looked at Yu Xie suspiciously. It's just that Yu Xie doesn't want to say it, and Sheila won't get to the bottom of it either. Everyone has a little secret in their heart, it's normal. If you are really tired, you can take a half day off and take a rest, and I will approve it. Sheila dropped these words, took the instant noodles in the bucket, and walked away, slowly. The rest squatted on the counter. Xuanhuan looked at Yu Xie, shook his head, and said, "You are obviously staying up all night these few days. How can you say that you are staying up late?" "Stop talking, Shao Shu. Yu Xie rubbed Xuanhuan's head hard and blocked the rest of her words. On the other side, Qi Lu was holding a bucket of instant noodles, ready to find a small round table. Then I saw Yu Yufeng and Jing Qingyun looking at the area of the combat power improvement training room with a mysterious look. Strange how these two guys sit together. The distance between Dadi College and Pinnacle College is not too close. What are you looking at? Sheila walked over and put the instant noodles in the bucket on the small round table in front of him. Yu Yufeng and Jing Qingyun were taken aback and turned to see Qi Lu. Immediately relieved. "Manager, I'm looking at that guy Wang Yu." Yu Yufeng pointed to the direction they were looking, and said in a low voice. "See what he does?" Qi Lu opened the lid of the bucket of instant noodles, and found that the noodles inside had not been soaked, so he closed it again. Yu Yufeng smiled, first looked around, and then whispered, "Look at him giving my sister the Tanabata chocolates." "Oh? Does he want to confess?" Sheila raised his eyebrows, and followed Yu Yufeng to look at it interestingly. I saw Wang Yu holding a box of Tanabata chocolates in his hand, pacing back and forth in an aisle, hesitating. It is no secret to acquaintances that Wang Yu likes Lanjili. It is also a good thing to be able to achieve a marriage on the Qixi festival. He does think, but that's what he thinks. We're all here, watching him hesitate for almost 20 minutes. Yu Yufeng showed an expression of hating iron. Wang Yu is the first time to confess. It's pure love. It's normal to hesitate. Jing Qingyun retorted, then looked at Yu Yufeng with contempt, and said, "You think everyone is the same as you, a veteran of Huatsong, a prodigal son in love, and you can easily confess your words. What's your look? Didn't I teach him what to say before? When I backstabbed me for my sister before, I wasn't as timid as I am now. It was much more powerful than now." Yu Yufeng waved his hand and seemed to recall something bad again. "Are you so afraid that your sister won't get married?" Sheila listened to the conversation between the two and suddenly interrupted. "How is this possible? My sister is well informed, gentle and virtuous, elegant and generous, and she is so beautiful. How can she worry about not being able to marry?" Yu Yufeng refuted it almost like a conditioned reflex. "Yes, but when I'm with you alone, I can open your heavenly lid with my bare hands." Sheila gave Yu Yufeng a sympathetic look. This conditioned reflex can be developed. It seems that Yu Yufeng was taught by Lan Jili a lot when he was in the hidden family. The manager is joking. Yu Yufeng smirked. And Wang Yu, who was pacing in the aisle, seemed to have finally made a decision and walked into a booth. "Sister Lan, please accept this Tanabata chocolate." A very unpretentious greeting. All the sweet words that Yu Yufeng had taught before were all forgotten. "Wang Yu, why are you here? Is this Tanabata chocolate for me?" Lan Jili looked at Wang Yu in surprise, then pursed his lips and laughed. "It's not that Yu Yufeng encouraged you to come here." As soon as these words came out, Yufeng, who was looking at this side from a distance, seemed to have a feeling, and he was suddenly shocked. "I almost forgot to tell Wang Yu to tell him not to tell me," Yu Yufeng said with some trepidation. "What? Afraid that your sister will open your heavenly lid after she goes back?" Sheila said casually, and opened the lid of the bucket of instant noodles. A strong fragrance immediately hit the nostrils. Shop manager, don't say it. If you say this as a prophecy, you will never see me again. Yu Yufeng said with a wry smile. Who told you that when you encouraged Wan Yu before, you didn't think about the consequences? Jing Qingyun was happy to watch the joke on the side. No, it's me. I want to give you Tanabata chocolates myself. Wan Yu was very righteous and did not betray Yu Yufeng. I think so too. Yu Yufeng's mouth is not so stupid. Lan Jili smiled and didn't care about it anymore. Instead, the conversation changed. I can accept the Tanabata chocolate, but that's not enough. Lan Jili also had a good impression of Wan Yu, the younger brother. But even if the people of the hidden family will intermarry with the outside world, it must be approved by the clan. If Wan Yu really wanted to chase Lan Jili, he had to show his potential. Really, that's great. I will continue to work hard. Wan Yu stammered. He seemed a little incoherent because he was too excited. Accepted, then it seems that there is a play in this matter. When Jing Qingyun saw this scene, he immediately became interested. Of course, can my idea be wrong? Can I still not understand my sister? Yu Yufeng followed suit. By the way, I boasted about myself. However, Qi Lu, who was sitting beside him, had another idea in his heart. Does Lan Jili know that there is another type of Ili chocolate in this chocolate without being taught by a teacher? Giri chocolate does not symbolize love, but friendship. Or rather, gratitude. Also known as a good person card. Although we can't be a couple, we can still be friends. However, in the face of this kind of answer, most people are probably thinking in their hearts, if you are a special friend, if you can't be a couple, then why should I confess? I don't lack friends. But if you think about it, it seems unlikely. The meaning of Tanabata chocolate is always a symbol of love. Oh, it seems that there is one less single dog in the store. Qila thought sadly. The Qixi festival activities have indeed successfully helped many people and become couples. This is a really sad good thing. Fortunately, the Qixi festival only lasted for 7 days, otherwise Qi didn't know how long he would be depressed. It's the last day. Tomorrow is finally over, the damn festival. When Qi woke up from his sleep, the first thing he did was to cheer in a low voice. That stingy system, the Qixi festival commemorative ring issued to Qi Lu, was thrown into the drawer by Qi Lu on the spot. A ring without any special effects. No, maybe there is a mocking effect. But it only made Qi Lu more depressed. Therefore, Qi Lu was very happy that the Qixi festival was over. Next year's Qixi festival event will not be held. Qi Lu came to the bedroom door, and after making a secret decision in his heart, he opened the door. Then I saw a box of Tanabata chocolates quietly placed at the door. What? Qi Lu picked up the Tanabata chocolate at the door with a surprised expression, and weighed it in his hand. Meow. At this moment, Xuanhuan came up from the first floor, yawned, pushed the door, and walked into the second bedroom. Qi Lu glanced at the situation and found that Yu Shi'er was not in the bedroom. What the hell is this little girl trying to do? Qi Lu suddenly had a feeling of crying and laughing. No wonder Yu Shi'er has dark circles on her face, isn't it just to collect Tanabata chocolate chips? For this kind of thing, go directly to Xuanhuan or else. Anyway, the Xuanhuan family has a big business, and they don't care about such a few chocolate chips on the Valentine's Day. Or, is it more sincere to collect it yourself? Forget it, let's take it as Giri chocolate. Qi Lu shook his head helplessly and put the chocolate in his hand on the table in the bedroom. Throughout the Qixi festival, no one else received Giri chocolate. Instead, I got a box. However, Qi Lu was somewhat happy in his heart. At least this Qixi festival is not considered empty-handed. Boss, good morning. When she came to the first floor, Yusier had long been standing behind the counter, looking diligent. However, when greeting Qi Lu, still can't hide the panic in his eyes. Little girl is just a little girl. Qi Lu smiled. Sometimes a good mood for the day is simple. Sheer, what do you want for breakfast? Pure milk, and egg tarts. Alright, please wait. Qi Lu put the pure milk and egg tarts in his hand on the counter. Then went to open the store. The first person who came to the store was Bailey Fenghua, the sect master of the swordsman sect. According to the time of taking turns leading the team, it was Bailey Fenghua Stern who brought the sword master sect disciples to Yunwu City during this period of time. Therefore, after Lu Jingya returned from the desert, he went directly back to swordsman sect. Sect Master Bailey, you are here too early. Qi Lu glanced behind Bailey Fenghua, and found that the large group of swordsman sect disciples were not there. It's getting late, Manager Qi. Actually, I came here today to discuss something with you. Bailey Fenghua's face was a little dignified. Just say something. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, feeling that this matter should be very important. Otherwise, Bailey Fenghua would not be so prepared to wait. The people from the Shadow Palace appeared in the Moonlight Forest. I feel that this matter is not simple. Bailey Fenghua nodded and said bluntly. Moonlight Forest is not a low-level monster forest like Cloud Forest. In the Moonlight Forest, there are real heroic monsters. However, there is no sect there. The Shadow Palace appeared in the Moonlight Forest, and its purpose must not be simple. Moonlight Forest, are you planning to go there? Qi Lu pondered for a moment and asked aloud. The loss caused by the Shadow Hall to the major sects is too great. If there is a chance, the major sects will never mind, and join forces Tone Circle and suppress the Shadow Hall again. Yes, all sects are gathering people. However, I'm a little worried that this is the Shadow Palace's tactic. Bailey Fenghua frowned and said. Such concerns are not out of the question. The previous swordsman sect suffered heavy losses only when they were sneak attacked by the people from the Shadow Palace. If this time it is really the Shadow Palace's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain, I am afraid that most of the sects will have to prepare for the foundation of their sects to be shattered. I was playing a group outside, and the crystals at home were stolen. Qi Lu touched his chin and whispered to himself. Manager Qi, what are you talking about? It's nothing, you continue. Bailey Fenghua nodded and continued. So, in order to prevent this from happening, we decided to leave half of the people to guard the sect. Then the power to go to the Moonlight Forest may be more than doubled. Because going to the Moonlight Forest, it may not only be the people from the Shadow Palace who need to deal with it. And the monsters in Moonlight Forest. Without sufficient deterrence, those monsters would not reason with the enemy who invaded their territory. So, these missing strengths can only be made up for by weapons and armor. How much do you need? As soon as Qi Lu heard it, he knew that big business was coming. 20,000 sets of weapons and armor, plus the supporting medicinal pills, are only a lot more. Bailey Fenghua has already made a list. The required weapons and armor are at least excellent. Ordinary level equipment, in the battle with the Shadow Palace, has little effect. Therefore, Bailey Fenghua's opening was directly filled with tens of millions of spirit crystals. Moreover, these equipments are only used to equip the disciples of the swordsman sect. As for people from other sects, Bailey Fenghua can't control it. Sheila small shop, Bailey Fenghua, is recommended. When this kind of need to advance and retreat together, the beauty of 100 miles is not as precious as a broom. But if the sect masters of those sects don't believe it, then Bailey Fenghua can't do anything about it. You can't force them to buy it. Okay, 20,000 sets are not too much. Sheila nodded, indicating that it was clear. Anyway, Qi Lu is only responsible for moving the equipment outside. As for the transportation problem, Qi Lu is not responsible for it. Wait, Sect Master Bailey, the place you just mentioned is Moonlight Forest? Just when Qi Lu and Bailey Fenghua finalized this big deal, Yu Xier suddenly ran over from behind the counter. With an urgent look on his face, he asked excitedly. This has never happened before. Yes, it is Moonlight Forest. Bailey Fenghua took a look at Yu Xier and confirmed it aloud. It turned out to be really the Moonlight Forest. After Yu Xier was affirmed, she took a deep breath. Then he looked at Qi Lu and said seriously, Manager, I want to ask for leave. Qi Lu narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at Yu Xier's face, and only after seeing the resolute light in her eyes did she say, Okay, I'm sure. Thank you, shopkeeper. Yu Xier bowed and thanked Qi Lu earnestly. Then he looked at Bailey Fenghua and said solemnly, Sect Master Bailey, I want to go to Moonlight Forest with you. Why? Bailey Fenghua did not refuse, but asked the reason. Bringing one more person is not a big problem, and it can even add one more strength. But Yu Xier's identity is relatively special. The clerk of the Qila store. Manager Qi's shop has been open for so long, and now, the size of the shop is beyond imagination. However, there has always been only one clerk recruited. This is simply impossible in other shops. So Bailey Fenghua had to ask a little more clearly. Because I used to live in the Moonlight Forest, because the wolf hunters lived in the Moonlight Forest, so I want to go back. I want to end the past and let my people rest in peace. Speaking of which, Yu Xier's always gentle face suddenly turned hideous. Yu Xier escaped from the Moonlight Forest. When the wolf-hunting clan hunted the Moon Civet clan, Yu Xier was lucky enough to escape the initial hunt because she didn't stay in the clan settlement. Then he fled to Yunwu City and was rescued by Qi Lu. But this hatred has always been in Yu Xier's heart. In order to be able to take revenge, Yu Xier has been working hard to become stronger and able to kill the enemy. This is a blood feud that concerns the entire race. Therefore, Yu Xier is very grateful to Qi Lu. I am grateful to Qi Lu for saving her and giving her the opportunity to become stronger. Whether it is the grace of saving lives or the grace of teaching, each one is as heavy as a mountain. But before taking revenge, Yu Xier couldn't let go of this hatred to repay Qila's kindness. Therefore, Yu Xier was so excited when she heard the news of Moonlight Forest. Yu Xier also knew something about the Shadow Palace. Since the Shadow Palace appeared in the Moonlight Forest, these sects will definitely join forces to go to the Moonlight Forest. Just to destroy the Shadow Palace. And Yu Xier can go together and avenge the clan. Handblade Wolf Hunters. This. After listening to Yu Xier's words, Bailey Fenghua glanced at Qi Lu involuntarily. This matter, Yu Xier has always buried in the bottom of her heart. Therefore, Bailey Fenghua is not clear, so it is not easy to agree casually. But Qi Lu, who rescued Yu Xier from the wolf hunters, knew where the hatred was. So Qi Lu nodded to Bailey Fenghua. He said solemnly, Sect Master Bailey, Xier will ask you. Please take her to Moonlight Forest. When Bailey Fenghua heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and then said with a serious face, Manager Qi, this time we head to Moonlight Forest, the battle that will take place will be very dangerous. Let Xier follow, I'm afraid she will be in danger. The customers in the store have a bit of a favorable impression of this gentle and elegant-looking clerk. Bailey Fenghua is no exception. Therefore, Bailey Fenghua will directly say the stakes. Otherwise, replace it with someone else. If you want to follow, just follow. But after I went to the Moonlight Forest, whether it was alive or dead, Bailey Fenghua probably didn't even bother to ask a question. Some things have to be done, some are dangerous, and you have to learn to take them. Take Xier over there. If you don't go this time, I think Xier may regret it for the rest of her life. Qi Li's eyes crossed the beauty of 100 miles and looked into the distance. Family hatred and family hatred will last forever. Well, since Manager Qi said so, then I will try my best to bring Xi'er back. Although Bailey Fenghua didn't know what was going on, since Qi Li had already said so, he wouldn't say anything more. The people from the swordsman sect will set off tomorrow for the Moonlight Forest. So early tomorrow morning, Xi'er will come to meet outside Yunwu City, and then go with the people from the swordsman sect. Because it is necessary to use the equipment and medicinal pills of Qi Li's store to fill the missing combat power. So this time all the disciples of the swordsman sect who were going to go to Moonlight Forest have come to Yunwu City. Avoid wasting time by transporting equipment back and forth. I'll be there on time, please, Sect Master Bailey. Yu Xi'er bowed slightly to express her gratitude. You're welcome, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Bailey Fenghua waved his hand. Then he said to Qi Lu, Manager Qi, I will call the disciples of Yujian Secto bring weapons and armor. Qi Lu nodded, then turned around and walked into the warehouse. 20,000 sets of weapons and armors, plus matching medicinal pills. It takes another day to move back and forth. During this period of time, it was just for the disciples of swordsman sect to prepare. Into the night. Yu Xi'er was sitting on the sofa in the hall, thinking about something, and she couldn't sleep. Xi'er, what are you thinking? After Qi Li replenished the goods from the warehouse, he also came to the hall. Manager, I'm thinking, if I can come back, I'll always be a clerk for you. Manager, I'm thinking. If I can come back alive, I will always be a clerk for you. Yu Xi'er looked at Qi Lu and suddenly showed a smile. Smile like a flower. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course you can come back. Qi Lu unceremoniously gave Yu Xi'er a shudder. Then he took out the Qixi festival suit and put it beside Yu Xi'er. It's a festival anyway, but I don't have anything to give you, so let's take this as a gift in return. Magpie headband, magpie shawl, magpie belt, magpie boots. In addition to the 2 treasures in the store, these 4 pieces of equipment are the best equipment at present. And during the Qixi festival, Qi Li can be called at will. It is also a hidden benefit given by the system. Thank you, shopkeeper. Yu Xi'er did not refuse this time. I really want to thank me, just come back safely. Qi Li smiled, then turned and walked towards the 2nd floor. When he walked to the entrance of the corridor, Qi Li paused for a while, and then said, if you can use the goods on the shelf, take them with you and count them in your future salary. Don't think about saving me anything. It's more important than anything to be able to come back safely. When Yu Xi'er heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red. Well, I see, store manager. That night, Yu Xi'er sat in the hall all night. Yu Shuangshu also sat in the booth in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room for one night. Early the next morning, Yu Xi'er left the shop. Outside the store, Yu Xi'er bowed deeply to the store, then turned around neatly and left this remote alley. Family hatred. Qi Li leaned against the window on the 2nd floor, watching Yu Xi'er retreating back. There is no goodbye. This is not a life and death, why be so sad? If you really want to go, it is probably a bowl of wine, and you will set off after drinking. Feng Xiaoxiao, Ba. This poem is not auspicious. Qi Li shook his head, and after confirming that Yu Xi'er's back was no longer visible, he lowered the curtains. After washing up, I came to the lobby on the 1st floor. Yu Xi'er was not in the store, so Qi Li had to start her old business again. Hey, boss, why did you come to visit the store today? The Blood Wolf took the members of the Blood Wolf team, and as soon as he entered the store, he saw the expressionless Qi Li standing behind the counter. Immediately surprised. Since having Yu Xi'er, Qi Li has not appeared behind the counter for several months. More often, just sitting on the sofa. Or nest in the deck. I'll come to the store, do you have any comments? Chi Li's eyes drooped slightly, looking at the blood wolf lightly. No, how could there be an opinion? Just a little curious, where did Sheer go? Blood Wolf quickly waved his hand, and was the first to go to the counter to activate the membership card. Sheer has something to do, and is not in the store for the time being. Chi Li raised his eyes, and glanced behind the Blood Wolf. Since the Blood Wolf was promoted to the master level, the number of Blood Wolf team has also increased a lot. However, the Blood Wolf's requirements for the Blood Wolf team members are still the same. Forbidden. Therefore, even now, the Blood Wolf squad can still occupy a place in Yunwu City, where the overall strength is stronger by several grades. The current Cloud City is much stronger than the previous city-state that wasn't economically prosperous.